Remember, this is just fictional. Your likes and subscriptions help the continuous work. Thanks. Also, let me know if you want the next part of this video in the comments section. I won't leave you hanging. I'll definitely update it if there's a demand. Now, let's get it started. Chapter 1, The Awakening of the Immortal Healer. There's a dragon behind me. Hospital ward. A report was left on the hospital bed. Late-stage pancreatic cancer, at most 3 months. Start saving money for chemotherapy. Boom. In short, Luo Yun's head exploded. An unprecedented despair instantly filled my chest, as if a huge boulder was pressing down on my heart. Just then, a text message arrived. Luo Yun, it's me, Han Shuangxue. I just received news that you have pancreatic cancer. Don't be afraid, wait for me, I'll come to the hospital to find you right away. Luo Yun was stunned for a long time. He never expected that with his death approaching and his wife still not appearing, the first person to care about him would be this rich heiress. He shook his head with a wry smile and replied, Miss Han, I am no longer the eldest son of the Luo family. Our engagement has long been invalid, so there is no need for you to worry about me. Just as I was about to click send. Bang! The ward door was suddenly kicked open. Zhang Yan's wife and her family stormed in, looking very aggressive. Behind them followed a strange man with an arrogant and roguish air. Yanzi, Mom and Dad, you're here, please make yourselves at home. Despite the pain, Luo Yun got out of bed and moved stools for his parents-in-law. He also comforted Zhang Yan, saying, Yanzi, don't be too sudden. Know what pancreatic cancer means, and I will voluntarily give up treatment. I won't touch a single penny of the 40,000 yuan I've worked so hard to save over the past 2 years. When I die, that 40,000 yuan will be yours. 40,000 yuan? Zhang Yan, her face contorted with rage, slammed the cancer test results at Luo Yun's face. 500,000 turned into 40,000, you disgusting coward, how dare you even say that? Luo Yun was taken aback. Yanzi, what are you talking about? What 500,000? Still pretending? The mother-in-law said fiercely, Luo Yun, didn't I give you money a year ago to buy critical illness insurance? But when I checked just now, it turns out you never bought it at all. Buy insurance? Upon hearing this, Luo Yun suddenly remembered. I went to the hospital for a physical examination a year ago. Afterwards, Zhang Yan refused to let him see the medical report and instead paid out of her own pocket to urge him to buy insurance. He was puzzled at the time, but now that he's thought about it, Luo Yun couldn't help but gasp, Yanzi, did you all know this a year ago? I know, of course I know. Zhang Yan's eyes were red with anger as she said, the doctor told me a year ago that your pancreas had a high probability of deteriorating. If you had enrolled in insurance back then, it wouldn't have been too late, but you good for nothing. The father-in-law was so angry that he pounded his chest and stamped his feet, pointing at Luo Yun and cursing, that's 500,000 yuan in insurance money, you're such a useless dog, a piece of trash, even your death is so worthless. Faced with the sudden display of ugly faces from the crowd, Luo Yun suddenly realized the truth, and his scalp tingled. The malicious looks and insults from the crowd. Like an incredibly sharp steel cone, it pierced Luo Yun's heart, which was on the verge of collapse, to pieces. His lips trembled as he said in disbelief, Zhang Yan, why, all these years I've obeyed you without question, treated you like a slave, endured your family's insults and oppression without a single complaint, and you tell me, what did I do wrong that you have to be so cruel to me? Ha ha ha. At this moment, the stranger behind Zhang Yan suddenly burst into laughter. Little brother, you didn't do anything wrong, you did it too well. As he spoke, he straightened his flashy floral shirt, took a cigarette, and came up to hug Zhang Yan around the waist. He blew smoke directly into Luo Yun's face, his eyes full of pity and mockery. Men, you have to be bad to make women devoted to you, understand, you stupid simp. Ugh. Instantly, Luo Yun felt a surge of anger and shock coursing through his chest, his teeth chattering as he cried out, let go of my wife. You good-for-nothing who's about to go to his coffin, who's your wife? Zhang Yan spat disdainfully, after you die, I'll marry brother Li Lei, he's the man of my dreams. Spat enough, funny enough, and dashing enough, that's what a man is, and you. At this point, the malice and ruthlessness in his eyes were no longer concealed. If I hadn't seen you always being driven around in luxury cars and decked out in designer brands back in college, do you think I would have been interested in you? I never expected that I'd only find out you're a penniless loser after we got married. Luo Yun, you're shameless. How could you pretend to be a rich kid when you have no money? You've ruined my life. Li Lei gave Zhang Yan's waist a lewd pinch. What are you saying, silly girl? I'll spend the rest of my life with you. I promise you'll feel like your life is complete every night. Hey Lei, my parents are still here. Seeing the two flirting and teasing each other, Luo Yun was heartbroken and in excruciating pain. Puff. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and died. It spilled onto the half-broken dragon jade pendant hanging on his chest. He instinctively gripped the jade pendant, his blood staining the dragon carved on it. It's like grasping at a straw, seeking spiritual sustenance. Zhang Yan quickly stepped forward and snatched Luo Yun's phone away forcefully. The only thing you have worth anything on you right now is this phone. Don't get it dirty, it's disgusting. As she was speaking, she accidentally glanced at the text message history. Someone sent you a message. I didn't expect that someone would care about a coward like you even on your deathbed. The crowd gathered around as if watching a show. Oh, Han Shuangxue, a woman, and you're engaged to her? This piece of trash, an engagement? He's just having a mental breakdown because he can't take the blow, sending himself fake messages for comfort, right? Faced with the public's ridicule and insults, Luo Yun was in so much pain, as if her soul was being torn apart, weakly clinging to the last shred of dignity. Give me back my phone. What are you returning to you? Zhang Yan said with a sneer, are you still going to let me fantasize and have these filthy and obscene erotic dreams? Let me tell you, a boring, poor, good-for-nothing like you, even if you were perfectly healthy and alive, no woman would ever give you a second glance, unless that woman is a blind, crippled, ugly 8 freaks. Ha 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 ha. The crowd burst into laughter again. And just then, a series of hurried high-heeled footsteps suddenly stopped at the door of the ward. A cold and aloof voice, carrying its own aura, drifted into everyone's ears like frost and snow. I wonder if the blind, crippled ugly monster you're talking about is me? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look. A tall, beautiful woman wearing a red trench coat, a gold-trimmed dress, and rhinestone high heels walked in. With her outstanding temperament, she seemed like a goddess descending to earth, instantly stunning everyone. This beautiful woman is none other than the famous Han family's beautiful daughter, Han Shuangxue. Before anyone could think further, Han Shuangxue quickly walked to Luo Yun's side. Seeing Luo Yun's broken state as she clutched the jade pendant, she felt a pang of pain in her heart. She quickly removed the other half of the broken dragon jade pendant from her own neck and stuffed it into Luo Yun's trembling hand. The two halves of the pendant were put together, and the dragon's body was instantly complete. She said softly, honey, don't be sad, I've come to take you home. You'll be fine, our family still has billions of assets waiting for you to inherit. The words had barely left his mouth. Luo Yun suddenly felt a surge of heat emanating from the two halves of the jade pendant that had been joined together in his palm. In a moment of confusion, she fell headfirst into Han Shuangxue's warm and fragrant embrace. At the same time, an ancient and vast voice echoed in my mind. Damn it, my beloved disciple, whom I've waited countless years for, has been bullied like this by a bunch of ant-like mortals. But it's all for the best. Only by surviving such a disaster can one see through the fickleness of human nature and be reborn. Today, you will awaken the heaven-defying bloodline inheritance of my, Heavenly I Divine Healer, sect. Within a year at most, you will be invincible. Remember, after you are discharged from the hospital, don't be a submissive person who lets others bully you. Be a ruthless character. Do whatever you want. Whoosh! A burst of golden light flashed in my mind. Countless vast and profound inheritances entered the depths of Luo Yun's consciousness. In his hazy consciousness, it seemed as if a sky-covering azure dragon entered Luo Yun's body, transforming into a gold-plated dragon blood tattoo that instantly covered his back, lifelike and overwhelming, with all things submitting to its power. 2. After Chapter 2, your older sister will love you. After leaving the hospital, we arrived at the hotel. Han Shuangxue settled Luo Yun in. The subordinate asked, Miss, what should we do with Zhang Yan's family? Han Xuanxue's eyes flashed coldly. I snuck out this time, so I can't be too conspicuous. Let them run wild for a few days, and then I'll make further arrangements. I won't let them off easily. Understood, but miss, when will you set off to see Dr. Luo for treatment? Han Xuanxue shook her head. No rush, I won't die from my illness, but Luo Yun doesn't have much time left. I want to spend more time with him. You can go out now. Yes. The subordinate left the room. Han Xuanxue looked at Luo Yun, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and her gaze softened. She gently sat down, stroking Luo Yun's forehead, her beautiful eyes filled with heartache. Silly boy, if you had agreed to marry my sister earlier, things wouldn't have come to this. Han Xuanxue is the daughter of the Han family, the fifth largest family in the provincial capital. She was once engaged to Luo Yun. To outsiders, the engagement was arranged because of old Master Han's confused last wish before his death. But Han Xuanxue herself knew very well. She agreed to the marriage. It's because many years ago Luo Yun saved her life. Luo Yun may have forgotten about this. But Han Xuanxue always remembered. I will always remember that kind, brave, and sunny young man who risked his life to save me, despite the risk of drowning. Look at Luo Yun now, with her haggard and thin face, she has been tormented by her tragic fate. Luo Yun, don't worry, even if you only have 3 months left to live, I will accompany you on the last leg of your journey. I will do my best to make you feel cared for and loved. After you die, I will donate my billions of personal assets to charity in your name. I want your ex-wife's family to know that you'd rather donate all your money than give them a single penny, so they'll regret it for the rest of their lives. Thinking about this, a bitter and sorrowful look appeared on Han Xuanxue's face. Anyway, a year from now, I am destined to become a bargaining chip for family marriage. Since I'm destined to marry a hateful stranger, it would be better to choose someone you like and be with them before that, even if it's only for 3 months. Even if. As he spoke, Han Xuanxue was overcome with fatigue and drowsiness. She gently lay down beside Luo Yun, holding his cold, lonely hand. Even though I can't tell whether my heartache and feelings for you stem from gratitude or from an older sister's instinctive pity for her unfortunate younger brother. My thoughts were racing, and before I knew it, I had fallen into a deep sleep. What she didn't know was the half of the dragon-pattern jade pendant she brought back, which once symbolized their engagement, has been reunited with the half on Luo Yun's body. The jade pendant has quietly merged into Luo Yun's body, transforming into a domineering gold-plated dragon blood tattoo that covers his entire back, residing in the divine hidden realm. I'm just waiting for the day in the future when I awaken and soar with Luo Yun, looking down upon all living beings. Now, Luo Yun is in a coma. We are experiencing an unprecedented and mysterious scene. In my mind, 3 ancient and mysterious manuals, like the faint chanting of Sanskrit, are integrated with the body's consciousness. The eyes of yin and yang make the eyes burn with intense heat, as if they can see through everything. That heavenly evolution dragon transformation technique infuses the limbs and bones with mysterious power, as if a hidden dragon has possessed and coexisted with them. The way of creation in medicine elucidates the supreme mysteries of life and death medicine. After absorbing all of this, a void of mist appeared before my eyes. At the edge of the mist, a colossal tombstone looms between the sky and the earth. What is that tombstone? Luo Yun instinctively wanted to get closer. But just as he took a step closer to the tombstone, buzz! An incredibly powerful thrust. It violently ejected his consciousness. Then, Luo Yun woke up. He sat up abruptly. I felt a mysterious sensation throughout my body, as if I had been reborn, and even the traces of the cancer had disappeared. Not only that, he can even see inward. The 5 internal organs, 6 bowels, and 8 extraordinary meridians are all within sight. He went from shock to horror, and then gradually a raging fire appeared in his eyes. What my grandfather said before he died was true. My Luo family lineage truly possesses the legendary, heavenly eye divine healer, inheritance, a talent that is said to be seen only once every few thousand years. Hee, you didn't expect that, did you? The Luo family, you bullied me, humiliated me, looked down on me, disregarded the deaths of my parents, and drove me out of the house, but I, Luo Yun, am the only heir of the core bloodline of the Luo family. After experiencing heart-wrenching betrayal and a life-or-death ordeal, his mindset underwent a complete transformation. Everyone in the Luo family, just you wait. Even if I, Luo Yun, am penniless now, I will never admit defeat. I will rise up, and I will show you how a piece of trash you kicked out of the family can grow into the greatest figure in the Luo lineage. And then there's the Hong family from the provincial capital, the Fong family from Donghai, and those top families in Beijing. I know that you were the ones who orchestrated my parents' deaths. Those spineless cowards from the Luo family are afraid of you, but I, Luo Yun, am not. So what if they are princes and nobles? So what if they can control everything? Even if I fight to my last breath, I will overthrow you all, trample you under my feet, and make you pay for your crimes in blood. My heart was filled with a tumultuous roar. Luo Yun was extremely excited and filled with boundless pride. After finally calming down, I realized I was in a luxurious hotel bed. A refreshing fragrance wafted from beside me. Lift the blanket. Luo Yun was so startled that she jumped out of bed. Hanin Shuangxue? How did I end up sleeping in the same bed as her? Memories of the time before I fell into a coma flooded my mind in an instant. It was she who rescued me from the humiliating clutches of Zhang Yan's family? Thinking about all of this, Luo Yun felt grateful. While unconscious, he fell headfirst into Han Shuangxue's arms, the warmth and gentleness of being in someone's arms. I still remember it vividly. But that warmth might just be an illusion. He shook his head with a wry smile. How could someone as lonely as me possibly have anyone who truly cares about me? Perhaps Han Shuangxue was just unwilling to accept that such a useful shield of mine had died so inexplicably? He chuckled to himself, then got up and left. Before leaving, he glanced at Han Shuangxue one last time. It was this glance that made him pause in surprise. The yin-yang eyes activate automatically. He suddenly saw through Han Shuangxue's limbs, bones, and internal organs. How could the meridians and internal organs in her abdomen be so severely obstructed by blood stasis? The vast ancient medical traditions surged and churned in my mind. Soon. The word that came to Luo Yun's mind was abortion syndrome. This condition is extremely rare. If left untreated, the blood stasis caused by uterine obstruction can lead to stagnation of the meridians and reverse blood flow. If this continues, she might not even live past 30. Doesn't she know about her condition? Luo Yun pondered for a moment, then tossed his head. Who cares if she knows or not? I've already died once, so I'm never going to be indecisive again. Whatever the reason, it's only right that she saved me and I saved her. Luo Yun quickly sat down by the bed, and with the help of the divine physician's inheritance in his mind and the yin-yang eyes, began the treatment. It's just this process. Perhaps we've gotten a little too close. He gently lifted Han Shuangxue's clothes. The warmth of his right palm fell upon her fair, smooth waist. With her left hand, she carefully lifted her skirt. In Luo Yun's eyes, a pair of long, flawless, snow-white legs revealed countless meridians and acupoints. Tap, tap, tap. The fingers are nimble, and the breath flows smoothly. Luo Yun, who had just received the inheritance, was covered in sweat and exhausted in no time. It took about an hour. It was accompanied by a buzzing sound. An aura emanated from Han Shuangxue's body. Her long blocked uterus was finally opened in an instant. Call. Luo Yun felt as if his entire body had been hollowed out. Uncontrollably, he plunged headfirst into Han Shuangxue's snow-white, delicate chest. Han Shuangxue let out a groan in her sleep. I woke up rubbing my eyes. Upon seeing the scene before her, her pretty face immediately flushed red. Ah! A gasp of shock, shame, and anger instantly echoed throughout the entire hotel room. Chapter 3 Humans and Animals Are Different, A Worthless Life. Han Shuangxue's entire body was trembling. My mind went completely blank. Having lived this long, she had never even held a boy's hand. Such self-discipline for over 20 years. Unexpectedly. Huff huff. Han Xuanxue took deep breaths, looking at her skirt that had been lifted up, her snow-white thighs touched by Luo Yun's large hands, and then at her top that was almost up to her chest. Her face turned extremely red, filled with shame and indignation. But when his gaze finally fell on Luo Yun's face, his anger subconsciously dissipated by more than half. Especially after seeing Luo Yun's innocent and sincere eyes. She was caught in a dilemma again. No, I have to suppress my anger. Luo Yun is the man who saved my life, and he can't blame him. Any man who wakes up to find a woman in his arms would be tempted to get physical, right? Besides, I shouldn't be considered an ugly woman, right? Besides, considering how badly his ex-wife treated him, she might never have given in to him willingly. Poor kid, he must have been holding back for a long time. Myuri awake? At this moment, Luo Yun finally regained some strength and weakly tried to explain. Don't misunderstand, I was just treating your illness. Upon hearing this, Han Xuanxue interrupted directly, Luo Yun, we are alone together now, you have no need to lie to me. As she spoke, she took a deep breath, adopted a gentler tone, and suddenly grabbed Luo Yun's hand, blushing as she said, Luo Yun, tell me the truth, is it because you think your sister is too beautiful that you suddenly couldn't help yourself, right? Luo Yun was taken aback. Without thinking too much, Han Xuanxue pulled Luo Yun's hand and guided it towards her chest. She mustered her courage, her face flushed red, and her voice trembled slightly with nervousness as she said, if you really want to. Sister, I can give it to you, I just hope you'll be gentle. Of course, if you don't like gentleness, that's fine too, I am willing to cooperate. Han Xuanxue was shocked when she said these words. Deep down, she was still quite resistant. Of course, she was unwilling to hand herself over so carelessly. But thinking about Luo Yun's tragic experience, she felt very sorry for him and couldn't bear to refuse him. So, at this moment, Han Xuanxue's face was filled with resistance and resentment. But he seemed to be letting Luo Yun do whatever he wanted. This situation completely baffled Luo Yun. Why is Miss Han behaving so strangely? Was it during my treatment that her blood and qi surged, affecting her mental state? Bang! Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open violently. Han Xuanxue's bodyguard, Afa, rushed in, exuding a wary killing intent. Miss, I just heard you scream, what happened, huh? Afa immediately noticed Luo Yun's hand hovering in front of Han Xuanxue's chest. He immediately glared at her angrily. You stay away from our young lady. Luo Yun was both amused and exasperated. It seems there was a misunderstanding. It doesn't matter, anyway, she saved me and I saved her, so we're even. He was too lazy to waste words. He got up to leave, tossing out a parting remark, remember to give your young lady plenty of hot water. Bang! After saying that, he closed the door and left. He didn't even have time to change out of his hospital gown. Miss, are you alright? Oh. Fa rushed up to ask. Han Xuanxue, feeling dizzy, raised her hand and slapped Afa hard across the face. What are you doing? Luo Yun is a very important person to me, yet you drove him away. Miss, but just now. Han Xuanxue gritted her teeth. No, I don't want anything to happen between us so carelessly, but I can't bear to see him hurt. She was so conflicted. It would be a lie to say that Luo Yun wasn't angry when she took action against him without permission. But the thought of Luo Yun being orphaned, homeless, terminally ill, and penniless is unbearable. Her heart ached as if it were being stabbed with a knife. Now that he has been deeply hurt and betrayed by his wife Zhang Yan, he can never go back to that home. The weather is cold. Where should Luo Yun stay? After much deliberation, she quickly pulled a luxurious and unique key from her bag and handed it to her subordinate, Afe. Afe, hurry and chase after him, give Luo Yun the key to Tiangui Manor, if he has nowhere to stay, he can stay there temporarily. I'm feeling very confused right now and need to calm down, but before that, I absolutely must not let Luo Yun end up on the streets. Yes. Soon. Downstairs in the hotel. Afa hurriedly caught up with Luo Yun. Mr. Luo, wait. Luo Yun turned his head and looked at him with a half-smile, saying, "What, you want to fight? I can accompany you, it's a good opportunity to practice your skills." Afa quickly blushed and bowed in apology. "I'm sorry, Mr. Luo, I may have misunderstood you before, please forgive me, you are a very magnanimous person. Please accept this key." Luo Yun took the uniquely designed ship key and asked in confusion, This is our young lady's luxury apartment in the Tiangue Manor, unit number 001. She said she was in a bad mood and wanted to calm down before that. She hopes you can move in here first." Luo Yun shook his head and smiled, "We're already even, so there's no need for that." Afa stuffed the key into Luo Yun's palm. "Mr. Luo, I just barged into the room and made Miss angry. Please be kind and accept the key, or I'll be in big trouble." Oh, by the way, Tiangue Manor is divided into 3 areas according to their level, the ordinary area, the high-end area, and the luxury area. Mrs. Property is in the highest level luxury area, so don't go to the wrong place. After saying that, Afa left without looking back. Luo Yun looked both amused and exasperated. What is this? Overnight fee? I chuckled to myself, too lazy to think about it any further, and put the keys away for the time being. Let's find a place to eat first things, I suppose. Luo Yun was exhausted and hungry. I used all my rudimentary skills, which were only at the beginner level, to treat Han Shuangxue. So I found a beef noodle shop and used the 10 yuan I had left to fill my stomach. After eating, my strength has finally returned somewhat. And when the qi and blood return, Luo Yun suddenly felt an indescribable heat in his dantian. This feeling. Could this be the precursor to the first step on the path of cultivation, the cleansing of the marrow and molting of the body, as mentioned in the inheritance in my mind? Luo Yun smiled. Unexpectedly, this misfortune turned into a blessing in disguise. He exhausted all his strength as soon as he started learning, but unexpectedly, it activated his dantian. I hurriedly left the beef noodle shop, but there was nowhere else to go. It's too late, the feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Luo Yun sat on the ground by the street, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. Moment. The surging blood and qi in his dantian boiled and surged, washing over and nourishing all the meridians and acupoints in his body. I don't know when. A torrential downpour began. Han Shuangxue is now very worried about Luo Yun's condition, but recalling the time when Luo Yun touched her inappropriately before, she felt a pang of sadness. My mind started to race again. Luo Yun, if you really want me, I can consider dating you for 3 months and slowly give myself to you. Before you die, I will spend the happiest 3 months of your life with you. But why? Why did you do that to me without warning, while I was asleep? I know you're not a bad person, and I know it might be that you couldn't control yourself, it's a normal physiological reaction, but the more I think about it, the worse I feel. She shook her head, deciding to stop thinking about it. Turning away from the floor-to-ceiling window, he instructed Afa, contact Dr. Luo for Mei left the Sanjiang business conference without permission and came to Jiangzhou City. I have to give an explanation to my family and the outside world. Yes, miss. On the other side. Luo Yun was completely immersed in the torrential rain. They sit for hours at a time. They were completely unaware that they were already soaked to the bone. Passers-by with umbrellas passing by even mistook him for a pitiful, homeless beggar. People generously donated coins and small change. And this scene. It just so happened that the driver of a Honda car driving by saw it. The owner of this Honda was none other than Zhang Yan's younger brother, Zhang Dong. His girlfriend was sitting in the passenger seat. Ah Dong, look, doesn't this beggar sitting by the roadside look like your brother-in-law? Zhang Dong said impatiently, are you kidding me? My brother-in-law is currently showing my sister apartments in the upscale area of Tiangue Manor. Oh no, that's not it. His girlfriend shook her head repeatedly, I'm not talking about your new brother-in-law, I'm talking about your previous brother-in-law who had a terminal illness and was dying. Huh, you mean that good-for-nothing Luo Yun? Zhang Dong looked puzzled and turned to look out the car window. At a glance, you can see Luo Yun sitting cross-legged in the rain, receiving money from passers-by. After a full 3 seconds of stunned silence, suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted. Oh ho, it really is Luo Yun. Didn't he get picked up by a beautiful wife? Could he have been cheated on and dumped again? Ha, that's so damn pathetic. After my sister left him, she immediately went to look at apartments in the upscale Tiangue Manor area, while Hudson only end up on the streets as a beggar, eating scraps. There's a real difference between humans and animals, their lives are worthless. For Chapter 4 Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. Zhang Dong's girlfriend scoffed upon hearing this. Ah Dong, you actually believe he has women who want him? Look at him, so poor and unlucky, he has nothing and a terminal illness. Even if he were to be cuckolded, it wouldn't be him, he was clearly an actor they hired in the hospital. Oh, right, an actor. Zhang Dong clapped his hands. How could I not have thought of that? It must be like that. As he spoke, he quickly took out his phone and took a picture of Luo Yun being drenched in the downpour, looking like a beggar being given alms. Hee, I'm going to take a picture and show my sister what happened to Luo Yun, this pathetic clown. Let's see if he'll still pretend. After we finished taking the photos, my girlfriend asked, did you send them to your sister? No need to send it. Zhang Dong put away his phone. Let's go directly to Tiangue Manor to find my sister and show her in person. His girlfriend was taken aback. Why go to Tiangue Manor? That's a neighborhood for rich people, and your sister doesn't live there. Rich people? Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong looked smug. From now on, I'm a rich person living there too. As she spoke, she turned her head and raised her eyebrows. Didn't I just tell you, my sister is looking at houses in Tiangue Manor right now. My brother-in-law said he's going to buy a big house in the upscale area, so my parents and I can live there. Huh? A luxury room at Tiangue Manor? His girlfriend's eyes sparkled. That's twice as expensive as outside. Once you move in, you'll become a superior person. Oh, honey, take me with you. I want to help my sister and brother-in-law decide. Upon seeing how wealthy Zhang Dongxin's brother-in-law was, the girlfriend's attitude towards Zhang Dongxin immediately warmed up. Ha ha ha, great. Zhang Dong smiled smugly, patted his girlfriend, and drove off. Another hour passed. The rainstorm ended and the sky cleared. Luo Yun woke up bathed in sunlight. He exhaled a breath of stale air. All impurities and vital energy within the body have been cleared away, successfully cleansing the body and removing the marrow. Luo Yun was astonished by the changes in herself. At this moment, his 5 senses and body seemed to transform into superhuman. I had a feeling that I could kill a bull with one punch. According to the inheritance, this is only the initial stage of qi refining, just the time of undergoing marrow cleansing and transformation, and such a change has already occurred. What will happen later on? Luo Yun was filled with excitement. He was filled with unprecedented confidence in rising up and avenging his parents. Ugh, this person smells awful. At this moment, a couple walked by, pinching their noses and glancing at Luo Yun with disgust. Smelly? Luo Yun sniffed himself and frowned. It really stinks. His body was covered in grime from the cleansing and marrow washing process. It smells sour and foul. Looking at the coins and leftovers that had been given to him, Luo Yun was both amused and exasperated. I'm being treated like a beggar. But you can't blame anyone else. He himself felt that his drenched and smelly appearance made him look just like a beggar. Where can I take a shower? I've used up the last bit of money I have to eat. Suddenly, Luo Yun remembered something and took out the key that Han Xuanxue had sent to him from his pocket. The sticker above reads, Tiangue Manor, Luxury Zone, 001. I am just going to borrow the house to take a shower. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Now, Han Xuanxue has arrived at Dr. Luo's private clinic. Dr. Luo was an elderly man in his 70s, with a kind and gentle appearance. Miss Han, you know so many renowned doctors in the provincial capital, I never expected you would still remember me, a barefoot doctor living in a tiny Jiangzhou city. Han Shuangxue greeted him with a wry smile, extending her elbow with a dejected expression. Mr. Luo, thank you for your trouble. Mr. Luo began to take the patient's pulse. But this time it took longer than any before. As time went on, Mr. Luo's expression gradually became one of surprise and uncertainty. He kept changing his finger techniques, his eyes darting around, muttering in amazement, strange, strange. Han Xuanxue's heart tightened, and she asked worriedly, Mr. Luo, has my condition worsened again? It's not worsening. Mr. Luo quickly shook his head, and only after confirming the diagnosis did he withdraw his hand, a happy smile spreading across his face. Congratulations, Ms. Han, your illness has been cured. What? Han Xuanxue was stunned. Healed? How is that possible? When I checked your pulse last time, you clearly said it had gotten worse. It's only been a few days. Are you sure you're not mistaken? There's no way I could be wrong. Although I'm not as skilled as those legendary doctors in the provincial capital, my pulse diagnosis is absolutely accurate. If I say you're cured, then you're cured. As Mr. Luo finished speaking, he suddenly narrowed his eyes, stroked his beard, and smiled. Miss Han, could it be that you were worried I'd be bored, so you came to surprise me and tell me you're cured in this way? Tell me, which miracle doctor did you encounter? How could the medicine be so effective, curing the illness so quickly? Mr. Luo, I'm not joking with you. I had severe abdominal pain this morning. Oh? Mr. Luo looked puzzled. That strange, your kind of strange illness has absolutely no chance of healing on its own. If you were still having abdominal pain this morning, it means that your illness was still present at that time. Think carefully. Did you meet some miracle doctor today? How could that be? Han Xuanxue woke up early and ran to Jiangzhou to find Luo Yun. During that time, she didn't see any miracle doctor at all. Let alone a miracle doctor. Before coming to Dr. Luo's place, apart from Luo Yun and her bodyguard Alpha, she had never been in contact with a third person. Etc. Suddenly, Han Xuanxue recalled. I was at the hotel earlier. When she woke up and saw Luo Yun lying on top of her, it seems he was saying that he was treating my illness. Illness? Could it be? He didn't lie to me. I misunderstood him? He not only did not take liberties with me, but he also cured me of the strange illness that had plagued me for many years and was life-threatening. At this time only then did Han Xuanxue finally remember. Before starting from scratch, Luo Yun's grandfather was a doctor with considerable reputation. It's just that the Luo family later entered the business world, and no one inherited their medical skills. Could it bet that Luo Yun inherited his grandfather's medical skills, and he really didn't take advantage of me, but instead saved me? After figuring all of this out, Han Xuanxue felt extremely remorseful and guilty. But this was quickly replaced by a sense of relief. That's great. It seems I really misunderstood him. Luo Yun hasn't changed. He's still the same person I know. Mr. Luo, thank you for the reminder. Without further hesitation, Han Xuanxue left the clinic and drove off to find Luo Yun. Luo Yun walked all the way to Tiangui Manor. Even through the gate of the residential complex, one could sense the luxury inside. When the two security guards saw Luo Yun, who was covered in sour smells and looked like a beggar, they stepped forward to stop him. However, before he could even speak, the chip key in Luo Yun's pocket beeped, and the gate to the residential complex opened by itself. The two security guards were startled and immediately stopped in their tracks. Only after Luo Yun had walked far away did the two breathe a sigh of relief and look at each other, wiping their sweat. What a close call. I almost offended him. That person had a chip key. Only residents of high-end and luxury areas are equipped with those kinds of keys. These rich people have such strange tastes. They're so rich. Rich, why do they dress like beggars? Luo Yun quickly became disoriented after entering the residential area. Fa is right, this neighborhood is too big. It's really hard to find. Forget it, let's just keep going straight. This is the regular area, the upscale area is ahead, and after passing through the upscale area, we should be in the luxury area. Thinking about it, I unconsciously quickened my pace. And at that very moment, in front of room 001, the upscale section of Tiangui Manor, Zhang Yin and her parents, Li Lei, and Zhang Dong and his girlfriend, The group left the saleswoman standing there. They were gathered around the phone, watching a video of Luoyun being treated like a beggar and given alms. The laughter grew louder and louder. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. This guy actually went so far as to get soaked in the rain to play the victim in order to beg for charity. I never knew this good-for-nothing had such a talent for begging. Seeing Luoyun in such a miserable state, Zhang Yan felt incredibly satisfied and laughed louder than anyone else. I knew it, how could that good-for-nothing have such good fortune? My sister-in-law was right, he must have hired actors. Li Lei, with his arm around Zhang Yan, let out a long sigh of relief. I almost got fooled by this bastard. What a clown, he's dying of cancer, and instead of saving money for a few good meals, he's spending money on actors, and he even had the actors say he's going to inherit billions of assets. Ha ha ha, he dares to brag like that, isn't he afraid of biting off more than he can chew? The former father-in-law and mother-in-law also looked gloating. A good-for-nothing is always a good-for-nothing, that kind of actress. I probably spent a lot of money on her, and now she's reduced to begging to make a living. She deserves it. The more people cursed, the more addicted they became. And just then, a familiar, filthy figure was walking towards them, looking up at the building number. Zhang Dong was the first to notice, and after a moment of surprise, he couldn't help but smile. Ha, oh my god, mom and dad, sister and brother-in-law, look who's that. Everyone turned to look. Oh, ha, isn't this beggar Luoyun? 5, Chapter 5. Kneel down and call me father. Luoyun heard the mocking and teasing. Look up. When they discovered that the people who were mocking them were actually Zhang Yan's family. Moment. The anger and resentment that had been building up inside suddenly erupted. His eyes instantly turned cold and ruthless. What are those bastards doing here? Without thinking too much, Zhang Yan's family had already come up and blocked Luoyun's way, laughing. Luoyun, you really are a genius at being a beggar. Did you hear that there are many rich people in Tiangue Manor, so you decided to come here to stay, ha? Li Lei, a cigarette dangling from his lips, looked at him with utter contempt and mockery. What kind of look is that? You're not happy. If you're not happy, call your beautiful actress wife over here, and I'll cuckold you in front of you again, so you'll remember this lesson, ha? A fierce glint flashed in Luoyun's eyes. A good dog doesn't block the way, get lost. Oh? Everyone was taken aback by Luoyun's attitude. Why is this guy suddenly so arrogant? What, does he have to be so confident now that he's begging for food? That's hard to say. Maybe he's exceptionally talented and has become an elder in the beggar's sect? Everyone burst into laughter. Luoyun's eyes grew colder as she stared intently at Li Lei. If you don't get out of here, I'll step over you. Holy crap! This time, the crowd's expressions finally changed. Li Lei smashed his cigarette on the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and glared at Luoyun, saying menacingly, you cuckolded bastard, you think you're so great, believe me or not, I'll smash your head in. A conflict seemed imminent. Fearing liability, the saleswoman quickly rushed over to smooth things over. Please calm down, everyone. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? Please let me know. Luoyun was about to make a move. But seeing that innocent people were involved, he temporarily suppressed his anger. I'm looking for this house, how do I get there? As he spoke, he handed the chip key to the saleswoman. The saleswoman glanced at the design of the chip key and the unique gold plating on the top of the key. A flash of shock crossed his eyes. He instinctively showed a hint of admiration for Luoyun's attitude. This is the key to a luxury apartment. Any one of the luxury apartments in this area is enough to buy 4 or 5 apartments in Zhang Yan's upscale neighborhood. Seriously, looking for room 001, right? The saleswoman greeted us with a respectful smile. It's right next door, let me show you the way. With that, he prepared to leave with Luoyun. Etc. Zhang Yan and the others looked grim. He grabbed the saleswoman. What are you doing? You're going to talk to a stinking beggar. Don't you have eyes? Go back and continue showing us the houses. The saleswoman was pulled so hard she lost her balance and almost fell, dropping her keys to the ground. But I didn't dare to get angry because of work and making a living. He apologized profusely, saying, I'm so sorry, I was just showing this gentleman the way. I won't be long, I'll be right back. What? Everyone was stunned. Is this saleswoman out of her mind? You think Luo Yun, with his poor, beggar-like appearance, is the kind of person who can afford to live in a house like this? You fucking... Li Lei almost cursed, his face darkening as he said, "Little girl, don't be so stubborn, get back here right now, otherwise, one phone call and you're fired." Zhang Yan said proudly, "Little sister, we're not kidding you. My brother Lei's good older brother is the general manager of your sales department. We're just kindly reminding you not to be fooled by a beggar. Don't be ungrateful, quickly apologize and continue to introduce houses to us." The saleswoman was now in a real predicament. She dared not offend Zhang Yan and the others. But he dared not offend Luo Yun, who lived in the luxury district. So he could only bite the bullet and apologize repeatedly, bending down to pick up the keys. "I'm so sorry, to promise I'll be right back after I've shown you the wire. However, I haven't picked up the keys yet." Li Lei then stomped hard on the saleswoman's hand. The saleswoman, wincing in pain, quickly withdrew her hand, leaving a bright red shoe print on the back of her hand. Tears welled up in her eyes from the pain. "You stupid dog of a woman, you're asking for it, aren't you?" As he spoke, Li Lei raised his hand and slapped the saleswoman hard across the face. Smack! A crisp sound. But his slap didn't land on the saleswoman's face. Instead, Luo Yun suddenly grabbed him. Everyone was shocked. This bastard is terminally ill, practically half dead. How could you react so quickly? Li Lei seemed to have suffered a great humiliation, and his face immediately turned red as he fiercely shouted, "You dog, you dare to stop me, believe me or not, Illa." He hadn't finished speaking. A terrifying cracking sound of bones breaking was heard. Luo Yun actually twisted Li Lei's wrist at a 90-degree angle. Li Lei screamed in agony. "To show off your power, you actually attacked an innocent little girl without any scruples. Do you even deserve to be called a human being? Apologize." Let go, let go. Li Lei was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. His body continued to curl and descend, and he was about to kneel in front of Luo Yun. "Luo Yun, you coward, let go of brother Lei." Zhang Dong and the others stared wide-eyed, angrily threatening, "Do you know what kind of background my brother-in-law has? Do you want to die? Conflict is imminent." Worried about losing her job, the saleswoman quickly wiped away her tears and pleaded, "Sir, I'm so sorry, I didn't explain myself clearly. It's my fault, and you don't need to apologize. Please let go, I'll explain things to them, okay?" Luo Yun's face was extremely gloomy. But seeing the saleswoman's pleading eyes, I took a deep breath. Because it reminded him of himself in previous years when he had to endure humiliation and live a life of quiet desperation. While hesitating, Zhang Yan suddenly picked up the key from the ground, compared it with their keys, and immediately burst out laughing smile. "Haha, look, this fake key that Luo Yun brought also has number 001 on it. Isn't this the house we're going to buy today?" Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. My goodness, what a show-off. You're already standing right in front of room 001, and you're still pretending you can't find it? He really went all out just to show off. He actually spent money to have an identical chip key made. No wonder he fooled that idiot saleswoman so easily. The saleswoman quickly offered an explanation. "Listen up, everyone, although you all have the key to room 001, the key you hold is only for a residence in the upscale area. But this gentleman's key belongs to apartment number 001 in the luxury penthouse next door." What? Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Key to a luxury penthouse in the upscale area? Are you kidding me? A house in the luxury district, even a random one, costs several times more than the high-end houses they want to buy in the upscale area. Does this good-for-nothing Luo Yun even deserve to possess it? Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter again. "Luo Yun, is this idiot saleswoman also an actress you hired?" Li Lei seized the opportunity to escape from Luo Yun's grasp. Grinning and rubbing his wrist, he said viciously, "You bastard, trying to show off? Fine, I'll let you show off to your heart's content today. If you can open the door to this luxury apartment building today, I'll kneel down in front of you and call you dad. I'll apologize to this stupid saleswoman. But if you can't open it. A fierce glint flashed in Lilei's eyes. I want you to kneel before me, kowtow 3 times, and call me grandpa 3 times, and... As he spoke, he spat a mouthful of phlegm on the ground. I want you to lick this phlegm up and swallow it, otherwise, I'll not only cripple you, but I'll also fire this saleswoman next to you right now. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman was immediately horrified. Although she recognized that the key in Luo Yun's hand belonged to the luxury residential area. But Luo Yun did indeed smell sour and looked like a beggar. What if I really did make a mistake? Sir, I'm sorry, you. However, before the saleswoman could finish speaking, Luo Yun's eyes sharpened. Alright, it's a deal. With that, he picked up the keys and walked straight towards the luxury residential area next door. Ha! Damn, this guy actually dares to gamble. Is he planning to back out and run away after showing off? Lilei sneered. He can't escape. I'll call my brother and have him block all the exits of the complex. Today, he'll have to kneel down and lick my phlegm clean. Wow, this guy actually made it to the luxury section. That saleswoman is so pitiful. She was blind and mistook Luo Yun for a human being, and now her future is ruined. When Luo Yun actually stopped in front of a luxurious mansion, everyone burst into laughter again. The saleswoman also looked pale and desperate. However, the next second, the laughter of the crowd suddenly stopped. There was a click sound. Luo Yun inserted the key and actually opened the door of the mansion with ease. Moment. Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were all stunned. Luo Yun stood on the gate of the mansion, turned his head and looked down at everyone with cold eyes. Lilei, kneel down and call me father. The kind where you cry your heart out. I want to see the pure and sincere heart of this unfilial son. 6, Chapter 6. My sister and wife come to the rescue. Thump. At that moment, everyone's heart stopped, and they were stunned. This Luo Yun. They actually opened the mansion? How is this possible? He's just a penniless good-for-nothing. How could he possibly afford to live in a house like this? There must be some other reason. Zhang Yan's family simply couldn't believe that Luo Yun had such good fortune. My mind raced, and I quickly came to the most likely conclusion. Brother Lei, I know Luo Yun must have stolen that key. That saleswoman was in cahoots with him. Upon hearing this, Lilei's previously ashen face suddenly froze. Yes. This key must have been stolen by Luo Yun. Otherwise, a good-for-nothing beggar like him wouldn't even have the right to step into the Tiangue manor. Thinking about this, he turned around and slapped the saleswoman hard across the face. Smack. The saleswoman screamed and fell to the ground. You slut, confess now, did you steal the spare key to that mansion to show off to Luo Yun? Zhang Yan and her family also joined in, tearing at the saleswoman's hair and clothes to vent their anger. Boom. Upon seeing this situation, Luo Yun's inner rage completely erupted. Seeing the saleswoman being bullied and humiliated by Zhang Yan's family reminded him of his own past. A pack of mad dogs, stop right there. Luo Yun roared angrily, and his figure flashed over like a ghost. Bang! He kicked out hard. Pooh! Pooh! Lilei coughed up bile, and in excruciating pain, he collapsed to his knees with a thud. What, Luo Yun, you coward, how dare you hit my brother Lei? Smack! Before Zhang Yan could finish speaking, Luo Yun raised his hand and slapped Zhang Yan hard across the face. He doesn't usually hit women. But the prerequisite is that the other party must be a person. Thump. Zhang Yan's face was swollen and she flew out, hitting her parents. They tumbled and rolled into the pond behind them. The whole family was soaked to the bone in the blink of an eye. They all looked at Luo Yun in utter shock. Is this still the same spineless son-in-law they knew who groveled before Zhang Yan every day and swallowed his pride? Why does he seem like a completely different person, so domineering? You bastard, how dare you lay a hand on me, you beggar thief? Li Lei, realizing what was happening, gritted his teeth and said, "My brother Huang is the sales manager of Tiangui Manor, this is his territory, he's on his way to find me. Luo Yun, you'd better kneel down and kowtow to apologize right now, otherwise, when my brother Huang arrives, I'll make you pt." He hadn't finished speaking. Luo Yun raised his leg and kicked again. "Did I give you permission to bark like a dog?" Bang! Li Lei's ribs were broken by the kick, and he rolled several times on the ground before landing in the pond to join Zhang Yan, that slut. And right at this moment, suddenly, a cold voice came from not far away. Where did this beggar come from, daring to cause trouble at Tiangui Manor? Everyone turned to look. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit, exuding an air of authority, strode over. He was followed by 17 or 18 security guards wielding rubber batons, looking quite menacing. "Ah, Brother Huang, you're finally here, quickly cripple this bastard, he conspired with this saleswoman to steal the keys to this luxury house, and he even tried to kill someone." Li Lei and Zhang Yan's family seemed to have seen a savior, and they hurriedly scrambled over to explain the situation. After hearing what happened, Brother Huang's face immediately darkened, and he frowned as he looked at Luo Yun. "You bastard, have you lost your mind? How dare you cause trouble on my, Huang Xingfei's, turf?" Luo Yun narrowed his eyes and looked at Huang Xingfei. "You're the general manager of the sales department here, you've come at the right time, tell your bunch of mad dogs to get lost and stop getting in the way." These words were spoken. Huang Xingfei was stunned for 2 seconds, then laughed loudly. "Ah, good grief, you've gotten addicted to showing off. You can fool outsiders, but you actually tried to fool me?" As he spoke, Huang Xingfei pointed to the No 001 mansion behind Luo Yun. "That house was a gift from our chairman to a big shot in the provincial capital. It has been empty for more than a year. How dare you, a beggar, say that you live here?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan's family exchanged glances, then burst into laughter, thoroughly satisfied. "Ha ha ha. I knew it, this house isn't his at all, he stole the key. I always said that a good-for-nothing like Luo Yun, who is terminally ill, should live a life worse than an animal. He absolutely doesn't deserve this kind of fate." Luo Yun's eyelids twitched violently. "But I'll hold my temper for now, since it involves the management of Tiangui Manor." In order not to have a negative impact on Han Shuangxue, even if they have to take action, they must first make things clear. "This house was a gift from a friend, I can call to confirm that." As he spoke, Luo Yun touched himself and then suddenly remembered. Zhang Yan had already snatched my phone. Luo Yun searched for a long time but couldn't even find a cell phone. Huang Shengfei burst into laughter. "You don't even have a cell phone and you're still pretending with me?" He completely lost his patience and waved his hand. "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with a stinking beggar like you. Let's fight. If you dare to mess with my brother Huang Xingfei on my turf, break his legs." The words fell. A group of security guards grabbed rubber batons and charged aggressively at Luo Yun. Luo Yun's expression darkened. It seems that the manager of Tiangui Manor, like Zhang Yan and the others, is a bunch of snobbish trash who look down on people. That's how it is. Then there's no need for further explanation. This is a perfect opportunity to test my strength at the early stage of qi refining. Buzz. He paused in his dantian, and his breath flowed into his limbs and bones. Just as the conflict was about to fully erupt, a woman's sharp shout suddenly broke the silence. "Stop, I'd like to see who dares to touch him." Everyone turned their heads. A tall, stunningly beautiful woman wearing sunglasses and a red trench coat walked briskly in high heels, accompanied by an imposing subordinate. Her temperament was cold and aloof, exuding a sense of superiority and oppression. Han Shuangxue? Luo Yun recognized her at a glance. Not only did he recognize it, Li Lei and Zhang Yan's family also quickly recognized Han Shuangxue. "Ha, Luo Yun, isn't this the actress wife you found? Isn't this incredibly dedicated? You're practically begging on the streets, and she's still putting on an act for you?" Before anyone could think further, Han Shuangxue quickly came to Luo Yun, took Luo Yun's hand, and looked her up and down with concern. "Luo Yun, I'm sorry about before, are you alright, did they bully you?" Seeing Han Shuangxue's gentle and tender manner towards Luo Yun, Everyone watching felt a pang of envy. Even Huang Shengfei felt an immediate sense of displeasure. Damn it, what kind of world is this? Why would such a stunningly beautiful woman show such concern and care for a beggar? However, the thought that Zhang Yan and others referred to this woman as an actress came to mind. I suddenly felt much better. He immediately adopted what he thought was a handsome gentlemanly posture. Miss, please keep your distance from this filthy beggar. I am worried he might hurt you. However, hearing the other party say that Luo Yun was a stinking beggar, Han Xuanxue's aura suddenly turned icy. Without turning her head, she ordered Fa, slap him. The words had barely left his mouth. Fa was like a ghost. Sieve. He instantly appeared in front of Huang Shengfei. Smack. He slapped her hard across the face. Instead of sending him flying, the blow directly slapped a gash into his mouth, knocking out 3 of his teeth. This sight immediately terrified everyone. Huang Shengfei clutched his bleeding, throbbing face, his scalp tingling with rage. You dare hit me? You think you're so great, you actress bitch? Actor? At this moment, Han Xuanxue slowly turned her head. She then took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of stunningly beautiful yet icy eyes that stared directly at Huang Shengfei. Open your dog eyes and see clearly whether I am an actress or not. The instant their eyes met, Huang Shengfei was taken aback at first. He froze on the spot, as if struck by lightning. The expression on his face changed from arrogance to shock, terror, and unprecedented despair in an instant. With a thud, under the watchful eyes of everyone, suddenly, he deflated like a punctured balloon, his legs buckling uncontrollably as he knelt on the ground. Miss Han. 7, Chapter 7 The Emperor's Pleasure Arranged by My Wife. Seeing this situation, Li Lei and Zhang Yan's family were all shocked. Brother Huang, what's wrong? Don't be fooled, that bitch is just an actress hired by Luo Yun. He hadn't finished speaking. Huang Shengfei was so frightened that he hurriedly stood up and slapped Li Lei and Zhang Yan across the face twice. Shut your dog mouths and open your dog eyes to see clearly. This is the daughter of the prestigious Han Group in the provincial capital, the owner of that mansion. What? Is she the heiress of the Han Group in the provincial capital? The family was completely dumbfounded. Huang Shengfei stumbled and crawled to Han Xuanxue, knelt down with a thud, and repeatedly bowed, saying, Miss Han, I'm so sorry, too made a mistake at work and believed the words of a fool. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Slap slap slap, he started slapping himself frantically. He was genuinely scared. Han Xuanxue is the eldest daughter of the Han family, the 5th largest family in the provincial capital. A single, casual remark can make this lowly sales manager vanish into thin air. Han Xuanxue narrowed her beautiful eyes coldly. Luo Yun is my husband. You have humiliated my husband. Can you settle this score with just an apology? Husband? Is this beggar Han Xuanxue's husband? It's not just a rumor. Will Han Xuanxue marry Hong Qilin, the eldest son of the Hong family in the provincial capital, a year from now? I don't dare to investigate further right now. Huang Shengfei hurriedly stood up and grabbed a rubber baton. Miss Han, Mr. Luo, I understand, to atone for my crime. As he spoke, turning to the security guards, he ordered, beat this family, beat them to death. Thud, thud, thud. In the blink of an eye, Li Lei and Zhang Yan's family were like pork on a chopping board, surrounded and brutally beaten by a group of security guards, blood splattering everywhere, howling and begging for mercy as they called out to Luo Yun Grandpa. Han Xuanxue was slightly satisfied and turned to Luo Yun, asking, Husband, are you satisfied now? Upon hearing Han Xuanxue call him husband, Luo Yun felt extremely uncomfortable. I just wanted to take a shower. Bath? Upon hearing this, Han Xuanxue immediately nodded and instructed, Afa, call the Biyue International Club and ask them to arrange the best bath and spa. After saying that, he grabbed Luo Yun's hand and said, Come on, I'll take a bath with you. Watching Luo Yun and Han Xuanxue leave, Huang Shengfei was still shaken and filled with lingering fear. But soon he started to have doubts. Han Shuangxue is going to marry the eldest son of the Hong family in a year. Hong Qilan is such a powerful figure. If they find out that she is secretly keeping a man in Jiangzhou, wouldn't they turn the world upside down in no time? Thinking about it. With a lewd desire for revenge, he secretly took a picture of Han Shuangxue and Luo Yun leaving hand in hand. Then it was posted anonymously online. Half an hour later. On the other side. A luxury mansion in the provincial capital. A middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor suddenly smashed the Cuban cigar worth hundreds of thousands of dollars in his hand on the ground, pointing to the photos that had just been delivered to the table. What's going on? Wasn't Xiaoxue attending a trade fair at the confluence of the three rivers? How did she end up in Jiangzhou, holding hands with a man? The man who was flying into a rage was none other than Han Shuangxue's father, Han Jinan, the famous god of wealth of the provincial capital. The subordinate respectfully replied, "Master, rest assured, I have already sent men to suppress this news. The Hong family should not have received it yet. That's only a matter of time." Han Jinan's expression was grave. With the Hong family's intelligence network, they'll find out about this sooner or later, but that's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem now is those who want to threaten Xiaoshue's life. What if they find out that Xiaoxue went to Jiangzhou alone? Speaking of which, the subordinate understood immediately. "Master, I understand. I'll go and inform Uncle He right away." Han Jinan nodded, then added, "Also, inform Xiaoshue's cousin, Vajan, about this. An instructor in the Jiangzhou military region, which is the closest to the area. Have him go there as soon as possible, just in case." Yes. Jiangzhou. The most luxurious Bishui International Club in the city. Inside a luxury suite. Han Shuangxue quietly sipped her wine with her red lips, her eyes still full of regret and self-blame. "There was a torrential downpour earlier, but I chased him away, leaving a terminally ill person to stand in the rain for hours. I hope that after washing away the bad luck, Luo Yun won't be angry with me." At this moment, Fa came in and reported, "Miss, everything is arranged. Mr. Luo has gone to the bathhouse. The highest level Imperial SPA package, costing 188,800 yuan, has been arranged. However, miss, there's something I'm unsure whether I should ask you." "Stop beating around the bush, just say it." "Yes, the club owner just asked me if I was sure that the Emperor SPA package arranged for Mr. Luo included the full range of services." Han Shuangxue frowned slightly. "Of course, the whole package is arranged. If it weren't for the limited cost of living in Jiangzhou, I would have spent $1 million to give Luo Yun a relaxing bath. Why are you asking so many questions about a mere 180,000 yuan bath package?" No, miss, what the boss meant by full service is actually..." Before Fa could finish speaking, Han Shuangxue looked at her coldly with her beautiful eyes. Fa shrank back in fright. "Shut up, I'll arrange it right away." A luxurious and enormous bathhouse. Only Luo Yun was there. He was soaking in the clear hot spring water, feeling warm and refreshed. After undergoing a complete transformation, he was completely rejuvenated. I looked in the mirror. With the grime washed away, the face is refreshed and handsome, free from the gloom and depression of the past. Although his facial features remained unchanged, but his entire demeanor and eyes have become completely different from before. The muscle lines all over his body are like those of an ancient Greek sculpture, perfectly proportioned. What the tradition says is true. After the cleansing and marrow washing process, the body undergoes a complete transformation, like shedding its skin new. I just don't know what level of expert in the secular world does my early stage of qi refining equivalent to? Luo Yun learned this from the inheritance. The heavenly evolution dragon transformation technique he is currently practicing is neither the martial arts of the secular world nor the ancient martial arts of legend. Rather, it is the more profound and mysterious immortal martial arts. What a pity Han Shuangxue appeared just in time today, otherwise I could have tested her current strength. However, this is a self-talk. But it was overheard by two graceful women in cheongsams who walked in from the doorway. The two women chuckled and said, Hee, sir, we sisters will find out just how good you are by giving you a try." Luo Yun was startled and quickly covered her vital parts. "Who are you?" Two beautiful women in Cheongsams exchanged a smile, their expressions alluring and flushed. They then stepped directly into the pool, their bodies soaking wet, and pressed themselves against Luo Yun. "Hey bro, we thought you were a chubby old man. I never expected him to be so young and handsome. Wow, he has such a great physique." The two women in Cheongsam smiled radiantly, their eyes sparkling, looking as if they wanted to devour Luo Yun whole. "Wait, what are you doing?" He, don't be shy, little brother, just consider it a bargain for us sisters. We promise to serve you comfortably. Luo Yun hurriedly got up and ran away, grabbing a short towel to cover his private parts. "It's a misunderstanding, there must be some misunderstanding." "Hey, don't go, handsome." Ignoring the two sisters' reluctant cries, Luo Yun rushed out the back door. He stepped onto the stairs without looking back. Relying on his memory of the journey, he went straight to the luxury suite that Han Shuangxue had booked for him. Bang! The gate was closed. Luo Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He tossed the towel aside, closed his eyes, shook his head with a wry smile, and said, "Those two women, could they have been arranged for me by Han Shuangxue? What exactly does she mean by this?" However, just as I thought of this, with his extraordinary perception, Luo Yun vaguely sensed a gaze directed at him. He suddenly opened his eyes. Well! Right before my eyes. It turned out to be Han Shuangxue, who had been standing there dumbfounded, her face flushed with embarrassment and her ears burning as if they were about to bleed. She seemed to freeze in place. She stared wide-eyed in utter shock at herself, who wasn't even wearing a towel. 1 second. 2 seconds. Han. Oh. 8. Chapter 8. Someone wants to kill my wife? Now. In a military region in Jiangzhou. Wearing a 2-star instructor's uniform, Shuizhen's expression became extremely solemn after hanging up the phone. My sister is really something. Doesn't she know it's dangerous to leave the provincial capital? She's gone mad just for that Luo Yun. Others don't know. But as Han Shuangxue's cousin, Shuizhen knew very well. My cousin has always insisted on her engagement with Luo Yun, and she's not looking for a shield. But he truly has feelings for Luo Yun. A quick investigation revealed that Luo Yun had cancer. Shuizhen suddenly realized. But then his eyes turned cold. That kid named Luo Yun, if he needs money, he can just call and ask why make my sister make a special trip like this. He's trying to kill her. I dare not delay any longer. I quickly took leave and set off in a military jeep. Half an hour later. A restaurant outside the Bua International Club. After some explanation, the misunderstanding was finally cleared up. Luo Yun said with a wry smile, "Miss Han, so those two women. It was him who arranged it." Han Shuangxue quickly raised her hand and pointed to Afa behind her. Afa was filled with grievances, but dared not say anything and silently took the blame. Luo Yun squinted, half believing and half doubting. Han Shuangxue didn't flinch, but instead stared intently at Luo Yun with a serious expression. I don't know if it's just my imagination. After taking a shower, Luo Yun looked refreshed and handsome, as if he were a completely different person. Most importantly, just now at the hotel, I accidentally looked Luo Yun up and down. Until now. Luo Yun's perfectly sculpted physique lingered in my mind. Moreover, he even saw Luo Yun's. Thinking of this, Han Shuangxue's pretty face turned red, and she unconsciously bit the straw, her ears burning as she daydreamed. Are all men this amazing, or is it just Luo Yun who is like that? Oh dear, what am I thinking about? I came to my senses. Han Shuangxue's pretty face flushed red with embarrassment, and she quickly shook her head. Han Shuangxue's constantly changing expressions and movements. Luo Yun took in everything. What exactly is Miss Han thinking? Luo Yun felt increasingly uncertain. He was well aware of his role as a shield. But I am also sincerely grateful to Han Shuangxue for her help. So after hesitating for a long time, he finally spoke. Ahem, Miss Han, I'm very grateful to you no matter what, but. No buts. Before Luo Yun could finish speaking, Han Xuanxue interrupted him. Luo Yun, you've been avoiding me before because you had a wife, but now that your wife has left you, why can't you give me a chance? These words were spoken. Fei, one of his men behind him, almost choked and quickly coughed to cover it up. Real. If those rich young masters who have been pursuing Han Xuanxue but haven't even received a proper glance from her heard this, they would probably be so angry they'd vomit blood. Fei, you've interrupted our conversation. Han Xuanxue turned to look at Fei and said, go to the car and get my bag. Fei was taken aback, but miss, I need to protect you closely, you. Han Xuanxue's beautiful eyes turned cold, go quickly. Yes. Fei dared not disobey and quickly left the restaurant. Change of mind. Han Xuanxue looked at Luo Yun, her expression returning to its previous gentle and tender state. I'm sorry, husband, did my attitude towards Fei just now scare you? Upon hearing the term husband again, Luo Yun felt completely disoriented. Miss Han, please stop joking. I know I'm just a shield you're using to escape an arranged marriage, of course. I can sense that you genuinely want to help me, but the title husband, I really can't accept it. You are capable of taking on this responsibility. Han Xuanxue lightly bit her red lips, then changed her words. I know you've forgotten some things, so no matter how I explain, you won't understand my feelings, but it's okay. As she spoke, Han Xuanxue blinked her beautiful eyes and gave Luo Yun a playful look. I remember, you're 3 years younger than me, right? If I remember correctly, yes. Okay, if you can't stand me calling you husband, you can call me sister, and I'll call you brother, how about that? This. What? What, I rescued you from the clutches of your ex-wife's family and taught them a lesson, and now you can't even grant me this small request? All right. Luo Yun couldn't refuse, so she nodded helplessly. Upon seeing that Luo Yun had agreed, Han Xuanxue immediately smiled broadly. Okay, then hurry up and call me sister so I can hear it. Luo Yun looked troubled. What, a man of his word is going back on his promise, you're going back on your word now? Okay. Luo Yun sighed helplessly. Use me as a shield then. I owe them a favor. Then I'll call you sister, swear? My little brother is such a good boy. Upon hearing the word sister, Han Xuanxue's stunningly beautiful face instantly shone like a galaxy. He forked a carefully cut piece of the tenderest steak and offered it to Luo Yun. Here, have a bite of steak. Despite his reluctance, Luo Yun eventually gave in. He watched as Luo Yun ate the steak he had fed her. Han Xuanxue blinked her slightly mischievous beautiful eyes, thinking to herself. Couples with an age gap are still couples. Little brother Luo Yun, you've fallen into my trap. I happily took a bite myself. My dear brother, after we finish eating, I'll take you to find Zhang Yan. You two should get your divorce sorted out as soon as possible. Luo Yun quickly replied, no need, no need. Han Xuanxue stopped holding her knife and fork. You wouldn't? Is he still harboring some illusions about Zhang Yan? Luo Yun frowned and shook his head. Of course not, it's just I can handle this kind of thing myself. Without Han, without sister Shuer running back and forth with me. No, you are the daughter of the Han family in the provincial capital, and you are usually very busy with many affairs. You have already helped me enough, and I can't trouble you any further. We're all family now, so there's no need to worry about trouble. Han Xuanxue said, but her expression gradually turned helpless. But you reminded me I've been out here for so long without permission. My family must be looking for me like crazy. I don't think I can stay in Jiangzhou for long. But don't worry, even if I leave Jiangzhou temporarily, I will arrange for someone to take good care of you. I will never let anyone bully you again. Moreover, as soon as I leave Jiangzhou, I will contact top cancer experts around the world and do everything I can to cure your cancer, no matter the cost. Each sentence. Han Xuanxue answered without hesitation. Luo Yun was completely stunned. He stared blankly at the stunning goddess before him, admired and pursued by countless people, yet she was so concerned about his affairs. It's impossible to say I wasn't moved at all. I had been lonely and helpless for too long, and this warmth came too suddenly. It made him feel very unreal. Furthermore, considering his role as a shield, he understood that this concern was actually based on a strange relationship. Therefore, it's simply impossible to believe that a goddess like Han Xuanxue, who is surrounded by admirers, would have any real feelings for an ordinary person like him. Sister Schwer, you don't need to worry about the cancer. Luo Yun was about to tell Han Shuangxue that his cancer had disappeared. But we were only halfway through the conversation. His words abruptly ended. Because he suddenly caught a scent. A strong smell of blood and murderous intent filled the air. Little brother, what's wrong? When asked by Han Shuangxue, Luo Yun shook his head as if nothing was wrong. But Yu Guang had already quickly looked around. His five senses have become far beyond those of ordinary people. Exceptionally sensitive perception. Soon, he spotted a short, thin man in black wearing sunglasses in the corner of the restaurant, with one hand in his pocket, occasionally glancing furtively at Han Shuangxue. Buzz. Buzz. Almost instinctively, Luo Yun activates the yin-yang eye. After expending a lot of effort, he finally saw through the man's clothing pockets. The man was holding an incredibly sharp dagger in his hand, which was tucked into his robes. When he looked at Han Shuangxue through his eyes hidden behind his sunglasses, there was an undisguised murderous intent and a sinister look in them. This person's here to kill Han Shuangxue? I just thought of this. Bang! The restaurant door was pushed open forcefully. A young man dressed in camouflage instructor's uniform walked in aggressively. He immediately locked his gaze onto Han Shuangxue and Luo Yun. You bastard Luo Yun. You've got some nerve, actually getting involved with my sister. Don't they even know their place? 9. Why did she cry in Chapter 9? Zhen? Han Shuangxue recognized the man in the instructor's uniform at a glance and was taken aback. What brings you here? Shuezhen walked straight in. I'm your cousin now that you've come to Jiangzhou, can't I even see you? The two siblings have a good relationship, so there's nothing wrong with what they said. However, Shuezhen's words just now made Han Shuangxue's face fall. You can see me, but what did you mean by what you just said? What do you mean by saying that Luo Yun is clinging to me? Seeing Han Shuangxue's anger, Shuezhen subconsciously lowered his voice. Sister, isn't that right? You're so busy with work, you don't even have time to eat or go shopping. If it weren't for Luo Yun's persistent pestering, how could you possibly? Shut up! Han Shuangxue frowned. I came here on my own initiative, it has nothing to do with Luo Yun, apologize now. Shuezhen was taken aback. Sister, you want me to apologize to him? Shuezhen glanced at Luo Yun with disdain. Although this kid has a special kind of charisma that's hard to describe. But he had thoroughly investigated Luo Yun's background. He was a complete good-for-nothing who developed a terminal illness from exhaustion while working on his ex-wife, and was eventually cheated on. He feels some sympathy and pity for this kind of person. But he absolutely does not deserve an apology from a two-star coach of the Eagles. Still standing there, apologize now. Han Shuangxue scolded him angrily. Shuezhen shrank his neck. He has a strong personality and not many people are afraid of him, but his cousin Han Shuangxue is definitely one of them. Left with no other choice, he could only take a deep breath and reluctantly say, I'm sorry. However, to his surprise, from beginning to end, Luo Yun didn't even glance at him. It was as if they treated him as if he were invisible. He was drinking juice while looking down, his eyes glazed over, seemingly observing something out of the corner of his eye. You little brat. Shuezhen was furious. I was thinking, I, a two-star coach of the Eagles, have already lowered my head to apologize to you, a good-for-nothing coward, and you won't even look at me? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? Before Shuezhen could finish speaking, Luo Yun suddenly frowned and coldly interrupted, quiet. He was completely focused on the assassin's every move and was very annoyed by Shuezhen's nagging. Holy crap? This kid wants me to be quiet. Shuezhen's hot temper flared up. His face immediately darkened, his eyes turned cold, and he snatched the juice cup from Luo Yun's hand. Kid, I'm warning you, my sister is someone you can never hope to be close to in your entire life. You'd better know what's good for you and get lost, otherwise. Upon hearing this, Luo Yun was also getting a little impatient. He was good to Han Shuangxue because Han Shuangxue had indeed helped him a lot. But that doesn't mean he needs to be polite to anyone other than Han Shuangxue. From the moment it receives its inheritance and is reborn from the ashes. Luo Yun had already decided to change his way of life. Otherwise? Luo Yun narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. Otherwise what? Shuizhen was also taken aback, as this was the first time he had ever seen someone dare to look him in the eye like that. He sneered, "Kid, it seems you have no idea who you're dealing with. Do you know that for someone as insignificant as you, killing you would be no different than crushing an ant?" Bang! After saying that, he suddenly exerted force in his hand. The juice glass shattered instantly. "You have 3 seconds. If you don't disappear by now, this cup will be your fate." Enough! At this moment, Han Shuangxue completely exploded, slamming her hand on the table and standing up to scold, "Shuizhen, stop making trouble." Shuizhen was startled by his older sister's outburst and looked aggrieved. "Sis, it's really not me causing trouble, it's just that look at his attitude." "What's wrong with his attitude? I like his attitude." Han Shuangxue's pretty face turned completely cold. "Shuizhen, let me warn you, I know what I'm doing and I don't need anyone to tell me what to do. You go about your business, and I will give the family an explanation later." "But sister, have you considered what might happen if the Hong family finds out you're here?" Shuizhen was speaking. Suddenly, he felt a chill behind him. At the same time, Luo Yun also narrowed his eyes. The assassin who had been lurking in the corner finally made his move. The assassin's figure flashed, and he pulled out a dagger with his backhand, charging towards Han Shuangxue with fierce momentum. Just as Luo Yun was about to make a move, Shuizhen suddenly turned his head and was shocked to see the sunglasses-wearing man charging towards him. "Assassin? Sis, watch out." There was no time to think. Shuizhen's well-trained reaction made him instinctively push Han Shuangxue behind him in an attempt to protect her. But unexpectedly, this push. Han Shuangxue hit her forehead on the corner of the table and immediately lost consciousness. Bang! A violent collision rang out, and the battle was about to begin. Shuizhen had already met the assassin head-on, slamming his fists into the assassin's arms. "Oh!" Sensing Shuizhen's imposing aura, Luo Yun's eyes lit up. Han Shuangxue's cousin is a martial artist? He held the unconscious Han Shuangxue in his arms, gently stroking her forehead with his palm as his breath flowed in. The swelling on Han Shuangxue's forehead visibly subsided. Then, he put Han Shuangxue back in her seat. His eyes turned toward Shuizhen and the assassin. The two were locked in a fierce battle, neither gaining the upper hand. Every punch landed squarely, each strike exuding a fierce momentum. Luo Yun secretly sensed the energy within his body, silently comparing it to his own. Whether it's Shuizhen's energy or that assassin's energy, they are both far inferior to mine. However, that assassin is clearly stronger than Shuizhen, and he should be defeated soon. Thud, crack, thud. Shuizhen fought the assassin, but soon realized he was no match for him. He glanced at Luo Yun out of the corner of his eye. He immediately yelled angrily, "You piece of trash! What are you standing there for? Get my sister and run!" Encountering such a good Luo Yun had no chance to escape the opportunity to practice his skills. He casually remarked, "You can't beat him. Step aside, take your sister and leave this to me." What? Upon hearing this, Shuizhen was so angry he almost vomited 3 liters of blood on the spot. "Idiot, how could my sister believe a brain-dead bastard like you?" Bang! They were cursing. The assassin suddenly threw a punch, which landed right in Shuizhen's hands. He then raised his dagger and slashed at Shuizhen's neck. "You dare to be distracted while fighting me, you're courting death." Clang! Clang! The dagger gleamed coldly, about to fall on his neck. Shuizhen's mind went blank for a moment. That's it, am I really going to die here without any explanation? Ah, I hate it. Life and death in an instant. Shuizhen's eyes instantly reddened with suppressed emotion. What kind of mess is this? He is the young master of the Shui family, a 2-star instructor of the Eagle team, and only in his early 20s his promising future has just begun. As a result, they ran into that unlucky guy, Luo Yun. I died here for no reason. I'm not reconciled. Close your eyes. A single tear, filled with immense frustration and resentment, slid down her cheek. Shuizhen accepted his fate of death. And just then. Put. A terrifying screech of flesh. Shuizhen instinctively shuddered, but then quickly touched his neck. I'm not dead? Open your eyes. Luo Yun's figure had appeared before him without his noticing. He had already easily grabbed the other person's knife-wielding hand with one hand. Even more outrageous is. The assassin's wrist was snapped by Luo Yun, bent at a 180-degree angle. And that terrifying splattering sound. It was the sound of the dagger held in that severed hand piercing his own wrist. At this moment, Luo Yun calmly turned his head, a half-smile on his face, and said, "You were beating each other perfectly fine, so why are you crying now? Weren't you quite docile when you were threatening me by crushing the cup?" Chapter 10, You think you're worthy to steal my woman? Thump! Shuizhen's heartbeat seemed to freeze. He stared at Luo Yun in astonishment, his pupils dilating in shock. He actually subdued the assassin with a single blow? How is that possible? I am a dignified 5th level of external strength, yet this assassin was able to suppress me in just a few moves. His strength must be at least the 7th level of external strength. This kind of expert, around the 7th level of external strength. Let alone in Jiangzhou. Even in the provincial capital, he would be considered a top expert. This Luo Yun actually. Before he could think further, Luo Yun struck the assassin's neck with his palm, and before the assassin could even scream, he fainted. It's not that he's soft-hearted. Rather, he knew very well that he had to spare the life of this unknown assassin for the time being in order to track down the mastermind behind him. You. Shuizhen was still in shock. I'm done with you. Luo Yun shook his head and said, "The push you gave just now knocked your sister unconscious. Be careful next time. Don't get jealous and hurt your own people." Ah. Shuizhen was taken aback and quickly ran towards Han Xuanxue. Luo Yun said, "Your sister is fine now. I just sent some energy to neutralize the impact on her head, otherwise, Shuer would have suffered a concussion at the very least." Breath? Upon hearing this, Shuizhen's heart skipped a beat. His gaze as he looked at Luo Yun again was filled with astonishment, and even a hint of awe. You said you use your breath, Yuri actually a master of internal energy? Really? That's a good guess. He could easily kill a master at the 7th level of external strength. His strength has definitely reached the level of internal energy. An expert in internal energy? Luo Yun narrowed his eyes. This is a martial artist level? Shuizhen instinctively replied, internal strength, Vajra, Grandmaster. You, as a master of internal strength, don't know these? Upon hearing this, Luo Yun understood immediately. External strength, Vajra, Grandmaster. Is this the level of martial artists in the secular world? I'm currently at the early stage of chi refining, but Shuizhen says I have the strength of inner strength, so the middle stage of chi refining should correspond to the Vajra realm, and the late stage of chi refining should correspond to the martial master realm? Luo Yun smiled with her eyes closed. Interesting. Even if a worldly martial artist reaches the grandmaster level, they're still only at the chi refining stage. How interesting. Shuizhen was stunned for a long time before he finally came to his senses. His face immediately tensed up. Uther records clearly show you're a useless terminally ill patient. How did you suddenly become an internal energy master? Tell me, what is your purpose in approaching my sister? Were you sent by your enemies to kill her? Luo Yun gave him a look of pity for someone with intellectual disabilities. If I came here to kill your sister, do you think she would still be alive? Shuizhen was speechless. Yes. That doesn't make sense. And just then, suddenly, outside the restaurant, 3 or 4 black minivans screeched to a halt. Led by an elderly man in a tang suit, the group stormed in through the door. Miss. The elderly man in the tang suit saw Han Xuanxue lying unconscious on the table and quickly went to check on her. They breathed a sigh of relief after finding out that there was nothing seriously wrong. His gaze suddenly shifted to Luo Yun and Shuizhen, as well as the defeated and unconscious assassin. Investigate the killer. Yes. Several subordinates received the order and quickly stepped forward. Shuizhen also came to his senses at this moment and recognized the old man in the tang suit at a glance. Uncle He? Uncle He exuded an extraordinary aura, with a sharp glint in his eyes like that of a hawk. Luo Yun glanced at it indifferently. With a comparison of Shuizhen's and the assassin's strengths, they were able to gain a better understanding of each other's abilities. He could tell at a glance that this Uncle He was probably at the 9th level of the external force realm. He bowed to Shuizhen, his eyes filled with guilt. Young Master Shui, I am truly sorry that I arrived late to save you. Fortunately, Mr. Han was astute and had anticipated the situation, summoning you in advance to protect Miss. It is all thanks to your intervention that we defeated the assassin and saved Miss's life. Upon hearing this, Shuizhen blushed and quickly said, No, Uncle He, I. Before he could finish speaking, Uncle He's face darkened, and he walked toward Luo Yun with a serious expression, his voice icy cold. You Luo Yun? Luo Yun experienced a minor battle. With the added blessing of immortal martial arts heritage, his demeanor and bearing are already extraordinary. He simply hummed in agreement, exactly. Snort. Uncle He's tone was unfriendly. It's all your fault that Miss was in danger. If it weren't for young Master Shui's timely rescue, even if you gave up 100 lives, you still wouldn't be able to quell the Han family's anger. Tell me, how can you stop harassing our young lady? 10 million, is that enough? Luo Yun shook his head with a wry smile. Sir, you've misunderstood. Before Luo Yun could finish speaking, Uncle He's tone grew even colder. 10 million isn't enough, then how about 20 million? Luo Yun chuckled upon hearing this. So everyone thinks. Was he really plotting something against Han Shuangxue when he appeared with her? He was too lazy to explain. Now that the Han family has sent people, he can relax. Alright, no need for further words now that someone from your Han family has come. Sister Shuai must be safe. I can take my leave now. With that, he turned to leave. Uncle He chuckled coldly. What a clever trick of feigning indifference to lure you in. You said you could leave now that the young lady is safe? From what you're saying, you think you were the one who dealt with the assassin who came to kill the young lady earlier? Young man, I may be getting old, but I'm not stupid. Upon hearing this, Luo Yun didn't say anything. Shuizhen, standing to the side, couldn't hold back any longer. Ahem, Uncle He, well actually, you really didn't need to say that about yourself. Young Master Shui, you don't understand to deal with this kind of persistent rogue. You have to make your stance clear to avoid any unforeseen complications. Uncle He looked at Luo Yun again. Kid, don't say I'm heartless if you dare to say that you dealt with the assassin, proving you're capable of protecting Miss. Then I'll turn around and leave. After we return to the Han family, I'll sacrifice my old body to personally act as matchmaker for you and Miss. Cough cough cough. Upon hearing this, Shuizhen nearly choked on his own saliva. However, Luo Yun shook his head with a half-smile. You really overestimate me. How could someone like me, from the bottom of society, possibly protect Sister Shui? Thank you so much, young Master Shui, for your help today. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to pay for it even if I gave my life 100 times over. Farewell. Luo Yun was already used to people who looked down on others. Out of respect for Sister Shui, he didn't bother to argue or prove anything. Moreover, he was well aware of this. There was never any possibility between Han Shuangxue and herself. Putting aside whether it's a shield or not, Han Shuangxue's kindness towards her was mostly just sympathy and pity. My feelings for Han Shuangxue are at most those of a kind older sister. Of course, after this time together, a bond has been formed. However, their relationship is far from being enough to fulfill their marriage vows and become husband and wife. Creak. Luo Yun pushed open the door and left. Uncle He snorted coldly. He's smart to know what's good for him. Shuizhen's heart pounded, and his gaze toward Luo Yun held an indescribable admiration. Why? Why didn't he admit that he was the one who took care of the assassin? If he really admits it, Uncle he is a man of his word and will definitely help him find a match. Although Luo Yun's profile does show that he doesn't have much of a background. But he's a master of internal energy. Such a young master of internal energy would be highly regarded even by my cousin's father, the god of wealth Hanjinan. Could it be? Does he really have no interest in my sister at all? Is it just my sister's wishful thinking that she wants to help him? Or my sister has really fallen in love with him? Before Miss wakes up, I'll take her back to the provincial capital immediately. Young Master Shui, thank you for your trouble this time. Uncle he is decisive and efficient in his work. They immediately took Han Shuangxue and the assassin and hurriedly left. Shuizhen stood there, stunned, lost in thought for a long time. Final. He gritted his teeth, and a bold idea popped into his head. Luo Yun is hiding his true abilities so well, and he's even a master of internal energy. He might really have some background. If he could really get together with my sister, it might not be a bad thing. At least it's better than marrying that bastard Hong Qilin. Bang! As soon as he pushed open the door, Shuizhen chased after the direction Luo Yun had gone. At the same time, the provincial capital, beside the swimming pool in a villa. A handsome man in a silk bathrobe, a cigar in one hand and a glass of red wine in the other. His eyes were filled with arrogance and extreme confidence. He sat with his legs crossed, sunbathing, surrounded by several blonde beauties. Young master, we've found it. The subordinate handed over a document. The handsome man glanced at the information. It contained a photo of Luo Yun. Luo Yun? Had this spineless coward from the bottom of society dares to compete with me, Hong Qilin, for a woman? As he spoke, with a disdainful look on his face, he spilled red wine on Luo Yun's photo. As if toying with ants, the red wine, like fresh blood, completely submerged and stained Luo Yun's appearance. Chapter 11 Adulterers outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wait, please stop. Luo Yun had not gone far from the restaurant when a voice came from behind him. I turned my head and looked. Shuizhen? Shuizhen caught up, took a few deep breaths, and said earnestly, Luo Yun, thank you for your help earlier. Luo Yun said calmly, is that all? Shuizhen was taken aback. I'm still not used to Luo Yun's attitude. Yes, that's it, and also. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Yun turned around and waved her hand. Don't worry, my relationship with your sister isn't that complicated. I won't bother her. Etc. Shuizhen caught up with him again. Luo Yun was getting a little impatient. He didn't dislike Shuizhen, but he certainly didn't like him either. What's wrong now? Yuto, my sister. Shuizhen originally wanted to get to know Luo Yun first, but he didn't expect the other party's attitude. Therefore, he hesitated and couldn't let go of his pride. Luo Yun saw through the other's thoughts at a glance, and patted his shoulder with a half-smile. All right, you, the dignified young master of the Shui family, why are you wasting your time with a nobody like me? However, upon hearing this, Luo Yun's eyes narrowed. Why is this kid's blood and chi so disordered? What's wrong? Luo Yun ignored him and quickly activated his yin-yang eyes to observe the other party. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that Shuizhen had a very serious problem with his blood and chi. This kind of blood and chi problem is not a common ailment. The problem lies in the dantian. Considering Shuizhen's status as a martial artist, Luo Yun asked, when did you start practicing martial arts? Shuizhen was puzzled by the question. Why are you asking this? I'm asking you, did you start learning martial arts when you were 5 or 6 years old, and did you practice internal martial arts, and every morning you practice breathing exercises and standing meditation for an hour? Holy crap! Shuizhen was dumbfounded. How did Luo Yun find out about such a private matter? You investigated me? Seeing Shuizhen's wary look, Luo Yun didn't bother to explain. Shuizhen's dantian is severely blocked. If it is not cured, he will definitely be ruined within 3 years. Thinking about how much Han Shuangxue took care of her. Let's repay this favor to her cousin Shuizhen first. Turn your body around. Luo Yun didn't waste any words and spoke in a commanding tone. You haven't answered me yet, so stop ordering me around. Before Shuizhen could finish speaking, Luo Yun used his energy to easily control him and force him to turn around. What are you doing? Stop talking nonsense, take off your pants and lift up your shirt. Huh, you Yuri crazy, in front of everyone, you want to do this to me. Whoosh. Before Shuizhen could finish speaking, Luo Yun pulled down his pants and lifted his shirt. Oh. This guy was actually wearing Patrick Star shorts underneath, he's got a childlike side. Snap, snap. Without hesitation, he slapped the Jibian acupoint on the back of the man's thigh twice, and the breath rushed in violently. Thump! Shuizhen suddenly felt his legs go weak, and he knelt on the ground with his back to Luo Yun. What did you do to me? Ouch. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Yun picked up a fallen leaf from the ground and shaved its root into a needle. Aim at Shuizhen's Mingmen acupoint on his lower back. Laugh. Steadily pierced through. As the needle tip rotates, strands of dark red blood are expelled from the body. The whole process was quick and efficient, taking less than a minute. Ah, you lunatic, what are you sticking in my head with? Shuizhen angrily cursed. Luo Yun said speechlessly, watch your words in public, the eldest young master of the Shui family, how can you be so shameless? You. Shuizhen pulled up his pants and straightened his clothes, his face turning ashen and then flushed with anger. They wanted to fight, but knew they couldn't win. He could only frustrate himself, pointing at Luo Yun and stammering for a long time without being able to utter a single word. Don't worry, I won't charge you a consultation fee. Consider your life a gift from me. Remember, don't choose the wrong cultivation method again in the future, or you'll lose your life if you don't practice it properly, understand? Well, Patrick, I'm off now, goodbye. After saying that, Luo Yun left gracefully. Shuizhen was left standing there dumbfounded, enduring the shameful stares and pointing fingers of the passers-by, his face flushed with embarrassment. After a while, Shuizhen suddenly roared, so angry that he started punching the tree. Luo Yun, you bastard, all I did was say a few words to him before, why are you holding such a grudge and want to humiliate me in public? So what if someone is a master of internal energy, does that mean they can act with impunity? I'm going to tell my sister, Luo Yun is so mean. Shuizhen was extremely aggrieved and gritted his teeth as he pulled out his phone. But before the call could even be made, a phone call suddenly came in. Senior brother? A sorrowful and anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Ajin, your master is dying, come quickly to see him one last time. The highway on the other side. Han Shuangxue finally woke up on the bus back to the provincial capital. After learning what had happened, she immediately asked anxiously, Uncle He, is Luo Yun alright? Uncle He smiled wryly and said, Miss, I don't know why you care so much about that person. It's alright, young Master Shui arrived in time and saved his life. Han Shuangxue breathed a long sigh of relief. He then gave a wry smile. The family members are really quick. Uncle He said, Miss, it's too dangerous for you outside, you have to hurry. Stop at the next rest stop. Oh, miss, please don't make a mistake. What are you thinking about? I need to use the restroom. Oh. Uncle He was relieved, and the car stopped at the next rest stop. Accompanied by her bodyguard, Han Shuangxue slipped into the restroom and secretly dialed the number of her most trusted best friend in Jiangzhou. Hello, Shuer? A crisp, clear female voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Yuan, is it convenient for you to talk now? Look at what you're saying with our relationship, it's definitely convenient for you to call, so, what's up? I want you to take a picture for Migu as a man named Luo Yun. After some explanation, Shuer's best friend, Song Xiaoyuan, was immediately shocked. Shuer, are you crazy? You're the woman who's going to marry Hong Qilin. Do you know how ruthless that young master of the Hong family is? Oh, don't worry about me, just tell me, while I'm away in Jiangzhou, could you take good care of him for me? Yes, we can. Although our family is far less powerful than your Han family, we can still take care of someone in this small city of Jiangzhou. Okay, that's good. He doesn't have a phone based on what I know about him. He's probably at the Civil Affairs Bureau getting a divorce from his ex-wife. I'll send you some photos. You have to take good care of him, or I'll never forgive you. Huh, what, ex-wife, you? Smack. At this point, the call ended. On the other end of the phone. Inside the Song Group office. Song Xiaoyuan was dressed in a business suit, with almond-shaped eyes and cherry lips. Her black hair was styled in a high bun, making her look dignified and elegant, exuding the aura of a female CEO. Her delicate eyebrows exuded a touch of strong, independent womanly spirit. With light makeup, red lips, and white teeth, a speechless expression appeared on her oval face. What kind of bewitching potion has been given to Schwer? Song Xiaoyuan rubbed her forehead, looking both amused and exasperated, and opened her phone to see Luo Yun's photo. What's so great about this kid? Even if Schwer doesn't like Hong Qilin, she doesn't need to take a fancy to such a nobody, does she? Just then, the assistant pushed the door open and came in. President Song, young Master Lu called again, asking when you have time? Song Xiaoyuan frowned and pondered for a moment. Finally, she gritted her teeth, stood up, and said, tell young Master Lu that we'll reschedule for another day. I have something to do and need to go out for a bit. As she spoke, she picked up her car keys, swayed her long, straight, fair legs in stockings, and walked out of the office with elegance and competence in her black high heels. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Luo Yun found a public phone and notified Zhang Yan to come over immediately to complete the divorce proceedings. After hanging up the phone, Luo Yun closed her eyes to rest. To his surprise, after treating Shuizhen, the fog surrounding the giant tombstone in his mind seemed to have dissipated somewhat. Does it mean that every time I treat a patient, I dispel some fog of confusion? So, after I've saved enough people, will I be able to see what that giant tombstone looks like? I just thought of this. A man and a woman saw Luo Yun, exchanged a smile, and walked over hand in hand. Oh, isn't this Luo Yun? What a coincidence. What's that famous young Master Luo from our school doing at the Civil Affairs Bureau today? I remember you were already married, weren't you? Are you planning to remarry? Ha, look at his pathetic state, he must be here to get a divorce. Luo Yun opened her eyes and recognized the two of them. The woman's name was Li Feng. He had pursued her when he was young and naive in college, but she didn't know at the time that Luo Yun was the young master of the Luo family, so she didn't agree to date him. Li Feng later regretted her actions after Zhang Yan succeeded in taking advantage of her. The man's name is Wu Jicheng. He was Luo Yun's college roommate. He had a crush on Zhang Yan, but it didn't work out. Driven by jealousy, he ended up getting together with Li Feng, who had rejected Luo Yun. The two of them have one thing in common. That means they can't stand to see Luo Yun doing well. Luo Yun ignored her and casually said, you two have a good relationship. You've even come to get your marriage certificate. Congratulations. The two looked at each other and smiled. Li Feng gave him a mocking look. Luo Yun, stop pretending to be magnanimous. Don't think we don't know that your wife Zhang Yan cheated on you and you have cancer. You're a spineless coward who was cheated on and abandoned by your wife on your deathbed, and you're still putting on airs with me? Luo Yun's eyes turned cold. You know about me? Ah, of course I know. Li Feng laughed wildly, her schadenfreude reaching its peak. Do you remember what your wife's new husband's name is? His name is Li Lei. What's my surname? My surname is Li too. Li Lei is my brother, and I deliberately found an opportunity to introduce him to Zhang Yan. Haha, didn't expect that, did you? Wu Jicheng, as if venting a long-held grievance, patted Luo Yun's shoulder insincerely and grinned, saying, young Master Luo, don't be too sad. There are plenty of fish in the sea. You're still young. You can come back later. Oh, sorry. Then, feigning sudden realization, he covered his mouth and said, I almost forgot, you have a terminal illness and only 3 months to live. You don't have a future. Put. Li Feng laughed so hard she almost spat out her saliva. What do you mean there's no future? After you die, your family can burn a paper effigy of your wife for you. Oh wait, I almost forgot. You are no longer the young Master Luo you used to be. You were kicked out of the Luo family like a dog long ago. After you died, no one even buried your ashes, let alone burn paper money for you. Ha, how damn pathetic. You died such a pathetic death. 12, Chapter 12. Kneeling down to become Luo Yun's lover. Faced with the two men's mockery, Luo Yun's face was extremely cold. It's not too late to kneel down and kowtow now. The two of them were taken aback. Wu Jichang laughed loudly. My God, Luo Yun, still pretending with me. I might have been a little wary of you before, but things are different now. My dad got promoted. He's much better than a homeless coward like you are. Bang! Luo Yun didn't want to listen to any more nonsense, so he kicked out hard. It hit Wu Jichang's perineum. This kick not only caused Wu Jichang to vomit bile in pain and kneel on the ground howling, but also, in the instant he kicked out, he released his aura, ruthlessly destroying Wu Jichang's masculine ability. From this day forward, he was a eunuch with a penis. What, you dare to hit someone, you? Li Fong shouted loudly. Roll! Luo Yun pushed Li Fong away in disgust. As I pushed her away, I touched an acupoint on her body, and a surge of energy seeped in. This action did not damage any of Li Fong's internal organs or functions. Instead, it stimulated a large amount of estrogen in her body. Under the influence of this large amount of estrogen, her desires as a woman will be more than 10 times greater than before. That despicable couple. One has lost his ability, and the other has an extremely strong desire. Their lives will definitely be amazing from now on. Cough cough. Wu Jichang grabbed Li Fong's leg, trying to force himself to get up and chase after Luo Yun. Unexpectedly, upon being hugged, Li Fong blushed and suddenly felt something strange in her body, as if she were steaming hot. Brother Chang, are you alright? Li Fong's voice was a bit sweeter than usual. As she spoke, she tenderly stroked Wu Jichang's stomach, her eyes misty as she rubbed it. Brother Chang, ignore this damned Luo Yun, let's hurry up and get our marriage certificate and go home, Tool give you a massage when we get home. Ah! Wu Jichang was stunned. It feels like Li Fong has become a completely different person. She's incredibly clingy. His anger subsided by half immediately. Xiaofang, what home are you talking about? Have you forgotten that we still have to have a wedding after we get our marriage certificate? Besides, that bastard Luo Yun hit me and tried to run away. How can we let him off so easily? Upon hearing this, Li Fong shook her head and became more alert. Forcibly suppressing the agitation within him, he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, yes, we can't let him get away with this. Suddenly, Li Fong had an idea. By the way, Changji, isn't Luo Yun waiting for Zhang Yan to come and finalize the divorce? Let's record this humiliating moment and show it to our old college classmates and teachers at the wedding. What do you think? Oh, great idea, let's kill him. Wu Jichang clapped his hands. Before he dies of a terminal illness, let him experience social death first. Ha, wife, you're so smart. As he spoke, he kissed Li Fong. Li Fong suddenly felt a surge of heat throughout her body, and immediately stood up awkwardly, her legs tucked in. Two need to use the restroom. A minute later, the cleaning lady in the Civil Affairs Bureau's restroom, while mopping the floor, pricked up her ears and peered into the women's restroom. Where is that cat meowing coming from? Now. Zhang Yan and her family are on their way to the Civil Affairs Bureau. On the bus. After a heated discussion, Zhang Yan's parents made a final decision. It's decided, Yanzi, after you and Luo Yun complete the divorce proceedings, kneel down and beg for his forgiveness, be his mistress. Zhang Yan was taken aback. Huh, why? Why? Zhang Yan's parents tossed her a document. Open your eyes and take a look. Luo Yun, that lucky bastard, managed to snag some rich young lady before he died. The information is about Han Shuangxue. Zhang Yan looked down and was quickly dumbfounded and shocked. This Han family, the fifth largest family in the provincial capital, with a net worth of tens of billions. Huh, really? When his younger brother Zhang Dong and his girlfriend also grabbed the documents and took a look, they were terrified. My God, that good-for-nothing Luo Yun, what makes him so great? Mr. Zhang said in a deep voice, I've investigated carefully. Han Shuangxue is dissatisfied with her engagement to a certain young master. I guess she's trying to make use of Luo Yun, who's about to die, and use him as a shield for a while. Luo Yun hasn't made much money for our family over the years now that he's hooked up with a rich heiress before he dies. Shouldn't we make as much money as possible? Zhang's mother said, being a shield for the Han family's daughter is a life-threatening job. Given the Han family's wealth, they might offer a reward of over 100 million. Hundreds of millions? The entire car was shocked. Zhang Yan was completely smitten, her breathing quickened. Oh my god. This is an astronomical figure that ordinary people like them would never dare to imagine in their entire lives. Yanzi, as long as you beg for his forgiveness, spend some time with him, and take some photos as evidence to use as blackmail, you can easily squeeze at least 10 or 20 million out of him. 10 or 20 million is not enough. At this moment, Zhang Dong's girlfriend suddenly jumped out and said, why don't I join in too, let's squeeze another 10 or 20 million out of him. Zhang Dong was taken aback. Huh, Lily, what are you doing here? His girlfriend, Wang Lily, glared at him. What do you mean by joining in the fun? I'm serious, Zhang Dong. My mom said if you want to marry me, you have to provide a house, a car, and a dowry of 300,000 yuan. You simply can't afford that in the short term. If you let me be Luo Yan's mistress, and extort an extra 10 or 20 million yuan from him, I'll marry you right away, and we'll split the money. Zhang Dong was dumbfounded. Lily, you. Unexpectedly, Zhang's father clapped his hands and said, Great, Dongzi, you found a good girlfriend, beautiful and smart. Son, listen to your father's advice. If you want to make a living, you have to be a little cuckolded these days. Which girl doesn't have a past? As a man, don't be so petty. The important thing is to make money. With money, you're a real man. Huh, Dad? Okay, it's decided then. Zhang Yan clapped her hands and took out her phone, but I have to call Brother Lei first and get his permission. The call was connected quickly. Unexpectedly, after the situation was explained, Li Lei immediately shouted, Holy crap, baby, you're so smart, go away, go away. Be Luo Yun's mistress. If that doesn't work, I'll introduce my sister Li Fong to Luo Yun too. We'll try to squeeze all of Luo Yun's money out of him. You wait, I'm on my way to the Civil Affairs Bureau to meet you. Ha, 100 million I'd be your dog for that. Besides, Luo Yun is just a damn bastard, so what if I bow down to him? He won't be able to keep jumping around for long. The Civil Affairs Bureau. Luo Yun sat at the door, closing his eyes to rest, feeling the mystery of the inheritance even more. Today, just by glancing at Shuizhen, countless techniques, routines, advantages, and disadvantages flashed through my mind. I'll have to study it properly when I have time. Just then, Wu Jiqiang and Li Feng's voices came again. Luo Yun, you're really pathetic. Your ex-wife still hasn't come, and you even got stood up during the divorce. How can you live such a pathetic life? Luo Yun opened his eyes impatiently and looked coldly at the two of them. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Yo, kill them now. Wu Jiqiang and Li Feng burst into laughter. He pulled out his phone, turned on recording mode, and said to Luo Yun, if you have the guts, kill us now, see what we'll do. Break. Just then, a large van suddenly stopped in front of the group. It turned out to be Zhang Yan and her family who had arrived. Upon seeing this situation, Wu Jiqiang and Li Feng laughed even louder. Ha, the recording just came at the right time. The most exciting part is coming. I'm going to film the whole thing, not only to play it for my old classmates at the wedding, but also to post it online, let billions of people across the internet see the tragic life of this cuckolded Wang Luo Yun. Yes, let him lose face in front of the whole world before he dies, let him replace Wu Dalong's legendary status, die with his eyes wide open, and be immortalized. Ha! 13, Chapter 13 shocked my mother for a whole year. Wu Jiqiang and Li Feng's teasing and mockery attracted a crowd of onlookers. Pedestrians stopped and looked at Luo Yun. Some even took out their phones to film it. A modern-day Wu Dalong, such a great subject, we must make a short video about it, it's bound to go viral. The best video would be one where the wife slaps him a few times, he's being cheated on and gets beaten up. That would definitely get him a lot of followers. Wu Jiqiang also shouted, Luo Yun, when you get slapped later, you'd better give a peace sign to the camera and show your face, maybe you'll become an internet celebrity. A group of people were waiting to see Luo Yun make a fool of himself. But what happened next? But it completely shattered everyone's eyes. Zhang Yan walked up to Luo Yun and suddenly stopped. She did not scold her, nor did she raise her hand to slap her. Instead, she knelt down in front of Luo Yun with a thud, grabbed his leg, and pleaded, Brother Yun, please, forgive me. Holy crap! Everyone was stunned. Wu Jiqiang and Li Feng were so shocked they almost dropped their phones. Luo Yun frowned. What's going on? Zhang Yan's parents also bowed deeply to Luo Yun, saying, Luo Yun, we're so sorry, our good son-in-law, we've let you down. Brother-in-law, we know we were wrong, please forgive us. Luo Yun's face darkened. Although I don't know what happened, this family definitely didn't have good intentions. Roll. Luo Yun kicked Zhang Yan away with a look of disgust. Hurry up and complete the formalities, I don't want to hear a dog barking. Yes, I am a dog, I am a filthy, lowly bitch, I am worse than an animal. Zhang Yan cried uncontrollably, slapping herself in the face. Brother Yun, please forgive me, I know you're already taken, but don't worry, I will never interfere with your private life, I just love you too much, I can't let you go, every time I close my eyes, all I can think about is you, please let me be your lover, okay? Yes. In order to extort money from Luo Yun, Zhang Yan's parents went all out. Luo Yuno, brother Luo, from now on, I'll call you brother, and you call me uncle, we'll treat each other differently, as long as you agree to let Yanzi be your mistress, I guarantee you can order her around as you please, not to mention serving tea and water, giving massages and back rubs, you can make her ride like a cow every day. As long as it makes you feel better. My goodness. Each sentence shattered the worldviews of everyone around them. What kind of hellish plot is this? And then, something even more exciting came. Then, Zhang Dong's girlfriend, Wang Lily, suddenly pushed Zhang Dong away. With a thud, he also knelt down in front of Luo Yun. Brother-in-law, oh no, brother Luo Yun, do you remember me? I'm your sister-in-law. No, let Zhang Dong die, my name is Lily. As he spoke, he spread his shoulders and squeezed his chest out. To tell you the truth, I fell in love with you the moment I saw you, brother Luo Yun, if you don't mind, I can serve you with Zhang Yan, I guarantee you'll be the groom every night. Snap, snap, snap. The sound of cell phones hitting the ground. The onlookers were all stunned and their scalps tingled by this scene. My goodness. Can someone tell me, is this actually a movie shoot? One of them picked up the phone and opened the short video editing page. With trembling hands, I silently deleted the titled Modern Day Wu Delong and changed it to Shocking My Mother for a whole year. What's going on? At this point, Wu Jiqiang and Li Fang could no longer sit still. Li Fang, who had been eagerly anticipating seeing Luo Yun make a fool of himself, impulsively rushed forward. Snap. A hard slap landed on Zhang Yan's face. You shameless slut, you just started dating my brother, and you're already groveling before Luo Yun like a bitch, how could you do this to my brother? Li Fang? Zhang Yan was stunned by the slap, then slapped back hard. What business is it of yours? You dare hit me? Li Fang screamed as she was slapped. Have you forgotten my brother's power? He's a big thug on Old Fang Street. If he finds out about what you're doing, believe me, one phone call and dozens of men will break your and Luo Yun's legs. Zhang Yan was completely unfazed. Let him come and hit me, let's see if he dares. You. We had just gotten to this point in the conversation. Break. Suddenly a black sedan stopped. Li Fang turned her head and saw the license plate, her eyes widening immediately. Ah, my brother's car? Zhang Yan, you're finished, my brother's here, you and Luo Yun can just wait to die. When the onlookers realized that Zhang Yan's current boyfriend had arrived, they all raised their cameras again, wanting to capture the ensuing argument. Unexpectedly, Li Lei got out of the car and ran straight to Luo Yun. He pulled a green hat from his pocket and snapped it onto his head. Then, with a fawning expression, he said, Brother Luo, do you think I'm being self-aware? As soon as I heard that you and Yanzi had rekindled your old flame, I immediately put on a green hat and rushed over. I'm here for no other reason than to reassure you, Yanzi. Feel free to have fun, do whatever you want, if she doesn't serve you well, just let me know. I also have a pretty younger sister. At this point, he patted his chest. Most importantly, my sister is huge, one of hers is twice the size of a swallow, as her brother. I know this better than anyone, rest assured, it's no exaggeration. Puff. The onlookers were absolutely furious. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Everyone witnessed this incredibly surreal scene. Let alone values. Even the most basic biological knowledge has been shattered. Is this family's behavior something a damn carbon-based life form could possibly do? Brother, you're insane. When Li Fang saw this scene, her scalp tingled, and she stood frozen in place. Li Lei turned his head and looked, "Hey girl, you're here?" As she spoke, her eyes lit up, and she quickly said to Luo Yun, "Brother Luo, look, she's my sister, isn't she amazing?" Luo Yun. Seeing Luo Yun's silence, one could not guess his mood. Li Lei quickly ordered Li Fang, "What are you standing so far away for? Come over here right now, jump around a couple of times, and give Brother Luo a little surprise." Li Fang stood there motionless, not reacting. Li Lei quickly pulled her over, "Brother Luo, I'm sorry, my sister is too shy, but don't worry, she'll definitely let loose when it matters, I'm her brother, I can vouch for that." Luo Yun. How about this? Seeing that Luo Yun still hadn't reacted, Li Lei gritted his teeth and decided to be completely shameless. He pulled a wedding invitation from Li Fang and shoved it directly at Luo Yun. "Today is my sister's big day, Brother Luo, you must come." He lowered his voice, his eyes full of suggestive intent. "Tonight I'll be in charge of getting my brother-in-law drunk, and you, Brother Luo, will be in charge of inspecting my sister. Hee. How's that, Brother Luo? How's my arrangement? On your wedding day, the bride will be with you. It won't be your wedding, but you'll be the groom. Just tell me, isn't that exciting?" 14, Chapter 14. Sorry, humans and dogs are different. Boom boom boom. Thunder rumbled in the sky. The onlookers were stunned. Even someone with a century-long history of cerebral thrombosis couldn't write such an incredible script. Not just passers-by. Luo Yun was also shocked. He knew these people were disgusting, but he never expected this. How could someone be so shameless and brazen? But while Luo Yun was amazed, he had already guessed why these people were acting this way. They probably know Han Xuanxue's identity and want to take her family and extort money from her. After figuring all of this out, Luo Yun chuckled teasingly, "Li Lei, you're really a good dog, thinking of me so much." Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Li Lei thought he had finally won over Luo Yun and laughed triumphantly, "Brother Luo, you flatter me. Girl, aren't you going to thank Brother Luo for liking you?" He was being scolded by Li Lei. Li Fang was completely flustered. "Brother." Well. Seeing that Li Fang was so clueless, Li Lei gritted his teeth and quietly leaned over to whisper something in her ear. He mentioned that Luo Yun might receive a reward of 100 million from Han Xuanxue. Li Fang trembled all over. Then, the way they looked at Luo Yun changed. It was as if Luo Yun was no longer a person, but a walking ATM. "Ah, Brother Luo Yun, I'm sorry, I was just too shy." Li Fang suddenly blushed and said in a coquettish tone, exuding a flirtatious charm, "Luo Yun. Awesome. It's like a heifer opening the door for its mother, that's incredibly awesome." Their quick reaction to money is typical of a family. Understand what the people are thinking. Luo Yun sneered, his playful mood rising, "Alright, enough nonsense. So, you mean there are 3 people accompanying me today?" "Ah, yes. You, and you, right?" Luo Yun pointed to Zhang Yan, Wang Lili, and Li Fang. "Ah, yes. The 3 women immediately lined up, their faces full of flattery as they flirted with Luo Yun, just like when they were choosing a concubine. Luo Yun sneered and looked at Zhang Yan. "What did you say you were just now?" Zhang Yan quickly said, "Tu said I, right? I said I'm a female dog." "You bitch." Luo Yun rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful. "In that case, let's have a competition and see who sounds the most like the person." Ah. Upon hearing this, even those who were mentally prepared to be shameless were so angry they almost jumped up. But when he thought about the potential value of Luo Yun, which might be worth hundreds of millions, he immediately suppressed it. Li Lei secretly gritted his teeth, then gave Luo Yun a fawning thumbs up. "Haha, as expected of my brother Luo, you really know how to play the game." What a load of crap. At this moment, Wu Jiqiang, who had been standing there dumbfounded, finally couldn't hold back any longer. He rushed up to Li Lei and started yelling at him, "Brother-in-law, are you crazy? This bastard Luo Yun insulted your sister-in-law and your sister like that, and you actually groveled before him. Have you lost your minda?" He hadn't finished speaking. Li Lei slapped Wu Jiqiang hard across the face, venting his pent-up anger that Luo Yun had been suppressing. Huh, brother-in-law, you. Wu Jiqiang covered his face, looking aggrieved. Li Lei grabbed him and said in a low, menacing voice, "Idiot, stop causing trouble. Do you know that if this charade succeeds, it could elevate us all to the top? Keep quiet, and I won't treat you unfairly after it's all over." Wu Jiqiang was stunned. Li Lei quickly turned to Luo Yun and apologized. "Brother Luo, I'm so sorry, my silly brother-in-law has no manners, please forgive him." Then, turning to the three women, he said, "Hurry up and call him, don't keep brother Luo waiting." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan, Wang Lili, and Li Fang quickly composed themselves. First, Zhang Yan, woof woof. Luo Yun frowned. It doesn't really have any deeper meaning, it's just plain disgusting. Zhang Yan was startled, fearing that Luo Yun would eliminate her and choose one of the other two women. Quickly lie down on the ground, mimicking a puppy sticking out its tongue and reaching out its paws. Woof woof, woof woof. When Wang Lili and Li Fang saw Zhang Yan working so hard, they immediately became nervous. What if Luo Yun only chooses one? Does that mean they won't have a chance to get a share of the profits? So they all became shameless. Thump, thump. The two knelt down one after the other, stuck out their tongues, and started barking like dogs. Woof woof woof. Awoo, awoo, awoo. An eerily quiet silence fell over the entire room. Time seemed to stand still. Countless onlookers were stunned. One person, utterly shocked and dismayed, deleted the original title of the short video on their phone and changed it to a different title. Earth is too scary, I want to go back to Mars. However, some people with strong mental fortitude covered their mouths and chuckled. I felt the ridicule from those around me. Zhang Yan's family, along with Li Lei and the three female dogs, all gritted their teeth inwardly with malice. Zhang Dong clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails drew blood, and he was so frustrated that he almost cried. You bunch of people from the bottom of society. Laugh, laugh to your heart's content. Once our plan succeeds and we acquire immense wealth, we will trample all of you poor people under our feet. The three women barked like dogs for 2 minutes. Luo Yun could no longer bear the disgust in her heart. That's enough. Upon hearing this, the three women finally stopped. Li Lei rubbed his hands together and came up. Hey, brother Luo, which beauty do you think sounds the most like her? Luo Yun suppressed her nausea, they look very similar. Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Looks like everyone made a profit? So, brother Luo, you mean you want all three of them today? Luo Yun turned away coldly, throwing out a disgusted remark, I don't want any of them. Ah. Li Lei quickly caught up, wait, brother Luo, didn't you say they sound very similar, why don't you want them anymore? Luo Yun jokingly he blurted out, it's precisely because it's so much like a dog that I don't want it because. As he spoke, he turned his head and gave the three women a cold look, I am a human being. Ugh. Moment. Zhang Yan, Wang Lili and Li Fang, 3 daughters, as well as Zhang Yan's family, including Li Lei and Wu Jiqiang. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and were so angry they almost vomited blood. Luo Yun turned and left without looking back. Was he ruthless enough today? Certainly. This is absolutely amazing. They lost face in front of a large crowd of onlookers. Once those videos are released, they'll probably never be able to hold their heads up again. But so what? Luo Yun understood perfectly. If I hadn't awakened my inheritance, and if Han Xuanxue hadn't given me a hand, maybe the one kneeling here today, forced to bark like a dog, is myself. Then, after suffering immense torment from cancer, he died without anyone to even claim his body. Absolutely? Not killing them is already an immense grace. Luo Yun, you stop right there. Realizing they had been tricked, Li Lei, Zhang Yan, and the others finally couldn't hold back any longer. After a brief 3-second moment of stunned silence, they all flew into a rage, their eyes burning with murderous intent. They swarmed forward and blocked Luo Yun's path. The eyes of everyone looking at him were bloodshot with hatred, as if they wanted to devour him alive. Luo Yun narrowed his eyes. What, you want to make a move? Make a move? Li Lei gritted his teeth in hatred, trembling all over. I know you're a good fighter, but sorry, I've already made 2 preparations. After saying that, he made a phone call, and it was over in no time. 3 or 4 vans drove up at the same time, and dozens of people got out. Li Lei's eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth until they bled. Don't forget, the Civil Affairs Bureau is located in the Old Fong Street area. Make my living in this area. Today, you either write me an IOU for 100 million. Either you leave your dog's life here. The words had barely left his mouth. These dozens of thugs, armed with steel pipes, surrounded Luo Yun. Now. Across the street corner. Inside a white Porsche Cayenne that had been parked for a long time. Song Chaoyuan had been silently observing all of this. When they saw Luo Yun act so shamelessly, using Han Xuanxue's power to make things difficult for everyone, she even considered leaving. But remembering Han Xuanxue's repeated instructions, he gritted his teeth and stayed. At this moment, they saw that Luo Yun was suddenly in danger. She took a few deep breaths and reluctantly dialed a number. Mr. Ho, I remember you're the gang leader in this Old Fong Street area, right? Alright, enough of that. Whether you clear your name or not is none of my business. I am just informing you that if you want to continue cooperating with the Song Group, you'd better bring your men to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now, and control your bunch of lackeys. 15, Chapter 15 Disrupting the Great Duke of Jupiter. The call ended. Song Chaoyuan knew that it would take Ho Yongjin, the CEO, some time to get there. So he drove toward Luo Yun, intending to find a way to delay her. Now. Luo Yun had already begun to gather his inner energy. He was completely unafraid of the dozens of thugs and gangsters. They were even somewhat excited. Great, finally I have a chance to practice. Etc. The group was about to make their move. Li Lei suddenly gritted his teeth and said, Luo Yun, I'm giving you one last chance. As long as you back down now and accept Yanzi and my sister, what I said before will still stand. Li Lei isn't stupid. Setting up a scam to swindle money, everything is negotiable. But if you force Luo Yun to give you money, it will become robbery, and things will be difficult to handle. Zhang Yan, understanding perfectly, chimed in, exactly, Luo Yun, don't think we don't know that the Han family's daughter is just using you as a shield to exploit the last few months of your life. Why not enjoy the last few months of your life? What do you need so much money for? You can't take it with you when you die. You hate me, don't you? Don't worry, before you die I'll let you vent your frustrations to your heart's content. I have many positions you haven't seen yet, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Wang Lily puffed out her chest. Luo Yun, I'm so old, aren't you even a little bit tempted? Li Fong wasn't about to be outdone, and with a flick of her skirt, she declared, what's the use of Guangda, I have long legs, I can even do the splits. Luo Yun said with disgust, I told you, humans and dogs are different, get lost. You're asking for it, aren't you? Zhang Yan's family was furious. You don't want someone good looking, you don't want someone big, you don't want someone with long legs, what do you really want? What do you want? It's very simple. Luo Yun smiled coldly and waved to the dozens of people, I want you all to come at me together. I'll marry you, you son of a bitch. Everyone was furious. A brain-dead idiot who won't listen to reason will have to suffer the consequences. Fine, you stubborn brat, if I don't give you a good beating, it seems you won't understand human language. Li Lei gave a vicious order, brothers, beat him to death, beat him until he begs for mercy. The thugs raised their steel pipes and charged at them with a roar. Stop. Just then. A sharp shout interrupted everyone. A white Porsche Cayenne suddenly stopped beside the group. Everyone turned to look. A stunningly beautiful woman in a business suit, her long legs swaying in stockings and high heels, got out of the car and walked briskly towards us. Holy crap! Everyone was startled. The men present, in particular, were all instantly stunned. What a nice view! The beautiful woman walking towards us was none other than Song Chaoyuan. Although she was dressed in business attire, her stunning figure was still impossible to hide. She was beautiful, enormous, with the buttons at her neckline seemingly about to burst open, and a slender waist that swayed gracefully, with the rhythmic tapping of high heels approaching step by step. Every man present felt his heart pounding. Wang Lili felt envious and jealous, and pinched Zhang Dong, who was staring wide-eyed, hard. "Your eyes are practically popping out of your head." Zhang Dong retorted defiantly, "You're the dog, we're even." "You." Luo Yun. He squinted at Song Qiaoyuan. "Although I didn't know her, my intuition told me that this woman had come for me. So I took a second look. Of course. The main reason is that Song Qiaoyuan is indeed quite old, much older than Wang Lili. Most importantly, her looks, figure, and the aura of her long legs could easily outshine the 3 female dogs behind Li Lei. Beautiful lady, we're handling some private matters, so please don't get involved, otherwise, if I accidentally hurt you when I get angry, I'll be heartbroken." Upon seeing the beautiful woman, Li Lei's expression instantly brightened. Song Qiaoyuan didn't even glance at him. She walked straight to Luo Yun's side and stood there, her crimson crescent-shaped eyes coldly looking at the 3 women. Her powerful aura as a woman was quite intimidating. First was Zhang Yan. "Having plastic surgery only makes you a 30 or 40 out of 10 at most. Is that what you call good looks?" Then Wang Lili. "The augmentation was a complete failure, you can smell the silicone even through the clothes." Finally, it's Li Feng. "Put your toed legs toe, they're all black, scarred, and have a chrysanthemum tattoo on them. Are you a black chicken?" He immediately launched into a barrage of incredibly aggressive and sarcastic remarks. He completely silenced the 3 women. They were furious and wanted to argue back. But faced with Song Qiaoyuan's flawless beauty, they instantly felt ashamed and didn't even have the courage to speak. Ahem, beautiful lady." Li Lei's expression turned slightly serious. "This matter has nothing to do with you, so don't get involved." "Who says it has nothing to do with me?" Song Qiaoyuan's beautiful eyes darted around, and she grabbed Luo Yun's arm. "If you want to beat up my boyfriend, of course it has to do with me." As he spoke, he pressed his chest against Luo Yun's body with an intimate gesture. This scene instantly ignited a burning jealousy in every man present. Holy crap! What's going on? Is this stunningly beautiful woman Luo Yun's girlfriend? Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Countless shocked eyes stared at Luo Yun in disbelief. Luo Yun was also taken aback. "Hey beautiful, do you recognize?" Before he could finish speaking, Song Qiaoyuan squeezed Luo Yun hard with her body again, blinking her beautiful eyes and frantically hinting, "Luo Yun, don't be angry with me, okay? It was my fault for arguing with you before, but you can't lower your taste by picking these cheap girls. Come on, come home with me." After saying that, he pulled Luo Yun away. "Stop!" Li Lei roared, "Who gave you permission to leave?" A group of people gathered around. Li Lei and Zhang Yan's family said aggressively, "You, Luo Yun, you almost fooled me again. This beautiful lady, is she another actress you hired?" "Brother-in-law, stop wasting your breath on him." At this point, Zhang Dong couldn't take it anymore. "Who cares if she's an actress or not, this bastard Luo Yun has to be taken down today." "Righties, yes." Li Lei suddenly realized, "I almost got blinded by beauty. Hey girl, I don't care if you're an actress Luo Yun hired, since you're going to protect him, don't blame me for being ruthless. Brothers, let's do it." Song Qiaoyuan's face turned cold. "You dare?" "Ah, little girl, we don't need your protection. Once we've dealt with Luo Yun, you'll be next." Li Lei licked his lips with a lewd and greedy look. "How much did Luo Yun pay you? I'll give you double. If you serve me well, I can give you an extra tip." One by one, the steel pipes came hurtling towards us. Upon seeing this, Song Qiaoyuan's heart sank. Why hasn't that idiot surnamed Ho arrived yet? Did he die on the way? I just thought of this. Break! A Land Rover suddenly cut in front of the crowd and came to a violent stop. The crowd was startled and retreated. I was just about to start cursing. A burly, dark-skinned man in a sharp suit with a scar on his face jumped out of the car with a menacing look. Li Lei, are you fucking insane? You dare to cause trouble with my men in broad daylight? Holy crap? Brother Ho? All the thugs and Li Lei present were stunned. The newcomer was none other than their leader, the head of all the gangsters on Old Fong Street, Brother Ho, Ho Yongjian. Brother Ho, what brings you here? Li Lei was taken aback at first, then greeted him with a fawning expression. Brother Ho, you've come at the right time, don't be angry, I'm working on a big deal, after it's done, I'll definitely give you a share. As he spoke, he pointed to Song Qiaoyuan next to Luo Yun. Brother Ho, what do you think of this girl? She's absolutely stunning, isn't she? You sit down and rest, and after I finish the dirty work, I'll let that girl take good care of you, I guarantee you'll be on top of the world. He hadn't finished speaking. Ho Yongjian turned pale with fright and slapped Li Lei hard across the face. He was incredibly strong, slapping Li Lei so hard that his teeth shattered and he fell head over heels. I'll take off, you son of a bitch. He followed up with a flurry of kicks. Open your dog eyes and see clearly, this lady is none other than President Song of Songs International, the company that's currently cooperating with us and giving us a chance to make a living. Ha! The entire audience erupted in chaos and was instantly paralyzed with fear. Li Lei was so frightened that he immediately soiled himself. Mr. Song, Mr. Song? Countless eyes, filled with immense shock and fear, turned to look at Song Qiaoyuan and Luo Yun. The Song Group, whose mere words can determine the fate of this entire old street for decades to come. President Song? 16, Chapter 16. Hetson he use magic? Mr. Song, I'm so sorry to have caused you trouble. Ho Yongjian quickly apologized, trying to save face. Trouble? Song Qiaoyuan's pretty face was icy cold. If I hadn't arrived in time, Luo Yun would have been beaten to death by your men. This is a matter of life and death, and you're telling me his is just a small trouble? I could sense Song Qiaoyuan's anger. Ho Yongjian was startled. He quickly turned around, pulled Li Lei over, and picked up the steel pipe. Thud, thud. Ah! Li Lei let out a heart-wrenching scream, like a pig being slaughtered, and both of his legs broke in response. Everyone, get over here, kneel down and kowtow, apologize to Miss Song and Mr. Luo. At a command. All the local thugs and hooligans knelt down and kowtowed. The ground throbbed loudly from the foreheads of dozens of people. They knew it very well. Ho Yongjian finally managed to get on the good side of the Song Group and secured over 100 million yuan in investment to develop real estate in Laofeng Street. They all depend on this investment to make a living and support their families. If they don't handle this situation properly, their future will be ruined. What are you all standing there for? Do you want to end up like that bastard Li Lei? Ho Yongjian glared fiercely at Zhang Yan's family. The latter group was so frightened that their legs went weak and they also knelt down on the ground. Miss Song, I wonder if you are satisfied with how this matter has been handled? Ho Yongjian bowed deeply and apologized. Song Qiaoyuan narrowed her beautiful eyes coldly. President Ho, keep a close eye on your subordinates from now on. Times have changed. Don't cause trouble everywhere. If you damage the image of our Song Group, we will not only withdraw our investment, but also sue you in court for huge compensation. Do you understand? I understand. Ho Yongjian nodded vigorously. Let's go. Song Qiaoyuan took Luo Yun's hand, got into the white Porsche Cayenne, and drove away gracefully. Zhang Yan's entire family was stunned. He knelt on the ground, stunned. They just couldn't understand it. What kind of incredible luck did Luo Yun have? First it was Han Shuangxue, the daughter of the Han family in the provincial capital, and now it's Song Qiaoyuan, the beautiful CEO of Songs International in Jiangzhou. One calls him husband, and the other calls him boyfriend. What a damn good for nothing. How come he has such good luck? Did their ancestral graves emit auspicious smoke? After Ho Yongjian led everyone away, Li Lei lay on the ground, clutching his leg and howling in pain. No one from Zhang Yan's family offered him any assistance. Their eyes were filled with anger and resentment as they looked at him. You bastard, you've made our whole family look so bad. When Li Lei lost power, Zhang Yan's family pinned all the blame on him, each of them vomiting all over him. Wu Jiqiang was so angry that he wanted to beat Li Lei to death, but was stopped by the others. Honey, calm down. No matter what, he's still my brother. Wu Jiqiang said viciously, I must be crazy to believe your brother's nonsense. No way, that bastard Luo Yun made my wife bark like a dog, I have to get revenge. The crowd said, how can we get revenge, he has two such powerful women protecting him. Protect them, you guys are incredibly stupid. Wu Jichang had already seen through everything and said viciously, Han Shuangxue and Song Xiaoyuan are best friends, that's no secret, she must have asked Song Xiaoyuan to save Luo Yun's life, didn't you notice the strange look in their eyes just now? Everyone quickly recalled, and then suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Just a rich heiress as a shield, do you really think you've got a get-out-of-jail-free card? A ruthless glint flashed in Wu Jichang's eyes, as long as we don't kill this kind of scum and it doesn't affect the Han family's daughter's plans, no one will care even if we cut off his hands and feet. Yes, yes, yes. Suddenly, everyone became excited. Jichang, do you have a good plan? Of course. Wu Jichang pulled out a wedding invitation from his pocket. Luo Yun is absolutely bursting with confidence right now, thinking we're completely afraid of him, so, all we need to do is figure out a way to lure him to my wedding with Li Fong, and I'll naturally have a way to deal with him. Don't forget. Wu Jichang smirked, my brother-in-law is a key lieutenant of Zhu Qinghu, the CEO of Qinghu Group, faced with the might of Qinghu Group, even if that bitch Song Xiaoyuan came in person, she'd have to immediately tuck her tail between her legs. On the other side, Song Xiaoyuan parked the car at a street corner. Then, looking at Luo Yun with displeasure, she said, Kid, Schwer has only been gone for less than half a day, and you've already caused such disgusting trouble, I really can't understand how Shuangxue could have fallen for you. Luo Yun shook his head, don't misunderstand, my relationship with Sister Schwer is not as complicated as you think. Still calling me Sister Schwer, calling me that so intimately makes me feel disgusted for Schwer. Song Xiaoyuan looked disgusted. Alright, I'm too lazy to waste my breath on someone like you. Schwer said she asked me to take care of you as her best friend, I will keep my promise. But I'm warning you, from now on, you must do whatever I say. Luo Yun was both amused and exasperated. May I ask who you are, why should I listen to you? You. Song Xiaoyuan was stunned, this is truly the first time I've ever seen such an ungrateful wretch, I just saved your life, and instead of thanking me, you're talking to me like this? Did you save me? Luo Yun shook his head speechlessly. Big sister. I finally got a chance to test my current abilities. Then you suddenly appeared, disrupting my plans again. I haven't even said anything to you yet. Too lazy to explain. Luo Yun sighed, what should I call you? Song Xiaoyuan curled her lip in disgust, you don't deserve to know. Alright. Luo Yun glanced at Song Xiaoyuan's well-proportioned chest and said, since your surname is Song, I'll call you Song your own. Tolerance? Song Xiaoyuan was taken aback, why? Haven't you learned any idioms? Idiom? Song Xiaoyuan pondered for a moment, then her face flushed crimson, and she exploded in anger, you dare to flirt with me? You didn't tell me your name, so it's my fault? Luo Yun shrugged indifferently, I know you have a lot of misunderstandings and prejudices about me, but I'm too lazy to argue with you for Schwer Sake. Please tell Schwer that I can live a good life on my own and don't need her to worry. As he spoke, Luo Yun then prepared to get out of the car. You. Song Xiaoyuan quickly grabbed Luo Yun's clothes, come back. What are you doing, lady? I'm so poor I only have this one piece of clothing left. Do you want me to run around naked if you tear it? You. Song Xiaoyuan was furious at Luo Yun's impatient look. Honestly, if Han Shuangxue hadn't repeatedly told me to take good care of Luo Yun, I would have been so grateful. She really wanted to slam on the gas and throw Luo Yun out of the car. I took a few deep breaths to suppress my temper. Song Xiaoyuan took out a cell phone and handed it to Luo Yun. I don't care where you want to go, as long as you don't die, but at least you need a cell phone so I can contact you, right? Otherwise, how am I supposed to explain to Schwer? Cell phone? Upon hearing this, Luo Yun couldn't help but become interested. Yes, it seems like I don't even have a cell phone anymore. So he reached out and took it. During the process, I accidentally touched Song Xiaoyuan's hand. Although it was only for a moment, Song Xiaoyuan quickly withdrew her hand with a look of disgust. However, Luo Yun keenly sensed a murderous aura. Yes, it's not a medical condition, nor is it a problem with qi in blood. It is pure, malevolent energy. Luo Yun then began to observe Song Qiaoyuan's face again. With the yin-yang eyes activated, he instantly discovered a dark, malevolent aura shrouding her brow. Seeing that Luo Yun accepted the phone without hesitation, Song Qiaoyuan was even more disgusted by his money-grubbing attitude. I used my connections to get you a new SIM card under your original identity, so you can use it as soon as you turn it on. Now, get out of my sight. Etc. Luo Yun showed no intention of going down. Song Qiaoyuan gave a sneer. Hee, what, you think you can curry favor with me by giving me an Apple 14 Pro Max right off the bat? You're shameless. Luo Yun didn't bother to argue. Based on this ominous aura, Song Qiaoyuan is destined for bloodshed within 3 days. Why bother arguing with a dead person? But considering that the other person was Han Xuanshua's best friend, had approached her out of kindness, and had even given her a cell phone. May I borrow your paper and pen? As Luo Yun spoke, he opened the glove box in the car, took out paper and pen, and quickly wrote down a demon exorcism talisman based on his inherited memories, and handed it to the other party. I don't like owing people, so consider this talisman as me repaying you for the phone. Ha! Song Qiaoyuan didn't even bother to answer the call, completely dumbfounded. This phone costs over 10,000 yuan, and you think you can fool me with a bunch of scribbles? Keep the talisman safe, it can save your life. Ha ha ha. Song Qiaoyuan was so angry at Luo Yun that she laughed. I really don't know what Han Xuanshu saw in this crazy guy who talks nonsense all the time. Get down right now. This time, Luo Yun didn't waste any more words. He left behind a talisman to ward off evil spirits, opened the door, and got out of the car. Before leaving, she added, remember what I said, Song your own. You're the one who's tolerant, your whole family is tolerant. With a flushed face, Song Qiaoyuan retorted angrily, then stepped on the gas and sped away in her white Cayenne. We drove on. It lasted for about 10 minutes. Only then did I finally calm down. That Luo Yun is a shameless scoundrel, a complete scoundrel. No, I must tell Shuer everything Luo Yun has done. I can't let her be fooled by this scoundrel. He took out his phone while driving. The call was just made to Han Xuanshu. Suddenly, the talisman that Luo Yun left behind actually floated up without any wind and directly stuck to his face, blocking his vision. Ah! Song Qiaoyuan was terrified and hurriedly turned the steering wheel and slammed on the brakes. It swerved and twisted wildly, making adjustments, and almost hit pedestrians several times before finally coming to a stop. Song Qiaoyuan ripped the talisman off her face and, seeing the garbled symbols and characters on it, immediately went berserk. Ah! That damned Luo Yun almost got me killed. Just then, Han Xuanshu answered the phone. Qiaoyuan, what's wrong? Song Qiaoyuan was furious and immediately wanted to reveal all of Luo Yun's misdeeds. Shuer, there are some things I need to make clear to you, that Luo Yun. She hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, less than 10 meters directly in front of her. Boom! A loud bang. A giant truck loaded with steel bars overturned without warning. One after another, shocking steel bars pierced through a driverless car parked on the roadside, leaving it riddled with holes. Oh! Song Qiaoyuan instinctively cried out in surprise. At first, I was just startled, but upon closer reflection, I was suddenly horrified. Because if I hadn't had the talisman stuck to my face and rushed to stop the car. Now, those terrifying steel bars have instantly pierced through it, leaving it riddled with holes. It will be myself. Before anyone could react, the talisman in his hand suddenly burst into flames without warning. There! A burst of nameless fire instantly burned away more than half of the exorcism talisman. Just as Song Qiaoyuan was about to panic and throw it away, she suddenly remembered the words Luo Yun had left behind before he left. In an instant, I was completely stunned. Disaster. Could it be? Hey, Qiaoyuan, say something, what's wrong? You mean Luo Yun? What happened to Luo Yun? Song Qiaoyuan stared blankly at her phone. I was lost in thought for a long time. Her red lips trembled, and she murmured, still shaken, that Luo Yun he. He knows magic, right? 17, Chapter 17 I'll tear you to pieces. What magic, Xiao Yuan? What are you talking about? Han Shuangxue asked in confusion over the phone. After calming herself down for a long time, Song Xiaoyuan hurriedly said, "Oh, it's nothing, I just wanted to let you know I'm safe. I'd already seen Luo Yun." He gave a few perfunctory replies and hung up the phone. Holding the half-burnt talisman, Song Xiaoyuan was in a state of utter confusion. This is too weird. It must just be a coincidence, right? After Luo Yun turned on his phone, he suddenly received a call from Wu Jiqiang. "Hey, brother Luo, I didn't offend you today. It was all that bastardly Lei who started it all. Please don't get back at me." Luo Yun frowned. "I don't have that kind of free time." Alright, thank you so much, brother Luo, for sparing my life. Did you receive my wedding invitation? Why don't you come to my wedding? I'll offer you an apology drink in person so I can put my mind at ease." "I'm busy." "No, brother Luo, I won't feel at ease if you don't come. Besides, I gave you a gift when you got married. Please come as our old classmate and roommate, so I can feel at ease." After the call ended, Luo Yun looked impatient. He didn't care whether the other party had a conspiracy or not. "With my current strength, I can wipe out these kinds of people one by one, or a whole bunch of them if they come." However, Wu Jiqiang said he had given himself a gift before. That's a different matter altogether. Luo Yun hates owing people. Especially those kinds of trashy people. "Forget it, I still have 200 or 300 in my bank account. I'll just throw a red envelope at his wedding and leave. That'll be a way of saying goodbye to the past." Luo Yun ran to the bank and withdrew all the money from all her accounts. It only adds up to 2,583 yuan. "Hurry up!" A girl in line behind her impatiently urged. 7 or 8 bank cards and you only withdrew this little bit of money. Don't waste my time, move over. I turned my head to look. The speaker was a fashionable girl who was no more than 20 years old, with a youthful appearance, wearing high street clothes, blowing gum, wearing a nose ring, and having dyed her hair a lime green. "What are you looking at, you poor bastard? Get out of the way." The young delinquent tried her best to look fierce. "Look again, and I'll poke your eyes out." Luo Yun was too lazy to argue with such a brat. He got up and left. The young delinquent was smug and felt incredibly cool, so she immediately blew a huge bubble in one breath. He plopped down on his bottom. Smack! The chewing gum bubble popped. "Withdraw the money, all the money in the passbook'll whoosh whoosh whoosh." However, before she could finish speaking, her face turned deathly pale, as if she couldn't breathe. Thump! After holding it in for a long time, he finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck. "Oh no, what happened? This girl's asthma is acting up, isn't she? Go quick, check if she has her asthma inhaler on." "No, we've searched everywhere, but we can't find it." "Was there a doctor here?" The girl's face turned blue. There wasn't even time to call an ambulance. Luo Yun stopped and looked back. They discovered that the person who had fallen was none other than the rude young woman who had spoken out earlier. "I couldn't help but laugh and cry. This little brat has no sense of propriety with such severe asthma. It's one thing not to carry an asthma inhaler with him, but to chew gum and blow such a big bubble is another. He really doesn't want to live. Is anyone a doctor? Hurry, the little girl is dying." The enthusiastic security guard shouted loudly. Everyone instinctively stepped aside. One of the doctors even secretly hid his identification documents inside his coat. Clearly, they were wary of the young delinquent's arrogant demeanor and dared not offer assistance, fearing they would get themselves into trouble. Luo Yun took everything in. Ha, what a cold society, and how selfish people are. That's enough. I'll have to do it myself. Make way, everyone. Luo Yun pushed through the crowd and activated his yin-yang eyes. It was immediately apparent that this young woman was severely oxygen deprived, her lungs were contracting rapidly, and her brain's vital blood vessels were unable to pump blood due to the lack of oxygen. If this continues, she will die from cerebral hypoxia within minutes. "Little brat, you're lucky to have met me. Luo Yun squatted down and directly lifted the hem of the delinquent girl's clothes. Huh, what are you doing? That little girl is about to die, and you're still taking advantage of her. Luo Yun was speechless for a moment. I'm saving her. You're going to save my ass. Seeing Luo Yun's tattered clothes, the crowd immediately mocked. Are you a doctor? Do you have a medical license? Then why don't you come and rescue them? Luo Yun coldly scanned the surroundings. Everyone shut up. Luo Yun stopped wasting words. He placed a hand on the young woman's stomach and began to treat her. This person is absolutely joking. The man, who was hiding his doctor identity, suddenly shouted, even when it comes to saving lives, you should do CPR first. Lifting someone's clothes and touching their stomach is definitely taking advantage of them. Just then, the young woman's phone rang. The caller ID read Stinky Old Man. Oh no, the little girl's father is calling, answer it quickly. A group of helpful bystanders quickly informed the girl's father of the situation. Less than 2 minutes later, the bank door was kicked open with a bang. A middle-aged man, dressed in a designer luxury suit and exuding an imposing aura, stepped out of a luxurious Maybach and rushed into the hall. Lemon! The middle-aged man knelt down abruptly, cradling the pale-faced, eyes-rolling young girl, his expression one of utter panic. Ning Ning, Daddy's here, don't be afraid. Get out of my way. Luo Yun's aura had already fully developed and deepened, not allowing any disturbance. He immediately said coldly, don't delay my treatment. Oh. The middle-aged man quickly released his daughter, then looked Luo Yun up and down at her tattered clothes, asking nervously and suspiciously, are you a doctor? He's a damn doctor. Take a look. The middle-aged man was driving a Maybach and dressed head to toe in designer brands, clearly a wealthy member of high society. The onlookers eagerly chimed in, trying to get his attention. This guy took advantage of the girl while she was unconscious, lifting up her clothes to take advantage of her. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. Isn't he treating my daughter? Of course not, sir. I assure you in my sacred capacity, this guy is absolutely taking advantage of the situation. At this moment, the doctor who had been hiding his identity stepped forward, holding up his medical badge high. I am a doctor, and I know better than anyone that the first thing to do in this situation is CPR, but from beginning to end, this man did not perform any first aid measures for a full 2 minutes. He was only concerned with groping your daughter. Ha! Upon hearing this from the licensed doctor, the middle-aged man's expression instantly changed drastically, and he roared in fury, you bastard, you get the hell out of my way right now, or I'll kill you. Before he could finish speaking, the young delinquent suddenly coughed violently and finally began to breathe. Daughter! Before the middle-aged man could get angry, he quickly stepped forward to pick up the girl. Luo Yun stopped her in a deep voice, don't touch her, the treatment isn't over yet. Although she's breathing now, the lack of oxygen just now caused extensive damage to her cardiovascular system. If we don't repair it now, your daughter could be mentally disabled at best, and paralyzed and waiting to die at worst. As he spoke, he lifted the girl's clothes a little more and continued his actions with both hands. Get out of my way. Seeing this, the middle-aged man angrily shoved Luo Yun aside and turned to the man who showed him his doctor's license for help. Doctor, my daughter is breathing, what should we do next? Seeing that the girl was breathing, the doctor no longer hesitated and immediately took charge. Don't worry, sir, with me here, everything will be fine. Let's get to the hospital right away, and I'll open an emergency green channel for your daughter. Ah, thank you, doctor, thank you so much. As long as my daughter is out of danger, I will repay you handsomely. The doctor was overjoyed. On the surface, however, he maintained a sanctimonious demeanor. Sir, what are you saying? Saving lives and helping the sick is the fundamental duty and mission of us doctors. These words were spoken. Everyone instantly fell into deep respect. Even the girl's wealthy father was moved to tears. The doctor turned around and arrogantly tossed Luo Yun a sentence. Make way, don't waste the golden time for saving the patient. Luo Yun frowned. With human lives at stake, he couldn't be bothered to argue. Sir, I urge you to put your daughter down immediately. As I said, the injury needs to be repaired as soon as possible. By the time you get her to the hospital, it will be too late. Holy shit! The middle-aged man raised his fist, about to smash it into Luo Yun's face. But at the crucial moment, he stopped, gritting his teeth and looking extremely ferocious, saying, "You bastard, if my daughter's life weren't in danger right now, I could smash your head to pieces on the spot, believe it or not? You pervert, get out of the way, you've already taken advantage of me, what more do you want? Are you really trying to kill this young girl before you're satisfied? How can you, as a human being, be so worse than an animal?" The crowd cursed and condemned. Luo Yun. How pathetic, how truly pathetic. That's enough. Since the girl's father insisted on leaving. Perhaps this was the girl's destined tribulation. In that case, just don't regret it. Luo Yun shook his head and made way. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was so angry that his teeth chattered. He picked up his daughter and said, "You bastard, if you have the guts, tell me your name. Once my daughter recovers, I will tear you to pieces." Luo Yun, who was just looking for someone to practice on, coldly replied, "I will never change my name or surname. My name is Luo Yun. I'm waiting for you to be torn to pieces." With that, he walked away with his hands behind his back. Half an hour later. Inside the dressing room for Wu Jiqiang and Li Fan's wedding. A group of people were secretly discussing things. "Jiqiang, will Luo Yun really come?" "I don't know, but I hope it will come." Wu Jiqiang's expression was solemn, and he gritted his teeth. "I must take revenge." Wu Jiqiang's sister, Wu Feifei, comforted him, "Little brother, don't worry with your brother-in-law around, even if Luo Yun has Song Qiaoyuan backing him up, he'll still get his way." As she spoke, she grabbed a fierce-looking bald man with a dragon tattooed on his chest beside her. "You agree, right, honey?" The bald, menacing man chuckled arrogantly. "Of course, I, Zhou Wenbin, am a high-ranking executive at Qinghu International. Isn't she just Song Qiaoyuan from the Song Group? Don't let her arrogant demeanor fool you. In front of Qinghu International, she still has to keep her tail between her legs. The Song Group is now groveling at our door like a dog in order to get a big order from Qinghu International. Don't even mention a pretty boy as a shield. Even if Song Qiaoyuan herself came, she would have to bow and scrape before me, Zhou Wenbin." "Ha, great, brother-in-law, you're awesome." Wu Jiqiang and Li Fan clenched their fists excitedly. Just then, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Zhang Dong and Zhang Yan, siblings, exclaimed excitedly, "They're here, that bitch Luo Yun really came." Chapter 18. A dying patient suddenly sit up. Outside the wedding hall. Luo Yun took the red envelope and went to the gift collection table. He simply tossed it aside, without saying a word, and turned to leave. But they had only taken 2 steps. Suddenly, I saw a chubby, dark-skinned man walking towards me in dirty worker's clothes. "Ah, Luo Yun." The chubby, dark-skinned man in work clothes looked shocked, then burst into laughter. "My good brother, you're here, you really came, I've missed you so much." Luo Yun recognized the person instantly. I couldn't help but feel a lump in my throat. "Gao Peng?" "Ah, yes, it's me, I'm not dead." Gao Peng rushed over and gave him a big bear hug, his eyes reddening. "It's been years since we last met, I've dreamed about you so many times." "Me too." Luo Yun patted the other person's shoulder forcefully. Gao Peng was his college roommate. One of my closest buddies. The reason they lost contact was that a few years ago, Gao Peng fell from a building while working for someone else in another city. Luo Yun tried to contact them frantically, but the calls wouldn't go through. I heard from a classmate that he died from the fall, and his family can't contact him anymore. This news saddened Luo Yun for quite some time. Unexpectedly. "Brother, you're still alive, that's wonderful, you're alive, that's all that matters." Luo Yun forced back her tears. Gao Peng laughed heartily. "Look at you, are you about to cry? I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Where have you been these past few years?" "Well, it's a long story, let's go inside and sit down to talk." Etc. Luo Yun was both amused and exasperated. He originally planned to leave after throwing down the red envelope, but he didn't intend to stay any longer. "What are you waiting for? It's been years since we last met, I have to have a good drink with you." They didn't give Luo Yun a chance to explain at all. Gao Peng dragged Luo Yun into the wedding hall. As soon as we entered the wedding hall. The entire hall fell silent for a moment. Pairs of malicious eyes were looking at him. Luo Yun understood instantly. We've arrived at a feast at Hongmen, a place where we're surrounded by enemies on all sides. On the other side, Shuizhen, who had been publicly assaulted by Luo Yun with an unidentified object, was a victim of a similar incident. They arrived at a luxury mansion by car. Along the way, he kept recalling Luo Yun's actions and wanted to curse countless times. Luo Yun, aren't you just a master of internal energy? In Jiangzhou, you might still have some influence. But in the provincial capital, or even in the entire Jiangnan province, you're nothing more than a small fish crossing the river. I'll settle the score with you properly after I've finished visiting my master. Break. The car stopped. A man in his 30s, dressed in a suit, approached with an air of confidence. Junior brother, you've finally arrived, my father is dying. Shuizhen looked anxious. What happened? Master was perfectly fine last month. Not only last month, but this morning he was perfectly fine, practicing standing meditation and breathing exercises for 2 hours. The man in the suit led Shuizhen inside. Sigh, I won't say anything more, your master has something to say to you, go and see him. Okay. Shuizhen entered the gate. His master was Huo Qiyuan, the famous head of the Hua family in Jiangnan province. The Hua family is full of outstanding individuals, with members involved in business, politics, the military, and medicine. Not only that, Huo Qiyuan was also once the top leader of a military region in Jiangzhou. He trained countless soldiers under his command. As a master of internal strength who became famous decades ago, he has countless students and disciples. Shuizhen, the eldest son of the Shui family, was one of them. If master were to truly pass away, it would shake the entire Jiangnan province, triggering a series of unpredictable chain reactions. Shuizhen tried to calm the turmoil in his heart. I met each and every member of the Hua family who were immersed in grief. We arrived at a room. Master. When Shuizhen saw the frail old man lying on the luxurious bed, tears welled up in his eyes instantly. He quickly stepped forward and grasped the old man's hand. Your apprentice has come to see you. Cough, Ajin. Huo Qiyuan coughed weakly and struggled to grasp Shuizhen's hand. You are the last disciple I took in, and also the youngest. The reason I asked you to come here before I died is because your master felt guilty. If your master hadn't insisted on taking you as a disciple, you wouldn't have been harmed. Shuizhen was bewildered. Master, what do you mean by that? At this moment, an elderly man in a gray robe walked over and sighed. Young Master Shui, to be honest, the reason why Mr. Hui is bedridden this time is not because of any illness, but because of the martial arts he practices. Cultivation technique? Shuizhen was taken aback and looked at the old man in the gray robe. He recognized the man. This person is Chen Miaoshu, one of the most famous doctors in Jiangnan province. Chen Miaoshu nodded. Yes, the culprit is old master Hua's 100 steps fist technique, and also the same technique you, young master Shui, are currently practicing. This technique can be deadly. What? Shuizhen was stunned. Impossible, don't many of my senior brothers practice that set of boxing techniques? Aren't they all perfectly fine? Upon hearing this, Huo Qiyuan's face was filled with grief. Ajin, this is precisely what your master blames. Most your senior brothers are all over 30 years old, and even if I were to remind them now, it would already be too late. Only you are not yet 30. Perhaps if you stop cultivating now, it's not too late. The old man, filled with anguish and self-reproach, freed his other hand and tightly grasped Shuizhen's hands with both. Jin, listen to your master, stop immediately. That concludes the discussion. Huo Qiyuan was taken aback. Shuizhen asked in confusion, Master, what's wrong? You. Huo Qiyuan seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he struggled to his feet, his aged hands desperately reaching out to touch Shuizhen, explore and sense it. Ajin, the stagnation of qi and blood in your body has been completely cleared. How did you do that? He was startled to sit up when he saw Huo Qiyuan, who was on his deathbed. Everyone was startled. they all stepped forward to ask. Hua Qiyuan quickly explained, I sensed Ajin's qi and blood with both hands, and Hugh was not harmed by the backlash from the technique. He is very healthy. Not only that, his qi and blood are flowing smoothly, and his potential has greatly increased. Chen Miaoshu was instantly shocked. Impossible, I have been treating you, Mr. Hua, for many years and have studied it painstakingly without any results. There is absolutely no way to repair the backlash from the 100 steps boxing technique. As he spoke, he touched Shuizhen with both hands and quickly examined him. After a thorough examination, he was dumbfounded. He staggered back several steps, exclaiming, a miracle, this is a miracle. Even if this technique backfires and is miraculously cured, it will never be able to repair itself. Young Master Zhu, did you encounter some incredibly skilled medical expert who saved you? Ah. Shuizhen was completely stunned. What? What kind of expert could I possibly meet? I've spent almost all my time in the team these past few years. When I do come out, it's usually to help the family with some issues. How could I possibly have the luck to meet any expert? Etc. Suddenly, Shuizhen's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, a face with a half-smile appeared in my mind. No way, it can't be that Luo Yun, can it? 19, Chapter 19. You didn't even have a chance to scream. Ajin, have you remembered something? Everyone pressed for answers. Shuizhen shook his head repeatedly. Impossible, he's too young. Even Dr. Chen was helpless. It must just be a coincidence. Ability has nothing to do with age, young Master Shui. Let me examine you, and everything will be clear. Without wasting any words, Chen Miaoshu directly ripped open Shuizhen's clothes. Examined the key acupoints and meridians on his body. The results showed that traces were only found at the Jibian acupoint on both legs and the Mingmen acupoint on the waist. Just 3 acupoints, and the meridians are reversed? Chen Miaoshu's face was filled with horror. Shuizhen still didn't believe it. Dr. Chen, please calm down. I really think it's impossible. Luo Yun's so-called treatment of me only took a minute or two. Even if he cured me, it was probably just a lucky guess. What? Upon hearing this, Chen Miaoshu was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and his whole body was trembling with excitement. 3 acupoints reversed the pulse, and it only took 1 or 2 minutes? Hua Qiyuan had never seen Chen Miaoshu look so horrified, and couldn't help but ask, Chen Miaoshu, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Absolutely right, such skill and technique go beyond mere medical prowess. There must be some profound and mysterious inheritance beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Chen Miaoshu's hands trembled with shock as she grasped Shuizhen with immense excitement. Young Master Shui, your luck is truly extraordinary. You've encountered such a heaven-defying genius. The Shui family is truly blessed by our ancestors. Shuizhen was dumbfounded. Is it really that exaggerated? Chen Miaoshu's expression was extremely serious. I swear on the honor of my Chen family, and on heaven, that whoever cures young Master Shui is absolutely a dragon among men. If we can befriend this person and gain his favor, even a worm in the mud can be transformed into a dragon. These words were spoken. Everyone in the audience was utterly shocked. Who is Chen Miaoshu? His words carry great weight. Hua Qiyuan knew that Chen Miaoshu's words were true, and hurriedly asked, Ajin, can you still contact this person? Shuizhen's heart pounded. I'm not sure, but I guess it's possible. Good. Hua Qiyuan's expression was extremely solemn, all traces of his previous illness gone. Ajin, I now order you to befriend him at all costs. Listen carefully, I said at all costs. Here at the wedding, Luo Yun was dragged to the table by Gao Peng. They didn't say more than a few words. Wu Jiqiang and Li Feng, along with Zhang Yan, Zhang Dong, and others, brought a group of old classmates to sit down. Among them were his college counselors. Hey, isn't this Brother Luo? You've really come. Welcome, welcome. Gao Peng, are you back from the dead? Everyone joked about it. Gao Peng was completely unaware that he was being mocked, and repeatedly cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you all for your concern. I'm lucky to have survived. I rushed over to let you know I'm safe and sound after hearing about my old classmate's happy occasion. Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed mockingly. Safety? Who cares whether a poor wage earner like you lives or dies? Looking at your filthy workers' clothes, I wouldn't even want to sit on the table without feeling disgusted. Seeing that Gao Peng was still as naive as before, Luo Yun didn't want him to suffer unwarranted exclusion. Gao Peng, we've already given you the red envelope, no need to linger, let's go somewhere else to drink. Hey, stop. Wu Jichang grinned, his eyes flashing with the ruthless cunning of someone who had succeeded in his scheme. Since you're already here, do you think I'll let you go without a few drinks? Luo Yun, look how enthusiastic Jichang is, let's have a few drinks here. Gao Peng, looking rather foolish, got up and poured drinks for everyone. Luo Yun. Ah, brother, it's been so many years, you're still as honest and lovable as ever. Okay. Since that's the case, I'll just stay here and chat with you. If anyone else dares to cause trouble, we'll just wipe them out. Alright, I'll only drink with you. Luo Yun raised her wine glass, faced Gao Peng, and drank it all in one gulp. Gao Peng toasted heartily. Everyone laughed. Yes, drink more you two brothers, one survived but the other won't live much longer, you really are brothers in misfortune. Upon hearing this, Gao Peng also sensed something was off. What do you mean? Didn't you know, Luo Yun has terminal cancer and doesn't have more than 3 months to live? Gao Peng was startled, really? Zhang Yan then sneered, of course it's true, I'm his ex-wife, and I handled the cancer test results. Gao Peng's face turned pale instantly, and he quickly snatched the wine from Luo Yun's hand. I'm sorry, brother, Tu shouldn't have let you drink. What, Luo Yun finished drinking with you, and now you're stopping him? Are you implying that no one here, besides you, is worthy of drinking with Luo Yun? Gao Peng quickly explained, No, that's not what I meant, I didn't know Luo Yun's condition was so serious. Stop talking nonsense. In everyone's eyes, Luo Yun was already trapped, so he simply laid his cards on the table and stopped pretending. A large bowl was filled with strong liquor and slammed down in front of Luo Yun. Luo Yun, I'm giving you two choices, either you toast everyone here, or you drink this bowl of 63 proof liquor in one gulp. Wu Jichang grinned maliciously and said, I told you, I invited you here today so you could drink an apology drink. Luo Yun narrowed her eyes, what if I don't drink it? Not drinking? Wu Jichang grinned menacingly, if you don't drink, I'll break your arms and legs today and make you crawl out of here. Upon hearing this, 7 or 8 young men rushed forward and surrounded Luo Yun to prevent him from escaping. Gao Peng panicked upon seeing this. Wu Jichang, what do you mean, we're old classmates, why are you making things difficult for us? Roll. Before he could finish speaking, Wu Jichang kicked Gao Peng hard away. You poor, spineless coward. Do you have the right to speak in this situation? If you keep babbling, I'll smash your dog mouth. Luo Yun was instantly enraged. He helped Gao Peng up and secretly released his energy to relieve the pain in his body. Then he looked at Wu Jichang with icy eyes. Wu Jichang, do you really want to die? Ha ha ha. Wu Jichang laughed repeatedly. Luo Yun, do you really think you're someone important? Just a dead shield, I'm not easily intimidated. At this moment, a group of old classmates stood up to support them. Luo Yun, all of us old classmates know that you have terminal cancer and have been used as a shield for some rich girl. Anyone with a bit of backbone wouldn't sell their dignity in the last few months of their precious life, and yet, you've made it your bragging rights? The teacher who had been a counselor to everyone back then also stood up hypocritically, looking as if he was disappointed in them. He slammed his hand on the table. Luo Yun, I really didn't expect that after so many years of teaching, just before I retire, I would produce such a good-for-nothing as you. I'm ordering you right now to drink and apologize to Jichang, then get out of here. I'll pretend I never taught a student like you who has no dignity whatsoever. Faced with the conspiracies of everyone making things difficult for them, Luo Yun's expression turned completely cold. He picked up the bowl of strong liquor and looked at the teacher. I remember you, teacher who, right? Shut up. Teacher who, looking disgusted and angry, glared at him and said, I don't have a shameless and despicable student like you. Shameless and despicable? Luo Yun laughed. Are you talking about yourself, teacher who? You haven't forgotten how you knelt on the ground, begging me not to tell anyone, with snot and tears streaming down your face, when I found out you were secretly filming a female student in the bathroom? Everyone was taken aback. Exposed, teacher who immediately became furious and embarrassed. What nonsense are you talking about? Luo Yun pointed to the bowl of wine. Drink this wine, kneel on the ground and beg me one more time, and I might consider not reporting this to the Education Bureau. You're spouting utter nonsense and ruining my reputation. I'll fight you to the death. Teacher who rushed up in a fit of rage. Luo Yun kicked him in the stomach. With a thud. Teacher who knelt down. Luo Yun picked up the bowl of strong liquor, grabbed teacher whose hair, pried open his mouth, and gulped down the hot liquor. Consider this bowl of wine your apology to the girl you secretly photographed back then. Everyone was shocked. Holy crap. This dog is insane, he dares to hit the teacher. Wu Jiqiang roared and said to the 7 or 8 young men. Men, what are you all standing there for? Let's get him. 7 or 8 young men rushed up. Luo Yun didn't even need to turn his head. Thud, thud, thud. With a few easy kicks, they were all sent flying. Ah! Many of his old classmates were stunned. Holy crap! When did Luo Yun become so powerful? Wu Jiqiang roared angrily, you dare to assault someone and cause trouble at my wedding? Wedding? Luo Yun sneered, Wu Jiqiang, you'd better kneel down right now and kowtow to Gaoping to apologize, otherwise, this wedding will turn into your funeral. His words carried immense weight. Instantly, everyone was startled by Luo Yun's gaze. And just then, a clap of applause slowly came from behind the crowd. Hee, interesting, very interesting, kid, you're pretty brave. Under the watchful eyes of the public, a man in a sharp suit, with an open collar revealing a fierce bald head adorned with a dragon head tattoo, slowly walked over with a half-smile. He has quite a presence. This man is none other than Wu Jiqiang's brother-in-law, Zhou Wenbin, a high-ranking executive at Qinghu International. Brother-in-law. Seeing his backer arrive, Wu Jiqiang immediately went to greet him. Look how arrogant Luo Yun is, he knows you're my brother-in-law, yet he still dares to cause trouble like this. Brother-in-law? Luo Yun squinted at Zhou Wenbin, you're Wu Jiqiang's backer, Baldy, I'm in a hurry to catch up with my old buddies and don't want to cause any trouble. You can get lost now, it's not too late. Holy crap? Everyone was stunned and speechless. Luo Yun is truly incredibly stupid. This is Zhou Wenbin, a well-known high-ranking executive at Qinghu International, a powerful figure with connections in both the legitimate and underworld circles. This Luo Yun actually dares to threaten me? Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. Zhou Wenbin chuckled cruelly, then his face darkened, you bastard, I'm giving you 1 minute to kneel down and kowtow 10 times to everyone here, the kind that draws blood, otherwise. Slap. Slap slap. A clap of hands. Splash. In an instant, 50 or 60 young men from the community stood up in the huge wedding banquet hall. Zhou Wenbin pulled out his belt from his waist and swung it hard, making a loud cracking sound. His eyes were fierce, fixed on Luo Yun. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't even have a chance to scream. Bang! The words had barely left his mouth. Suddenly, the wedding banquet door was forcefully pushed open from the outside. A voice filled with surprise rang out, Brother Luo, I've searched all over Jiangzhou with my men, and I've finally found you. Luo Yun squinted and turned around. Those who come. It was Shuizhen, whom he had previously violated. 20, Chapter 20, It's you I'm going to chop. Patrick Star? Luo Yun was taken aback when she saw Shuizhen. What are you doing here? Upon hearing the name Patrick Star, Shuizhen blushed. He quickly came forward, both amused and exasperated. Brother Luo, please don't joke around, those underwear were just something I bought on a whim, it's really not my usual style. Luo Yun, too lazy to argue, pressed on, tell me, why did you come here? Shuizhen confessed truthfully, I couldn't contact my sister, and I didn't have your phone number. I took several truckloads of soldiers and searched all over Jiangzhou but couldn't find you. I had no choice but to use some of my connections and dared to check your whereabouts. I learned that you were attending an old classmate's wedding, so I came straight here. After saying that, he quickly cupped his hands in a fist and palm salute. Brother Luo, I'm so sorry, I really didn't mean to investigate your whereabouts, it's just that my master is in critical condition, and I had no choice but to. As he spoke, suddenly the conversation stopped. Only then did I realize the tense atmosphere on the scene. Upon closer inspection, dozens of people were gathered at the scene, all eyeing Luo Yun with predatory intent, ready to pounce at any moment. His face darkened. "Brother Luo, what's going on?" Luo Yun waved his hand dismissively. "This is none of your business, go and do what you need to do." "That won't do." Shuizhen said earnestly, "Brother Luo's business is my business. These people are trying to make things difficult for you, aren't they?" As he spoke, his expression turned cold, and he scanned everyone present. After all, he was a 2-star instructor of the Eagles team and a master of the 5th level of external strength, so he still had quite an imposing presence. "You want to harm Brother Luo?" Everyone was stunned for a long time. After all, Shuizhen was wearing a military camouflage uniform and had 2 unidentified star ranks on his chest, which looked quite intimidating at first glance. But soon, Wu Jicheng laughed loudly. "Holy crap, Luo Yun, could this guy be a new actor you hired? Okay, you've changed your tactics. This time you didn't hire a beautiful woman, you hired a man instead?" As he spoke, he stepped forward and fiddled with the 2 stars on Shuizhen's chest that symbolized his status as a 2-star instructor in the Eagle team. "But you should at least do your homework beforehand, right? Don't you know that military ranks are worn on shoulder boards? You're wearing it on your chest. What's up? Are you cosplaying as Paw Patrol, trying to get some kind of big score or what?" Ha ha ha. These words were spoken. Everyone burst into laughter. Shuizhen's expression turned extremely grim. "I don't care who you are, get your filthy hands off me. You know that what you're doing is playing with fire?" "Ha, you scared me to death. The Paw Patrol is angry." The crowd laughed even harder. Zhou Wenbin clapped his hands impatiently. "Alright, 1 minute is up, this farce ends here." As he spoke, with a flick of his belt, he shouted, "Go, break this bastard's legs, since he won't kneel, beat him until he does." Roar! The group of young men grabbed benches and bottles and aggressively surrounded Luo Yun. Shuizhen stepped forward and shouted sternly, "How dare you!" Everyone burst into laughter. "Kid, you're pretty dedicated. Luo Yun must have paid you a lot of money, right?" Zhou Wenbin struck a pose, stepped forward, and pointed his finger hard at Shuizhen's chest, saying viciously, "You bastard, this has nothing to do with you. I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight, otherwise I'll make you vanish into thin air today." "Make me vanish from the face of the earth?" Shuizhen thought he had misheard. He is a 2-star instructor in the Eagles team, a top-notch training master who was transferred down from above. Even some high-ranking figures in Jiangzhou treat him with great respect. The other party was an unknown gang leader. How dare they threaten me like that? Is this an attempt to openly provoke the military? Are you tired of living? Shuizhen said coldly, "You dare to threaten me like this? It seems you're very confident in your identity. Dare to state your name?" Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into mocking laughter. "My God, you guys said you didn't do your homework, and you still won't admit it? Traveling around Jiangzhou, how could you not recognize the famous brother Zhou Wenbin?" Wu Jicheng stepped forward and boasted, "Kid, let me give you a little background. My brother-in-law, Brother Bin, is a high-ranking executive at the famous Qinghu International, and a capable lieutenant under boss Zhu Qinghu." Li Fang also boasted, "Not only that, our brother-in-law, Brother Bin, is a big shot in Jiangzhou. I dare not speak of anything else, but just look at this old city area of Jiangzhou right now. If Brother Bin wants someone to die, they can forget about living." Upon hearing this, Shuizhen smiled. But a murderous intent lurked beneath the smile. "A gang leader? Sorry, as far as I know, there are no more criminal gangs in our country these days." Ha ha ha. This remark once again drew a burst of laughter from a group of people. No, I can't take it anymore. Luo Yun, next time you hire actors, please don't hire this kind of idiot, okay? Idiot, are you living in the world of CCTV's evening news? Full of nonsense. Zhou Wenbin's hand holding the belt went numb, and he immediately lashed it out hard. Why bother talking so much to this idiot, since he's so eager to die? Then let him have his way, take all of them. Wearing military camouflage, fine, today I'm going to chop up those wearing military uniforms. At a command, the dozens of young men pulled out gleaming machetes from under the table. Seeing this scene, Luo Yun smiled. His smile was full of pity. Real. I just wanted to teach these blind bastards a lesson, maybe break their arms and legs. But he never expected. These people are incredibly reckless. You just said that you cut down the guy in military uniform, right? Luo Yun looked at Zhou Wenbin, his eyes full of mockery. Zhou Wenbin had long lost his patience. He threw away his belt and pulled out a large machete from under the table. His aura intensified, and he desperately swung his feet, acting like the boss. You heard me right. In this small corner of the old city, I can kill whoever I want. Don't even mention the guy next to you in that fake uniform. Even if someone in a real uniform came at me, I'd still chop them down without hesitation. These words were spoken. Dozens of people raised their arms and shouted, their blood boiling with excitement. Everyone looked on with admiration. Awesome. Brother Bin is awesome, so damn domineering. In this old town, our Brother Bin is the king. Okay, that's great. Luo Yun gave a thumbs up. Then he turned and gave Shuizhen a wink. Shuizhen had been waiting for Luo Yun's decision, and upon receiving her glance, he immediately understood. He immediately took out his phone. Hey, stop stopping at the street corner, everyone get to the wedding hotel, armed to the teeth, don't ask questions, it's a crackdown on organized crime. Smack. The call ended. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into wild laughter. Ha, this guy's trying to make me laugh to death. You're really taking this too seriously. Combating organized crime, you'd be better off sweeping graves. However, the crowd had barely finished speaking. Suddenly, the rumbling sound of engines shutting off could be heard outside the huge, transparent floor-to-ceiling windows of the lobby. And then there were the sounds of screeching brakes. Countless eyes turned to look. Upon closer inspection, everyone turned deathly pale with fright. 4 or 5 military jeeps stopped. Immediately afterwards, one after another, heavily armed soldiers in uniform, well-trained, got off the vehicles and quickly poured into the wedding hall. 21, Chapter 21. Don't judge a book by its cover. Bang! The wedding door was kicked open. Splash! More than 30 uniformed soldiers armed with guns. They stood in a well-trained row. Reporting, instructor, all personnel are assembled. With a roar from the leader, all the soldiers saluted in unison, please give your instructions, instructor. Buzzing. The unified, resounding roar of the military spirit shook the ceiling of the wedding hall. Everyone in the audience froze, utterly shocked, their hearts nearly stopping. Shuizhen looked at Luo Yun, his eyes seeking her opinion. Luo Yun smiled faintly and looked at Zhou Wenbin, Wu Jiqiang and the others. Didn't you say that you were only going to chop down those wearing military uniforms? Go for it, don't just stand there. Snap, snap, snap. As soon as Luo Yun said this, only then did everyone awaken from their overwhelming fear and shock. The large machetes in their hands fell to the ground. Thump, thump, thump. One after another, they were all so terrified and desperate that their bodies went limp and they collapsed to their knees. I was terrified, absolutely terrified. Even if they had 1,000 heads, they would never have imagined this. The man in military uniform next to Luo Yun is truly a terrifying high-ranking military figure. Gentlemen, it was a joke, just know it was a joke. Even though Zhou Wenbin prided himself on having seen it all, he was so frightened that his face turned ashen, and he collapsed to the ground, wetting his pants. Joke? Shuizhen's face darkened. That's not what you just said, boss of the underworld. With a wave of his hand, he said, take them all away, this kind of audacious criminal gang that dares to challenge the military with weapons must be severely punished and eradicated. Yes. The soldiers obeyed the order and, with their excellent training, captured the group of people. In a short time, the entire wedding hall was filled with desperate cries of terror and the stench of people wetting themselves in fear. Wu Jiqiang, Li Feng, Zhang Yan, and Zhang Dong, as accomplices in the incident, were also arrested and taken away. As they left, none of them could stand up straight, their legs dragged weakly on the ground, and the way they looked at Luo Yun had completely changed. It was filled with endless shock and fear, like looking up at humans as ants. Utterly humiliated and trembling. After the battle was over and the drums fell silent, Luo Yun helped Gao Pang, who looked terrified, to his feet. Gao Pang, it's alright, get up. Gao Pang stared at Luo Yun in disbelief, his voice trembling. Luo Yun, you. Luo Yun didn't want to put pressure on Gao Pang. Oh, don't overthink it, I don't have the ability to get involved with the military. Patrick Starr almost drowned when he fell into the latrine, and I saved his life, he's just returning the favor. As he spoke, he gave Shuizhen a wink. Shuizhen understood immediately and forced a smile, agreeing, yes, that latrine was too deep, thanks to Brother Luo for saving us. Gao Pang didn't doubt it and gave him a thumbs up. Brother, you're really lucky, even taking a dump can save such a benefactor compared to you, my luck is terrible. Ahem, alright, Patrick, thanks for your help today, you're busy, I'm going to go have a drink with my buddies. He then turned to leave. Shuizhen quickly grabbed him and said in a low voice, Brother Luo, you can't leave yet, my master is still waiting for you to save his life. I quickly explained the situation. Luo Yun nodded and said, this is easy to solve. As he spoke, he found a pen and paper and wrote down a prescription, adding a note on the treatment method, do as written on the paper, and you'll be fine today. Ah. Shuizhen took the note, is it that simple, don't you need to take action yourself? No need, just find any Chinese medicine doctor with some skill. After saying that, he took Gao Pang and left. Shuizhen stood there for a long time, staring at the note and scratching his head. Really, is this just a way to fool me? Never mind, I'll go back and have Chen Miaoshu try it out first. After everyone left, Wu Jiqian's sister, Wu Feifei, and her family then cautiously emerged from the dressing room. What should we do? Oh, my husband, Aben, has been arrested. What should we do? Quick, call Wenbin's boss, Zhu Chenghu, he has connections everywhere. Even if he can't rescue Wenbin, he must find a way to kill that bastard Luo Yun who's using Zhu Chenghu's power. A dozen minutes later. Chenghu International President's Office. Knowing the whole story, Zhu Chenghu smashed the phone in fury. A mere scapegoat, relying on his master's power, actually caused the loss of one of my top generals, he's gone too far. After venting, Zhu Chenghu calmed down and quickly investigated Luo Yun's information thoroughly. Looking at Luo Yun's photo, he bit his cigar viciously. This kid's pretty good at leveraging connections, despite having no background whatsoever. He cleverly uses Han Shuangxue, Shuizhen, and Song Qiaoyuan to flaunt his power time and time again. But Han Shuangxue is too far away to reach him, and Shuizhen protected him earlier purely because he felt the military's authority had been challenged. So, to kill him all we need to do is deal with Song Qiaoyuan. Having made up his mind, he summoned his men. Call Song Qiaoyuan from the Song group and tell her I want to invite her to dinner. Hasn't she been begging me to give them that big order from the Song group? Just say I want to talk to her about that order. You have to go right away, or you'll miss it. Yes. Also, have Zhang Feng take some men and secretly take care of that Luo Yun. Be clean in the act. Clear. The subordinate accepted the order and left. Zhu Chenghu looked at Luo Yun's photo in his hand, his eyes revealing a fierce glint. Heh, kid, you're quite cunning, you know how to leverage power, right? Fine, now I've sent Song Qiaoyuan away and even dispatched Zhang Feng, a master of the 4th level of external strength, to personally take action. Let's see how you manage to jump around now. A mere clown dared to ruin one of my generals and tarnish Chang, whose international reputation is courting death. Sizzle. The cigar was shoved hard into Luo Yun's face in the photo, then went out and started smoking. On the other side, the Third People's Hospital of the City Hospital. Luxury private hospital room. Ningning, the young delinquent who was being treated by Luo Yun at the bank, is now lying unconscious in the hospital bed. All attempts to save him failed. The doctor said regretfully to the girl's father, Mr. Su Sifang, I'm sorry, we did our best. Although your daughter is not in immediate danger, her brain has suffered irreversible damage due to lack of oxygen. She may face permanent intellectual impairment, or even complete paralysis. What? Su Sifang was shocked upon hearing this. You're saying my daughter will suffer permanent intellectual impairment and may even become completely paralyzed? Suddenly, in Su Sifang's mind, the face of Luo Yun, who had saved his daughter in the bank, appeared. And Luo Yun's words, at best, it will cause intellectual disability, at worst, it will cause paralysis. Could it be? No, impossible. Su Sifang shook his head repeatedly. That man was dressed in tattered clothes. How could he be a doctor? Besides, I've already investigated, and he used 7 or 8 bank cards to withdraw a total of just over 200 yuan. What kind of doctor is that? Poor? Even professional medical teams are helpless with my daughter's illness, and that man can cure it just by touching my daughter's belly. He's definitely a con artist. It was just a coincidence. I just thought of this. Bang! The ward door opened. A beautiful, elegant, mature woman rushed in, followed by an elderly man in a gray robe. After inquiring about the situation, tears immediately streamed down her face. Su Sifang, you bastard, if you hadn't angered our daughter today, she wouldn't have run away from home, and she wouldn't be in this state. As he spoke, he punched Su Sifang hard with both fists. Su Sifang pleaded repeatedly, "Wife, I'm sorry, Tu never expected our daughter to leave without saying goodbye." What's the point of saying all this now? The noblewoman quickly composed herself and said to the elderly man in the gray robe behind her, "Dr. Luo, thank goodness you were willing to come with me. Please take a look. Is there any hope for my daughter?" Dr. Luo waved his hand. "I dare not call myself a miracle doctor, but I will do my best." As he spoke, he quickly stepped forward. After some investigation, Dr. Luo shook his head solemnly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, your daughter's brain damage is indeed irreversible, and there's nothing I can do about it." "Awa, my daughter, mommy is so sorry." The noblewoman wept uncontrollably. "Huh, wait a minute." Just as Dr. Luo was about to get up, he accidentally touched the abdomen of the young delinquent Ningning, this aura. What's wrong, Dr. Luo? Is there still a chance?" Dr. Luo was stunned for a moment, then his hands trembled with excitement. "What a coincidence, what a coincidence! I sensed a faint trace of life force in your daughter's abdomen. It's very familiar. May I ask, before your daughter came to the hospital, did she receive treatment from any famous doctor?" Upon hearing this, Su Sifang's expression froze. The lady noticed Su Sifang's reaction and quickly grabbed his arms. "Old Su, you're the one who brought your daughter to the hospital. Is what Dr. Luo said true?" Su Sifang nodded, looking bewildered. "Back then, yes, someone said they were treating Ningning, but it's unlikely they were a miracle doctor, right? That person was dressed in rags, poor, and young." Before he could finish speaking, Dr. Luo frowned. "Mr. Su, don't be so quick to deny it. I'll just ask you one question, and you can see if it matches." As he spoke, he pointed to Ningning's abdomen. "When that person was treating you, did he place his hand on your daughter's abdomen?" Su Sifang's expression turned even more stunned. "Dr. Luo, how did you know?" Upon hearing this, Dr. Luo clapped his hands excitedly and said, "That's it, absolutely. I've sensed this aura on the young lady of the Han family before. It definitely comes from the same person." The lady also noticed something and quickly asked. Su Sifang then recounted in detail how Luo Yun had treated her daughter at the bank. The lady's expression immediately changed, her anger blazing. She forcefully shoved Su Sifang away. "You, that man was clearly treating Ningning. Why did you stop him? He clearly warned you, but you ignored him. Su Sifang, are you trying to kill my daughter?" Su Sifang was almost dying of grievance. "Wife, listen to me, you weren't even there at the time. You don't know that the man was dressed in rags and looked like a beggar." "Mr. Su." Dr. Luo couldn't stand it anymore. "Take my advice, never judge a book by its cover. I can tell you with absolute certainty that the person who treated your daughter was an unparalleled miracle doctor. Compared to his medical skills, I, Luo, am simply a child's play." 22, Chapter 22. Luo Yun is already dead. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned. Who is Dr. Luo? Although he cannot compare to those miracle doctors in the provincial capital, but in Jiangzhou, a small town, he was renowned for his skill and had saved countless lives. For Dr. Luo to utter such words of inferior skill, it goes without saying. How powerful is the person he's talking about? The lady didn't react for a moment. "Dr. Luo, are you joking?" "This is absolutely no joke." Dr. Luo said earnestly. "Mrs. Su, to be honest, I recently treated a wealthy young lady from the provincial capital. She had suffered from a chronic illness for over 10 years, and almost no one in the entire Jiangnan province could cure her, but that person completely cured her in less than a day. Upon hearing this, the noblewoman's hope suddenly rekindled. Dr. Luo, is this really true? Absolutely true. Dr. Luo pointed to Ningning's abdomen again. The traces of aura left on your daughter's abdomen are exactly the same as those on the body of that wealthy young lady from the provincial capital. They are definitely from the same person. Having said that, he didn't hesitate for long. He pulled out a box of silver needles and quickly inserted them into multiple acupoints on Ningning's body. Then he said to Su Sifang, Mr. Su, I am now using acupuncture to help your daughter temporarily control the progression of her illness. This method can only last for 3 days at most. If you can find this extraordinary person to help you within 3 days, then your daughter can still be saved. These words were spoken. The wealthy woman grabbed Su Sifang and lifted him up. What are you standing there for? Get out of here, Su Sifang. I'm warning you, no matter what method you use, you must bring this miracle doctor here, otherwise I'll take you down with me. Su Sifang was pushed out of the hospital. I was completely stunned. How could that be? How could a down-on-his-luck beggar be a miracle doctor? He refused to believe it and summoned a group of his trusted subordinates to investigate Luo Yun's identity as quickly as possible. Result: how could a good-for-nothing kicked out of his home, a wronged child cheated on by his ex-wife, a penniless wretch suffering from a terminal illness possibly be a miracle doctor? Su Sifang was extremely frustrated. If this kind of person is a miracle doctor, then I'm Hua Tuo reincarnated. The subordinate asked, Boss, since this person isn't a miracle doctor at all, should we tell Madam about this? He just thought of his wife's fierce appearance. Su Sifang's heart skipped a beat. No, my wife is furious right now. She won't believe anything I say. What should we do then? Su Sifang pondered for a moment. Investigate Luo Yun's whereabouts, and bring men with me to capture him. Only when my wife sees his incompetence with her own eyes will she give up. Clear. Night was falling. Luo Yun and Gao Peng drank themselves into a stupor at an open-air barbecue stall. After downing 4 cases of beer, Gao Peng was already quite drunk, but Luo Yun remained as calm as ever. Luo Yun, you almost scared me to death before. Luckily you said your cancer was misdiagnosed, otherwise, I would have been miserable. Gao Peng, feeling dizzy, uttered each word one by one. Luo Yun smiled slightly, about to speak. Suddenly, a hostile gaze came from across the street. He quickly turned his head to look. It was discovered with shock. A black minivan stopped. There were 7 or 8 people in total, all staring at them menacingly. Judging from their demeanor, they were not ordinary thugs, but rather skilled martial artists. One of them even had a special aura, possessing strength at around the 4th level of external force. Oh? Luo Yun narrowed his eyes. Is it some powerful figure behind Zhou Wenbin who wants to take revenge on me? They even went so far as to invite a master of the 4th level of external strength? Okay. The long-awaited opportunity to practice has finally arrived. Luo Yun, come on, let's keep drinking. Gao Peng urged him on, still feeling dizzy. Luo Yun smiled and said, Brother, you've had too much to drink. No, this is nothing. He hadn't finished speaking. Luo Yun gently patted Gao Peng's shoulder, and a surge of energy rushed in, knocking him unconscious. Gao Peng blinked, then slumped onto the table and fell asleep, muttering, It seems I really drank too much. Gao Peng lay down. Luo Yun casually lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Then he turned around, crossed his legs, and stared straight at the 7 or 8 people without looking to the side. Hiss whoosh. Smoke was slowly exhaled. Luo Yun smiled and said, I hope these people won't disappoint me. The 7 or 8 people didn't dawdle and exchanged glances. He then walked toward Luo Yun with murderous intent. And just then, suddenly, there was a sharp sound. A luxurious Maybach suddenly appeared and stopped on the side of the road. Luo Yun was taken aback. Oh. This car looks familiar. Isn't this the car of the father of the asthmatic delinquent girl I helped at the bank before? The yin-yang eyes are activated. Luo Yun recognized Su Sifang's arrogant and condescending face at a glance through the car window. It really is him. This guy really does keep his word, coming all this way to tear me to pieces? Luo Yun's smile grew even wider. I never expected I am so popular now. Those who want to kill me, either don't come at all, or come in droves. Okay, let's take care of it all today. I just thought of this. The 7 or 8 people who had walked towards him first had already stopped. This was clearly not their first time committing murder. The experienced ones put on gloves. The leader, a master of the 4th level of external strength, was Zhang Feng, whom Zhu Qinghu had sent to kill Luo Yun. He pretended to pull out a sheathed dagger from his person. The voice, bloodthirsty and hoarse, said, "Boy, a big shot wants your life. You're going to die today. You have 5 seconds to leave your last words." Luo Yun smiled faintly. "You how stingy, I'm different from you. I'll give you 10 seconds, a full chance to come up with your last words." Everyone was taken aback. Zhang Feng smiled sinisterly. Ignorance is bliss. Since that's the case, then I'll take it as you've already said your last words." Clang! He finished speaking. The dagger was drawn, its cold gleam chilling to the bone. At the same time, in the Maybach not far away, Su Sifang and his men were stunned when they saw this. What's going on? This Luo Yun, has he offended someone else? Boss, are those people going to kill Luo Yun? It seems so. Su Sifang chuckled. What goes around comes around. This kid probably offended some big shot while he was out swindling people. Some important person? The subordinate was puzzled. Boss, it doesn't necessarily have to be a big shot, does it? These days, many desperate hitmen are worthless, and ordinary people can afford to pay a price for them. Su Sifang smiled smugly. Look at you, you're all so ignorant. Ordinary desperados are indeed not worth much, but this Zhang Feng is not someone that just anyone can afford to hire. Who is Zhang Feng? Upon hearing this, the subordinates were instantly stunned. That rumored expert at the 4th level of external force, who specializes in doing dirty work for various big shots and kills without hesitation, Zhang Feng? Several people gasped in shock. Oh my god. Luo Yun must have done something terribly wrong to offend a big shot like Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng has never failed, and his subordinates are all ruthless characters. Any one of them could easily grind Luo Yun to dust. I don't know who was so bad at calculations. They're really using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Boss, look, they're about to make their move. Su Sifang waved his hand. Alright, no need to look anymore. Luo Yun is already dead. It's good that he's dead. Saves me trouble. I can go straight back and report to my wife. Boom! Before he could finish speaking, suddenly, a dull, violent sound rang out. A figure flew fiercely from Luo Yun's direction. It crashed heavily into the door of Su Sifang's Maybach. Crackling sounds. The car door deformed instantly. Glass shards were scattered all over the floor. Su Sifang was startled and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, I've had the worst luck ever. Luo Yun is dead, and to make matters worse, he crashed into my car before he died, huh? However, he hadn't finished speaking. The figure who crashed into the car door was covered in blood, lying on the ground with his limbs twisted in pain. His face was directly facing Su Sifang. Everyone looked closely. He was so shocked that his face turned pale instantly. This isn't Luo Yun who was sent flying. This is a top-tier fighter alongside Zhang Feng. 23, Chapter 23. Choose a way to die. Su Sifang and the others looked on in utter shock. That's when I realized. Luo Yun was not easily defeated by Zhang Feng. Instead, he effortlessly took on 7 opponents single-handedly. Bang, smack, sizzle. The sounds of slashing daggers and smashing objects rang out. Zhang Feng and several of his skilled henchmen surrounded Luo Yun and fought desperately, but they couldn't even touch him. Luo Yun stood with his hands behind his back, his feet lightly touching the ground. Dodging with the ease of a ghost, handling the situation with effortless skill. How is this possible? Zhang Feng kept increasing his strength and speed, until he reached his limit. But they couldn't even get close. 4th level of external strength, and that's all you've got? Luo Yun lightly leaped onto the table, stood with his hands behind his back, and looked down at Zhang Feng and the others with a bored expression. I'm so disappointed. Die. Zhang Fengru felt utterly humiliated and roared in a fit of rage, his pride exploding. The dagger was struck again, with incredible speed. But to Luo Yun, this speed was as slow as a tortoise crawling. Close your eyes. Luo Yun dodged the attack by simply sensing the aura. Then, tap, 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 tap. With lightning speed, 2 fingers shot out simultaneously, stabbing at the throats of the 6 people except Zhang Feng. Put. 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 Blood splattered everywhere, and all 6 men died with their necks ruptured, vomiting blood. Ah! Zhang Feng was terrified. That speed, that power, that unpredictable movement technique, even fighting with eyes closed. Didn't Zhu Qinghu say that Luo Yun was just a good-for-nothing who was using Zhu Qinghu's authority to bully others? How could it be so terrifying? With such strength even those at the 9th level of external force might not be his match. Ah, I'll fight you to the death. Zhang Feng unleashed his desperate technique, concentrating all his external strength into his left fist, doubling the impact, and aimed straight at Luo Yun's face. Luo Yun smiled faintly and walked towards him. Crack, crack. A terrifying sound of bones cracking. Luo Yun easily caught the fist with one hand, and then pushed it away with great force. Zhang Feng's half-arm was pierced through the skin and flesh, with the bone protruding directly through the bone, and sharp bone spurs piercing into his ribs. Pooah! Zhang Feng coughed up blood, knowing he was doomed, but his expression remained fierce. My intelligence was wrong, I admit defeat, kill me. Kill you? Luo Yun narrowed his eyes. Do you think you can just die if I don't pry something out of you? After saying that, he grabbed his head and slammed it to the ground, scraping it as if he were a baby chick. Now. Su Sifang and his group were completely terrified. My god, this is Luo Yun hanging Zhang Feng up like a dog and torturing him. Zhang Feng is a master of the 4th level of external strength. Su Sifang's pupils trembled in shock. A master, this Luo Yun is definitely a master. Thinking about this, I'm sweating profusely. If it weren't for the fact that Zhang Feng was about to kill Luo Yun, he would have already taken his men and forcibly taken Luo Yun away. If I do that, not only could he not save his daughter, but he himself might also perish here. Bang! Without thinking too much. A dull thud. Luo Yun actually pressed Zhang Feng down and dragged him along the ground until he slammed him hard against Su Sifang's car door. Cough. Zhang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, which landed all over Su Sifang. Everyone inside the car screamed in terror. Luo Yun pressed down on Zhang Feng's dying, contorted face with one hand, while taking a cigarette from Su Sifang's pocket with the other and lighting it himself. Hiss whoosh. He blew a puff of smoke into Su Sifang's face. You came all this way just to tear me to pieces, didn't you? No rush, once I've dealt with this one, you'll be next. Thump. Moment. Su Sifang's heart pounded, and he said in a panic, no, Mr. Luo, you've misunderstood. I came here specifically to apologize to you. Bang. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Yun punched Zhang Feng hard in the chest, and his sternum collapsed instantly. His voice was icy. Who sent you? Cough, cough. Zhang Feng coughed up blood violently. Kill me if you want, I. Tap, tap, tap. Seeing that he wouldn't back down, Luo Yun directly used 2 fingers to press several acupoints, instantly activating his body's perception ability several times over. From now on, all your senses will be enhanced by more than 5 times. This includes the sense of pain, of course. Bang. After saying that, he threw a punch, hitting Zhang Feng's pain point on his side rib. Instantly, Zhang Feng let out a wail, completely abandoning his previous indomitable spirit. You can keep going. I confess everything. It was Zhu Qinghu sent me to kill you. Zhu Qinghu? Upon hearing this, Luo Yun merely narrowed his eyes. Su Sifang, inside the car, was shocked. Mr. Luo, the person you've offended is actually Zhu Qinghu of Chenghu International? Without thinking too much, Zhang Feng wailed, he not only sent me to kill you, but also met with Song Qiaoyuan, who had protected you before, at Chenghu restaurant. He said he wanted to take a two-pronged approach. What? Luo Yun was shocked. Song Qiaoyuan? Han Xuanshue's best friend? Luo Yun's face instantly turned murderous. Chenghu restaurant. Seeing Luo Yun's ruthless and unpredictable methods and terrifying aura, Su Sifan was already impressed and immediately began to fawn over him. Mr. Luo, I know where Chenghu restaurant is, I'll take you there. Unnecessary. Luo Yun found Zhang Feng's phone, pulled Su Sifan out of the car, and got into the driver's seat. Give me the car, and let him out. Su Sifan was stunned for a moment, then quickly told his subordinates, don't just stand there, get out of the car and make room for Mr. Luo. Thump, thump. Several of his men scrambled off the car. Buzz. Luo Yun stepped on the gas and drove Su Sifang's car straight to Chenghu restaurant. My custom-built Maybach. Su Sifang stared at the rear of the car, his heart aching as if it were bleeding. The subordinate said, Bosses Luo Yun seeking revenge on Zhu Qinghu. Oh, Zhu Qinghu is no simple man if he goes there alone, it's practically suicide. Su Sifang, still shaken, recalled the events of just moments ago, shaking his head in disbelief. Not had aura, that skill, and the methods used to interrogate Zhang Feng. It was all terrifying and mysterious. Perhaps it wasn't Mr. Luo who was courting death, but Zhu Qinghu. Boss, Luo Yun has run away, and Miss is still waiting for treatment. How are we going to go back and explain to Madam now? Upon hearing this, Su Sifang felt a sudden panic. It was as if his wife, the tigress, was even more terrifying than Luo Yun. Two don't know either, huh? Either, huh? He looked around. Suddenly, I saw Gao Peng fast asleep, slumped over the dining table. He was secretly delighted. A person who can make someone like Mr. Luo sit down and have a drink with him in such an approachable manner must be of extraordinary significance to him. He quickly ordered his subordinates, go, quickly help Mr. Luo, this sleeping friend, into the car. I'll personally take him to the Bua International Club to enjoy a top-notch Imperial SPA packagino. That's not right, I'll arrange 5 Imperial SPA packages, all kinds of treatments from around the world, as long as we serve him well. It's the same as indirectly pleasing Mr. Luo. On the other side, Luo Yun has already arrived at Chenghu restaurant. As soon as I entered, I sensed 3 unusual auras. Looking to the side, 3 burly men in suits stood at the elevator entrance. They are no ordinary bodyguards. Instead, 1 external force at level 4, 2 external forces at level 3? Luo Yun's expression was icy. That Zhu Qinghu actually has more than just Zhang Feng as a trump card. He's really cautious. This would have been a great opportunity to practice. But then I thought that Song Qiaoyuan might already be in deep trouble. Without further hesitation, he picked a few leaves from the doorway, sharpened the stems into needles, and aimed at the 3 people. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. 3 needles fired simultaneously, hitting the target precisely. At the same time, Room 001 at Chenghu restaurant. Zhu Qinghu squinted and swirled the red wine in his hand, staring at Song Qiaoyuan in front of him with a playful look. Mr. Song, you have a good alcohol tolerance. Song Qiaoyuan took a small sip of her drink, seemingly unaware of anything unusual about it, and smiled. Thank you for the compliment, Chairman Zhu. I am truly flattered to have been invited by Chairman Zhu today as for that large orderum. He hadn't finished speaking. Snap! Snap! The wine glass slipped from his grasp and shattered on the ground. Her mind went blank, and she collapsed unconscious. He. Zhu Qinghu sneered, looked Song Qiaoyuan up and down, and couldn't help but admire her stunning beauty. Her drunken appearance was even more alluring. Little girl, you should be grateful that I, Zhu Qinghu, am a man of principle. While I wouldn't call myself a gentleman, I do have my code of honor among thieves. I lured you here solely to deal with Luo Yun, nothing more. Get some sleep. He glanced at his watch. Judging by the time, Zhang Feng should have already succeeded. Let's ask him. Thinking about it, I dialed the number. However, just as the call was connected, the ringtone of the song killer was playing from the doorway of the private room. Absolutely perfect hands, neither sweaty nor trembling. Xu Chenghu was startled. This is Zhang Feng's phone ringtone. He remembers. What's going on? Didn't I tell Zhang Feng not to come to my restaurant without permission? He frowned. Xu Chenghu got up angrily and went to open the door. Creak. As the door opened, the words Xu Chenghu was about to say in reprimand got stuck in his throat. The one standing in front of me. It was Luo Yun, covered in blood and holding Zhang Feng's phone. Xu Chenghu, right? Luo Yun's eyes were extremely cold, filled with chilling killing intent as he stared at Xu Chenghu. Choose a way to die. 24, Chapter 24 Master Luo, spare my life. Ah! Xu Chenghu was startled at first, then retreated repeatedly as if he had seen a ghost. You. He frantically reached behind his waist, pulled out a dagger, and pointed it at Luo Yun. You, how come you're not dead? Crack! Luo Yun crushed Zhang Feng's phone. The noisy ringing finally stopped. The entire private room fell into an eerie silence. He glanced at Song Qiaoyuan, who was lying unconscious on the table, and found that she had not been injured at all. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. But this is not enough to absolve Xu Chenghu of his crimes. The chairman of Chenghu International, a company of great stature, actually resorted to such despicable means. Luo Yun was holding a rope in his hand, which was attached to a place outside the door where it could not be seen, and it was unknown what was on the other end of the rope. He approached Xu Chenghu step by step. If you want to kill me, come at me alone. Is this how you, the prestigious Chenghu International, treat your guests by harming innocent people? Xu Chenghu, after all, had been through many big events. They quickly calmed down. He gripped the dagger tightly, maintaining a safe distance from Luo Yun. Zhang Feng is dead? Luo Yun said calmly. What? Surprised. Xu Chenghu trembled inwardly, but then suddenly burst into laughter. I'm not so much surprised, but I just didn't expect besides Han Shuangxue, Song Qiaoyuan, and Shuizhen, you actually know a master who can defeat Zhang Feng. It seems I, Zhu, underestimated you. Luo Yun smiled. How come all these so-called big shots are the same? Is the habit of looking down on others a kind of aristocratic disease? Luo Yun burst into a strange laugh. Xu Chenghu thought he had guessed correctly, and his laughter became even more arrogant. Luo Yun, you're still too naive. You think with your expert help, killing Zhang Feng will give you the upper hand over me? You dare to come alone? Xu Chenghu slowly pulled out a walkie-talkie. Do you know that my Chenghu restaurant is a den of dragons and tigers? How dare a nobody like you, who relies on his master's power, trespass here? Luo Yun saw him pull out his walkie-talkie. What, trying to call in your expert to come to your rescue? Xu Chenghu sneered. Scared now, let me tell you, I have more than just Zhang Feng by my side. Even if you came alone, or even if the experts behind you dared to trespass on my restaurant, they would all be dead. Clatter. Press the walkie-talkie button. Sizzle. Outside the private room, the sound of a walkie-talkie receiving a signal could be heard. Xu Chenghu's heart skipped a beat. Before he could think further, Luo Yun said calmly, don't bother looking anymore. I've already brought you your 3 most capable men. He finished speaking. The hand that had been holding the rope pulled hard. Thump, thump, thump. 3 muffled sounds. 3 bound corpses, dressed in suits and covered in blood and wounds, were dragged in by Luo Yun and slammed heavily in front of Xu Chenghu. Ha! Xu Chenghu's face turned deathly pale, and he was so frightened that he backed up against the wall. Look down. These 3 corpses were none other than 3 of his own subordinates who were masters of external strength. That was also his last trump card. You. Xu Chenghu dared not pretend any longer, his legs trembling with fear. You didn't come alone, you came with a powerful expert behind you. Impossible. How could Jiangzhou have such a terrifying expert who could silently eliminate the 3 of them? He looked as if he had seen a ghost. He ducked his head, held a dagger, and frantically looked around. They were terrified that some expert might suddenly appear from some unexpected angle and take their head. Luo Yun was amused by Zhu Chenghu's comical behavior. He shook his head, uninterested. Stop looking, there are no so-called experts. I can take care of all your trump cards by myself. He finished speaking. Luo Yun had already stopped in front of Zhu Chenghu. Zhu Chenghu's eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible, how could you, so young, kill 4 of my experts in one go, unless you're a master of internal energy? No, I don't believe it. Luo Yun picked at his ear. He was getting very impatient with Zhu Chenghu's nagging. You're too noisy, so I won't give you a chance to say your last words. As he spoke, a fierce punch was thrown out. Zhu Chenghu's chest caved in instantly, and he flew sideways and crashed into the wall. Clang! The wall shattered, and Zhu Chenghu first suffocated, then knelt on the ground, coughing up blood in pain. Now. Luo Yun was taken aback. You're quite resilient. One punch from me was enough to kill most masters of external force, yet you're still alive? Puff puff puff. Zhu Chenghu vomited blood violently. Enduring the intense pain all over his body, he pulled out a silver soft armor that had been smashed and shattered from his clothes. Ah! Zhu Chenghu was completely terrified. I bought this breastplate from a highly skilled person in the provincial capital at a huge cost after going through a lot of trouble. It has been authenticated by multiple experts. This soft armor is enough to save my life even in front of a master of internal energy. Luo Yun actually smashed the soft armor to smithereens with a single punch. This shows that. He looked at Luo Yun again. The contempt and rudeness that had been there before were no longer in Zhu Chenghu's eyes. Instead of. It's a fear and awe that comes from the very core of your being. Master of internal energy. This Luo Yun is actually a terrifying master of internal energy. Such a young master of internal energy. It's unimaginable what terrifying secrets he might be hiding. TSK, this is kind of awkward. Luo Yun chuckled self-deprecatingly. Fine, then I'll give you another punch. Crack, crack, crack. Before Luo Yun could get close, Zhu Chenghu suddenly woke up as if from a dream, and knelt down on the ground, kowtowing loudly to Luo Yun. Spare me, Master Luo, spare me, Master Luo, spare me. His forehead slammed against the ground repeatedly. The rubble trembled and flew up. In just 2 seconds, Zhu Chenghu's forehead he then slammed his fist open and bled profusely. Luo Yun showed no pity. When you sent people to kill me, did you ever think of letting me go? Master Luo, listen to me. With his life hanging by a thread, Zhu Chenghu's mind raced, and he spoke at an astonishing speed. I did want to kill you before, but I had no choice. You had my subordinate Zhou Wenbin lock you up. If I didn't kill you, I wouldn't be able to command respect. There are quite a few people in Jiangzhou who want to see me make a fool of myself and take advantage of my weakness to kill me. I also have a family to take care of. It doesn't matter if I die, but once I lose power, my family may all suffer. I have no choice. I am absolutely not some heinous criminal. This is just the rule of the martial arts world. Someone as accomplished as you should understand my feelings, right? Oh, right, I invited Song Qiaoyuan here today, but I didn't hurt her in the slightest. In fact, I was protecting her, because I didn't want her to get involved and die in the process. Luo Yun narrowed his eyes. Not bad. I can see that you are different from your subordinate Zhou Wenbin. You are a man of principle. But sorry, what goes around comes around. You should have been prepared for this. Don't worry, I'll leave you with a whole corpse. Ah, Master Luo, I have something else to say. While frantically kowtowing, Zhu Chenghu desperately recounted his life story. Although I, Zhu Chenghu, am not a good person, I have never lost my conscience over the years. I have donated half of the money I have earned to charity. I have built more than 20 hope schools in the past 10 years. After the Xijing earthquake, I donated a full 130 million yuan, which was all my personal income that year. During the flood relief efforts in Dongting, I personally led a team to the front lines and used my body to block the flood outlet for a full 13 hours. Oh, right, and there's also the Nanshan Cemetery in Jiangzhou. A couple of years ago, some unscrupulous developers insisted on demolishing it to build houses. I personally stepped in and bought the cemetery plot not for any other reason than to ensure that the souls of the dead there can find peace in the afterlife. Upon hearing this, Luo Yun's expression finally changed. Nanshan Cemetery. Isn't this the cemetery where my parents are buried? 2 years ago, the place was indeed going to be razed to the ground. Luo Yun spent more than half a year trying to find a solution, but to no avail. Then he heard that a kind-hearted, mysterious businessman had bought it out of his own pocket, not to make a profit, which saved his parents peace in the afterlife. Turn out to be. Is that kind, mysterious merchant Zhu Chenghu? Seeing that Luo Yun's expression finally softened, Zhu Chenghu's hope was rekindled, and he did not hesitate at all. He raised the dagger high in his hand and said, Master Luo, I know that what goes around comes around. This time, I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. I courted death and offended you. Master Luo, it's my fault. I sincerely apologize to you. I beg your forgiveness. He finished speaking. With a swift movement, the knife fell. Put. He slashed down hard with his sword. Zhu Chenghu actually chopped off his own left hand. Awu. Zhu Chenghu instinctively wanted to scream, but he gritted his teeth and held back, looking at Luo Yun with an extremely respectful and sincere gaze. Master Luo, I am Zhu Chenghu, please spare my life. From this day forward, I am willing to serve you like a slave, dedicating the rest of my life to repaying your kindness and sparing my life. Bang! After saying that, he delivered another heavy slap to the head. It slammed hard onto the ground. Blood splattered, and stones flew everywhere. A barely perceptible hint of appreciation flashed in Luo Yun's eyes. This person. He's a remarkable person. However, at that moment, a confused, woman's voice came from the side. I turned my head and looked. It turned out that Song Xiaoyuan had woken up at some point. Now, she was looking at Zhu Chenghu with a completely bewildered and confused expression. 25, Chapter 25. Yes, Luo Yun is my boyfriend. Not good. Zhu Chenghu saw that Song Xiaoyuan had woken up. He rushed forward and delivered a powerful palm strike. Song Xiaoyuan fainted again. Zhu Chenghu was pale and covered in cold sweat. Blood was still flowing from his severed wrist, but he gritted his teeth and said respectfully to Luo Yun, Master Luo, I'm sorry. I could tell that you were hiding your true abilities and did not want to reveal your identity, so I took it upon myself to knock out President Song. Don't worry, I will handle everything that happened today and make sure no one discovers your secret. Thump. I just finished speaking. Zhu Chenghu suddenly collapsed, fainting from the pain of blood loss. Luo Yun. After a full 10 seconds of silence. Finally, he shook his head and smiled. Ha, what a textbook example of begging for mercy. Fine, there aren't many big shots left with a conscience, so I'll let you live. Luo Yun reattached Zhu Chenghu's severed hand in less than 5 minutes. After taking care of everything, he carried the unconscious Song Xiaoyuan and left Chenghu restaurant. A few minutes later, Zhu Chenghu struggled to wake up, not even having a chance to rejoice at having escaped death. But then he suddenly discovered that his severed hand had been reattached. The cut surface showed no suture marks, but the connection of blood vessels and nerves far surpassed the results of most surgical procedures. It was Master Luo who reattached my severed hand? Not only is his martial prowess terrifying, but his medical skills are also astonishing? A storm raged within Zhu Chenghu's heart. Such a young person, with astonishing martial arts and medical skills, yet it's impossible to uncover any background or clues. This is enough to show just how terrifying Luo Yun is. Originally, he was somewhat heartbroken that his 4 top subordinates had been killed by Luo Yun. But now, his heart was filled with excitement and surging emotions. If I could befriend and curry favor with someone like that, it would be better than having dozens of experts like Zhang Feng under my command. He jumped up as if injected with adrenaline and quickly dialed his subordinate's number, spread the word that Song Xiaoyuan couldn't hold her liquor and that I've told her boyfriend to pick her up. Furthermore, no outsider is allowed to know about the intrusion into the restaurant today. anyone who dares to divulge even a single detail will be executed without mercy. On the other side. Bishui International Club. Under Su Sifang's lavish hospitality, Gao Peng was so flattered that he questioned his existence. After a carefree and enjoyable meal, Su Sifang patted Gao Peng on the shoulder. "Brother, don't overthink it. I am just being watched too closely by my wife at home. I finally managed to escape, but it's not fun to be carefree on my own. I just happened to see you drunk and sleeping at the barbecue stall, so I dragged you here to keep me company. Please don't mind." Gao Peng waved his hands repeatedly. Those were 5 sets of imperial luxury. He was so carefree and silly, how could he possibly mind? "Brother, thank you so much. I really don't know how to repay you." "No need for repayment, we're destined to be together, let's just consider ourselves brothers." Su Sifang chuckled meaningfully. "When we contact each other again, you can bring your best buddy along. This Emperor's set meal is just an appetizer, there's an even more luxurious experience to come. I was too rushed to arrange it for you today." Bang! Just then, the door to the private room was kicked open. A wealthy woman stormed in, furious. "Su Sifang, how dare you? Your daughter's life hangs in the balance, and you're here enjoying yourself. Are you even human?" "Huh, wife?" Su Sifang was startled and quickly said to Gao Peng, "Brother, run, my wife is coming." Gao Peng was terrified by the noblewoman's aura and nodded repeatedly before fleeing. Snap! The wealthy woman slapped him hard, tears streaming down her face. "Su Sifang, you're such a scoundrel, you." "Honey, listen to me, it's not what you think. Su Sifang will explain the whole story as quickly as possible." After listening, the noblewoman fell into deep thought. "You mean Luo Yun, who treated our daughter before, was not only a medical genius, but also a master of internal energy?" "That's right. Was that kid just now Luo Yun's good brother?" Yes. You think I'd believe that?" As he spoke, he was about to slap him again. "Ah, don't hit me, honey, look." Su Sifang quickly picked up the files he had collected on Luo Yun and Gao Peng. The information shows that the two were college classmates and were so close they were practically inseparable. Luo Yun left in a hurry, so he was hard to deal with. That's why I'm targeting his best friend. As long as I can get Gao Peng on board, I'm confident that I can bring Luo Yun here to Treatning within 3 days. The lady glanced at the information quickly before gradually believing it. But then he narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, "I think I just heard someone say I'm a tigress?" "Huh, honey, that's me." Before Su Sifang could finish speaking, the wealthy woman pulled a belt from her bag and said arrogantly, "Get down and stick your ass out, I'm going to teach you a lesson today." Su Sifang hurriedly said, "Wouldn't that be inappropriate, honey? My men are right at the door, give me some face-off." Snap! The sound of a belt rattling rang out. Su Sifang's cries of agony and pleas for mercy could be heard from inside the private room. The men at the door were so frightened that they trembled. The landlady is ruthless. But the boss's wife is beautiful. She's in her 40s, but she looks like she's in her early 20s and her background is amazing. Our boss owes his current status entirely to her. If I could marry someone like the boss's wife, I'd accept being beaten every day. One night passed. Song Xiaoyuan woke up in her bedroom at home. Wasn't I meeting with Xu Qinghu? I was drunk at the time? Song Xiaoyuan touched her head. I vaguely remember I seemed to wake up once halfway through. Xu Qinghu's hand was broken, and he was still kowtowing to someone. That person's figure right looked like Luo Yun. No, impossible. Xu Qinghu was a man of great stature. How could he possibly kowtow to Luo Yun? I must have been having a strange dream. Just as I was thinking this, I suddenly realized that there was a figure sitting cross-legged next to my bed. It was Luo Yun. "Ah, what are you doing in my house?" Song Xiaoyuan screamed in surprise and quickly checked herself, only to find that her clothes were intact, and breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Yun slowly opened her eyes and said calmly, "You were so drunk you were unconscious. I kindly took you home. Is there a problem?" "You're talking nonsense." Song Xiaoyuan covered her disheveled chest with shame and anger, saying, "I was having dinner with Mr. Zhu yesterday. Even if I was drunk, it's impossible that you were the one who brought me back. Believe it or not." Luo Yun shrugged indifferently. "Since the effects of the medicine have worn off and you are safe and sound, I'll take my leave." After After saying that, he got up and left the bedroom. You come back here and explain yourself. Song Xiaoyuan blushed and gritted her teeth as she tried to get up. Are you kidding me? I had spent the whole night alone in a room with Luo Yun, and I had to give an explanation for that. However, before they could chase after him, Han Shuangxue suddenly called. Hey Shuer, you're calling at the perfect time. I have something to tell you about that Luo Yun. Xiaoyuan, you're amazing, darling, I love you to death. Can you tell me how you came up with such a brilliant idea? What are you saying? Song Xiaoyuan was dumbfounded. What brilliant idea? Han Shuangxue said happily, are you still pretending? Okay, I know everything. Yesterday, Hong Qilin learned of Luo Yun's existence and wanted to send people to Jiangzhou to take action against him. I was terrified and tried to escape as quickly as possible, but before I could get to Jiangzhou, a message came and it said that they had finally found out Luo Yun is your boyfriend, Song Xiaoyuan. The matter between Luo Yun and me was just a misunderstanding. Only then did Hong Qilin give up his idea to harm Luo Yun. Ah? Song Xiaoyuan was stunned. No, Shuer, listen to me. No explanation needed. Han Shuangxue was already sobbing slightly. Wah, thank you, Xiaoyuan. You have no idea how worried I was yesterday. If Luo Yun hadn't come up with this idea, I would have blamed myself for the rest of my life if he had been killed. In any case, please continue to be Luo Yun's boyfriend and girlfriend. I know I'm being selfish, but don't worry, as long as you can let Luo Yun spend these 3 months without any worries, I will repay you with my whole life. Beep beep. Speaking of which, Han Shuangxue suddenly hung up, and when they called back, her phone was switched off. 2. Song Xiaoyuan was completely stunned. What kind of mess is this? He had only pretended to be Luo Yun's girlfriend to help him out of a predicament. How did they turn a fake relationship into a real one? She really wanted to explain. But when she thought of what Han Shuangxue had just said, she immediately lost her spirit. I've known Shuer for so many years, and this is the first time I've ever seen her cry for a man. If I deny my romantic relationship with Luo Yun, and something really happens to Luo Yun. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Finally, I gritted my teeth and said, fine, I'll just consider it helping Shuer. Anyway, I don't have a boyfriend right now, and it's only been 3 months, so I'll just have to bite the bullet and accept it. I just made up my mind. Suddenly, screams of alarm came from the parents in the lobby downstairs from outside the bedroom. Ah, you Yuri, the boyfriend that's been rumored to be Xiaoyuan's boyfriend, aren't you? My God, I thought the news outside was fake, but me stupid daughter, have you gone mad? You actually dared to bring him home to spend the night. Aren't you afraid that young Master Lu will find out? Song Xiaoyuan, you little brat, get out here right now. My dad's angry roar came from downstairs. Song Xiaoyuan felt a chill run down her spine. We're doomed. Can't that idiot Luo Yun hurry up? I quickly got up and ran out of the bedroom. Now. Downstairs lobby. Luo Yun faced Song Xiaoyuan's aggressive parents. He smiled wryly and waved his hand. Please don't get agitated, you've misunderstood. I am not Song Yorong's boyfriend. Song Yorong? Song's mother was taken aback, then flew into a rage. You're the one with tolerance, your whole family has tolerance. My daughter's name is Song Xiaoyuan. Mr. Song was so angry he grimaced. She's already spent the night with my daughter, and she still managed to get my daughter's name wrong. Song Xiaoyuan, you little brat, has a donkey kicked your brain? You're trying to drive me crazy. Day. The sound of hurried footsteps coming downstairs could be heard. Luo Yun turned her head and saw Song Xiaoyuan coming out, and quickly waved. Song Yorong, you should quickly explain to your parents that I am not your boyfriend. How many times have I told you, my name is not Song Yorong? Song Xiaoyuan was so angry that she stomped her feet. Okay, it's my mistake. Explain it quickly, I'm in a hurry to leave. Song Xiaoyuan desperately tried to calm her inner struggle and shame. Finally, she looked at her parents with a serious expression and said, Mom and Dad, there's no point in explaining this. Luo Yunsong breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Did you two hear that? This misunderstanding is completely unfounded, and it doesn't even need to be cleared up. However, before Luo Yun could finish speaking, Song Xiaoyuan said, word by word, Luo Yun is indeed my boyfriend. 26, Chapter 26. Song Qiaoyuan is furious. See, I told you so. Wait, what did you say? Luo Yun was smiling, but then suddenly realized what was happening. I almost choked on my own saliva. Hey, Song Yuan, are you kidding me? Song Qiaoyuan was already feeling very upset because she had taken the blame for her best friend. Seeing Luo Yun's resistant expression, she was even more annoyed. What does Luo Yun mean by this? Is it really necessary to be so disgusted? Look at yourself. For me to say that you're my boyfriend, whether it's true or not, you should be incredibly lucky. Ah, Qiaoyuan, you. He really is your boyfriend. Song Qiaoyuan's parents went crazy. Have you forgotten that young Master Lu is pursuing you? He's our lifeline for securing that huge order from Chenghu International. Do you know that once young Master Lu finds out you found another man, we're finished? Song Qiaoyuan gritted her teeth and said, Mom and Dad, what do you take me for? I'm not a prostitute. Why should I have to sell my body to agree to Lu Minghuan's request? Besides, Zhu Qinghu already met with me privately yesterday to discuss the order. How dare you say that? Song's mother was so angry that she jumped up and down. I'm asking you, did you secure the order yesterday? Song Qiaoyuan was speechless, to believe that if we have a few more meals, we will definitely reach an agreement. Nonsense. Mr. Song said, if nothing unexpected happens, Zhu Qinghu suddenly asked to meet with you yesterday to discuss the order because of young Master Lu's influence. As a result, you got drunk and sent this guy named Luo Yun to pick you up. Now that Zhu Qinghu knows you have a boyfriend, what's the point of dating you anymore? Speaking of which, Song's mother glanced at Luo Yun again. Seeing his tattered and shabby appearance, he was so angry that he jumped up and down. What terrible things has our Song family done? Upon hearing this, Song Qiaoyuan was completely stunned. He got drunk and asked Luo Yun to pick him up? I have absolutely no recollection of this. That alcohol is incredibly strong. Perhaps he was drunk and just randomly contacted someone to pick him up. It just so happens that the number of the most recently contacted person on my phone is Luo Yun's. So they called Luo Yun? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, it would be a place like Chenghu Restaurant. There's absolutely no way someone like Luo Yun, from the bottom rungs of society, could get in. Luo Yun, was it really you who picked me up yesterday? Luo Yun shrugged, otherwise what? You told Zhu Qinghu that you're my boyfriend? Luo Yun had already guessed everything at this moment. To help him conceal his true identity, Zhu Qinghu probably announced to the public that he was Song Qiaoyuan's boyfriend. Luo Yun was both amused and exasperated. I didn't say that, but Zhu Qinghu has connections everywhere. He can easily find out about what happened at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Boom! Song Qiaoyuan's head exploded. She instantly recalled how she had lied to Luo Yun, claiming he was her boyfriend, in order to help him out of an awkward situation at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Oh no, oh no. Even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't explain this now. Song Qiaoyuan's parents were now furious. They grabbed Luo Yun and said, You brat, you've ruined my daughter's reputation and our family's future. You must take responsibility for this. Yes, come with us to find young Master Lu. You kowtow to him 100 times and tell him that you've been harassing Qiaoyuan and that you're not her boyfriend at all. Upon hearing this, Song Qiaoyuan's heart skipped a beat. This won't do. Once Luo Yun was dragged in front of Lu Minghuan. Given Lu Minghuan's vengeful and ruthless nature, he might even kill Luo Yun on the spot. I promised Han Shuangxue that I would protect Luo Yun for 3 months. No, Mom and Dad, you're sending Luo Yun to his death. Song Qiaoyuan hurriedly grabbed Luo Yun's hand and shielded him behind her. Huh, you brat, things have come to this, and you're still protecting him, aren't you? Luo Yun was somewhat touched by Song Qiaoyuan's gesture. There are probably a lot of misunderstandings involved. But he knew it very well. Song Qiaoyuan's protective action was entirely instinctive. He sighed. That's enough. Since this misunderstanding was caused by me, I should resolve it myself. Ahem, well, Luo Yun stepped forward and said to Song Qiaoyuan's parents, "Gentlemen, please don't worry. I think I understand now. In the end, it all boils down to a big order from Chenghu International, doesn't it?" He shrugged nonchalantly and said, "I'll negotiate it for you." What? Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. This guy, dressed in tattered clothes. Is it true that he can secure a large order from Chenghu International? Talk about his grandma's legs. You. Song's father was so angry he almost vomited blood, and he pointed at Luo Yun, unable to speak. Song Qiaoyuan's head buzzed, and she said angrily, "Luo Yun, don't make things worse. Do you know what kind of entity Chenghu International is? Do you know who Zhu Chenghu is? You dare to make such outlandish boasts?" Luo Yun helplessly spread his hands. "I'm serious, it's just an order from Chenghu International, it's just a matter of me saying a word." This is no exaggeration. He knew perfectly well what Zhu Chenghu's attitude towards him was now. He immediately took out his phone, but quickly remembered that he had not saved Zhu Chenghu's number. Then he looked at Song Qiaoyuan and said, "Song Yurong, send me Zhu Chenghu's number, I'll give him some instructions and make sure the order issue is resolved within an hour." Snap. Upon hearing this, Mr. Song was so angry that he dropped the thermos cup filled with goji berries. Consumed by rage, she sat on the sofa, clutching her chest, pointing at Luo Yun and trembling with anger, saying, "You." Song's mother quickly helped Song's father up, her face turning purple with anger. "Song Qiaoyuan, you brought this that crazy bastard is back, is he trying to drive your dad and me crazy?" Luo Yun. Song Qiaoyuan was furious. "I don't know how to explain it right now." He grabbed Luo Yun, "Come out with me." After saying that, she grabbed Luo Yun's hand and ran out of the house. "I'm going out to drive." They sped along the road. A full 10 minutes later, Song Qiaoyuan vented her inner rage by speeding wildly. Luo Yun asked, both amused and exasperated, "Have you vented your frustrations?" Song Qiaoyuan gritted her teeth, "Don't say a word." Luo Yun sighed, "Song Yurong, I told you, give me Zhu Chenghu's phone number, and I'll help you solve it." Shut up. Song Qiaoyuan panicked and covered her ears. "It's really hard to explain." Luo Yun shook his head helplessly, "Fine, since you don't believe me, then go crazy on your own. I am not going to play along when you've figured things out. Contact me and I'll help you resolve the Chenghu International order issue." As he spoke, he reached for the car door. Click. Upon hearing this, Song Qiaoyuan quickly locked the car doors. "Where are you going?" Luo Yun said speechlessly, "I'll go find my buddy." He did indeed intend to go find Gao Pang. Yesterday, halfway through a drinking session, I was ambushed and killed. As a result, I rushed to Chenghu restaurant in a flash, leaving Gao Pang alone at the barbecue stall. I felt really bad about it. "No, you can't run around." Song Qiaoyuan gradually calmed down, "Although I hate you very, very, very much right now, but I promised Schwer I would take good care of you. You're a madwoman who talks nonsense all the time, and I'm afraid you'll cause more trouble." Big sister. Luo Yun was speechless. "I'm a grown man, I really don't need you to worry about me." As they were talking, suddenly, my phone rang. Luo Yun looked up and saw that it was Gao Peng calling. "Look, my buddy's here to confront me." "Answer the phone." "Gao Peng, you." Before he could finish speaking, Gao Peng suddenly spoke first in a strange tone. "Brother, remember when I said I envied your luck, that you could run into a benefactor even while taking a dump?" Luo Yun was taken aback, noticing the strangeness in Gao Peng's tone. "I remember. What's wrong with you?" "I've also met a benefactor." Gao Peng gave a self-deprecating laugh, his voice tinged with bitterness. "I've had bad luck for half my life, but last night I met a benefactor who saw I was drunk and took me to the Bua International Club for a good time, so I guess my unlucky life has had one stroke of good luck before I die. Not a bad deal." Upon hearing this, Luo Yun realized something was wrong. "Gao Peng, what nonsense are you talking about? What happened? Where are you?" Gao Peng said, "I'm at work." "Work?" Luo Yun recalled for a moment. Last night, Gao Peng told himself that he was now working 2 jobs. 1, 3, 5, 7 are maintenance workers. 246 works as a bartender at Pink Dream KTV. Today is Tuesday, so he should be at Pink Dream KTV right now. But this should be my last day of work. Gao Peng's tone suddenly became urgent and angry. Those bastard rich kids took my own sister to a private room and tried to drug her to commit a crime. I tried to take my sister away, but those bastards beat me up. What's even more infuriating is that the lobby manager protected those scoundrels. So what if they're rich kids? Does being rich give them the right to act with impunity? I've made up my mind. I am going to fight them to the death, to pay with my life. Upon hearing this, Luo Yun's heart skipped a beat. Gao Peng, you're crazy, don't do anything stupid. Gao Peng said, no, I'm not crazy, on the contrary, I've never been this clear-headed in my entire life. I've been a coward for half my life. When I was a child, I was beaten and scolded by relatives when I went to school. I was beaten and scolded by classmates when I entered society. I was beaten and scolded by customers and homeowners. Even the security guard in the community dared to slap me because of a single wrong tone of my voice. I endured all these grievances and resentments in order to take care of my sister and my mother. But this time, I can't stand it, because she's my only sister. Luo Yun, I'm calling you because you're the brother I trust most. If anything happens to me, please take good care of my blind old mother. Don't worry, you don't need to spend any money to take care of her. My mother has my father's death benefit. I just want you to make a phone call for me during holidays, and after she passes away help me visit her grave or something. At this point, she choked up. Anyway please, brother. Smack. The call ended. Luo Yun felt a chill run down his spine and his whole body began to tremble. Oh no, oh no. Gao Peng's posture suggests he's truly prepared to fight to the death. Quick, open the door. Luo Yun said urgently. Song Xiaoyuan was startled, but still stubbornly crossed her arms and said, I won't open it. I said I'm responsible for your safety. Oh, what are you doing? Before he could finish speaking, Luo Yun lay on top of Song Xiaoyuan, chest to chest, their bodies pressed together, and reached out to unlock the door. The car door was pushed open with a bang. He hailed a taxi and disappeared in a flash. Why is he getting angry at me? I'm the one who's been wronged. Song Xiaoyuan was stunned for a moment, then angrily slammed her hand on the steering wheel. Let's go. If it weren't for Schwer's sake, I wouldn't bother talking to him. Let him run away if he wants, it'll be easier if he disappears. He pulled the handbrake and was about to step on the gas to leave. Suddenly, beside the gearshift, the exorcism talisman that Luo Yun had given him before, which seemed to have saved his life, came into view again. Song Xiaoyuan remained silent for a long time. After a long while, he suddenly gritted his teeth. Sigh, forget it, why bother arguing with someone from the bottom of society who's never seen the world? Buzz. Step on the gas. Song Xiaoyuan made a sharp turn and caught up with the taxi that Luo Yun had just been riding in. Along the way, Song Xiaoyuan recalled Luo Yun's expression and demeanor when she made the phone call. Did he encounter something? Is everything all right? Will there be any unexpected events? With a sense of unease and worry, we followed the taxi for about 10 minutes. Song Xiaoyuan felt increasingly uneasy. Because the taxi Luo Yun was in had already entered Fenghua Street. Fenghua Street is a notorious red light district in Zhengzhou. What's he doing here? Could it be? No, impossible, he's penniless, and Han Xuanxue is so beautiful and kind to him, how could he possibly come to such a cheap and vulgar place? He must just be passing through. However, I just thought of this. The taxi Luo Yun was in suddenly stopped. Luo Yun got out of the car and, without looking back, went into a KTV with a pink facade and suggestive decor. Song Xiaoyuan was taken aback and looked toward the signboard. The 3 words Pink Dream immediately caught my eye. Next to the sign, there's a neon sign shaped like a fishnet stocking leg. He really came to a place like this? Song Xiaoyuan was shocked. After a long pause, he finally stepped on the gas pedal with a flushed face. Enraged, she exclaimed, Schwer is blind, I must be out of my mind to worry about someone like him being in any danger. 27, Chapter 27. Don't worry, I won't stop. Luo Yun entered Pink Dream KTV. After searching around for a long time, they finally found Gao Pang, holding a brick and hiding in a corner with bloodshot eyes, next to the trash can by the back door. Gao Pang! Luo Yun squatted down. What are you doing squatting here? Luo Yun? Gao Pang was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said indignantly, "Tu was kicked out by the lobby manager and I can't get back in, so I can only hide outside and wait for those rich kids to come out before I fight them to the death." Upon hearing this, Luo Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. By the time those bastards get out, it will be too late. Which room? Take me there. Luo Yun stopped talking nonsense, grabbed Gao Pang and pulled him up. Only then did he see the wounds on his back, and his anger flared up even more. His entire back was covered with more than a dozen bruises and bloodstains, clearly indicating that he had been severely beaten. Especially the wound on the back of his head, with bloodstains still wet on his collar, was a shocking sight. Luo Yun, listen to me, we can't go in, those rich kids are no ordinary people. They not only know the lobby manager, but even Lin Jibo, the owner of Pink Dream KTV, has to give them some face. To hell with face. Luo Yun roared, "Your family is my family, if you dare touch my sister, I'll chop down even the king of Jiangzhou if he comes." Gao Pang was moved, but still resolutely shook off Luo Yun. "No, I can't involve you, you should leave now." Luo Yun ignored what Gao Pang said and grabbed him, ready to go inside. Just then, a phone call came in. "Hey, brother Luo, this is Shuizhi, my goodness, you're a miracle worker, my master is fully recovered." Luo Yun didn't have time to waste words with him. "Why are you making a phone call about such a trivial matter? Let your master recover on his own, I'm busy killing people right now." Smack. Hang up immediately. On the other end of the phone, Shuizhen, who was in the Hua family mansion, listened to the busy tone on the phone with an embarrassed expression. Hua Qiyuan and the rest of the Hua clan stared at each other, wide-eyed. "Ajin, what did Dr. Luo say?" "He said." Shuizhen stammered, unsure how to relay the message. Hua Qiyuan vaguely guessed what was going on. He took a sip of tea and smiled. "It's alright, Jin, just relay the words verbatim. He said that you, master, should recover your health yourselves, busy killing people right now." Puff. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiyuan spat out a mouthful of tea. The Hua family members present were stunned. Did he really say that? This is too rude. Doesn't he know that your master is the esteemed patriarch of the Hua family? Our Hua family has a great reputation, how could Luo Yun not know about it? In a short time, the Hua family members had very mixed feelings. On the one hand, Luo Yun remotely resolved the old man's life-threatening situation with just one set of techniques and prescriptions. It certainly made everyone grateful and extremely eager to befriend them. But on the other hand, even knowing who he had saved, Luo Yun still dared to speak so rudely. Luo Yun is still too young after all. The Hua family members shook their heads slightly. Yes, it's understandable that he might be a little arrogant after possessing such medical skills at such a young age. What a pity. If he could be more composed, we would think more highly of him. He. Huating Jie, the eighth young master of the Hua family, touched his suit and tie and smiled faintly. Luo Yun has no idea what he lost just because of this one sentence. Everyone nodded in deep agreement. If the Hua family takes a liking to him, Luo Yun will rise rapidly in his future. Given time, his achievements will far exceed the simple title of a miracle doctor. But now, Luo Yun's frivolous attitude. They were destined to never truly catch the eye of the Hua family. At most, people would just see him as a little miracle doctor who has one trick up his sleeve and can get by anywhere. Hearing what everyone was saying, Shuizhen quickly shook his head. No, you guys might have misunderstood. I feel that brother Luo didn't do it on purpose. He must have encountered something. What's the matter? Are you going to attack someone? Huating Jie smiled faintly again. Someone with a little skill goes around causing trouble. This kind of person will never amount to anything. Shuizhen wanted to explain further. Old Master Hua Qiyuan waved his hand and said, "Alright, stop talking. In any case, Dr. Luo saved my life. Moreover, if he can subdue me, then he can certainly subdue my 100 or so personal disciples." Huangjie's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Father, you wouldn't be. That's right. Hua Qiyuan regained his usual unfathomable aura, playing with the Buddhist beads in his hand, and said, what I mean is to have Ajin go to Luoyun again if he really has encountered any trouble, then help him solve it after he owes this favor. I can invite him to personally treat my 100 or so personal disciples. Father, you mustn't. Huangjie quickly tried to dissuade him. Your personal disciples are all elites of the Eagle team. If they are cured, that's fine, but if they are not the Eagle team, which our Hua family has painstakingly built up over decades, may be in danger of collapsing. The Hua family members also tried to persuade him. Yes, old man. The fact that Luoyun was able to cure you in Asian may just be an exceptional case. Moreover, no one can guarantee that there won't be a risk of relapse after the current recovery. That concerns the lives and futures of nearly 100 Eagle Team elites. It's a matter that could have far-reaching consequences. We can't afford to take any risks. This matter needs careful consideration. All right. Hua Qiyuan's face darkened. I know what I'm doing, Ajin, let's go. Shuizhen then accepted the order. Yes, master. Etc. At this moment, Huangjie suddenly grabbed Shuizhen. Jin, let me go. Mina, are you going? Huangjie was deep in thought, but outwardly remained unusually calm. Last time it was you who went to find Luoyun. If no one from our Hua family steps forward this time, it will seem like we don't value him. While his character remains to be seen, the first thing our Hua family should do is treat him with courtesy. Shuizhen agreed wholeheartedly. Alright, 8th brother, then I'll trouble you. Huangjie nodded and went out. Within 2 minutes of getting on the bus, they found out Luoyun's current location. Fenghua Street, Pink Dream KTV? Huangjie inwardly looked down on Luoyun even more. He looks like a good-for-nothing brat. Fine, considering that he temporarily saved Ajin and the old man's lives. I'll go over and meet him myself. Buzz. The car started. At the same time, a phone call was made. Hey, Director Yang, help me get someone out of trouble. His name is Luoyun, has at Pink Dream KTV on Fenghua Street. He might be in some trouble. No need to make a big fuss, just give the order down there. On the other side. Pink Dream KTV. Luoyun, accompanied by Gao Peng, arrived aggressively at the entrance of VIP room 666 on the 3rd floor. Upon seeing Gao Peng return with his men, the 3rd floor supervisor, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, strode over, yelling, Gao Peng, you've got a death wish, you dare come back? Then, with an arrogant and disdainful look, he pointed at Luoyun. And what are you, the reinforcements Gao Peng found? I'm warning you, stop causing trouble here. The girls that young Master Zhao wants to play with, none of them are taking away today. Crack. He hadn't finished speaking. Luoyun grabbed the man's finger and twisted it hard. The finger snapped off instantly. The finger bones were even torn and exposed. Use your hands. The foreman clutched his fingers, knelt on the ground, and screamed in agony. The 2 security guards quickly grabbed rubber batons. Luoyun kicked them one by one. Thud, thud. 2 muffled sounds. One person slammed hard into the wall. One person simply smashed open the door to VIP room 666. Clang. Clang. The security guard fell inside, his body knocking over a table full of drinks. The people inside the room were shocked and immediately began to curse. Who the hell, Gao Peng? Everyone was stunned. You still dare to come back, aren't you afraid of dying? Luoyun quickly scanned the area. There were 5 men and 5 women in the room. 5 rich kids and 4 flamboyant young girls. There was also a drunk and unconscious girl being pinned down in the corner of the sofa by the richest man's son, who was about to force-feed her alcohol. This drunk girl is Gao Peng's younger sister, Gao Xiaoting. You bastard, let go of my sister. Upon seeing this, Gao Peng flew into a rage and roared with fury. Tisk. Upon hearing the shouts, the rich second generation who had been pouring alcohol for Gao Xiaoting waved his hand impatiently, signaling everyone to turn off the music. Gao Peng, are you deliberately courting death? You dare to barge into my brothel? As he spoke, Zhao Fifan got up, grabbed a beer bottle, and slowly walked towards Luoyun and Gao Peng. It's a blessing for your sister to be worthy of sleeping with me. The reason I let you off the hook earlier was because you were pitiful enough, but didn't test my patience. As he spoke, he swaggered around the bottle in his hand. Now, I'm giving you two choices. Either you leave your sister here, or I'll use my brother to stab her. Either you stay here too, or I'll stab you with a bottle. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, several spoiled rich kids present burst into unrestrained laughter. Young Master Zhao, you're too funny. Talented, it's a good thing you didn't take the college entrance exam back then, otherwise you would definitely be the top scorer in Jiangzhou. Cao Ping was so enraged that he trembled violently, his eyes turning completely red. I'll fucking fight you to the death. Before he could rush out, Luo Yan raised his hand to stop Gao Peng, his eyes turning icy as he looked at Zhao Feifan. Zhao Feifan, is it, kneel down and kowtow to my brother now to apologize, and maybe I'll spare your life. Holy crap? Upon hearing this, the entire audience was stunned for a moment, then burst into wild laughter. My God, who is this guy? He dares to say such tough things. You bastard, look carefully, you're facing our young Master Zhao. Do you know who our young Master Zhao is? He's the young master of the Zhao family real estate company. His father, Zhao Zijing, can just throw a few 100,000 yuan at you and make you disappear without a trace. What are you pretending for? No need to trouble my old man. Zhao Feifan smiled arrogantly. All I have to do is make a call to Sister Ning, and within 10 minutes, 100 or so people will arrive, and they can drown him with a single spit from each of them. Ah, that's right, on Jiangzhou Road, Sister Ning is more effective than anyone else. Alright, I'm too lazy to waste my breath on these poor people. Zhao Feifan's arrogance reached its peak when he actually handed the beer bottle to Luo Yun. Don't try to look fierce with those eyes. Are you trying to play the devil in front of me? If you've got guts, come on, here's a bottle, smash it on my head. As he spoke, he stuck his head out and pointed arrogantly at his forehead. Smash it here, smash it as hard as you can, and don't stop. If you dare stop even for a second, I'll look down on you. These words were spoken. The crowd laughed even more wildly. Ah, young Master Zhao, you're trying to scare him to death. Even if you gave him 100 lives, he wouldn't dare. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly slammed the bottle down. Luo Yun didn't utter a single unnecessary word. The bottle smashed to pieces right on Zhao Feifan's forehead. Zhao Feifan clutched his head, blood gushing out, and recoiled in shock from the pain. You really dared to hit me? This is the first time I've heard such a strange request. Although I can't understand it, I will grant your request. Luo Yan's eyes were mocking as he picked up a few more wine bottles. Thud, thud, thud. Blood and shards of glass flew wildly. Luo Yun drank bottle after bottle, expressionless, exuding murderous intent, instantly intimidating the entire scene. Don't worry, I won't stop. 28, Chapter 28. Mr. Luo, please forgive me. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of wine bottles repeatedly smashing against Zhao Feifan's head filled the entire private room. A deathly silence fell over everyone. They were all terrified by Luo Yun's fierce and terrifying actions. Is T-Sis this a madman? Gao Peng was also startled awake instantly. He quickly grabbed him, shouting, Brother, stop smashing, he'll die if you keep hitting him. Then let him die. Luo Yun's words were as cold as ice, chilling everyone present to the bone. Gao Peng clung to Luo Yun desperately, pleading, Brother, I'm sorry, 2ve dragged you into this, stop, I'll stay here and take the blame. You take my sister and run as far away as possible. Run, nobody can run today. Just then, an angry voice came from outside the door. A burly man in a black suit, accompanied by more than 20 bodyguards and thugs, stormed into the private room, filling it instantly. This person is none other than Mr. Lu, the lobby manager. He quickly scanned the scene and saw Zhao Feifan lying motionless with his head covered in blood. He was immediately consumed by rage. You dare to lay a hand on young Master Zhao? You dare to lay a hand on him at our Pink Dream KTV? Are you tired of living? Ah, Mr. Lu. As if they had found a powerful backer, the group of rich kids and delinquent girls panicked and ran behind Boss Lu, shouting, "This man is going to kill young Master Zhao, quick, kill him. Kill him, I don't even need to lift a finger, he's doomed." Having seen his share of situations, General Manager Lu quickly and calmly came up with a solution. Quickly contact Zhao Fifen's father, Zhao Zhijing, and tell him that his son is about to be beaten to death. Come over immediately. Yes, yes, yes. The subordinate replied. Then President Lu looked at Luo Yun. "Kid, you're the one who wanted to kill young Master Zhao, right?" Luo Yun said coldly, "It's because he's too weak to take a beating." "Heh, still pretty stubborn." Mr. Lu sneered, "I've seen your kind of reckless scum before, so don't pretend with me. Let me give you a heads up, if you dare to cause trouble in Pink Dream, you've not only offended the Zhao family today, but also Brother Leopard." At this point, he gave a sinister smile. "Once our Brother Leopard makes a move, it won't be as simple as just being killed." "Yes, yes, yes." The rich kids chimed in. "Brother Leopard has connections everywhere. Last time, someone caused trouble and was sent straight to jail, where he was stabbed in the anus by a bunch of hardened criminals every day for 3 whole months. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and committed suicide in jail." "Did you hear that?" Boss Lu sneered. "Kid, you think revenge is just a matter of paying with your life? You're too naive. If we don't make you suffer before you die, then Brother Leopard has lived in vain." Luo Yun frowned. It's too noisy. He really wanted to take action. But throughout the entire ordeal, Gao Peng clung to himself like a band-aid. If you force it open, you will definitely hurt him. Oh well, never mind. Look at Gao Peng, trembling like a leaf. If this continues, it might scare someone into something serious. Anyway, I just glanced at it and it seems that Gao Shouting was only drugged and knocked unconscious, and was not violated. In addition, Zhao Fifen had already given up half his life, so he had vented his anger. Alright, that's enough for today. Luo Yun finally spoke, casually tossing out, "If you don't want to die, get out of the way." Holy crap! Everyone was stunned. Does this guy not even understand what I'm saying? Without thinking too much, a rather authoritative, angry laugh came from outside. "Ha, strange things happen every year, but today there are especially many. In my Lin Jibao's place, even a lowly waiter dares to call people to cause trouble?" Upon hearing this, everyone present suddenly perked up. It's Brother Leopard. Brother Leopard is here. "Ha, kid, you're done for, Brother Leopard is here. You're dead. If you're so capable, go ahead and keep pretending in front of Brother Leopard." Brother Leopard. "Hello, Brother Leopard." Everyone bowed in welcome. A man wearing a red silk shirt with the collar open, revealing a scarred face with a leopard tattoo. He walked in with his hands in his pockets and an air of dominance on his face. A quick glance was enough to get a general idea of the situation. With an air of superiority, he raised his hand and offered a cigar. Smoke billowed out, and Leopard Brother's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he looked down at Luo Yun. "Kid, you're the one causing trouble in my territory? Tell me, which of the 3 heavy-duty prisons in Jiangzhou do you prefer? Pick one, and I'll send you in today." Thump! Before Luo Yun could reply, Gao Peng suddenly knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly to Lin Jibao. With snot and tears streaming down his face, he pleaded in terror, "Brother Leopard, this whole mess is all because of me. Luo Yun is innocent, please be magnanimous and let him go." "You bastard, a mere waiter like you dares to negotiate with me, Lin Jibao?" Lin Jibao raised his foot fiercely. He was about to kick Gao Peng. With a loud bang, the door to the private room was kicked open. A middle-aged man rushed in, picked up Zhao Fifen, and cried out in grief, "Ah, my son, who could be so cruel as to beat my son like this?" The visitor was none other than Zhao Fifen's father, Zhao Zhijing. "Uncle Zhao, it's him, he's the one who tried to kill young Master Zhao." Zhao Zhijing flew into a rage and stood up, ready to fight Luo Yun to the death. Lin Jibo had someone stop him and said calmly, "Mr. Zhao, you're a regular here, so don't worry, I'll take care of this for you. That bastard who beat your son will pay a terrible price, wishing he could die." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhijing gritted his teeth, clenched his fist so hard that his nails drew blood. Fine, this is Brother Leopard's territory. I'll follow Brother Leopard's orders. I believe you can help my son get justice. Boss Xiao, if you want justice, just kill me. Tu was the one who hit your son. Gao Pang begged for mercy again. Luo Yun pulled him up. You're not allowed to kneel. Gao Pang was terrified, his face drained of color. He knew perfectly well that things had come to this point. It's no use doing anything now. He only regretted telling Luo Yun about this, which had harmed him. He hugged Luo Yun with a look of despair and remorse. I'm sorry, brother, I'm the one who ruined you. If there is an afterlife, I still want to be your brother. Ring ring. Just then, Lin Jibao's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the phone number, his expression changed, and he quickly ordered, keep an eye on them, I need to take an important call. He then went out the door. An eerie silence quickly fell over the private room. Everyone remained silent, staring intently at Luo Yun and Gao Pang. It's like looking at two dead people. Zhao Zhijing quickly inquired about Luo Yun and Gao Pang's names, then turned to look at the two of them, gritting his teeth as he said, Luo Yun and Gao Pang, right, fine, very well, right now, in Brother Leopard's territory, I can't overstep my bounds, but don't worry while you're being tortured in jail by Brother Leopard. I will take good care of your families, I promise. I will torture them until they wish they were dead. Thump. Gao Pang collapsed to the ground in despair, his pupils trembling. He couldn't imagine it. After Brother Leopard dealt with me and Luo Yun, what terrible retribution will my sister and her blind old mother face? Clang. Just then, the door was kicked open again. Lin Jibo hung up the phone and returned. Zhao Zhijing and the others said impatiently, Brother Leopard, quickly deal with these two bastards. However, at this moment, Lin Jibo seemed like a different person, his whole body trembling slightly. He repeatedly held up a photo on his phone and compared it with Luo Yun's. A full 5 seconds later, his face turned deathly pale. She quickly ran to Luo Yun, her voice trembling slightly, and asked, You recalled Luo Yun? Luo Yun was unaware of what had happened, but he was not afraid to reveal his name. He narrowed his eyes slightly. That's right, so what do you want? Upon hearing this, Lin Jibo was startled and immediately grabbed 2 bottles. He smashed it directly onto his own head. Thud, thud. Two loud bangs. The bottle shattered with a crack. Blood was gushing from his forehead. Under the utterly shocked gaze of the crowd, Lin Jibo actually bowed straight to Luo Yun at a 90-degree angle. His tone and attitude were extremely respectful. Mr. Luo, it was I, Lin Jibo, who was blind to your greatness. Please forgive my behavior just now, Mr. Luo, for your magnanimity. 29, Chapter 29 Kid, you've chosen the wrong path. Holy crap? Moment. The entire hall fell into an utterly shocked silence. Brother Leopard. What are you doing? He actually smashed a wine bottle in public and begged for mercy from this guy named Luo Yun? What kind of international joke is this? Luo Yun narrowed his eyes. Seeing Lin Jibao's respectful demeanor with his forehead covered in broken glass and blood, I vaguely guessed what was going on. The phone call he just received. Who must have given the order to protect themselves? Lin Jibo, observing Luo Yun's uncertain expression, quickly said, Mr. Luo, it was my mistake that your friend encountered such danger on my turf today. Rest assured, I will handle this matter properly. You handle it? Luo Yun said coldly, are you teaching me how to do things? Lin Jibo was taken aback, then quickly shook his head. No, Mr. Luo, you've misunderstood. Ignore his nonsense. Luo Yun kicked the half-dead Zhao Fifan in front of Zhao Zhijing. Her voice was icy. You just said you were going to torture me and my brother's family, right? Zhao Zhijing was completely terrified. But he wasn't stupid. Seeing Lin Jibo smashing the wine bottle and his extremely humble and respectful manner towards Luo Yun, he no longer dared to harbor any illusions. He immediately snapped to attention, suppressing his anger as he apologized. Mr. Luo, you are right, too was just being mean. I didn't recognize your greatness. I sincerely apologize. I know you're very angry right now, but considering you've already beaten my son. No need for nonsense. If you want things to settle, do as I say. Luo Yun picked up the wine bottle and handed it to Zhao Zhijing. Your son just threatened to poke this and that. He seems to really like this game. Judging from your fatherly love, you should play with your son. Splash. After saying that, he ripped down Zhao Zhijing's pants. You can start poking now. Ah. Zhao Zhijing's expression immediately changed when he saw Zhao Fifan lying on the ground with his buttocks sticking up. Mr. Lu, hot do you mean? Luo Yun said in a deep voice, the literal meaning. Start the timer now, 5 minutes. As he spoke, he patted Gao Peng on the shoulder beside him. Keep nagging until my brother calms down. What? These words were spoken. The hairs on everyone's head stood on end instantly. Is this going to ruin the harmonious relationship between Zhao Zhijing and Zhao Fifan, like a chrysanthemum in bloom? Zhao Zhijing couldn't hold back any longer. He was indeed unsure of Luo Yun's identity and was somewhat afraid. But the other party made him, the father, stab his own son in public. This is an utter disgrace. Luo, you surnamed Luo, don't go too far, you. Crack. Ah. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Yun stomped hard on Zhao Fifan's ankle, causing his foot bone to break and him to scream in pain. If you utter one more word, your son will lose a leg. Ah. Zhao Zhijing was furious, but seeing Lin Zhibao standing there trembling and not daring to ask any questions, he dared not think any further. I knew I was completely screwed this time. So, gritting his teeth and with red eyes, he said to Zhao Fifan, son, it's your old man's fault for being useless. Although Zhao Fifan was unable to speak, he could hear it and his whole body trembled violently. Without thinking too much. Put. Zhao Zhijing gritted his teeth and shoved the bottle down hard. Ah! Zhao Fifan screamed in pain. Luo Yun glanced at the group of rich kids and delinquent girls. Such a touching scene. Don't just stand there, come and sing a song to liven things up. As he spoke, he went to the song request booth and selected Father. These young punks and delinquents were completely terrified by the scene. They dared not disobey and quickly grabbed the microphones. Then, during the parent-child activity led by Zhao Zhijing and Zhao Fifan, touching songs were sung with trepidation. Always taking from you, but never saying thank you. Put. Ah. It wasn't until I grew up that I understood how hard it was for you. Put. Ah. This scene sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Even Lin Zhibao, who had done many ruthless things, was shocked by Luo Yun's methods and his scalp tingled. This method is too cruel and too torturous. It took a full 2 or 3 minutes. Everyone was stunned. Those rich kids were also stunned. At the climax, they even stood up and instinctively belted out high notes. My strong-willed father, what can I do for you? Put. Thank you for everything you've done, for supporting our family with your own hands, for always doing your best to give me the best. Am I your pride? Put. A song that's only 3 or 4 minutes long. For most people, however, it felt like an eternity. After the song ended, Luo Yun then left with Gao Peng and his sister Gao Xiaoting. The room was filled with the scent of chrysanthemums, a symbol of filial piety between father and son, and left behind a shocked and terrified crowd. Lin Zhibao gritted his teeth and cleaned up the mess. After seeing off Zhao Zhijing and his son, and others. Finally, the lobby manager, Mr. Liu, couldn't hold back any longer and asked with utter shock and fear, Brother Leopard, just who is this Luo Yun, why are you so afraid of him? Lin Zhibao was still somewhat shaken with slightly trembling hands. He held up his phone and showed him the contact name for his recent calls. Huh, Director Yang? Just now, is that Director Yang who called you? Is he the one who wants to protect Luo Yun? Lin Zhibao took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Director Yang said that a powerful figure, so powerful that even he was afraid, called him to protect Luo Yun. If I don't handle this well today, not only will our Pink Dream business have to close down, but Lin Jibo, will also be out of business in Jiangzhou. Oh my god. Mr. Liu was terrified. He could never have imagined. That ragged guy must have such a terrifying background. Lin Jibo sighed and instructed, don't publicize this matter, or we'll lose face big time. If anyone asks, just say Director Yang informed me of a crackdown today, so we can't let anyone you're asking for trouble, understand? Yes, understood. We left Pink Dream KTV. Gao Ping, carrying Gao Xiaoting on his back, said tremblingly to Luo Yun, brother, you? Luo Yun knew what he was thinking and casually brushed it off with, don't overthink it. Have you forgotten about Patrick Star in the military uniform from before? Cao Peng was taken aback, you mean who was the one protecting us today? Luo Yun smiled noncommittally, no matter how powerful Lin Jibo is, he's still afraid of people in military uniforms, right? Hearing this, Gao Peng suddenly realized what had happened and breathed a sigh of relief. That was too close. Luckily, there was such a powerful figure backing us up, otherwise I can't even imagine what would have happened today. Alright, let's not talk about that now. Gao Peng, you said before that a strange older brother took you out to have some fun? Luo Yun suddenly remembered this matter and had some vague guesses. He asked, do you remember what that person's name was and what he looked like? He said his name was Su Sifong. Gao Peng quickly pulled out his phone and showed Luo Yun a photo. Back then, that older guy insisted on taking a selfie with me. Take a look at the photo. Luo Yun smiled instantly. Isn't this the guy whose Maybach I requisitioned? He understood everything. This old bastard Su Sifong probably saw that I had disappeared, so he turned to curry favor with his good brother Gao Peng, hoping that I could help him cure his daughter. Ha, he really is a smart person. Fine, I'll save your daughter's life, since you've treated my brother to a good time. Alright, Gao Peng, hurry up and take our sister back. Oh right, Luo Yun, I'll be going now, I'll contact you later. Gao Peng carried his younger sister away. Luo Yun took out his phone and quickly found Su Sifong's contact number online. Su Sifong, a bigwig in Jiangzhou's catering and entertainment industry, and the chairman of Sifong Group? Heh, you've got quite a status. Perhaps it was Su Sifong who called Lin Jibo today? Luo Yun was thinking. Suddenly, a proud voice, tinged with disdain and amusement, drifted over from the side. Stop guessing, I am the one who settled things for you today. Luo Yun turned his head to look. Suddenly, he noticed a young man in a suit leaning against an Audi with black license plate 8888, looking him up and down. This man is none other than Huang Jie, the 8th young master of the Hua family. Luo Yun narrowed his eyes and discovered that his aura was extraordinary, actually possessing the strength of the 7th level of external force. Who are you? Huang Jie stepped forward and said, let me introduce myself. I am Huang Jie, the 8th son of Hua Qiyuan, the patriarch of the Hua family. Of course, you can also call me 8th brother like Shuizhen does, I don't mind. Arrogant and haughty, speaking with a mocking and contemptuous tone. Luo Yun suddenly realized. He. It turns out they are descendants of the Hua family, who are renowned throughout the entire Jiangnan province. No wonder Lin Jibo was so frightened by just one phone call. Oh. Luo Yun casually agreed, turned around and left, intending to find Su Sifong to treat his daughter. Seeing that Luo Yun was about to leave without turning her head, Huang Jie, his arrogant expression betraying his disappointment, frowned slightly and blocked Luo Yun's path. Kid, I saved your life, and you don't even have a word of thanks? Luo Yun was very annoyed by his kind of person. Saved my life, do you think that even without that phone call, this little Lin Jibo could do anything to me? Ha! Huang Jie chuckled, kid, confidence is a good thing, but don't be too arrogant. Do you really think you can run rampant in Jiangzhou with your little bit of ability? Luo Yun looked impatient. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that the Hua family is full of heroes and has a good reputation. He really wanted to throw out a line like, a good dog doesn't block the way. What's your name again? Huang Jie disapproved of Luo Yun's attitude, but tried his best to maintain his composure. Huang Jie, as I said, you can call me 8th brother like Shuizhen does, I don't mind. But I mind. Luo Yun said calmly, I don't really like the appearance of the myna bird, so I'll just call you Parrot. Hua Yingjie's lips twitched. Kid, are you deliberately picking a fight? Sorry, I'm in a hurry to rescue people, I don't have time to waste words with you. Luo Yun waved his hand. Parrot, make way. You. Hua Yingjie was filled with anger. But soon, he sneered, his contempt growing even stronger. He slowly made way for him. Fine, kid, you chose this path yourself, don't regret it when I get back. I'll tell the old man that you're not interested in the Hua family's overtures. Luo Yun picked at his ear as he walked away. He muttered impatiently, a parrot is a parrot, always talking nonsense. Buzz. After saying that, he hailed a taxi and drove off. Hua Yingjie was left standing there alone. After hesitating for a long time, he clenched his fist in anger. He was so angry that he laughed instead. Heh, what a fool who ruined his bright future. Enraged, he hissed at Luo Yun in the direction he was heading. Kid, you've chosen the wrong path. 30, Chapter 30. My sister has such a broad mind. An hour later. Gao Peng took his younger sister home. This is a small clinic with a dilapidated storefront, located in an old and weathered Hudong area. Gao Peng's mother was a woman in her 50s who was blind and had gray hair. Right now, I'm sitting in a corner of an empty clinic. Hearing the noise, she called out, Xiao Peng, you're back? Gao Peng nodded and asked, Mom, why is the clinic so quiet today, is no one coming to see a doctor? Gao Peng's mother shook her head with a bitter smile, we can't pay the rent, we can't pay wages, and the young girl who helped us has quit. No one is available to see patients and prescribe medicine. I am a blind person who can only take pulses and listen to the heart. Who will come to me? Gao Peng felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, but he comforted her, saying, Don't worry, Mom, I'll find a way to earn money and hire another nurse to help. Xiao Peng, don't worry about it, Mom will figure it out. Go and get some rest. Gao Peng nodded and put his younger sister, Gao Xiaoting, back in her room. Looking at his blind old mother sitting blankly in the empty clinic. His heart was breaking. The clinic is the only legacy my father left me. He was well aware of the emotional value the clinic held for his family. If they can't pay salaries and can't pay rent, my mother's only source of emotional support is gone. Thinking about his sister who had dropped out of school early and spent her days hanging out with a bunch of hooligans, he gritted his teeth and suddenly had an idea. No, I have to go out and borrow money. I can't let the clinic close down, and I can't let my sister wander around in society so early. I need to enroll her in night school so she can study and take exams. I've made up my mind. He quickly left a note for his younger sister, Gao Xiaoting, and then quietly left the house. Much later. Gao Xiaoting woke up groggily. How did I get home? She remembered that she had gone drinking with young Master Zhao. Young Master Zhao also said that after drinking, he would take me to a party where I might meet the famous Sister Ningning. Sister Ningning is her idol. Did I black out? That can't be right, I'm not a bad drinker. Suddenly, I saw a note left by Gao Peng on the table. I quickly glanced at it. Many details have been omitted above. It is only said that she had drunk too much, and her brother Gao Peng went to the KTV to pick her up. My good-for-nothing older brother picked me up? Upon learning all this, Gao Xiaoting's face immediately turned bright red with anger. It's outrageous, my brother is utterly useless and only causes trouble, he's incompetent enough, but he also tries to stop me from getting involved in the underworld. Does he know how glamorous my future will be once I get to know Sister Ningning, catch her eye, and join her group? He quickly took out his phone and dialed Zhao Fifen's number. The other party turned off their phone. Then, she quickly called the other people who had gone to the karaoke bar with her that day. Result? We can't get in touch with anyone. This means they've all blocked me? Gao Xiaoting pondered for a moment, then gritted her teeth and slammed her phone down. I know, it must be because Zhao Daxiao and the others saw Gao Peng's pathetic appearance. They don't want to hang out with me anymore. Ugh, I'm so angry, how could I have been born into such a poor family and have such a useless and incompetent older brother? He got up and left in a huff. Hearing Hearing the noise, the elderly mother quickly called out, "Ting-ting, where are you going so late? It's none of your business." Bang! He slammed the door shut and disappeared. The elderly mother covered her face helplessly and sighed deeply. On the other side, Luo Yun called the front desk of Su Sifang Group to find out which hospital Su Sifang's daughter was in, and then rushed there. Now, Su Sifang and his wife Xiao Shuhui were sitting solemnly beside the hospital bed. My daughter, Ningning, was deathly pale and lay on the hospital bed with a ventilator attached to her. His entire body was covered with silver needles at every key acupoint. Xiao Shuhui said with great heartache, "Dr. Luo, Hai, did you use so many acupuncture needles again?" Dr. Luo sighed helplessly, "Madam, to be honest, your daughter's condition is more serious than I expected originally. I said she could last for 3 days. But looking at it, no, it can only last for 2 days at most." Ah? Xiao Shuhui's pretty face turned pale. "Then what should we do?" Dr. Luo shook his head. "There is no other way, only by waiting for that young doctor to step in can your daughter have a chance." Xiao Shuhui looked at Su Sifang, her beautiful eyes full of reproach. "Su Sifang, didn't you say you guaranteed that Luo Yun would come? Why haven't you made a move yet?" Su Sifang was also feeling aggrieved. I think you just wanted to have some fun before. You didn't care about your daughter's life or death at all, did you?" "How could this be, The words had barely left his mouth. A cold shout came from outside the ward. "Kid, get out of here, no unauthorized personnel are allowed near this ward." An impatient voice came, "If you don't want the patient to die tonight, get out of the way." "You bastard, how dare you curse our young lady? Get him out of the hospital." I overheard this conversation at the door. Xiao Shuhui and Su Sifang exchanged a glance. He suddenly came to his senses. He hurriedly got up and pushed open the ward door with a bang. At the entrance, 2 bodyguards were raising rubber batons, about to attack a ragged young man in front of them. Su Sifang recognized the man at a glance. Dr. Luo, Dr. Luo? Is he the divine physician Luo? Xiao Shuhui was taken aback upon hearing this. "So young. Stop, I'd like to see who dares to lay a finger on Dr. Luo." Xiao Shuhui shouted and quickly stepped forward to stop her 2 subordinates. Then, with 2 crisp slaps, they were given 2 resounding blows to the face. "Quickly, apologize to Dr. Luo." The 2 bodyguards then realized what had happened and hurriedly bowed to Luo Yun in repentance. Before Luo Yun could speak, Xiao Shuhui suddenly changed to a warm demeanor, a gentle older sister-like expression rising in her pretty face, and stepped forward to take Luo Yun's hand. A pair of delicate, well-maintained hands gently and affectionately patted the back of Luo Yun's hand. "Dr. Luo, hello, I am Ningning's mother. Thank you for taking the time to come all this way for our daughter." As he spoke, she gently pulled Luo Yun into the ward and asked him to sit down in a gentle and virtuous voice. "Come, sit down first, you must be tired after coming all this way. Please wait a moment." Xiao Shuhui disregarded the fact that her elegant and luxurious designer clothes were now dirty. She was wearing high heels and jogged all the way to the tea room, got a cup of water at the perfect temperature, and gently handed it to Luo Yun. Then she affectionately held Luo Yun's hands, smiling radiantly, and said, "Dr. Luo, have some water and rest for a bit." Su Sifang was stunned. "My wife always acts like a tigress when she's with me. When have I ever been so gentle? But when she treats Luo Yun, it's like she's a completely different person." Cough cough. Su Sifang felt a little jealous and urged, "Wife, now that Dr. Luo is here, let's quickly ask him to treat our daughter. Didn't Dr. Luo say that Ningning's condition is?" "Shut up." Xiao Shuhui turned her head and scolded, "Dr. Luo came all this way, and you won't even let him have a sip of hot water, but only expect him to do physical labor. Su Sifang, what kind of hospitality is this? No wonder you looked down on Dr. Luo before." As he spoke, Xiao Shuhui turned her head and changed to a gentle expression. "I'm sorry, Dr. Luo, Ningning's father is not very worldly and not very bright. He offended you before, and I'm really sorry if you are still angry. I will apologize to you on his behalf today." At this point, Xiao Shuhui quickly stood up. She hastily tugged at her skirt, her plump, fleshy legs solemnly coming together. Her eyes held a pitiful look, and without even covering herself with her V-neck collar, she bowed directly to Luo Yun, revealing her entire figure. Dr. Luo, on behalf of my daughter and that idiot Su Sifong, I want to apologize to you. Oh no, no, no. This time. Luo Yun couldn't sit still any longer. He was somewhat annoyed that he was stopped by 2 bodyguards. But Xiao Shuhui was so respectful and gentle, her attitude so sincere that she almost let him sit on her beautiful lap. So he hurriedly got up and helped her up. Madam, now that I'm here, I've already put aside my prejudices, rest assured, I guarantee I can save your daughter. Oh, really? With tears welling up in her beautiful eyes, Xiao Shuhui hugged Luo Yun tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. Thank you, thank you. Cough cough. Luo Yun almost choked on her breath when she was hugged like that. No joke. He previously thought that Song Yoron's group was already quite large. As a result, Xiao Shuhui felt a breathtaking sense of oppression when she hugged him. It dawned on me in an instant. What does it mean to say there are always people more capable than you, and there's always something better to you? Oh, I'm sorry. Xiao Shuhui quickly let go, cupped Luo Yun's face in her hands with a worried expression, and said gently and with concern, I'm sorry, little brother Luo Yun, was I too rough and hurt you? Luo Yun blushed. Yes. Bright red. Damn it. I actually blushed when this mature woman in her 40s, whose daughter is already quite old, teased me. Eldest sister. This isn't an apology at all. You're pushing the boundaries of what veteran cadres can do. But Luo Yun was well aware of Xiao Shuhui's mindset. The saying goes, you can't hit someone who's smiling. When meeting someone for the first time, and the other person doesn't know what kind of temperament you are, the best way is to do what she's doing now, to please herself with extreme attentiveness and gentle affection. This is the only way to win someone's favor in the shortest amount of time. As long as I am pleased. Only her daughter has a 100% chance of being saved. This woman's mind and magnanimity are quite remarkable. Luo Yun involuntarily gave a thumbs up in his mind. Cough cough, cough cough. At this moment, Su Sifong was coughing wildly to the side. Although their eyes weren't looking this way, the implied meaning couldn't be clearer. Luo Yun, slightly embarrassed, kept his distance. Ahem, madam, don't worry, I'm not that pretentious. If I decide to save someone, I will definitely do so. Excellent, excellent, Dr. Luo is young but has an extraordinary bearing. He will surely become a hero in the future. Xiao Shuhui gave a thumbs up, then blinked her beautiful eyes. Dr. Luo, you're not that old, and you're quite a handsome young man. If you don't mind, please don't call me madam anymore, just call me old sister. The other party was very polite, and Luo Yun was not an unreasonable person. She immediately waved her hand with a smile and said, Madam is too modest. You are not old at all. You look like you are only in your 20s. If you don't mind, I will just call you sister. Alright, little brother Luo Yun, you can call me Sister Shuhui from now on. Xiao Shuhui spoke affectionately, gently taking Luo Yun's hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties in Jiangsuno, in Jiangnan province, just tell your sister, and I guarantee that no matter what kind of monsters or demons they are, I'll take care of them all. Cough 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 cough, cough 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 cough. Su Sifong's coughing grew louder and more frantic. Xiao Shuhui's pretty face turned cold, and she turned her head and threw a roll of paper at them. Old Su, cough your sister, are you trying to die? If you cough again, get out of here, don't make a scene with your stinking spit all over the house. 31, Chapter 31. Luo family relatives come to the door. Good brother, there's no time to lose, let's start the treatment right away. Luo Yun nodded. He directly lifted up his daughter Su Qingning's clothes. Her fair and delicate waist was exposed. The girl's parents felt somewhat awkward seeing this, but they didn't say anything. Luo Yun guessed what the two were thinking and said calmly, don't overthink it, this is just how I do things. I won't take advantage of your daughter. There was one more sentence left unsaid. That is, just by looking at her, you can tell that Su Qingning is flat-chested. Petite and unremarkable, there's really nothing to gain from it. Brother Luo Yun, what are you saying? We trust your character and believe in your integrity. Go ahead and do your job. Go all out and do it, you said it, Sister Shuhui. Luo Yun didn't hold back either, having long disliked Su Qingning's belly button piercing and nose ring. Remove it with a snap. Don't bring this thing around too often in the future. Inexpensive metal products, when in constant contact with the skin, can be absorbed in small amounts. This is fine for healthy people, but your daughter is frail and has asthma, so you should be more careful. Yes. Enough with the small talk, let's begin the treatment. In just over 10 minutes. Luo Yun used his divine eye medical skills to completely eradicate the source of her asthma. Seeing Su Qingning's face regain its color, all her vital signs on the instruments returned to normal. Su Sifang and Xiao Shuhui were extremely excited. Dr. Luo, you are truly a god descended to earth, your medical skills are astonishing. Brother Luo Yun, thank you for your hard work. I don't know how to repay you. As he spoke, Xiao Shuhui moved closer to Luo Yun. A soft, warm fragrance wafted towards me. Luo Yun quickly took a step back, feeling both amused and exasperated. Su Sifang hurriedly stepped forward and stood between the two, fearing that Xiao Shuhui would continue to be enthusiastic. He quickly pulled out a high-end custom card in black and gold. Well, Brother Luo, it wouldn't be appropriate to offer anything without any preparation, so please accept this, for directions black gold card, as payment. Xiao Shuhui chuckled, little brother, don't look down on that Sifang black gold card too much. Although old Su isn't very bright and doesn't have much ability, he's still managing the Sifang group fairly well. With that card, you can spend freely in the entire entertainment and catering industry in Jiangzhou. Luo Yun glanced at the couple with a serious expression. It really is Versailles. Su Sifang Group, with a market value of at least several billion yuan, was described by his wife as not having much ability. Alright, I'll take the card. Goodbye. Luo Yun left. About half an hour later. Su Qingning slowly woke up after figuring out everything. She said incredulously, Mom and Dad, you mean the person who saved me was that poor bastard who only managed to withdraw 250 yuan from 7 or 8 bank cards that day? Xiao Shuhui said sternly, silly child, don't talk nonsense, Luo Yun just saved your life. It's just treating asthma's not a serious illness, nothing to worry about. Su Qingning has recovered her health, but the spoiled little princess's temper has flared up again. He proudly touched his nose and belly button, then was immediately startled. Ah, Mom and Dad, where are my nose ring and belly button piercing? Su Sifang said, Ningning, Dr. Luo said these things were bad for you, so he removed them for you. What? Su Qingning blushed instantly. He took it off for me? Suddenly, she recalled that while she was half asleep, she vaguely felt a pair of warm, large hands touching her body. Ah, Mom and Dad, you just stood by and watched a strange man rip open my clothes and grope me? Su Sifang was both amused and exasperated. Ningning, he's treating you. Oh dear. Su Qingning stood up, her face flushed with shame and indignation, and covered her ears. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Tu was actually touched all over my body by the dirty hands of those people from the bottom of Societandan. They touched me twice. How can I ever face anyone again? How can I face my gang of underlings? Tu hate you all so much. As he spoke, he ran out of the ward wearing his hospital gown. Su Sifang and Xiao Shuhui were both amused and exasperated. But, looking at my daughter's energetic appearance, she is completely different from when she was on the verge of death. This further demonstrates just how superb and effective Luo Yun's medical skills are. Old Su, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and catch up with your daughter and take her home. Do you want her to run around like this? Xiao Shuhui reprimanded her. Su Sifang hurriedly led his bodyguards to chase after them. Soon, there were no more unauthorized people in the ward. Xiao Shuhui's gentle smile gradually faded. Instead, she adopted a dignified, noble, and aloof demeanor. Old Luo, what do you think of Luo Yun's abilities? These words were spoken. Dr. Luo, who had previously lied about leaving but had actually been hiding behind the curtain, slowly emerged. He had completely changed his previous aloof and eccentric doctor demeanor. He adopted a respectful and humble demeanor, clasped his hands and bowed, saying, "Young miss, with my limited knowledge, I cannot yet discern the true nature of Luo Yun." "Oh?" Xiao Shui narrowed her beautiful eyes. "You, a dignified expert at the 9th level of the external force, can't even see through his strength?" "Yes." Dr. Luo said seriously, "Not only is Luo Yun's medical skill completely incomprehensible to me, but I also can't discern his martial arts cultivation level." Xiao Shui fell silent, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. His smile held a hint of amusement. What goes around comes around, and no one escapes the wrath of heaven. When the Luo family kicked Luo Yun out of the family like a dog, they probably never imagined that Luo Yun was no ordinary person. I can't wait to see the Luo family's regretful faces." Then, he changed the subject. A sharp glint appeared in her beautiful eyes. "I really underestimated Han Shuangxue, that naive and innocent girl. Her judgment this time, even I have to admire it." "Yes." Dr. Luo asked, "Young miss, how long will you be staying in Jiangzhou this time?" "I'll leave tomorrow." Xiao Shui said, "The Hong family has made many plans for the marriage alliance with the Han family in the next 6 months or so. The entire provincial capital and even the entire Jiangnan province will not be peaceful. The Xiao family cannot be without me in charge." She paused, then gave Dr. Luo a deep look. "Luo Yongding, how long has the old man been hiding as a doctor in Jiangzhou?" Luo Yongding said, "Next month will mark exactly 24 years. 24 years. Xiao Shui narrowed her eyes, lost in thought. "If I remember correctly, Luo Yun is also 24 years old this year. Is this a coincidence?" Shaking his head to clear his mind, he instructed Luo Yongding, "Old Luo, you'll have to work even harder in the days to come." "Miss, you flatter me. This is my duty, but should we inform the master about Luo Yun?" "No need to inform." Xiao Shui once again adopted her previous fiery enthusiasm, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "He is my dear younger brother, Xiao Shui. He is such a treasure, and I haven't had a chance to properly explore it yet. How could I bear to share him with others?" Luo Yun left the hospital. "We are preparing to go to Gao Peng's house. I plan to help teach his wayward sister a lesson." But standing at the hospital entrance, I waited for a long time and still couldn't get a taxi. At the same time, a black BMW is driving towards the hospital. Inside the car, 2 men and a woman were talking. "Hey, cousin Jiao, stop dragging us around like this. That good-for-nothing Luo Yun, after Zhang Yan cheated on him and kicked him out, he's probably already homeless and waiting to die. Yes, he has a terminal illness and at most 3 months to live. He doesn't have a penny to his name, so the hospital won't take him in. If you really want to find him, you'd better go to the underpass and the train station area and see if he's among those beggars." "Shut up." The girl driving slammed her hand on the steering wheel angrily and said coldly, "Luo de Biao, Luo de Kai, do you two have any humanity left? Luo Yun is your own brother. He's in such a terrible state now, and instead of thinking about helping him, you're making sarcastic remarks here?" Luo de Biao curled his lip. "No, I'm not that good-for-nothing's brother. At most we're cousins." Luo de Kai sneered, "We're not even cousins. You and your aunt haven't been in Jiangzhou these past few years, so you have no idea how arrogant Luo Yun was when he left the Luo family and uttered those harsh words. He even pointed at second grandfather's nose and accused him of being disrespectful to his elders, saying that under his leadership, the Luo family was corrupt from top to bottom. Let me tell you, I really regret not kicking him lightly back then. If I had another chance, I would definitely kick that unfilial and rebellious Luo Yun until he shits himself." "Enough!" the female driver shouted at her. Just as he was about to continue refuting something, he was taken aback. He glanced instinctively at the pair of eyes at the hospital entrance and immediately flinched. "Ah, Fat Hat's cousin Luo Yun, isn't it? Cousin Jiao, you're definitely seeing things, holy crap?" Luo de Biao and Luo de Kai were taken aback, and they also noticed the figure at the hospital entrance. Upon closer inspection, isn't this the good-for-nothing Luo Yun who was kicked out of his home like a dog by the Luo family, cheated on by his wife, and is now dying of a terminal illness? Brake! The car suddenly stopped in front of Luo Yun. Luo Yun frowned. Before he could even see the people inside the car clearly, the girl driving the car quickly ran down. He rushed forward and hugged Luo Yun tightly, then exclaimed excitedly, "Cousin Luo Yun, I've finally found you." Luo Yun was also taken aback. He stared intently at the girl in front of him, hesitated for a long time, and then suddenly realized, Meng Jiaojiami, cousin? Yes, it's me, I'm back. My mom and I just got back from abroad. We heard you had a terminal illness. At this point, Meng Jiaojia suddenly stopped talking and grabbed Luo Yun's hand. "Cousin, my mom has been looking for you all over Jiangzhou these past few days and she's worried sick. Come on, come home with me and let my mom know you're safe." Before Luo Yun could speak, Luo Debiao and Luo Dekai suddenly got out of the car. With a displeased look, he said, "You bastardieri still alive? You penniless, homeless vagrant, why aren't you finding a place to sleep on the street at the train station? What are you doing wandering around here in front of the hospital? I know you little rascal, you heard that your aunt and Jiajiao are back, so you deliberately came to the hospital entrance dressed in rags, waiting for them to come looking for you, didn't you? That's absolutely disgusting. Of all the things to sell, why play the victim?" Luo Debiao, Luo Dekai? Luo Yun's eyes immediately turned cold. The anger that had been suppressed in his heart for several years suddenly erupted. He still can't forget it. How happy those two brothers were kicking me when I was expelled from the Luo family. Crackling. Clench your fist. Luo Yun was about to step forward and make a move. There's no need for him to waste any more words on those bastards from the Luo family. But before he could act, Meng Jiaojiao grabbed him and pulled him into the car to sit down. "Hey, cousin Luo Yun, don't mind those two brothers, let's go home first, and we can talk about everything when we get there." Luo Debiao and Luo Dekai saw that Luo Yun had sat in the passenger seat. Her face immediately contorted with disgust. Jiaojiao, your BMW is brand new, aren't you afraid Luo Yun will get it dirty?" Meng Jiaojia was furious when she heard this. "Yes, you're right, I was indeed worried about the car getting dirty." The two brothers chuckled. "Right, these car seats are genuine leather, and they're really hard to clean once they get dirty." "Luo Yun, did you hear that? Your cousin Jiaojiao is worried you'll get the seats dirty, so hurry up and roll over." Bang! He hadn't finished speaking. Meng Jiaojiao slammed the back door shut. Then he got back into the car, stepped on the gas, and drove off with Luo Yun in tow. "Before leaving," he said, "the ones who really dirted my car are the two of you. Clothes can be washed, but people with dirty hearts like yours are beyond saving. Take a taxi home yourselves." As she spoke, Meng Jiaojiao even rolled down the car window and made an international gesture to the two brothers. "Ah, Meng Jiaojiao, you." The two brothers were so angry that they jumped up and down as they watched the car disappear from sight. Whoosh, a cold wind blew by. "Look around." It was pitch black, there wasn't a taxi in sight, not even a soul in sight. The entrance to this hospital in the middle of nowhere. It's more than 20 kilometers away from home. How are they going to get back? Ugh, I'm so angry. It's all Luo Yun's fault. How come that bastard is still alive? These cancer cells are such useless junk. They should just spread and kill their bastards with pain. That'll be enough. Stop dragging their feet. Ugh, they're driving me crazy. No way, I'm going to find a chance to beat Luo Yun up again. This time I'm going to kick him as hard as I can. 32, Chapter 32. Trash is trash, it's not good enough for anyone. On the bus. Luo Yun looked Meng Jiaojiao up and down. While marveling at how the little girl had blossomed into a beautiful young woman after just a few years, I couldn't help but think how she had grown up. My mind was racing with a myriad of thoughts. In my memory, my aunt Luo Wan and her daughter Meng Jiaojiao have always been very good to me. If it weren't for the fact that the mother and daughter have been living abroad all these years. Back then, the Luo family might not have been able to expel Luo Yun from the family. Cousin, I'm sorry, my mom and I are late otherwise. Luo Yun waved his hand dismissively. No need to apologize, you and my aunt should know how my family treats me. Even if you had protected me back then, the Luo family would have tried every means to torment me. Meng Jiaojiao protested. This whole family is utterly inhuman. All you did was Grandpa say before he died that he would pass the position of head of the Luo family to fourth uncle. Now that fourth uncle and fourth aunt are gone, they still want to make things difficult for you. Let's not dwell on the past. Luoyun chuckled and said, Jiao Jiao, I'm already very touched that you still remember your cousin. Just turn right and park at the second intersection ahead. I'll get off there. Ah. Meng Jiaojiao hurriedly said, Cousin, please don't, didn't I say I'd take you to meet my mom? I know what you're worried about, but don't worry, with me and Mom here, the Luo family won't dare to make things too difficult for you. Speaking of which. A hint of composure and wisdom, slightly beyond her years, flashed in Meng Jiajiao's eyes. Cousin, don't forget why my mother and I went abroad and stayed for several years. The Luo family owes us a debt of gratitude that we can never repay in this lifetime. Luo Yun waved her hand. Jiao Jiao, I appreciate your and aunt's kindness, don't worry, I'll definitely. Cousin. Meng Jiaojiao grabbed Luo Yun's hand. When you were little, besides your grandfather and your parents, the person who loved you the most was my mother. When my mother heard about your situation, she was so worried that she had a heart attack. Don't you want to put her mind at ease as soon as possible? Hearing this, Luo Yun softened. After a long pause, he took a deep breath. Okay. On the other side. The Song family mansion. The family is having their usual meal together. But the atmosphere was very heavy. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Song Xiaoyuan with utter disgust. After a long pause, an elder finally spoke up. Song Xiaoyuan, is your new boyfriend really a good-for-nothing who was kicked out of the Luo family? To protect her best friend from trouble, Song Xiaoyuan gritted her teeth and nodded with difficulty. Bang! Uncle Song slammed his fist on the table in anger. You still have the nerve to admit it? Not to mention the huge losses our Song family would suffer if young Master Lu found out. Just consider the reputation of Luo Yun, a stray dog. Do you know how much damage that would do to our Song group if it got out? The older woman chimed in with sneers. I never expected that our Song family would produce such a shameless wretch. Song Xiaoyuan, don't you know that Luo Yun was just cuckolded and kicked out of the house by his ex-wife? You can accept such a worthless piece of trash. Didn't you used to be so virtuous? You even said you'd never sell your body to please young Master Lu? What, you look down on the eldest son of the Lu family, who's worth billions, but you'd actually fancy a spineless coward who wouldn't dare say a word when his wife was ruined. Enough! Song Xiaoyuan couldn't take it anymore and immediately stood up. Luo Yun is also a pitiful person. He's just unlucky and has a hard life. He hasn't committed any serious crimes like murder or arson. Why are you saying such things about him? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, several young members of the Song family clapped and laughed. Song Xiaoyuan, you really are deeply in love. You're willing to defy your elders just to protect your boyfriend? Song Xiaoyuan looked aggrieved. Tu was just telling the truth. You brat, shut up. At this point, Mrs. Song couldn't stand it anymore and scolded them harshly. Sit down right now, there are so many elders here, what's wrong with them saying a few words to you? 2. Song Xiaoyuan felt extremely wronged, but she still obeyed her parents and sat down. Alright, everyone, say less. At this moment, the old lady of the Song family, who had been silent all along, finally slowly wiped her mouth. Her old eyes, sharp as a hawk's, looked at Song Xiaoyuan. Song Xiaoyuan, it seems you've decided that Luo Yun is your boyfriend. Alright, since you insist, then this old woman will tentatively acknowledge his existence. However, according to the rules of our Song family, no matter which of the younger generation in the family gets a boyfriend or girlfriend, they must bring them home for a meal. As she spoke, she glanced at the wall clock. I'll give you 3 hours. Go and fetch Luo Yun, and have him sit down and have a meal with our family. Is that alright? Ah. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaoyuan was taken aback. The other members of the Song family present also changed their expressions. Grandma, this isn't that a bit inappropriate? Our Song family is a wealthy and powerful clan, while Luo Yun is just a poor man from the bottom of society. How can he be qualified to sit at the same table with us for a meal? Exactly, it's so degrading. I'd rather have a dog on the table than sit at the same table with that kind of trash. The old lady waved her hand, looking at Song Xiaoyuan with a determined expression. How about it? Aye. If you don't bring him here, then announce to the public right now that Luo Yun is only clinging to you, and then I, the old woman, will personally send someone to get rid of him. I only heard half of what they said. Song Xiaoyuan's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly stood up. To understand, Grandma, I'll go and bring him back right away. Ah. Upon hearing this, Ran Mrs. Song were startled. Silly girl, can't you tell that the old lady is giving you a way out? How can you be so ungrateful? I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, I'll bring Luo Yun back right away. With that, Song Xiaoyuan got up and ran out. Ah! Enraged, Song's father jumped up and down, pointing at Song Xiaoyuan's retreating figure and cursing, "You worthless brat, are you trying to drive me to my death?" On the other side, Meng Jiaojia took Luo Yun back to the Luo family mansion. "We haven't even entered yet. Then I heard my aunt, Luo Wan, arguing with the Luo family. Juanzi, you're being foolish. Luo Yun has been expelled from the family and is no longer considered a member of the Luo family. Why would you still send Jiaojia to look for him?" "That's right, when he was kicked out of the house, he really angered the old man. If we really bring him back, outsiders will laugh at our Luo family." "Joke?" Luo Wan sneered, afraid of being laughed at now. "Back then, when our Luo family was drawing salaries without working, creating a loophole of 400 million, and various enforcement agencies besieged our door, threatening to smash and burn down our Luo family's house, why didn't you think it was a joke then?" "Ah, Juanzi, that happened so many years ago, why are you bringing it up again?" "How many years ago was that?" Luo Wan sneered again, "You may have forgotten, but I have never forgotten. To fill the 400 million financial hole in the Luo family, I took the blame without complaint and ran away overseas with Jiao Jiao, working like a slave to pay off debts for the past few years. I have calculated every single account better than any of you." "Ah, Juanzi, the old man isn't well, so please don't say anything." That's where we left off. Meng Jiaojio led Luo Yun through the door. "Mom, look who's back." Luo Wan was initially angry, but the moment she turned her head and saw Luo Yun, suddenly, the anger on her face vanished. Instead of, it was an expression of relief and reassurance. "Xiao Yun, my poor nephew, Yuri finally back." Before Luo Yun could think further, he stepped forward and hugged her tightly. "Why, I am so sorry, Auntie, I came back late. I am so sorry you had to suffer." Tears instantly soaked Luo Yun's shoulder. Luo Yun's nose also tingled with emotion. "I was deeply moved. His character has now completely changed. Having a clear understanding of human nature, I'd become indifferent to so-called relatives. But he felt a genuine warmth towards his aunt Luo Wan and cousin Meng Jiaojiao. Feeling the warmth of my aunt's embrace, this instinct, bound by blood, made him hug his aunt tightly and pat her back. "Auntie, don't cry, don't hurt yourself, I'm perfectly fine." Yes, Xiaoyun is fine, Auntie, don't cry." The aunt and niece were deeply moved to be reunited after a long separation. But to the Luo family members, this scene looked. It was absolutely disgusting. No matter how you look at it, it's repulsive and an eyesore. Luo Yun, stop pretending to be a filial son. You knew your aunt was back, but you deliberately removed your SIM card so no one could contact you. You were just playing with her anxiety so that she would feel sorry for you after seeing you, right? Upon hearing this, Luo Yun released Luo Wan, his whole body turning cold. After several years apart, he looked at the faces of the Luo family members once again. My eldest uncle's family, my second uncle's family, my third uncle's family, my youngest uncle's family. And behind that group of people, sitting upright in a grand chair, was the second grandfather, now the head of the Luo family, with an air of superiority. His anger surged forth once more, uncontrollably. You're still alive, good, it's good that you're all alive, that's what makes it interesting. Luo Yun's eyes flashed with an extremely fierce look, and the chill in his voice seemed to come from an ice cellar. Everyone was startled by Luo Yun's transformed, icy aura. But soon, everyone grimaced and said, What do you mean by that? What do you mean, the literal meaning? Luo Yun narrowed his eyes, a chilling murderous intent even flashing in them. Only when the whole family is together can we report to the King of Hell. Upon hearing this, the second grandfather couldn't sit still any longer. He slammed his hand on the armchair and shouted, You scoundrel, what do you mean, are you cursing us to die? Alright, that's enough. Luo Wan quickly wiped away her tears, her face serious as she surveyed the crowd. you all drove Luo Yun out of the family back then, and he suffered countless humiliations and hardships outside, yet you all ignored it. Now that he's back, what's wrong with saying a few angry words? No, Juanzi, look at his attitude. What's wrong with his attitude? I like my nephew's attitude. Luo Wan looked determined to protect Luo Yun to the end. My nephew can say whatever he wants today, and none of you are allowed to say anything about him, otherwise, I'll expose the 400 million thing right now. Ah, Juanzi, you. Alright, stop talking. Juanzi has suffered a lot for our family over the years and has made great contributions. If she wants to protect Luo Yun, then let her protect her. Only then did everyone stop their commotion. She stopped making things difficult for Luo Yun, but her eyes still occasionally glared at him fiercely. Luo Yun also knew that Luo Wan had had a tough time over the years. He naturally wanted to take revenge on those bastards from the Luo family. But not now. Killing and slaughtering may be satisfying, but it's too easy on these people. He wanted revenge, so he would take revenge in every way possible, tormenting the entire Luo family until they could not hold their heads up and were kneeling before him, begging for life and death. Aunt, I'll let it slide for now, for your sake. Now that we've met, I'll take my leave. We can meet up privately another time. With that, he prepared to take his leave. Luo Wan quickly grabbed her arm. No, Xiaoyun, now that your aunt has found you, she can't let you go out and suffer again. Don't worry, with me here, no one will dare to bully you like before. Meng Jiaojiao chimed in. Yes, cousin, my mom booked a deluxe table at the Sifang Jinhao Hotel a long time ago to wait for you to come back. Now that you're back, let's hurry up and head out for a family meal. Upon hearing this, one of the Luo family members laughed and said, the Sifang Jinhao Hotel, that's a super luxurious hotel opened by Su Sifang, the old chairman of the Sifang Group, who invested hundreds of millions. To be honest, such a luxurious occasion is not very suitable for someone like Luo Yun. Yes, look at him, all dressed in shabby clothes, he probably can't even get into a hotel. Shut up, all of you. Luo Wan frowned and said, I booked a deluxe set meal that costs 200,000 yuan per table. I'll let whoever wants to go in, and let's see who dares to stop me. That is. Meng Jiaojiao grabbed Luo Yun's arm and said, Cousin, I'll go into the restaurant with you later. If any security guard dares to stop me, I'll throw 10,000 yuan in his face. As he spoke, he patted his pocket and said, Don't worry, I have plenty of money in my pocket. Faced with such enthusiasm from her aunt and cousin, Luo Yun really couldn't refuse. And then I thought about it again. Are the restaurants under Su Sifang's name? Then wouldn't that four-sided black gold card he gave me before come in handy? Luo Yun gave Luo Wan and Meng Jiaojiao a deep look. Since that's the case, then let's do it today. No sooner said than done. Today I'll order a big table of good wine and food as a way of repaying this mother and daughter for their constant remembrance of me. Don't even mention 200,000, I'd even take 2 million. Alright, aunt, cousin, let's go. Puff. Upon hearing this, several members of the Luo family couldn't help but burst out laughing. That's disgusting. The moment I heard about the 200,000 yuan package, my spine went weak. Just now you were all steely and determined, refusing to be given charity. How laughable and pathetic. A piece of trash is a piece of trash, you'll never amount to anything. 33, Chapter 33. An outrageous demand, over 20 million for a single dish. Cousin, ignore them, let's go. Meng Jiaojiao pulled Luo Yun into the car. They split into two groups and headed to the Sifang Jinhao Hotel. On the road, the Luo family members' expressions were a mix of anger and displeasure. They were extremely unhappy. Look at how arrogant Luo Yun was just now. He's only acting because his aunt is protecting him. Alright, let's bear with it. Luo Wan is now a hero of the family. In the past few years abroad, she not only paid off all the debts, but also brought back hundreds of millions of investments. We can't afford to anger her. Yes, the old man is holding his birthday banquet at the top-tier, Puixing Manor, in Jiangzhou. At the end of the month the rent and all the expenses for setting up the event will be at least 10 million. Our company doesn't have much working capital right now, so we can only rely on Luo Wan to cover the costs. That's right, the investment that Luo Wan brought back is is our Luo family's biggest bargaining chip for resurgence. On the day of the birthday banquet, we must invite all the important figures in Jiangzhou to attend. It can't be shabby, it has to be top-notch. Another car. Facing Luo Yun. Meng Jiaojiao and Luo Wan seemed to have endless questions to ask each other. They kept smacking their lips non-stop. But Luo Yun didn't find it annoying at all. On the contrary, he has a warm heart. Oh, cousin, you're saying your cancer diagnosis was misdiagnosed? It's good that it was misdiagnosed, it's good that it was misdiagnosed. Luo Wan and Meng Jiaojiao exchanged a glance, feeling quite sorry for each other. Because they had already gone to the hospital to investigate, Luo Yun's cancer was definitely not a misdiagnosis. It seems. Luo Yun told this white lie on purpose because he was afraid they would be too heartbroken. Sigh, Xiaoyun is such a sensible and good child, it's really cruel of God to torment him like this. Luo Wan sighed inwardly and said with heartache, Xiaoyun, when we get to the restaurant, order whatever you want to eat. Your aunt will let you taste all the delicacies today. Luo Yun smiled and said, Aunt, cousin, I can't let you spend money. IDE made you worry about me for so long, so it should be my treat to dinner today. Alright, consider it your treat. The mother and daughter smiled slightly, naturally not taking it seriously. Ring ring. Just then, Luo Yun's phone suddenly rang. Upon closer inspection, it was a call from Song Xiaoyuan. He answered the phone. What's up? Song Xiaoyuan called out quickly, Luo Yun, where are you? I'm coming to pick you up. Why did you pick me up? Come have dinner with my family, they want to see you. I'm busy, I have to have dinner with my family. Just as she was about to hang up, Meng Jiaojiao's ears perked up. Wow, a girl's voice, cousin, you found a girlfriend so quickly? Luo Wan was also delighted. Xiaoyun, don't be so cold in rejecting the girl, let her come to Sifang Jinhao for dinner. Smack. The mother and daughter looked like they wanted to take the phone and chat with Song Xiaoyuan. Luo Yun quickly hung up the phone, both amused and exasperated. Auntie, don't misunderstand, she's not a girlfriend. Meng Jiaojiao looked incredulous. Cousin, you're still as charming as ever. On the other side. On the other end of the phone. Song Xiaoyuan was furious when Luo Yun suddenly hung up on her. What, this Luo Yun, in order to protect him from being targeted by the eldest son of the Hong family, I sacrificed my reputation and endured so much pressure to say that he is my boyfriend. Now that things have blown up, he's just washing his hands of it. Just now said on the phone that he was going to have dinner at the Sifang Jinhao Hotel? Without further hesitation, he stepped on the gas and sped away. A dozen minutes later. Sifang Jinhao Hotel. Luxurious suites, grand tables, and exquisite dishes. Looking at the table laden with delicacies and rare foods, everyone's mouths watered. Uncle Luo Jinshan raised a glass. We welcome Zhuanzi and Jiajiao home. With Zhuanzi and Jiajiao's help, our Luo family will surely be able to regroup and create new glories. Second Uncle Luo Jinhai, that's right, when the old man holds a grand birthday banquet at Huixing Manor at the end of the month, we must let all the big shots in Jiangzhou see the future potential of our Luo family. Third Uncle Luo Jinlin and youngest Uncle Luo Jinhe, along with other members of the Luo family, stood up and said, Welcome home. Upon hearing this, Meng Jiaojiao scoffed, That's easy for you to say. At the end of the month, all the expenses for the birthday banquet at Huixing Manor will still have to be paid by my mother. Everyone's expression froze. Luo Wan gently scolded, Jiajiao, don't talk nonsense. Meng Jiaojiao pouted, I'm telling the truth, we rushed back so we could make it in time for Grandpa's death anniversary at the end of the month, but second Grandpa is having a birthday banquet. What about Grandpa's death anniversary? Will we still hold the memorial service? Meng Jiaojiao. Upon hearing this, Luo Jinshan's face darkened. How can you say that? The birthday banquet and the anniversary of the death just happened to clash. There's nothing we can do about it. Exactly. If we put on such a grand show at Common Heart Manor and invite so many important people, are we really going to have them attend a funeral? That would be so unlucky. What do you mean by bad luck? Meng Jiaojiao was about to retort. Luo Wan frowned and glanced at her. Alright, Jiaojiao will make arrangements for those two matters later. Your cousin is home today, so let's all have a happy meal and stop arguing. Meng Jiaojiao shut up and got up. But as everyone looked, Luo Yun remained seated, gnawing on a ginseng root. They ate with great relish, their faces flushed. He looked like he hadn't eaten at all. "Ha, Luo Yun, what are you doing? Get up and offer me a drink." Luo Yun seemed not to hear it. It wasn't that he deliberately didn't get up. Instead, he was burning up with fever and his head was spinning. Holy crap, this ginsengit's something else. He didn't even realize it when he took his first bite. But after the second bite, I suddenly felt my whole body burning hot. The previously scattered and vigorous energy within his body has become orderly and well organized. The dantian is surging, and the meridians are constantly regenerating. It was as if a valve had been opened. Before that, although Luo Yun possesses the strength of the first level of qi refining. However, without professional training, his aura was savage and violent. It's strong enough, but it lacks control. After eating this ginseng, he discovered that the mist enveloping the huge tombstone in his mind seemed to be slowly dissipating. Accompanying this is a subtle improvement in breath control. This ginseng, what's its background, Auntie? Is its name written on the menu? Luo Yun hurriedly inquired. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I thought this good-for-nothing was deaf, turns out just got addicted to food. Hee hee, I can understand this good-for-nothing is now worse off than a beggar on the streets when he sees such good edible ginseng, he has to eat it to recoup his losses, so he won't die a starving ghost. Shut up. Luo Wan frowned and slammed her hand on the table. What's wrong with Xiaoyun eating something? Can't you even let your own child eat a bite? As she spoke, she patted Luo Yun's shoulder gently, saying, Xiaoyun, eat slowly, don't choke if you like, your aunt will order a few more for you. Okay. Luo Yun didn't stand on ceremony. Anyway, I have Su Sifang's black gold card in hand today, so no matter how much I eat, someone will reimburse me. Everyone was stunned. Zhuanzi, it's understandable that Luo Yun is ignorant about this, since he's never eaten or seen it before, but you can't be unaware, can you? This edible ginseng is worth 50,000 yuan apiece. This is the most expensive item in this 200,000 yuan set meal. I know you care about Luo Yun, but you can't make unreasonable demands. It's not like you're paying for this, why are you saying so much? Meng Jiaojiu raised her eyebrows and immediately called over the waiter. Waiter, do you still have that ginseng? 3 Moreno, 5 more servings. You want 5 servings right away? That's a whopping 250,000. It's more expensive than this whole set meal. Meng Jiaojiu is really willing to do anything for her cousin Luo Yun. Unexpectedly, the waiter apologized. I'm sorry, we've already sold out of that quality of snow lotus ginseng fruit. Sold out? Before anyone could react, the waiter changed the subject with a smile. However, our restaurant also has a large stock of even higher grade, top quality snow lotus ginseng fruit. Would you like some? Oh. Upon hearing this, Luo Yun's eyes lit up. A large amount has been stockpiled. How much is that? The waiter smiled and said, there are 23 plants in total. How many would you like, sir? Luo Yun waved his hand dismissively. I want them all. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Want them all? Can you even stomach eating that? There were a full 23 plants. Moreover, even the second-grade snow lotus ginseng fruit is selling for 50,000 yuan a serving. Top quality one. How much would those cost? The waiter was surprised for a moment, but quickly nodded. Okay, in order to avoid unnecessary disputes and troubles later, our store would like to declare that the value of each of the top-grade snow lotus ginseng fruits is 1 million yuan. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression froze. Holy crap, the price difference is huge? 23 plants, that's a whopping 23 million. Second grandfather gave a cold smile. Although she knew that Luo Wan loved Luo Yun, she would never spend so much money just to spoil him. Then, adopting the air of the head of the household, he waved his hand dismissively and said, Alright, we don't need it anymore, go down. The waiter was about to nod and say goodbye. Luo Yun's expression changed, and she glared coldly at her second grandfather. Old man, What business is it of yours if I order a dish? You. Before anyone could think further, Luo Yun waved his hand and said to the waiter, I'll take all 23 of those top-grade snow lotus ginseng fruits, bring them here quickly. 34, Chapter 34. That inhuman bastard, $1 million in one gulp. Ha! Moment. The entire audience was stunned. Holy crap. 23 plants, a total of 23 million. You fucking dare to ask for that? But soon, the shocked looks on everyone's faces quickly turned into schadenfreude. They all looked at Luo Wan and Meng Jiajiu with ambiguous smiles. Juanzi, look at your good nephew, now that you're rich, he's really going to fleece you. Meng Jiajiu, now you know what kind of person this cousin you've been protecting so much really is, right? How could the Luo family keep such trash? When we kicked him out of the house, we didn't break his legs, which was already a sign of kinship. Luo Wan and Meng Jiajiu were also embarrassed by what they were said. They really didn't expect this. After hearing the price, Luo Yun was still able to say that he wanted them all. But they knew Luo Yun's character well, so they were not angry. Luo Wan smiled and said, Sha Yun, it's not that your aunt is reluctant, it's just that if you eat too much of this kind of highly nourishing food, your body won't be able to handle it. Unexpectedly, the waiter smiled and said, Madam, please rest assured, our premium snow lotus ginseng fruit is a specially cultivated variety. It was personally purchased by Mr. Su, the chairman of our Sifang group, who used his extensive network of connections not to mention 23 plants. Even if you ate 50, your body could absorb them, although the digestion time might be a little longer. Luo Yun felt the changes in the energy within his body and was incredibly eager. He quickly waved his hand and said, Then hurry up and prepare it, and bring it up quickly. Upon hearing this, it wasn't just the other members of the Luo family. Even Luo Wan and Meng Jiajiu were stunned. They were certain Luo Yun already clearly understood the value of the snow lotus ginseng fruit. But he still insisted on his point. This shows that. Was he determined to make his aunt spend money? Ha ha ha. Luo Yun, you really brought this upon yourself. Right now, in the whole world, probably only your aunt and Jiajiu are on your side, yet you don't cherish them at all. But God has eyes. He knows that this kind of person is disgusting to be alive, so he has sentenced him to death. Shut up. Luo Wan scolded again. Then, she became noticeably more serious and asked Luo Yun, Sha Yun, are you sure you want to order? Luo Yun smiled and said, Of course, it's rare to come across something so delicious, I can't miss it. But don't worry, Auntie, didn't I say, this meal is on me, I won't let you spend any money. As he spoke, he patted his pocket with conviction. In an instant, Luo Wan and Meng Jiajiu both lost their speech. Cousin. Alright, Jiajiu, stop talking. Luo Wan suddenly made a decision, trying to calm herself down, and then waved to the waiter, Go ahead, just like my nephew said, we'll take all 23 top-grade snow lotus ginsengs. Yes. The waiter obeyed and left quickly. The entire audience erupted in chaos. Juanzi, are you confused? This kid is clearly taking advantage of your doting on him and is obviously trying to take advantage of you, and you're letting him get away with this? Luo Wan was actually quite bitter inside. Luo Yun's behavior truly angered her. But the thought of Luo Yun's tragic fate, his terminal illness, and his mere 3 months to live instantly softened her heart. Maybe this poor child just wanted to enjoy a delicious meal to his heart's content before he died, right? Soon, a full 23 top-quality snow lotus ginseng fruits were presented by the waiter on a food cart. The higher the quality of the ingredients, the less complicated the cooking process is required. As soon as it was placed on the table, a refreshing fragrance wafted out. Moreover, they are not very big, each plant is only about the size of 2 cherry tomatoes. Look at its round and delicious appearance. The Luo family members were also very tempted. He was just cursing at Luo Yun. But then I thought, it's really thanks to that idiot Luo Yun that they had the chance to eat such exquisite food. As a result, everyone's attitudes changed. Juanzi, we know you're very angry right now, but since the ginseng fruit is already here and we can't return it, let's just eat it. Yes, there are exactly 20-odd people here, men, women, and children, one for each person is just right. As he spoke, he turned to turn the table. Luo Yun's face darkened, and he pressed down on the turntable, coldly saying, "Are you so shameless? Do you even have the right to eat what I ordered?" Upon hearing this, the entire audience immediately became enraged and began to hurl insults. "You shameless bastard, you're the one who's shameless. Our suggestion to split it equally is to smooth things over for you and give you a way out. If you're craving something, just say you're craving something. Don't make so many excuses." Luo Yun didn't stand on ceremony. He placed a large plate of ginseng fruit directly in front of him. They popped them directly into their mouths, one after another. He chewed with gusto, a look of satisfaction on his face. Everyone was truly stunned by this scene. They really don't know whether to laugh at Luo Yun or hate him for having such a big appetite. Meng Jiajiao couldn't hold back any longer. She secretly tugged at Luo Yun's sleeve and whispered, "Cousin, you have to eat slowly. You don't have to finish it all at once. Why don't you just try a few to satisfy your craving?" She realized that her mother was a little angry. Although she knew her mother wouldn't really blame Luo Yun, but she didn't want to see Luo Yun lose points in her mother's eyes. Hopefully, after this persuasion, Luo Yun will have a dozen or 20 left. At least my mom can give it as a gift to some people she needs to maintain relationships with, so it's worth it. Unexpectedly, Luo Yun slightly smiled. "It's alright, good things are meant to be eaten. Leaving them unfresh would be a waste. Besides, I just tasted it. This ginseng fruit is very potent and too masculine, so it's not suitable for women. You and your sister-in-law shouldn't eat it. Not only will it not be nourishing, but it will also be bad for your health." As she spoke, she popped the pieces into her mouth one by one. "Besides, if you and your aunt really want them as gifts, I can just have Su Sifang buy some more for you. Just let me know how many you need." Meng Jiajiao was also stunned. "Cousin, are you really crazy?" Luo Wan was also extremely conflicted at this moment, not knowing whether to be angry or to feel sorry and ridiculous. People often say, if a person experiences too much misfortune and injustice, a heart can turn bad. Could it be? Has this saying come true for Luo Yun? Thinking about this, Luo Wan felt a lump in her throat, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Looking at Luo Yun's greedy appearance, as if possessed by a gluttonous beast, he was utterly shameless. She felt deep care and longing for Luo Yun. It felt like being doused with a bucket of cold water. A hint of disappointment and coldness gradually appeared in her gentle eyes. 35, Chapter 35. You can't even get in line to wear a green hat. Now, the atmosphere in the entire venue had plummeted to freezing point. Everyone remained motionless. Each with their own thoughts, they watched intently as Luo Yun devoured the ginseng fruit, each carrying a million in his mouth. A full minute. Not even a fart was heard. Just when Meng Jiajiao was on the verge of collapse from the tense and quiet atmosphere, suddenly the door to the private room was pushed open. A man and a woman walked in. "Sorry everyone, we're late." Everyone looked up. The visitors were none other than the eldest uncle's son, Luo Defeng, and his girlfriend. Lord Peak was unaware of the atmosphere inside the arena. He greeted everyone with a smile. "Let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend, Wu Qingqing, the marketing manager of the third branch of the song group." Speaking of which, he deliberately raised his eyebrows, with a hint of smugness. "Just between you and me, the marketing department is a key department of the song group, so Wu Qingqing's position in this company is second only to President Song Qiaoyuan. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she's second only to the president." Wu Qingqing was full of pride, but on the surface she still pretended to be humble and waved her hand. Defeng, you're exaggerating. President Song is a direct descendant of the Song family. I am just an outsider, at most a wage earner." The two finished their introductions, one after the other, instinctively waiting for everyone to rise up and flatter them. But after waiting for a long time, they found everyone frozen in place. Their gazes weren't on them, but rather fixed on a ragged figure gnawing on ginseng. Lord Peak took a closer look. His expression immediately froze. Luo Yun, what's that good-for-nothing doing here? As he spoke, he stepped forward and tried to pull Luo Yun up. You scoundrel, this is a family gathering of the Luo family. What business is it of an outsider like you who has been kicked out of the family? Get out of here. Luo Yun was enjoying his meal so much that his internal energy was surging wildly, and he didn't have time to pay any attention to him. Meng Jiaojiao quickly stood up to defend him, saying, Luo Defeng, don't touch my cousin Luo Yun, my mother and I invited him here. Seeing this situation, Uncle Luo Jinshan slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Meng Jiaojiao, even now, are you still protecting this ungrateful wretch? Defeng, you've come back just in time. You be the judge. The scoundrel Luo Yun has done such a beastly thing. Does he still deserve your aunt's kindness to him? What happened? The group quickly recounted their story, emphasizing the details of how Luo Yun had ruthlessly swindled Luo Wan out of 23 million. After listening, Luo Defeng and his girlfriend Wu Qingqing immediately cast extremely disgusted and repulsive glances at Luo Yun. What a despicable bastard! Luo Defeng immediately flew into a rage, rolled up his sleeves, and was about to beat Luo Yun. Auntie, don't worry, I'll beat this bastard to death to avenge you. Luo Wan quickly stopped Luo Defeng. Defeng, forget it, forget it. I agreed to Luo Yun ordering these dishes. As he spoke, he suppressed his complicated emotions. She suddenly transformed into a capable and strong woman. He raised his glass and looked at Wu Qingqing, Luo Defeng's girlfriend, who was standing next to him. Miss, your name is Wu Qingqing, right? I've heard Defeng mention you before meeting you today. I can see that you are indeed a woman who is just as capable as any man at such a young age. You have already become the second in command of a company under the Song family. Your future achievements will surely be limitless. You will become a phoenix in no time. Wu Qingqing's eyes were filled with pride, but she raised her glass with humility and politeness. Auntie, you flatter me. Was just lucky to have gained President Song's appreciation. As you should know, President Song Qiaoyuan, is also an outstanding young woman. She is my idol and also my guiding light. Perhaps it is because we admire each other that she values me so much. That was a very well said statement. But in reality, Wu Qingqing's current position in the company. She didn't know how many times she slept with the eldest son of the Song family, how many tricks she tried, or how many difficult positions she unlocked to get this. Even now, although she and Lord Feng are officially boyfriend and girlfriend, but behind the scenes, she was having an affair with the eldest son of the Song family every day. Her private office had long been the Song family's eldest son's regular love nest. She spent her days serving the emperor more like a concubine than a worker. Song Qiaoyuan looked down on her completely. Of course, these are things that cannot be discussed openly. Real society. Many people laugh at poverty but not at prostitution. All the Luo family members need to know is that she now holds a very high position. Come, sit down quickly. Luo Wan, with the air of a powerful businesswoman, warmly welcomed Wu Qingqing to her seat. Qingqing, don't be shy. Once you're here, your aunt needs to have a good chat with you about the current state of the Jiangzhou business circle. I'll need to rely on your connections at the Song Group to figure out how to proceed with my investment. Oh, little sister, what are you saying? How could I possibly have such power? Wu Qingqing proudly put on airs. However, we can discuss everything in detail. You should know about business operations. Connections are one thing, but in the end, it all comes down to sincerity and financial resources. After all, the Song Group is not an ordinary company. If you really want to have a say, you'll have to plan and arrange things carefully. This was also a subtle hint to Luo Wan. Don't try to get close to me. Your investment of several hundred million is certainly substantial, but don't put on airs in front of me. If you want to use me to expand the Song Group's network, you'd better serve me well first. If you don't fawn over me and feed me properly, you won't get a single thing in the Song Group's network. Ha ha ha. Defeng, you have such good taste. For a heroine like Qingqing, who is one in a million, to fall for you is a blessing you've accumulated over many lifetimes. Luo Defeng felt as if his face was bathed in golden light. He immediately stood up, and with a hearty laugh, downed a cup of wine. Ha, everyone. My family is right, needing Qingqing in this life is worth it, even if I, Luo Defeng, am reborn as a cow or a horse in my next life. After downing a glass of wine, the awkward silence was broken up again. Everyone seemed to gradually forget about the unpleasant things that happened to Luo Yun. Phew, that feels so good. Luo Yun devoured the ginseng fruit in a whirlwind. He patted his belly contentedly. He discovered that the energy within his body had become clearer than ever before. More agile and at ease than before. Even the power of the yin-yang eyes has evolved. Previously, every time he opened his third eye, he had to painstakingly cultivate his dantian for quite a while. Moreover, it can only barely see through the internal organs and meridians of a person, and the ability will pause and cool down after only 2 or 3 seconds. And now, he scammed the crowd with his third eye. It was discovered that not only can one see through internal organs, but the intensity of the vision can even be controlled to see what people are wearing under their clothes. He subconsciously glanced at Wu Qingqing. Luo Yun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Beneath Wu Qingqing's seemingly elegant long dress, she was wearing a bold purple t-shirt. Not only that, but she was covered in hickeys, even her inner thighs had more than a dozen. Look at how fresh these strawberry marks are. It's likely that Wu Qingqing had just finished her affair, and with drool still clinging to her clothes, she rushed off to meet Luo Defeng's family. Ha, it's true that everyone is meant to be with someone else. He scoffed and ignored him. Luo Yun's smile was seen by everyone. Their expressions immediately darkened. You ungrateful wretch, you actually managed to eat up a whole plate of ginseng fruits worth over 20 million. Luo Defeng had long disliked Luo Yun. Seeing this, she took the opportunity to get up, wanting to make things difficult for him. Luo Yun, you're lucky your aunt is protecting you today, but while you're spared a beating, you can't escape the punishment of drinking a penalty shot. As he spoke, he poured 6 glasses of strong liquor. Here, these 6 cups of wine, 3 are for me, and 3 are for my fiancé. Before Luo Yun could speak, everyone was stunned. Fiancé? Defeng, from what you're saying, you and Qingqing are going to set a wedding date? Luo Defeng grinned. That's right, I can't miss out on such a wonderful girl as Qingqing. I've decided to marry her in the second half of the year. I want to be the first man in her life, and also the last man in hers. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar. Defeng, from what you're saying, Qingqing is still. Luo Defeng was extremely smug. That's right, Qingqing is still a virgin. I promised Qingqing that I would only touch her on our wedding day. Ah! Everyone was shocked. Even Luo Wan was stunned. Wu Qingqing looks to be in her late 20s without any strong background. How did she, a mere woman, manage to reach this position? How come it still remains pure to this day? Wu Qingqing said without batting an eye, when I was in school, I focused on my studies, and when I was working, I focused on my work. Now that I'm getting old, I'm still a blank slate when it comes to relationships. I am sorry for making you all laugh. As she spoke, she skillfully put on a shy and coquettish expression. A treasure, Lord Peak, you're so lucky to have found such a wonderful girlfriend. Everyone offered their congratulations and toasts. Come on, let's all wish the newlyweds a happy new year. Congratulations to Defeng for becoming Qingqing's first man. Put. However, just as everyone was about to raise their glasses in a toast, Luo Yun suddenly couldn't help but laugh out loud. Everyone was stunned, then glared at them menacingly. You ingrate, what are you laughing at? It's nothing, I just think that Lord Peak is a truly exceptional man. He can handle such a broken plate in such a touching way. I admire him, I really admire him. Everyone's expression instantly darkened. Luo Defeng immediately jumped up angrily. You dog, stop spouting nonsense. If you dare to slander Qingqing again, I'll break your legs. The crowd chimed in. Defeng, ignore this jerk. You've forgotten, he was just cheated on and kicked out of the house by his ex-wife, and now he's jealous and resentful because you're the first man in a treasure like Wu Qingqing's life. Envy, jealousy, and hatred, and the first man? Luo Yun couldn't hold back any longer. Luo Defeng, don't even talk about being her first man, you probably can't even get a chance to be cuckolded by her. 36, Chapter 36, everyone present, bowing to the top VIPs. Boom! These words were spoken. Lord Peak was furious. Everyone was furious and slammed their fists on the table. Endless utter nonsense. Luo Yun, you live such a miserable life because of your own worthless fate. you can't blame anyone else, stop disgusting others and taking revenge on society. Wu Qingqing's face was also extremely ugly. Being seen through in public by a good-for-nothing like Luo Yun was an utter disgrace to her. Splash! He immediately got up. Wu Qingqing said with a long face, "Defeng, it seems your family doesn't welcome me in that case, I'll take my leave." Ah! Upon hearing this, the Luo family members panicked. Even Luo Wan was starting to panic. There is no other reason. Even though Luo Wan returned with hundreds of millions of yuan in investment. However, business operations rely heavily on relationships and connections. Wu Qingqing is backed by the Song Group, making her a prime target for courting. Xiaoyun, apologize right away. Luo Wan stood up to smooth things over, giving Luo Yun a rather serious look. Luo Yun said helplessly, "Aunt, I'm just telling the truth. If you really don't believe me, ask her to pull her collar down a little, those hickeys haven't faded yet." Thump! Wu Qingqing's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. They were so frightened their faces turned pale. How did he find the hickeys on my body? Just as everyone was about to continue reprimanding Luo Yun, they suddenly noticed Wu Qingqing's guilty look. Lord Peak's eyelids twitched. Qingqing! Wu Qingqing hurriedly took a few steps back, angrily shouting, He's spouting nonsense. Luo Yun smiled faintly, "Am I talking nonsense? Why don't you just pull your collar down a little? You don't need to pull it down much, just an inch. It's a small favor, and it's not an unreasonable request, is it?" Wu Qingqing was speechless, and instinctively pulled her collar up forcefully. "You're being unreasonable, why should I do what you say?" Everyone present was a shrewd and astute individual. Upon seeing Wu Qingqing's reaction, he immediately sensed something was amiss. So, Wu Qingqing is practically erecting a memorial arch for her chastity. Seeing Wu Qingqing's reaction, Luo Defeng was also flustered. "Qingqing, you can just tug at your collar and prove your innocence." As he spoke, he actually reached out and started to pull down Wu Qingqing's collar. "Get out of my way." Wu Qingqing's expression suddenly changed, and she angrily flung Luo Defeng's hand away. "You Luo Defeng, we've been together for so long, and you don't trust me at all, do you? You'd rather believe a worthless clown than believe in my innocence?" No, Qingqing, There's nothing more to say. I really misjudged you. Accompanying you to meet your family today was a mistake. I'm leaving, you two enjoy your meal." Wu Qingqing used a feigned retreat as a tactic, and angrily bared her teeth as she prepared to leave. "Hey, Qingqing, calm down." "That's right, Qingqing, Luo Yunming is obviously slandering you. Why bother with such a foul-mouthed scoundrel?" The Luo family, being a bunch of shrewd people, didn't really care whether Wu Qingqing was a chaste and virtuous woman or a reincarnation of Pan Jinlian. What they care about. The value lies in Wu Qingqing's connections with the Song Group. So what if Lord Peak wears a green hat or not? As long as we can use Wu Qingqing to curry favor with the Song Group. Even if Lord Peak wears 10,000 green hats, and his house becomes a green hat wholesale market, it doesn't matter. Defeng, what was that attitude just now? Apologize to Qingqing right now. Luo Defeng's biological father, Luo Jinshan, also said with a serious expression, "Defeng, you've really lost your mind. How can you believe what Luo Yun said? Apologize to Qingqing right now. If my good daughter-in-law doesn't forgive you today, you can forget about being my father." After much persuasion and reprimand from everyone, Luo Defeng had no choice but to suppress his doubts and resentment, hold his breath, and obediently bowed to Wu Qingqing. "Qingqing, I'm sorry, I just had a brain fart. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks. No, I'll punish myself with 6 drinks. As he spoke, he downed the 6 glasses of strong liquor that he had just poured for Luo Yun in one gulp. He choked so badly that his face turned red and he coughed awkwardly. Wu Qingqing saw that the Luo family was giving her a way out. Naturally, it could no longer continue to flare up. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief, pretended to calm down and sat down, then turned his attention to Luo Yun. She narrowed her eyes and said mischievously, "Auntie, you just said you wanted to contact the Song Group through me. Actually, it's not that difficult." Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. "Qingqing, is this really true?" Wu Qingqing nodded. It's true to say something that can't be told to outsiders. My relationship with President Song Xiaoyuan is like that of best friends, so everything is negotiable but what? Luo Wan also perked up and leaned closer to ask. But? Wu Qingqing glared fiercely at Luo Yun. Our CEO Song Xiaoyuan finds business partners with questionable family values the most disgusting, so forgive my bluntness, but if your Luo family still keeps trash like Luo Yun who can't be brought to the table, no matter how much I try to help you, CEO Song won't even give your Luo family a second glance. These words were spoken. Everyone suddenly realized what was going on. They immediately stood up, their voices filled with venomous barbs directed at Luo Yun. Did you hear that? Luo Yun, get out of here right now, you're going to die soon, so don't bring trouble to the Luo family. Zhuanzi, you must quickly persuade your good nephew. If he stays here and refuses to leave, there will be no hope for the future revival of our Luo family, and the hundreds of millions of yuan in investment you brought back will be wasted. A forced resignation. Luo Wan and Meng Jiajiao's heads were buzzing. They were indeed very disappointed in Luo Yun just now. But how could they possibly bear to let them drive Luo Yun away? Qingqing. Luo Wan gritted her teeth and lowered her tone, saying, you don't know, Xiaoyun has a hard life, her parents are gone, and I, as his sister-in-law, I really don't want to send him away, but don't worry, starting today I'll discipline him and won't let him talk nonsense anymore. I'll personally explain things to President Song Xiaoyuan later. Wu Qingqing persisted, Auntie, you're too naive. I've already told you, Song Xiaoyuan and I are actually very close friends. I know her personality too well. This is a matter of her principles and bottom line. And no amount of explanation will change that. Now there are only two paths, either give up the Song Group as a connection, or get Luo Yun out of the Luo family as soon as possible. These words were spoken. Luo Wan felt a pang of pain in her heart. How could it have turned out like this? Faced with the choice between the future of the family business and Luo Yun's remaining life, was he forced to choose between the two? Although this decision was difficult to make. But driven by her instinctive conscience, Luo Wan took a deep breath and said with immense pain in her heart, I'm sorry, Qingqing. However, he hadn't finished speaking. The room door was suddenly pushed open. A waiter came in with a POS machine. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry, our front desk and kitchen are about to close. Let's settle the bill first. The total is 232 million. Our manager will round it down for you, so you still need to pay 23 million. Upon hearing about this large sum of money, everyone turned their attention to Luo Wan. Luo Wan sighed and nodded, giving Meng Jiajiao a wink. Meng Jiajiao understood immediately, quickly took out her bank card, and went to swipe the card to pay. Luo Yun stopped her abruptly. Jiajiao, put the card away quickly. Didn't I say this meal is on me? Cousin, you must stop talking. Meng Jiajiao was almost in tears from anger, and stamped her foot in frustration. They were afraid that Luo Yun would embarrass himself again. Meng Jiajiao quickly swiped her card. Unexpectedly, after repeating the process several times, the card reader kept sending a message that the balance was insufficient. Sorry, there is insufficient balance on this card. Do you have any other payment methods? Everyone was taken aback. Insufficient balance? Luo Wan looked puzzled and quickly called the bank to inquire. Then it dawned on him, oh no, I forgot I'd put the vast majority of my assets into that investment account. Now I only have 18 million in liquid funds left. Everyone was stunned. What should we do? Zhuanzi, you know our family's financial situation. All our funds are tied up, and the combined liquid assets of everyone we have are at most a little over 1 million. What? Luo Wan was stunned. She guessed that her family members must have squandered a lot of money over the years. But I never expected that they would squander it to this extent. The Luo family seemed to be quite respectable, but the total liquid assets of the whole family were less than 2 million. This, if I can't pay the bill, I'll be incredibly embarrassed. Once word gets out, no major company will be willing to take over our investment reserves of several hundred million. Luo Wan acted swiftly and said, Jiajiao, quickly contact the bank manager and ask him to divert a portion of our investment reserve. Oh, okay. Meng Jiajiao quickly took out her phone. Uncle Luo Jinshan was shocked and quickly snatched Meng Jiajiao's phone. Zhuanzi, you're confused. When we look for investment partners, they will definitely conduct a very thorough financial background check. If they find out that we need to divert investment reserves even to have a meal, who would dare to cooperate with us? These words were spoken. Luo Wan also realized what was happening and was immediately stunned. Oh, now what should we do? Everyone was immediately enraged. Pointing directly at Luo Yun, he roared, Luo Yun, it's all your fault, you bastard, you've ruined the Luo family. A meal costing around 200,000 yuan would have been so much better, but because of you, you bastard, you ordered 23 million yuan worth of food. The room instantly descended into chaos. Wu Qingqing's mind raced, and she suddenly realized that this was a rare opportunity. Over the years, she has served the eldest son of the Song family like a female dog. The savings I have accumulated have long exceeded 5 million. Auntie, it's alright, I'm here. A plan popped into her head, and Wu Qingqing quickly stood up. Auntie, today's meal cost a total of 23 million, but you only have 18 million, so you're still short 5 million, right? As he spoke, she pulled out a bank card. Perfect timing, I have over 6 million in this card, adding the money here, it should be enough. Upon hearing this, Luo Wan was immediately filled with gratitude. Qingqing, thank you so much, Before Luo Wan could finish speaking, Wu Qingqing revealed her true colors, pulling her hand away from the bank card and saying earnestly, but aunt, it's not easy for me as a young woman. This 6 million is all the savings I've worked so hard to accumulate over the years. I'm taking out this money today hoping that my aunt can give me 20% of the shares in your company. Is that too much to ask? Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. According to Luo Wan's investment plan of several hundred million yuan, 20% of the shares are equivalent to tens of millions of yuan in phantom shares. Once the business takes off, it could generate hundreds of millions or even more in profit each year. Just a simple sentence. Do you really think you can get hundreds of millions in value with a mere 5 million? This is really taking advantage of someone's misfortune and making outrageous demands. Wu Qingqing pressed her advantage, saying, Auntie, let me tell you the truth, my best friend Song Xiaoyuan not only dislikes business partners with questionable family values, but also those with unstable financial backgrounds. If you use your investment reserves to pay for this meal today, what if President Song finds out in the future? At this point, Wu Qingqing gave a sinister smile. Then we'll have to say goodbye to the Song group for good. Upon hearing this, Luo family everyone quickly advised, that's right, Zhuanzi, Qingqing isn't an outsider. Even if we give her 20% of the shares, it's still good to keep the profits within the family. Upon hearing this, Luo Defeng realized that if his future wife could benefit, wouldn't he also profit? She quickly pressed on, saying, that's right, auntie. Besides, Qingqing is Song Xiaoyuan's best friend. Whether the cooperation goes through or not depends on her word. Just think of it as investing 20% of the shares for the future. This deal is a sure thing. It's more than just a sure thing, you can't lose money. Uncle Luo Jinshan chimed in, they've made a killing. Luo Wan's lips trembled as she took a few steps back. Enough. Luo Yun was completely impatient at this point. He immediately snorted coldly, my aunt finally managed to save up this sum of hard-earned money abroad, and she's only just returned to China. Are you bunch of bloodsuckers already so eager to drain her dry? As he spoke, he coldly tossed the square black gold card from his pocket to the waiter. Take this card and go to the front desk to pay the bill. The waiter was about to say something, but upon seeing the square black gold card that Luo Yun handed over, his expression immediately trembled. Oh my God! This is not the legendary. Only in the eyes of Su Sifang, the patriarch of the Sifang group, are these guests considered absolutely top tier and distinguished. Is it only those eligible to hold the 4-party black gold card? Well, the waiter didn't dare to say anything more, quickly nodded and bowed, took the card, and left the room. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. Luo Yun, what kind of card did you give to that person? Luo Wan and Meng Jiajiao also looked nervous and puzzled. Yeah, Luo Yun, what's that black and gold card of yours? Luo Yun casually said, I don't remember the name very clearly, it was something like black card from all sides? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback at first. Then the entire room jumped up in shock. You're talking about it wouldn't be the Sifang Group Sifang Black Gold Card, would it? The Four Directions Black Gold Card, oh, that does seem to be the name. What? Everyone was dumbfounded again. You good for nothing, do you even know what the Four Directions Black Gold Card is? That's a top-of-the-line luxury card specially customized by Su Sifang, the chairman of Sifang Group, to curry favor with important figures. Only 2 have been issued nationwide so far, one in Beijing and one in Donghai, in Jiangsu. In the entire Jiangnan province, none of these so-called Four Directions Black Gold cards have ever appeared. Luo Yun shrugged, we have it now. Bang! Nonsense, this is utterly absurd and outrageous. The second grandfather slammed his fist on the table, pounding his cane, his eyes bulging with anger. Luo Yun, did you just give out a random toy card and have a waiter take it to the front desk? Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. Our entire Luo family came to eat, and the bill came to 23 million, which we couldn't afford, so we tried to fool the cashier with a toy card. If this gets out, our Luo family will become a laughingstock in the entire Jiangzhou. We'll forget about doing big business in the future, and we probably won't even be able to do small business. Everyone was furious. Even Luo Wan and Meng Jiaoju were stunned, their heads spinning with anger at Luo Yun's actions. Wu Qingqing continued to take advantage of the situation. Auntie, hurry up, don't hesitate, quickly agree to my share request, that way, I can take the money and chase after the front desk, maybe I can still make it in time. Luo Wan didn't dare to hesitate any longer and immediately grabbed Wu Qingqing's hand. Okay, Qingqing, your aunt will give you that 20% of the shares, let's go to the front desk to settle the bill. Wu Qingqing was overjoyed. Ha ha ha. I never expected this. I've been a bitch for most of my life, and now I'm finally getting ahead and becoming a capitalist. However, before the two could even run out the door, clang! The door to the private room was pushed open again. A group of people rushed in. There were at least 40 or 50 people. Leading the team was the impeccably dressed and commanding lobby manager. Upon seeing this formation, Luo Wan and Meng Jiaojiao felt a chill in their hearts. We're doomed, they've already realized something's wrong and the whole group has come up to demand an explanation. However, before everyone could think further, the lobby manager suddenly shouted with a fierce and powerful voice, everyone, bow. Splash. Everyone bowed at a 90-degree angle in unison and respectfully called out to each other. All staff members of Sifang Jinhao Hotel, on behalf of Sifang Group and Chairman Mr. Su. To all distinguished guests, with my sincerest greetings. 37, Chapter 37 Immense Wealth, given away on the spot. Splash. This was a thunderous, orderly, and respectful greeting. The Luo family was so shocked that they dropped their tableware all over the floor. Their eyes were wide open. Everyone was horrified and stared at the scene in disbelief. This. What's going on? What kind of top-tier VIP? Before anyone could think further, Luo Yun picked at his ear, then looked at the employees with a hint of exasperation. You guys, did you have to make such a fuss? The lobby manager knew perfectly well that Luo Yun was the one who had pulled out the black gold card. He immediately bowed and scraped, saying, Sir, I'm sorry, this is a special requirement of our chairman. We must welcome any distinguished guest holding a Four Directions black gold card with the highest level of courtesy. Alright, you can go now. Luo Yun waved his hand silently. Yes. The employees quickly took their leave. Click. The door closed. An eerie silence suddenly fell over the room. Everyone stared at Luo Yun with trembling pupils, as if they were looking at a ghost. You. Your card, is it really a Four Directions black card? No, this is impossible. The Luo family couldn't believe it. Luo Yun, that bastard, kicked out of his family, a terminal cancer patient whom even prostitutes living at the bottom of society look down upon. How could anyone possibly possess this prestigious four-sided black gold card, a symbol of unparalleled prestige? Luo Yun sneered, What, you're not happy that I'm paying the bill? fine, didn't you just say you had over 1,000,000 yuan in working capital? How about I make an exception and have someone accept a tip of over 1,000,000 to appease you? As he spoke, he was about to open the door and call for help. Ah, wait a minute. The Luo family hurriedly shouted. They were all so angry they were grimacing. My head is buzzing. I was both shocked and frustrated. At the same time, he also felt a slight sense of apprehension towards Luo Yun. That's a 4-way black gold card. How could Luo Yun have that? Could it be that after he was expelled from the family, he stumbled upon some incredible backer by sheer luck? Just as everyone was undecided. Suddenly, Wu Qingqing seemed to realize something, and slammed her hand on the table, saying, I know, that square black gold card must have been forged by him. Everyone was taken aback. They all said, Qingqing, you're saying that card was forged by him? Right. Wu Qingqing nodded, I am the marketing manager of the third branch of the Song Group. You may not know the features of this 4 directions black gold card, but I have heard about it. No single Sifan black gold card has a serial number or magnetic stripe, it only has a watermark. Therefore, front desk staff cannot verify its authenticity immediately. They must report the unique watermark of the Sifan black gold card to the Sifan Group headquarters and receive feedback before they can determine its authenticity. Everyone asked in surprise, then since the authenticity hasn't been verified yet, why did the lobby manager personally bring people up to greet you just now? Luo Defeng suddenly realized, family members, what's there to be confused about? After all, this Sifan black gold card is the highest level VIP card personally designated by Chairman Su Sifan. Of course, they would come up to greet us immediately and wouldn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. Yes, let's put aside whether it's true or false for now. We must show our attitude immediately. If it's true, we can avoid unnecessary trouble. If it's false, at worst, they can just turn on us. There's no harm in it. After figuring all this out, everyone was in an uproar again. He pointed at Luo Yun again and angrily cursed, you bastard, you might as well have used toy cards. Even if things were exposed, you'd just be a laughingstock. But if you use a fake 4 directions black gold card to make purchases now, that would constitute serious fraud. Damn it, everyone, get out of here, don't get dragged into this bastard Luo Yun. Everyone jumped up in a panic. Luo Wan and Meng Jiajiu were completely panicked. They hurriedly asked, Luo Yunyu, your square black gold card, could it really be? Before the mother and daughter could finish speaking, Luo Yun waved his hand dismissively, let them leave if they want. Aunt Jiajiu, you just need to trust me. Come on, we haven't finished the food and wine yet, let's continue. Ha ha ha. Before Luo Wan and her daughter could speak, the Luo family burst into laughter. See that, Zhuanzi, your good nephew, even when he's about to die, he's trying to drag you down with him. He's such a jinx, anyone who gets involved with him is doomed. Bang! Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open again. The person who walked in was none other than the lobby manager who had been bowing and scraping to Luo Yun earlier. Holy crap! So you figured out so quickly that the black card was fake? The Luo family members hurriedly distanced themselves. Manager, we have absolutely no connection with this Luo Yun. That's right, he was expelled from the Luo family long ago, we don't know him. We know absolutely nothing about that counterfeit black card. Luo Wan, Meng Jiajiu, stop doing something foolish, come with us right now. If you continue to entangle with Luo Yun, you will definitely end up with nothing. Upon hearing this, Luo Wan and Meng Jiajiu also looked nervous and flustered. But from beginning to end, they sat firmly beside Luo Yun. It hasn't moved an inch. This scene naturally caught Luo Yun's eye, and he was once again moved. What are you all talking about? I didn't quite understand. The lobby manager was bewildered by everyone's words. But I didn't think much of it. He turned around and eagerly greeted Luo Yun, bowing deeply and presenting the square black gold card with both hands. Mr. Luo, I apologize for taking up a little more of your time. When we were registering your Sifan black gold card with the group headquarters, we found that the cardholder's name was not yet registered. We hope you can take some time to register the cardholder's name. Speaking respectfully, he respectfully handed over paper and pen. Ah! This scene. This left everyone in the Luo family stunned. What? Has it already been registered with the group headquarters? In other words, it's been verified that this card is genuine? Before anyone could think further, Luo Yun smiled slightly and pointed to Luo Wan, who looked shocked, and said, "Let's fill in my aunt's name for the card holder anyway. I don't like to spend money everywhere from now on. My aunt Luo Wan can keep this card." Yes. The lobby manager looked at Luo Wan respectfully and handed her paper and pen. His respectful attitude was almost like he was kneeling down to Luo Wan. "Ms. Luo, please register your name from now on. You will be the sole holder of this 4 Directions Black Gold card." Ah! Luo Wan was dumbfounded, and so was Meng Jiajiao. The members of the Luo family present, as well as Wu Qingqing who had repeatedly trampled on Luo Yun, were all petrified on the spot. Luo Yun smiled faintly. His gaze swept over the crowd with a mocking expression. He said to Luo Wan, "Auntie, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault, I've made you lose everything. I'll give you this toy card as a small compensation from your unfilial nephew." 38, Chapter 38 Song Qiaoyuan, Luo Yun, you have to take responsibility for me. Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck. The jaws of everyone in the Luo family nearly dropped to the floor in shock. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, and with Luo Yun's constant urging, Luo Wan signed her name in a daze. After signing, Luo Yun also asked, "Manager, what is the total spending limit for this all-around black card?" The manager quickly replied, "Mr. Luo, you're joking. This Sifong Black Gold card is something our chairman Su only gives out to extremely important figures rather than a spending card. It's more like an identity verification. As long as our Sifong group doesn't go bankrupt, then in theory, Ms. Luo can use this Sifong Black Gold card at any of Sifong Group's properties without any spending limit." Boom boom boom. Inside the room, it felt as if countless bolts of lightning were rolling down. It shocked everyone to the point of being completely stunned and heartbroken. The entire private room was filled with disbelief, envy, jealousy, and resentment. Sifong Group. It's worth at least several billion. As long as you don't go bankrupt, you can spend as much as you want, with no upper limit. This is such a terrifying concept. This card is like a lifelong meal ticket. No, that's not right. It's an unbreakable golden rice bowl. Moreover, the food they ate was all delicacies from land and sea, the finest foods from around the world. With this card, even if Luo Wan loses all of her investment reserves, then she can forever remain a high society person in the eyes of ordinary people. I regret it. I regret it so much. Especially the second grandfather, who was now filled with regret and pounding his chest in despair. If they didn't take this attitude towards Luo Yun today, maybe. This square black gold card, symbolizing supreme prestige, is signed with my own name. Xiao Zhaoyun this card. After several minutes of shock and horror, Luo Wan asked incredulously. Luo Yun smiled and said, "Auntie, don't overthink it. I didn't know the value of this card before. I helped someone before, and he gave it to me." Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly asked, "Which friend? What help did you give?" Countless gazes directed at Luo Yun have become somewhat fervent. Luo Yun said impatiently and coldly, "What's it to you? You." Everyone was turned away. But soon, everyone noticed some details in Luo Yun's words. "Huh, wait a minute, Luo Yun, you're saying this card isn't even yours? You helped someone, and then they gave you this card so you could use it temporarily?" Haha, I knew it. Everyone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Such a prestigious card ended up in your hands, but you didn't register your name. After all this time, this card wasn't even yours. Luo Yun. He couldn't understand how much these people looked down on him to imagine things to this extent. A bunch of idiots. Luo Yun was completely impatient and said to Luo Wan and Meng Jiajiao, "Auntie, let's go." "Wait, you can leave, but you have to take this black card with you." At this moment, Wu Qingqing jumped in again. "Luo Yun, although I don't know what kind of luck you had to help some big shot and get temporary access to this card, forgive me for being blunt, but you put my aunt's name on this big shot's black card without permission. Yuri trying to kill her. As she spoke, she looked at Luo Wan. Aunt, please believe me, you should tell the lobby manager the truth right now and return the black card to Luo Yun, otherwise once the real card holder comes knocking, you really won't be able to stay in Jiangzhou. Upon hearing this, the members of the Luo family also offered their advice. That's right, Luo Wan, quickly return this hot potato to Luo Yun. You need to know that anyone who can hold a 4 directions black gold card is definitely a big shot in Jiangzhou. With our family's current strength, we simply can't afford to provoke them. Right, quickly throw the card to Luo Yun, then talk to Qingqing about the share distribution and the cooperation with the Song group, that's the important thing. Upon hearing this, Luo Yun was utterly disgusted. Her gaze swept coldly over the crowd. Are all of you brains filled with shit? Whether the Song group is willing to cooperate with my aunt, what say does Wu Qingqing, a woman who sold herself to get ahead, have? Thump. Upon hearing this, Luo Defeng seemed to be provoked, his heart skipped a beat, and he said fiercely, Luo Yun, what did you say? Say it again if you dare. Luo Yun glanced at Luo Defeng with disdain. Alright, stop jumping around, go home and count in the mirror how many green hats you're wearing. You Yuri slandering me, you're defaming me, you Yuri just desperate. Wu Qingqing was so angry she jumped up and down. Meng Jiaojiao quickly tugged at Luo Yun's sleeve, her face filled with anxiety, and said, Cousin, stop talking. Wu Qingqing and Song Qiaoyuan, the daughter of the Song family, are best friends. You have no idea of the Song family's influence. If she really takes you seriously and uses Song Qiaoyuan's connections to deal with you, that would be troublesome. These words were spoken. Wu Qingqing immediately became smug again. Take it seriously? He's a good for nothing. He's not worthy of my taking it seriously, but once my best friend Song Qiaoyuan finds out about the slander I suffered here today, I don't know if she'll send someone to cause trouble for Luo Yun, given her righteous and indignant nature. Ah. Luo Wan's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly said, Qingqing, it's not that serious, we just got carried away with the conversation. Please forgive him for the sake of Xiao Yun treating us to this meal. Put. Wu Qingqing scoffed. That black gold card was just something he borrowed temporarily. It's as if it's the same as his own. Ultimately, without that card, a piece of trash is still trash. However, it's not impossible for me to forgive him. As long as he kneels down and offers me 3 cups of wine, I'll consider letting today's matter go. Meng Jiajiao's face darkened. Miss Wu Qingqing, your request is it going too far? Too much? Wu Qingqing, with an I don't care attitude, picked up her bag and was about to leave. Fine, since that's how it is, then when my best friend Song Qiaoyuan personally confronts him, we'll see if I'm the one who's gone too far, or if she is. Ah, Qingqing. Luo Wan also tried to stop the plea for leniency. Luo Yun pressed down on Luo Wan's arm. Then, with a half smile, he looked at Wu Qingqing and said, Wu Qingqing, you keep calling Song Qiaoyuan your best friend, aren't you ashamed? Although I don't know this Song family heiress very well, I'm sure that with her personality, she would never look down on a woman like you who gets ahead by selling yourself. Forget being best friends, she'd find you an eyesore at the company, am I right? These words were spoken. Wu Qingqing felt as if her weakness had been exposed, and her face immediately turned bright red with shame. You Yuri talking nonsense, stop trying to sow discord between me and Qiaoyuan. That's right, Luo Yun, stop spouting nonsense. You even said you know Song Qiaoyuan. Yuri just a good for nothing who barely survives by sheer luck. You'd probably be trying your hardest and still not even be able to see the heel of the dignified Song family's daughter's high heels. Yes, hurry up and kneel down to toast Qingqing. It might not be too late, otherwise, if President Song Qiaoyuan personally intervenes, you'll definitely be in deep trouble. Luo Yun gave a cold laugh. Completely ruthless. He spilled a glass of wine directly on the ground. Pointing at Wu Qingqing, he said, if you kneel down now and lick all this wine clean, then I might consider asking Song Yurong to let you off the hook later. Song Yurong? Who the hell is Song Yurong? Damn it, Luo Yun has completely gone mad. He started talking nonsense. Everyone was furious, and the situation completely spiraled out of control. What a tragedy, how could my Luo family produce such a worthless wretch? Second grandfather jumped up, adding fuel to the fire, and pointed at Luo Yun's nose, cursing angrily. They're both surnamed Luo, but look how successful Defeng is. He found such a wonderful girlfriend, Qingqing, and she's even best friends with Song Xiaoyuan, the daughter of the Song family. And look at you, Luo Yun, you're utterly useless. You somehow managed to cheat and swindle some benefits from somewhere, and now you're putting on a show of being all high and mighty in front of your own family. Someone like you, forget about finding a girlfriend. Even if you went to the street to find a female dog to be your wife, the female dog would still think you're a useless piece of trash. Ha ha. Old man, well said, that's satisfying. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation and wished they could curse Luo Yun's skull off. Enraged, Wu Qingqing smashed the bottle, spilling strong liquor all over the floor. Pointing arrogantly at Luo Yun, he said, "Now, I'll give you two choices. Either kneel at my feet and lick all the wine clean. Or, I'll have my best friend Song Xiaoyuan personally intervene and make sure you disappear from Jiangzhou completely." Bang! The words had barely left his mouth. The door to the private room was pushed open forcefully from the outside. Song Xiaoyuan herself was mentioned countless times tonight. And now, they're actually standing right outside the door. She looked aggrieved and angry, her eyes filled with resentment as she gazed into the private room. "Why didn't you answer my calls? Do you know how many times I called you and how long I waited for you downstairs? No matter what, you can't just wash your hands of me and take no responsibility for me at all." 39, Chapter 39. May I borrow Luo Yun for one night? After saying that, the entire room fell silent instantly. A full 5 seconds later, everyone suddenly shuddered. Song Xiaoyuan? Song Xiaoyuan, the beautiful president of the Song family's third branch, and the heiress of the Song group. Instantly, everyone felt that the entire room was filled with splendor. The legendary heiress and beautiful CEO of the Song family has finally been seen in person. Goodness, her looks and figure are simply divine. Compared to her, Wu Qingqing, who was just being adored by everyone, suddenly became worse off than the ugly duckling. Amazed, everyone quickly became puzzled. Why is this famous President Song suddenly here? The group exchanged glances, and then suddenly realized what was going on. "President Song, you're here to see Qingqing, right? Ha ha ha, welcome, it's an honor. Why didn't you say you were coming?" Everyone stood up to greet and shake hands with him. Song Xiaoyuan was completely bewildered. What, Qingqing? But she didn't think much of it for Luo Yun's sake. She smiled and said, "Everyone in the Luo family, I'm sorry I came abruptly." Judging from Song Xiaoyuan's attitude, the Luo family members became completely ecstatic. Really? Wu Qingqing wasn't lying. Judging from their attitude, the two are definitely best friends. "Mr. Song, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Come on, sit down and have something to eat." Song Xiaoyuan hurriedly waved her hand. "No, everyone, I won't eat. I came to bother you suddenly because it's urgent." As she spoke, she looked at Luo Yun, her gaze still filled with endless resentment. "You still haven't answered me, why didn't you answer my call?" Luo Yun then realized that her phone had been put on silent mode at some point. Just about to explain. The Luo family members, however, assumed that Song Xiaoyuan was asking Wu Qingqing, and they all stood up and said, "Qingqing, honestly, having dinner with family is important, but even that isn't as important as answering President Song's call." Taking advantage of the opportunity, the second grandfather of the Luo family stepped forward, leaning on his cane. "President Song, I'm so sorry, we were too enthusiastic towards Qingqing and delayed your call. I'd like to apologize to you." Song Xiaoyuan felt even more confused. "Which Qingqing? I'm here to see Luo Yun." Just as he was about to explain, he glanced behind Luo Yun and spotted Wu Qingqing. What's this chicken who got her position by sleeping around here?" Instantly, Song Xiaoyuan's expression turned cold. There aren't many people she dislikes in the company, but Wu Qingqing definitely counts as one. She genuinely despised and looked down on this kind of person. "Even breathing the same air as her makes me feel nauseous." "Wu Qingqing, what are you doing here?" His tone suddenly turned cold. Everyone was taken aback. Wu Qingqing's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly came to her senses. He immediately approached Song Xiaoyuan with utmost respect. "President Song, what brings you here so suddenly? Please sit down, please have a meal." She was almost terrified. She's been bragging so much that the person in question has finally shown up, and now she feels like she wants to die. Song Xiaoyuan shook off Wu Qingqing's hand with a look of disgust. "Don't touch me, I find you dirty." Upon seeing this situation, the Luo family members became suspicious. "President Song, did you and Qingqing have some kind of conflict? Did you have a fight?" Luo Defeng quickly advised. "Qingqing, did you do something to upset President Song?" "Honestly, there's no deep-seated hatred between best friends." Quickly apologized to President Song. Best friend? Upon hearing this title, Song Xiaoyuan immediately felt goosebumps all over her body and was so disgusted that she felt nauseous. "You're saying Wu Qingqing's my best friend?" As if her dignity had been greatly insulted, she said sternly and bluntly, "This woman who sleeps with prostitutes at the company every day doesn't even have the right to be in my phone's contact list, yet you say she's my best friend?" As he spoke, he looked at Wu Qingqing with utter disgust. "Wu Qingqing, is this how you ruined my reputation outside?" "Ah!" Upon hearing this, Wu Qingqing was so frightened that her legs went weak on the spot, and she almost knelt down before Song Xiaoyuan. "President Song, too." Before she could finish speaking, Luoyan said with a half-smile, "Wu Qingqing, didn't you just say you were going to find your best friend to make me disappear from the face of the earth? Now that your best friend is here, don't just stand there, let her do it, I'm waiting to disappear." "Shut up." Hearing Luoyan's words of taking advantage of someone's misfortune, the Luo family members quickly reprimanded them. Although they sensed something was wrong, they wouldn't allow Luoyun to fan the flames from the sidelines. "President Song, I'm so sorry, this guy was expelled from the Luo family a long time ago, just take what he said as nonsense." Song Xiaoyuan narrowed her eyes. "I quickly understood what was going on. So it turns out Wu Qingqing was bragging to others that she and Wu Qingqing were best friends. Then, taking advantage of Luoyan's power, they colluded with the Luo family to bully him? Be aware of this." Song Xiaoyuan smiled. "I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to pull Luoyun away. Now it's all right. Do him a favor right there and then." I refuse to believe he can be so shameless as to refuse to come back with me." Seeing Song Xiaoyuan's unpredictable expression and the strange smile that appeared on her face, Wu Qingqing was instantly terrified, her scalp tingling. Song Xiaoyuan is the head of the company and cherishes her reputation very much. To completely destroy oneself, even his own sugar daddy, the eldest son of the Song family, couldn't stop him. Thump! Wu Qingqing knelt directly in front of Song Xiaoyuan, clinging to Song Xiaoyuan's legs like a female dog. "President Song, 3 No, I was wrong. I promise I'll behave myself from now on and won't tarnish your reputation again." As she spoke, she quickly turned to the Luo family and said, "Tu is lying to you just now. How could someone as high and mighty as President Song be my best friend? A bitch like me isn't even worthy of carrying President Song's shoes." Wu Qingqing is not stupid. Since you're begging for mercy, then lower your stance to the lowest possible level. Should I become a daughter-in-law of the Luo family, or continue living in the Song family? Group work? This is a very simple multiple-choice question. Ah. Wu Qingqing, you. The entire Luo family was stunned. It's been a long time since I've done this. Wu Qingqing is not Song Xiaoyuan's best friend at all. And judging from what she said, she really might be a cheap woman who got ahead by selling her body. In an instant, everyone was so angry they almost had a stroke. Holy crap! I thought I'd finally latched onto a powerful patron. Result? But she's a piece of trashy bitch. Moreover, thanks to Wu Qingqing's outburst, the Luo family is very likely to be greatly implicated and be regarded as accomplices by Song Xiaoyuan. How can we cooperate with the Song group after this? You filthy bitch. Luo Dething took the lead and slapped Wu Qingqing hard across the face, then bowed repeatedly to Song Xiaoduan. President Song, please don't misunderstand our relationship with this bitch, we're just ordinary friends. Yes, our Luo family has absolutely no connection with her, allowing her to dine at our table today was our mistake, and we sincerely apologize to President Song. Swish swish swish. The entire Luo family bowed repeatedly to Song Xiaoduan in apology. This humble and respectful attitude is even more dedicated than those restaurant staff from before. Luo Wan and Meng Jiaojiu also came to their senses. Although the responsibility for today's farce lies entirely with Wu Qingqing. However, in order to have the opportunity to cooperate with the Song group in the future, they had no choice but to make a stand. He stood up respectfully and said to Song Xiaoduan, President Song, we are so sorry we were blind to your greatness and made a bad choice in dealing with you, almost causing damage to your reputation. We apologize. As he spoke, he was about to bow. Luo Yun quickly stopped them, saying, Auntie, Jiao, why are you two meddling in this? Upon hearing this, the Luo family members' expressions changed drastically. Luo Yun, who gave you the right to speak here? Are you determined to destroy the Luo family? Meng Jiaojiu also whispered to Luo Yun, Cousin, we still have to cooperate with the Song group in the future. Although the problem wasn't ours today, we still need to apologize. Upon hearing this, before Luo Yun could even speak, Song Xiaoduan finally chimed in, grabbing Meng Jiajiu's hand. Luo Yun, this is our cousin, right? She's so pretty. Everyone was surprised, and Meng Jiaojiu was caught off guard by the praise. Luo Wan said, President Song, you. Song Xiaoduan then grasped Luo Wan's hand, Aunt, you want to cooperate with our Song group, right? That's easy. It's easy, just have Luo Yun let me know we're real family, so don't be so polite. Everyone remained in shock. But there's something even more shocking. At that moment when everyone was completely baffled and their hearts were in their throats, suddenly, Song Xiaoduan grabbed Luo Yun's arm and said in a coquettish manner, Aunt, cousin, for the sake of my promise to cooperate with the Song group, could you please lend me Luo Yun for one night? Women in the Song family must meet their families as soon as they have a boyfriend. How about letting Luo Yun come back with me and have a meal with his family? 40, Chapter 40. A casual phone call secures a $2 billion order. Moment. The entire audience was utterly petrified. Luo Yun. It belongs to Song Xiaoduan. Boyfriend? I was dumbfounded. Everyone in the Luo family wore expressions of shock at the thought of their mother's death. Especially Wu Qingqing. He knelt on the ground, his eyes wide with shock, his whole body trembling like a leaf. President Song, you. Cousin, you. Luo Wan and Meng Jiaojiu were so surprised that they blushed and couldn't even speak, pointing at Luo Yun and Song Xiaoduan. Luo Yun was both amused and exasperated. She looked helplessly at Song Xiaoduan. Song, you're wrong, you're something else. You deliberately asked my aunt for permission, thinking that this would make me willing to go home with you for dinner, right? Then look. Song Xiaoduan looked smug. In order to drag Luo Yun away, she put on a dramatic performance, bringing the role of his girlfriend to life. While holding onto Luo Yun's arm, she kept squirming her body. This time, it was Luo Yun's turn to lose it. Stop dawdling, don't you know what kind of scale this is? Your sleeves are practically rubbing against me until they're electrified. Look at Luo Yun's resistant expression. Song Xiaoduan blushed and gave a coquettish snort, looking at Luo Wan with a pleading expression. Auntie, look at him, always makes fun of me. Luo Wan was so shocked that the top of her head almost flew off. But I'm not stupid. Song Xiaoduan, the daughter of the prestigious Song group, openly declared herself to be Luo Yun's boyfriend in front of so many people. No matter how unbelievable this scene was, she had no choice but to believe it. Meng Jiaojiu then added fuel to the fire. Cousin, I remember now when you called me here, wasn't that President Song's voice? Song Xiaoduan smiled slightly and tugged at Meng Jiajiu's hand. Cousin, you're so smart. Meng Jiaojiu was so embarrassed by the compliments that she blurted out, Sister-in-law, you're really my brother's girlfriend? Song Xiaoyuan stuck out her tongue. You've already called me sister-in-law, why are you still asking? Boom boom boom. Thunder rumbled down from the sky. This display of affection is almost too sweet for the Luo family to bear. Mr. Song, you. My God, Mr. Song, you really are Luoyun's. The Luo family members belatedly realized what was happening, but shamelessly tried to get closer. Luoyun looked disgusted and quickly said to Song Xiaoyuan, we're going to your house for dinner, right? Then let's go. Song Xiaoyuan nodded with a cute expression. Finally, he hugged Luo Wan and Meng Jiajiao, saying, Auntie, cousin, we'll be going now, enjoy your meal. Bang! The door closed, and the two left, leaving behind a room full of stunned, dumbfounded people. On the way to the Song family mansion, Song Xiaoyuan drove in silence the whole way. Luoyun couldn't help but tease, wow, Song Yurong, your acting is really good, have you ever considered becoming an actress? If you call me Song Yurong again, believe me, I'll tear your mouth off. Song Xiaoyuan pretended to be fierce. Luoyun laughed and said, you've already turned on me, where did that cute, clingy look go? You? Song Xiaoyuan blushed, if I wasn't afraid you wouldn't agree, I wouldn't have pretended to be like that. Anyway, I don't care, I backed you up, so you owe me a favor, when we get to my house, you have to do exactly what I say. Luoyun knew he couldn't escape this fate. Oh well. Anyway, after getting to know her, Song Xiaoyuan wasn't a bad person, just a bit arrogant and willful. Let's do her this favor. Speak, what are your requirements? 3 rules were agreed upon. First, no matter how my family asks you, you insist that you are my boyfriend. Secondly, no matter how they threaten or entice you to leave me, you must never agree. Third, no matter how much they mock and humiliate you, you're not allowed to talk back, just endure it and finish the meal. If you want to vent your anger, I'll give you 100,000 yuan. Don't you often go to Pink Dream KTV? 100,000 yuan should be enough for you to live a carefree life, right? Luoyun shook his head after listening. I can agree to the first 2, but the last one, I can't. You. Song Xiaoyuan gritted her teeth, you think 100,000 yuan isn't enough? Here's 150,000, is that enough? What kind of person do you take me for? Luoyun said speechlessly, what I mean is, I have a bad temper, I can't be bothered by threats or bribes, but being mocked and humiliated in public makes everyone lose face. Break. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaoyuan slammed on the brakes in anger. Then I'll inform everyone in the Song group right now that no matter how much money your aunt brings, we absolutely cannot cooperate. Then do whatever you want. Luoyun shrugged indifferently, the Song group isn't the only company in the world we can cooperate with. You? Song Xiaoyuan was furious. But since things had come to this point, she couldn't force Luoyun. I know he responds better to gentle persuasion than force. Left with no other choice, she reverted to her previous cute and pitiful girlfriend persona. She grabbed Luoyun's arm and shook and rubbed against it. Luoyun, please say yes. The situation is out of control now. If you don't cooperate, not only will you be in danger, but I won't be able to stay at home either. Luoyun quickly pulled her arm back. Okay, Song, you're wrong. I admit defeat. Alright, I'll listen to you as long as they don't go too far. I'll tolerate it a little even if they talk back. I won't lose my temper in public. Is that alright? Song Xiaoyuan then released Luoyun. They said nothing more on the surface, but she felt increasingly aggrieved. What the heck? He had done it to protect Han Shuangxue from lightning and save Luoyun. Now it's me begging him. Just wait until 3 months have passed. Watch how I deal with this guy surnamed Luo. Finally, we arrived at the Song family mansion. At the dinner table, everyone was watching with predatory eyes Luoyun. From the moment he sat down, everyone's eyes seemed to want to devour him alive. Especially Song Xiaoyuan's parents. Luoyun could even see it clearly. Mr. Song picked up the knife and fork on the table several times, but in the end he forced himself to put them down again. This guy isn't here to eat, is he? This is damn good for going to the slaughterhouse. The Song family immediately launched into a series of questions. Luo Yun was very cooperative, insisting, as Song Xiaoyuan had said, that he was her boyfriend. But in the end, the old lady of the Song family changed the subject, her hawk-like old eyes fixed on Luo Yun. Kid, you're quite responsible. Since you insist that he's Xiaoyuan's boyfriend, then this old woman can't just break you two up, however. Being the boyfriend of our Song family's daughter is not an easy job. As he spoke, her gaze sharpened. Do you know if you hadn't shown up, Xiaoyuan's boyfriend would have been Lu Minghuan, the eldest son of the Lu family? Luo Yun shrugged, I don't know, and it's not important as the old saying goes, cherish the people in front of you. It's not a good habit to be greedy and always looking for something better. You. Everyone was stunned. How dare you speak to the old lady like that? Song Xiaoyuan was also startled and secretly gave Luo Yun a wink. Hey, you're quite the talker. Old Madame Song said in a deep voice, I'm telling you this so that you can have some self-awareness. The condition for Lu Minghuan to become Song Xiaoyuan's boyfriend is that he can help our Song family secure the 2 billion yuan order from Chenghu International. Now that you've usurped Song Xiaoyuan's place and become her boyfriend, then you naturally have to shoulder the burden of this matter. As he spoke, she held up 5 fingers. I'll give you 5 days to secure this big order. If you can't, it proves you're useless. The position of son-in-law in the Song family cannot tolerate incompetence. Then, either you obediently leave Xiaoyuan, or... Clang! He slammed his cane down hard on the ground with great force. Old woman, I have 100 ways to make you disappear from Jiangzhou. Ah? Song Xiaoyuan was startled. Grand Mathesist, this putting Luo Yun in a difficult position? He has no background or connections. How could he possibly secure that huge order from Chenghu International? Let alone him, even our Song family has intervened multiple times, and we still haven't reached an agreement after several months of negotiations. Make things difficult for him? Everyone chimed in with dissent. We've already done more than enough by keeping him alive. Song Xiaoyuan, this is the biggest concession the old lady has made. Your boyfriend has no choice but to agree today, whether he likes it or not. Otherwise you, Song Xiaoyuan, shouldn't stay in the Song family. Each harsh word drove Song Xiaoyuan to her death. And at this time, Luo Yun suddenly wiped his mouth and casually remarked, Chenghu International, that's Zhu Chenghu's company, right? Simple. As he spoke, he said to Song Xiaoyuan, send me Zhu Chenghu's phone number, I'll give him a call, it's just a matter of a few words. Ha! Everyone was stunned for a moment, then they were all amused by their anger. You little brat, why don't you boast to the heavens? A huge order from Chenghu International, you can just say a word and it's done? Do you know what Chenghu International is? You don't even know what a phone number is, yet you're spouting nonsense here. Do you think our Song family members are brainless? Luo Yun, too lazy to waste words, urged Song Xiaoyuan, hurry up, this bunch of people are making my head ache from all the noise, I can't take it anymore. Give me Zhu Chenghu's phone number right now, I need to make the call so I can slip away and get some rest. You Luo Yun you. Song Xiaoyuan's almond-shaped eyes widened, her red lips trembling with anger, didn't you promise me? Song Xiaoyuan. At this moment, old Madame Song also became angry and slammed her cane down hard. Since this brat is so confident, then send him Zhu Chenghu's phone number, I want to see what tricks he's planning to play. Grandmother. Give it to him. Having no other choice, Song Xiaoyuan finally stamped her foot and sent Zhu Chenghu's number to Luo Yun. Luo Yun was about to dial the phone. Old Madame Song snorted coldly and said, boy, you were the one who made the request to make the call. If they ignore you, then you don't need to wait 5 days tonight, you must disappear from Xiaoyuan's side forever. Luo Yun smiled faintly, I'm too lazy to wait that long. I'll just arrange to meet Zhu Chenghu first thing tomorrow morning, finalize the order as soon as possible, and I can get away from this mess with you all sooner. Puff. Puff. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Kid, you really are a braggart. People at the bottom are just people at the bottom. Anyone who knows a little about business intelligence in Jiangzhou knows that Zhu Chenghu, chairman of Chenghu International, just left Jiangzhou this afternoon and won't be back for 5 days. You actually said you can arrange to meet him tomorrow? Grandma, I don't even think he needs to make a phone call, just cripple him and throw him out to feed the dogs, that way, he won't have to embarrass himself here. Luo Yun, however, seemed unconcerned. It's no big deal, I'll have him rush back tonight, and we can meet tomorrow morning, right? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the Song family burst into laughter. Song Xiaoyuan blushed and was so embarrassed that she almost buried her head in her chest. That damned Luo Yun. They won't stop until they've completely lost face. I'm so regretful. Ignore the ridicule of the crowd. Luo Yun has already dialed the number. Xu Qinghu's authoritative voice came from the other end. No matter who you are, if you disturb my rest, you must give me a reasonable explanation, or you will bear the consequences. Luo Yun laughed upon hearing this. Xu Qinghu, good heavens, it's only been a short time since we last met, and you already think, are you done? Xu Qinghu on the other end of the phone was stunned at first, then suddenly recognized Luo Yun's voice. Master Luo, you're Master Luo? The loud shout made Luo Yun's ears ache. He picked at his ear with a look of disgust. Don't shout so loudly at night, I heard you left Jiangzhou, didn't you? Yes, that's right, a good friend of mine got into some trouble, so I came to visit him. Okay, don't visit yet, I need to talk to you about something first thing tomorrow morning, are you free? Yes. Xu Qinghu suddenly became excited. If Master Luo has spoken, there's definitely an opening. Okay then, 8 o'clock tomorrow, never mind, 10 o'clock then, I want to sleep and say you in your office at 10 o'clock. Yes. The call ended. Luo Yun ignored the mocking and disdainful looks from the crowd. Stretching and getting up, he said, I've made the call, I'll get the order sorted out for you first thing tomorrow morning. Then, she looked at Song Xiaoyuan and said, You wrong, can I slip away now? 41, Chapter 41 Flood Dragon Transformation, 10,000 Desolate Tombs, Peppa Pig. Luo Yun turned and left. Trying to slip away? No way. The Song family members all shouted in rebuke. Stop him, he's not allowed to leave tonight. Tomorrow, send someone to watch him as he walks through the gates of Chenghu International. Yes. Old Madame Song stood up and gave an instruction. Everyone obeyed the order. A dozen or so strong bodyguards surrounded Luo Yun. Luo Yun's expression darkened. These bastards think they can stop me? Song Xiaoyuan noticed the rebellious look in Luo Yun's eyes and, fearing he might get hurt if he made a move, hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed him. Luo Yun, you can stay here tonight. Luo Yun was about to speak. He watched as Song Xiaoyuan was about to hug his arm again. He quickly withdrew his hand. Okay, it doesn't matter where you are to rest, I won't leave today, alright? After dinner, the members of the Song family all left their seats and went to bed. Luo Yun was led to a small room to stay in. Hiss whoosh. Take a deep breath. Luo Yun cast aside his distracting thoughts, sat cross-legged, and entered a meditative state. Today I ate a full 23 Tian Shan snow lotus fruits in one go. I felt hot all over after eating. My body is brimming with energy, it's perfect for digestion. Buzz. His aura surged. Consciousness enters the depths of the sea of consciousness. Good heavens! Luo Yun exclaimed in surprise. You don't know until you investigate. The fog deep within my consciousness has been dispelled so much. Originally, it was just a gray and dim area. And now, he could actually see the path beneath his feet. Now, he was standing on a vast, desolate cemetery. Yes, a tomb. This area must be at least as big as a city. The endless burial mounds are covered with countless tombstones. Whether big or small, high or low, bright or dark. Some parts are incomplete, some parts are weathered and worn. There are at least tens of thousands of these tombstones. What the hell are these inheritances? I calmed myself down. Luo Yun tried to walk towards the largest tombstone at the end of the mist. But with each step forward, the pressure on his mind doubled. The moment he reached the first small tombstone, he finally lost consciousness and knelt down with a thud. He was about to get up. He saw it clearly. There was a name engraved on the tombstone in front of me. Luo Qiancheng. Luo Yun's heart skipped a beat. That's my grandfather's name? I quickly looked behind my grandfather's tombstone. There are also 4 tombstones. The names are engraved separately, Luo Yuan, Luo Yushan, Luo Yuli, and Luo Yaming. To find peace and purposient that exactly the name of my 4 great-grandfathers? Luo Yun suddenly realized. Since this is the ancestral tomb of the Luo family. So, it's not surprising that my grandfather's and great-grandfather's tombstones are here. Only. Our Luo family, spanning generations, has only numbered a few hundred to 1,000 people at most, so whose tombstones are these? And whose is that enormous, towering tombstone at the end of the mist? Oh, and there's the most important thing. Luo Yun looked around and searched for a long time, but couldn't find his father's tombstone at all. Was it because my father didn't meet certain requirements and wasn't qualified to enter this ancestral tomb? Without thinking too much, a faint, powerful, and cold voice came from somewhere. A mere early-stage qi refining cultivator dares to set foot in the 10,000 desolate tomb? Get out! With a loud shout, the momentum was like 10,000 mountains pressing down, like thunder descending upon the world. Luo Yun's consciousness couldn't withstand it, and he was suddenly thrown away. The next moment, he realized he was back in a small room in the Song family mansion. My whole body was soaked in cold sweat. What's going on? Whose voice is that? Could it be the owner of that enormous, towering tombstone? He shook his head. Let's not think about these things for now. With his current abilities, he would have difficulty even taking a few steps in the tomb, let alone investigating the whole truth. All he needs to know now is, having completed the check-in at the tomb of 10,000 desolations, his energy and mental clarity had both improved to an unprecedented level. The heat from those 23 snow lotus ginseng fruits has been completely dissipated. Not only that. The first chapter of the Heavenly Evolution Dragon Transformation Technique, the Dragon Transformation, flashed through my mind like seal script, flowing swiftly. He learned and digested it rapidly, making it part of his very being. The transformation of a dragon can be mastered in an instant. Luo Yun suddenly felt his eyes burning like flames. My limbs and bones are filled with an indescribable sense of excitement. It's as if there's a deep sea dragon inside me, beginning its transformation into a dragon. With a try-it-out mentality, I picked off a dry grain of rice from my body. Then he threw it swiftly toward the goalpost. Clang! A faint, sharp sound. That grain of rice. It actually pierced right through the goalpost. It left a through hole that was extremely difficult to detect. Luo Yun was greatly alarmed. These doorposts are made of marble. I managed to do it with just 2 fingers. Unparalleled shock. This Heavenly Evolution Dragon Transformation Technique is too overpowered. You should know. He has only just learned the first chapter of the Dragon Transformation Technique. So strong right from the start. What will happen later on? Luo Yun gathered his energy, precisely controlled it, and focused it on his pupils. Buzz. He could actually see right through the wall in front of him. At that moment, he finally understood. One's ability to master the yin-yang eyes depends on one's own realm and strength. So, as long as you continue to cultivate and become stronger, it will be only a matter of time before you can control the heavenly eye with ease. Moreover, the stronger I am, the farther I can travel in that desolate tomb. That old voice was really too arrogant, forcibly pulling me out of my consciousness, and now my head is still throbbing. I really want to walk step by step to his grave, curse him as a dead devil, and then pee on him like a dragon. He thought to himself with amusement. Just as he was about to withdraw the heavenly eye. But unexpectedly with his eyesight, he actually saw through everything and arrived at Song Qiaoyuan's room. And what a coincidence! I saw that she had just finished showering and was holding a pink Peppa Pig cartoon panty, trying it on in front of the mirror. The bathroom was shrouded in mist. I didn't see the details clearly. Only 2 words remained in my mind, big white. Cough cough. Luo Yun then belatedly realized that one should not look at what is improper. He quickly looked away. He covered his face, both amused and exasperated, and said, I never would have guessed that Song Xiaoyuan, this high and mighty beauty and CEO, would actually like cartoon characters like Peppa Pig. Hiss. Hiss. Take another deep breath. Luo Yun closed her eyes to rest. That snow lotus ginseng fruit is truly a wonderful thing. After I finish my business with Zhu Qinghu tomorrow, I'll have to ask Su Sifeng for some more. At the same time. The next room. The Song family members are plotting something. Let's release a message now, so that the outside world knows that some arrogant fool has volunteered to go to Qinghu International tomorrow to discuss a big order. He keeps saying that Zhu Qinghu was his younger brother, and that he can easily close an order with just a word. Upon hearing these words from old Madame Song, everyone was shocked. What a brilliant move to use someone else to do the dirty work. When it comes to ruthlessness, no one can compare to the old madam. Just like that, a simple message was released. So tomorrow, once Luo Yun steps through the gates of Qinghu International, there was no need for the Song family to take action at all. With just one phone call from Zhu Qinghu, Luo Yun would either be dead or crippled. Who is Zhu Qinghu? A man who rose from the underworld to the legitimate world, with extensive connections and ruthless methods. Once one's reputation is tarnished, it's entirely possible that he might actually do something as ruthless as killing him with a single blow. 10 minutes later. The news spread like wildfire. Soon, the Hua family mansion received the news. This Luo Yun really doesn't know his own limitations. Huang Jie, the 8th young master of the Hua family, sneered repeatedly. To curry favor with the Song family, he dares to make such a boast. Who was that Zhu Qinghu? We must kill him as soon as possible. Jie, you are absolutely right that Luo Yun is just a despicable swindler who uses his little medical skills to cheat and swindle people everywhere. It's thanks to your keen insight that you saw through his despicable nature at a glance, allowing our Hua family to stay away from him immediately. Otherwise, if we were to get involved with such a scoundrel, it would damage the reputation of our Hua clan. Should we tell the old man about this? No need. The old man has just recovered and needs to rest more. There's no need for him to worry about such a small matter. Just then, an old servant, carrying a satellite phone, strode over. 8th young master, 5th miss is calling. Huang Jie was taken aback. 5th sister Huang Ying? Isn't my 5th sister leading the Eagle team's elite troops in training on a secret island overseas? Why is she suddenly calling? He answered the phone, puzzled. Hello, 5th sister? Huang Jie, I heard that the old man was cured by a man named Luo Yun. 5th sister is indeed well informed. She found out about this so quickly, even though she's on an island. Enough with the small talk, I'm calling to ask you for a favor. 5th sister, please speak. I know that with your and your brother's temperaments, you definitely look down on Luo Yun, but I just received news that Luo Yun is going to Jiangzhou Qinghu International alone tomorrow to demand an order worth 2 billion yuan, and his life may be in danger. I need you to step in and protect him. Ah? Huang Jie was stunned. 5th sister, why is this? That clown is dead, so what? I said, no more nonsense, this is an order. 5th sister. Huang Jie. Suddenly, Huang Ying on the other end of the phone reprimanded him in the tone of a high-ranking military officer. Arrive! I am now, in the name of the highest-ranking officer of the Eagles, ordering you to obey this order. Yes. If anything happens to Luo Yun, I will hold you responsible. Yes. Smack. The call ended. Huang Jie and the people around him looked at each other in bewilderment. Why did 5th sister suddenly order Bao Luo Yun to do this? What does this mean? At the same time, on a secret island overseas, a heavily guarded, high-tech control room. A woman with a full head of fiery red hair, wearing an officer's overcoat and leather boots. Tall and slender, with a striking and imposing figure, she exudes confidence and charisma. This woman is none other than Huiying, the fifth daughter of the Hua family and the champion of the Eagles team. At this moment, she stood with her hands behind her back, her one striking phoenix eye fixed on the scenes on the big screen. In the picture, it's a scene of Luo Yun fighting Zhang Feng and others at a barbecue stall. Based on this video alone, she already knew that Luo Yun was exceptionally strong. That phone call just now wasn't about protecting Luo Yun's life at all. Rather, they were worried that Luo Yun's public display of strength and brilliance would cause unnecessary trouble. The adjutant bowed and asked, "Sir, you've watched this video dozens of times, why are you still watching it?" Huiying didn't turn around, her voice cold and indifferent as she said, "Deputy Officer Chu, can't you tell this person is extraordinary? Forgive my ignorance, but I haven't noticed it yet." The adjutant bluntly stated, judging from his skills, this person should possess internal strength. Eliminating a low-level martial artist like Zhang Feng would be a piece of cake for him. Of course, he is very young, only 24 years old at such a young age. To have cultivated internal strength is indeed a rare talent in Jiangzhou. But it's a pity. Such so-called prodigies, if we look at the whole country, no need to look at the whole country, just within Jiangnan province, they would have already become just ordinary people. Not to mention the Kalinzi of the Hong family who entered the inner strength stage at the age of 18, even some martial arts geniuses from other families and alliances are much stronger than him. There are more than enough talents who have entered the inner strength stage at the age of 20. Limited by one's perspective, unable to see clearly, that's enough, but it's not your fault. Even my younger brothers couldn't see anything extraordinary about Luo Yun. But I can see it. As he spoke, Huiying slowly turned around. A gentle breeze caressed her face, and her fiery red hair fluttered in the wind. Her face was rosy and jade-like, with willow leaf eyebrows and phoenix eyes. She wore no makeup, yet she possessed an incomparable heroic and beautiful charm. It's just a pity. Only one of her eyes was visible. The other eye was covered by a black eye patch with a flying eagle printed on it. Every movement he makes carries the imposing presence of a dragon. His ease and skill are not only reflected in his abilities. It's even more evident in his eyes. During the battle, when he looked at everyone, there was no arrogance, no haughtiness, and no bloodthirsty excitement in his eyes. Some are only loss, pity, and helplessness in the face of the world. Even the prodigy of the Hong family you mentioned doesn't have that kind of look in his eyes. But I've seen it in one person. The adjutant asked in confusion, "Who is it?" Huiying slowly said, "The king of Jiangnan, Nangong Wentian." Ah. The adjutant was dumbfounded. Is this really that exaggerated? Is a mere internal energy master from Jiangzhou really comparable to the terrifying king of Jiangnan? Huiying narrowed her phoenix eyes, and slowly placed her hand, which was wearing a black leather glove, on the screen, as if she wanted to touch Luo Yun's face. A playful smile appeared on her lips. Han Shuangxue, I never imagined that one day I would actually admire your discerning eye. Maybe you might actually be right. The only one who can save you from the maelstrom of the Hong family schemes is perhaps this extraordinary man who has appeared out of nowhere. 42, Chapter 42. Someone molested me. The next morning, Luo Yun slept soundly through the night and set off feeling refreshed. The Song family originally intended for Luo Yun to go to Chenghu International alone. But Song Qiaoyuan insisted on personally escorting Luo Yun there. I simply couldn't refuse. I had no choice but to agree. However, they sent several members of the Song family to follow behind in a car. On the road, Song Qiaoyuan was restless as she drove, so nervous that her delicate hands gripping the steering wheel were sweating. Luo Yun, standing to the side, was both amused and exasperated. Song Yurong, can you please pay attention while driving? I can see the dark aura between your brows hasn't dissipated yet. Don't let me end up with you in a car crash before we even reach Chenghu International. You still have the nerve to make such an ominous joke. Song Qiaoyuan was almost crying with nervousness. Do you know what fate awaits you? What kind of fate can one have? Luo Yun shrugged. It's just going to Chenghu International for a cup of tea and a chat about everyday things. Can you not make such a big deal out of it? Making a mountain out of a molehill? Song Xiaoyuan was on the verge of a breakdown. Do you know that someone spread rumors today saying that you've been claiming everywhere that Xu Qinghu is your younger brother? Luo Yun was alarmed upon hearing this. That's utter nonsense. Seeing Luo Yun's reaction, Song Xiaoyuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Now you finally realize how dangerous the situation is, right? Danger, extremely dangerous. Luo Yun said with a displeased expression, I really don't know which blind fool is spreading rumors in my eyes. Xu Qinghu is at most a roughneck. Whether he can be considered an ordinary friend is still under my observation. How can you spread rumors that he is my younger brother? Isn't this ruining my reputation? Ah. Song Xiaoyuan was dumbfounded. Luo Yun, are you scared out of your wits? Are you starting to talk nonsense? As he spoke, he reached out to touch Luo Yun's forehead to see if he had a fever. What are you touching? Luo Yun urged impatiently, hurry up and drive over there. No, I need to talk to Xu Qinghu and make things clear. I have no intention of taking him as my underling. You're really insane. Seeing that Luo Yun was so unreasonable, Song Xiaoyuan stopped trying to persuade her. He immediately turned the steering wheel hard and drove off in the opposite direction. Luo Yun was taken aback. What are you doing, showing off your driving skills? Song Xiaoyuan gritted her teeth angrily, I'm going to take you away, although I don't know where you should run to be safe. At least I'll get you out of Jiangzhou first. Hey, wait a minute. However, before Luo Yun could finish speaking. Suddenly. Brake. A sudden screech of brakes. Song Xiaoyuan suddenly stopped the car. Because there was already a car in front of us, which suddenly blocked our way. Thud. The car door opened and closed. It turned out to be the Song family members getting out of the car and walking over. Seeing this, Song Xiaoyuan quickly opened the car door for Luo Yun. I knew my family would send people to follow us. Luo Yun, don't worry about me. Run as far as you can. I'll stop them. Luo Yun was speechless after Song Xiaoyuan's antics. But he understood that the girl meant well and was worried about his safety. So he didn't say anything more, and gently patted Song Xiaoyuan's hand. Don't worry, I told you, I can handle the order. You're doing this. Song Xiaoyuan wanted to say something more. Luo Yun gently touched her jade-like neck, and a surge of heat rushed into her. Song Xiaoyuan fainted immediately. Real. She's currently out of control emotionally, and the dark cloud between her brows hasn't cleared. If we don't knock her unconscious, we'll have to hand her over to the Song family. Who knows what kind of danger might occur if someone is driving alone? Song Xiaoyuan, luckily the old lady reminded us that you traitorous girl, might be running away with Luo Yun, and that we should follow you. If we hadn't ambushed you beforehand, you really would have him. Song Xiaoyuan, what's wrong with you? When the Song family members arrived, they were stunned to find Song Xiaoyuan unconscious and slumped over the steering wheel. Luo Yun got out of the car, looking annoyed, and said, what do you guys think happened? In broad daylight, on such a narrow road, they suddenly rushed out like a bunch of idiots. When you slam on the brakes, it's no wonder you get dizzy. The Song family was skeptical. But he quickly turned his attention to Luo Yun. Stop talking nonsense. Song Xiaoyuan is unconscious, so no one is protecting you. You have to go to Qinghu Group today. Don't even think about running away. When did I say I was going to run away? Luo Yun glanced at everyone with a look of pity for the mentally challenged. Then he took out a pack of cigarettes from one of their pockets, pulled one out, put it in his mouth, and looked at the group impatiently without saying a word. The Song family members felt a little uneasy under Luo Yun's gaze. What are you looking at? What do you think I'm looking at? Luo Yun was speechless with exasperation, pointing to the cigarette in his mouth. He said, you fucking smoke without lighting it? Where's your lighter? Are you trying to make me smoke for nothing? Can you please stop being so arrogant? He was about to start cursing. One of them quickly stopped him, took out a lighter, and lit Luo Yun's cigarette. Now that I've lit your cigarette, can you obediently go to Qinghu International? Luo Yun chuckled and patted the man on the shoulder. Not bad, you're the only one among us who has any sense. As he spoke, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, he turned and walked straight toward Qinghu International. That brat! One of the Song family members clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and wished he could slap Luo Yun on the spot. Others advised, let it go, he's a dead man, why bother arguing with him? That's all. The Song family watched helplessly as Luo Yun walked into Qinghu International. Only then did he finally leave with Song Qiaoduan, completely satisfied. After Luo Yun joined Qinghu International, no one stopped them. However, just as they were about to get on the elevator, suddenly, a figure darted out from the emergency exit. He dragged Luo Yun into the stairwell. Luo Yun did not retaliate, because he sensed that the person meant no harm. Right before my eyes, it was a man wearing sunglasses and a mask, dressed in he was wearing tattered work clothes. Luo Yun vaguely felt that the man was somewhat familiar. Who are you? The man then took off his sunglasses and mask. He revealed a handsome and aloof face. It's me. Oh. Luo Yun laughed. Isn't this a parrot? The man before me is none other than Huang Jie, the 8th young master of the Hua family. You, I told you, my name is Huang Jie. You can call me Mina like Shuizhen does, but I'm not a bird, I'm a human. Alright. Luo Yun waved his hand. No matter who you are, tell me, what's with this outfit? Why are you suddenly blocking my way? Huang Jie was very annoyed by Luo Yun's tone. But with his 5th sister's personal order, he didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. He forcefully suppressed his proud anger. I dress like this because Qinghu International does not allow outsiders to come and go as they please. It just so happens that some installation and maintenance workers have recently come to Qinghu International to demand their unpaid wages. Xu Qinghu ordered that no one be obstructed from demanding back wages, so I dress like this to sneak in. Luo Yun was taken aback. Aren't you the young master of the Hua family? Getting into Qinghu International would be a piece of cake for you. Why all the fuss? What do you know? Huang Jie said impatiently, in a family like ours, every move of our descendants can be hidden with deeper meaning. If outsiders knew that I, the 8th young master of the Hua family, had suddenly visited Qinghu International, they would think too much. This is our experience in networking in high society. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Oh, then why didn't Qinghu International stop you from dressing like that? Didn't I tell you, Zhu Qinghu doesn't want to be called a heartless rich man. Although it has been proven that the issue of unpaid wages was a problem with the middleman and had nothing to do with Qinghu International, he still doesn't want people to gossip about him. Oh, this is actually quite good. Luo Yun chuckled and tugged at Huang Jie's work clothes. Not bad, parrot. I have to say you are heroic and handsome, and your aura is unparalleled. Even this worn-out work clothes can't hide your presence. Heh, you're so ignorant, aren't you? Huang Jie smiled proudly at the compliment. This work uniform may look unremarkable to you, but it's actually the latest design from this year's Western Fashion Week. Mine is a custom-made version. Most people can't buy it even if they have the money. Oh, that's great. What brand is it? I'll look into it later. Hee, you really don't see this brand in China under normal circumstances. If you really want to buy it, I'll give you a contact number. Wait, what the hell? Where did you lead me? It took Huang Jie a while to come to his senses, and his embarrassed face turned red. Are you deliberately teasing me? Luo Yun grinned. No, you're incredibly clever. How could I possibly outsmart you? Enough with the nonsense. Huang Jie gritted his teeth, his face dark. I came here today because I heard you were in danger. You're really outrageous, daring to claim to others that Zhu Qinghu is your brother. You really don't want to live? Come on, let's leave through the back door. Eh? Luo Yun shook off his hand. What are you doing? I have a $2 billion order waiting for me to negotiate. Why are you dragging me away? I know, you must be eyeing the $2 billion order and are worried that if I close the deal, you won't get any more. So you're deliberately trying to get rid of me, aren't you? I, a descendant of the prestigious Hua family. You think I would even give a damn about this damn Qinghu Group's 2 billion yuan order? Huang Jie grabbed Luo Yun again. I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Come with me. Luo Yun didn't want to hit him. If you keep doing this, I'll call for help. Then, he raised his voice and shouted, indecent assault, there's a dead gay guy here. Ugh. Huang Jie quickly covered Luo Yun's mouth. You're deliberately trying to kill yourself, aren't you? Luo Yun shoved him away, too lazy to continue teasing him. Whether I live or die is none of your business. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the elevator. Huang Jie wanted to pursue her further, but he was afraid of his identity being exposed. In the end, he had no choice but to stand still. His face turned pale and then flushed as he gritted his teeth. Never mind. What good advice, but it's useless to persuade a damned ghost. I'll just wait here. Based on my understanding of Zhu Qinghu's temperament, he'll definitely have the front desk seal off the front and back doors 10 minutes before he makes a move. If I sense something's wrong, then I can just rush in to save them. Thinking about this, he shook his head. As Luo Yun stepped into the elevator, he gritted his teeth and uttered a sentence. Luo Yun, you don't need to ignore me now. You'll only realize when you're in danger that I'm your only lifeline. The way you'll look at me then. Never idolize them too much. 43, Chapter 43 Peach Blossom Calamity, Certain Death. Since it was destined that we would have to take action, Huang Jie didn't even wait for the emergency exit, he simply swaggered out and sat down in the lobby. I checked the time on my watch. Humph, I bet Luo Yun won't last 5 minutes up there before he completely enrages Zhu Qinghu. He mentally rehearsed the scene of rescuing Luo Yun. It's still in the planning stages. He moved with incredible speed, like a god descending to earth, just as Zhu Qinghu was about to draw his sword and kill Luo Yun. He pulled Luo Yun back from the brink of death with one hand. Then, with a calm and arrogant air, he said to Zhu Qinghu, committing violence in broad daylight, how arrogant, do you think Jiangzhou is your domain, Zhu's domain? Thinking about this, Huang Jie suddenly felt an urge to get his hands dirty. Looking back now, it wasn't such a bad thing. Maihua family has not made any moves in Jiangzhou for a long time. Let's take this opportunity to target Zhu Qinghu, show our strength, and let people remember the might of the Hua family. The smile on his face was impossible to hide. At that moment, the receptionists noticed Hua Yingjie's strange smile. They couldn't help but look at each other and shake their heads. Sigh, these workers who are trying to collect debts are so pitiful, they've been driven insane by their torment. Top floor. The CEO's office. Zhu Qinghu was smoking a cigarette, looking excited, though it was unclear what he was so happy about. Beside him stood a middle-aged man in a suit who exuded an air of authority. One of his hands was in a cast, and he looked at Zhu Qinghu with a puzzled expression. Tiger, what's wrong with you? You've been grinning like an idiot ever since. Zhu Qinghu was overjoyed. Brother, you don't know this, but Mr. Luo has publicly declared that I am his younger brother. This means that he considers me one of his own. He knew it very well. Luo Yun is a young master of internal energy with a mysterious background. What will it mean if we consider him one of our own? The man with a cast on his hand squinted. I'm getting more and more curious about who this Mr. Luo is. You were originally going to the provincial capital to visit me, but you dragged me back to Jiangzhou with you overnight. If he's not as capable as you say, I won't be satisfied. Brother Long, to be completely truthful. Zhu Qinghu gave the other person a meaningful look. If you can leave a good impression on Mr. Luo later, perhaps he will be able to help you solve the problem you encountered in the provincial capital this time. What? Brother Long chuckled. Tiger, aren't you exaggerating? Even if you say that Mr. Luo is a master of internal energy, so what? In a place like the provincial capital, where hidden talents abound, a mere beginner in internal energy cultivation wouldn't be able to make much of a splash. Furthermore, the predicament I'm facing this time is a scheme orchestrated by several bigwigs from the provincial capital. How could a mere martial artist possibly resolve it? Tiger, if you ask me, you've been staying in this small place of Jiangzhou for too long, and your vision has become narrow. Zhu Qinghu was too lazy to explain further. He knew it very well. What's truly terrifying about Luo Yun isn't his youthful internal strength. Instead, the other party is clearly so outstanding. However, he couldn't find out a single valid background about Luo Yun. That speaks volumes. Furthermore, he instinctively twisted his left hand. Although it is not as good as it used to be, it is still quite flexible. He knew very well. It is possible to reattach and repair a severed hand in just a few minutes and restore it to this extent within 2 days. They don't have any extraordinary abilities. Absolutely impossible. Click. Just then, the office door opened. An assistant announced, Chairman Zhu, Mr. Luo has arrived. Xu Qinghu stood up and hurriedly greeted Luo Yun, laughing heartily. Master Luo cough cough, Mr. Luo, welcome, welcome, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Knowing that Luo Yun didn't want to be too high profile, he quickly changed his address from Master Luo to Mr. Luo. Luo Yun glanced at Xu Qinghu's hand. It's alright, it's recovered quite well. Xu Qinghu raised his left hand and stretched it out. This is all thanks to Mr. Luo. Come, Mr. Luo, please have a seat. Someone, where's the top-grade Da Hong Pao tea I asked you to prepare? Quickly, bring the tea. His subordinates were busy working. A small cup of exquisitely brewed Sanpao wild red robe tea was presented to Luo Yun. The aroma of tea is irresistible. He didn't know much about tea, but he could tell that this tea was absolutely top quality. Take a small sip. Luo Yun was quite accommodating. It tastes good. Xu Qinghu laughed heartily. I'm glad Mr. Luo doesn't mind. However, seeing Xu Qinghu fawning over Luo Yun, a young man dressed in tattered clothes, acting so high and mighty, Brother Long was a little annoyed. He frowned and said, this is something Tiger spent nearly 10 million to snatch from a southern auction. It's a top quality item among top quality and in your mouth, it's just not bad? Luo Yun glanced at him. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly paused, startled. Oh! This guy has a lot of dark aura between his eyebrows. This means he's plagued by bad luck and misfortune. Not only that. There was even a faint pink aura swirling within the black energy between this guy's eyebrows. This means that. Is this bad luck and misfortune he's experiencing, or is it a romantic entanglement? Seeing Luo Yun staring blankly at Brother Long, Xu Qinghu knew things were going badly and quickly tried to smooth things over. Cough cough. Let me formally introduce you, Mr. Luo. This is my good brother, Go Rulong. We grew up together, practically inseparable, from the same village. We're brothers, one dragon and one tiger. Our bond is stronger than gold, but I'm not as successful as my brother Long has already made it to the provincial capital, while I'm still stuck in this little Jiangzhou. Brother Long, this is Mr. Luo Yun Luo, whom I mentioned to you. What do you think? Isn't he handsome and talented at such a young age? He. Go Rulong gave a cold snort without smiling, took a sip of tea, and didn't even bother to look at Luo Yun. He is indeed young, but as for being handsome, well, I didn't find it. Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. Regardless of whether you have internal strength or not, even if you do, there's no need to be so arrogant. It's only because my brother has never established himself in the provincial capital and has never seen the world that he thinks you're such an extraordinary person. Go Rulong didn't really look down on masters of internal energy. Although he was exceptionally strong and held a prominent position, he would naturally be more than happy to be friends with a master of internal energy. However, Luo Yun was too young and dressed in rags, making him look like a conman. There's no need to give face to this kind of person. Brother Long, you shut up. Xu Qinghu frowned. Mr. Luo is definitely not as simple as he seems. Tiger, you really are. Go Rulong sighed. Forget it, I won't say anything more. Your perspective is limited, and no matter how much I say, it's useless. When you suffer a loss yourself, you will naturally come to me to complain. Luo Yun smiled faintly at this moment. Even if Xu Qinghu suffers a loss, you won't live to see that day. As he spoke, his gaze sharpened. He stared at the black, malevolent aura emanating from Go Rulong's brow, which stretched all the way down to his waist. He chuckled mockingly, because you will surely die within 2 days. 44, Chapter 44. 2 billion turned into 5 billion, and you still have the nerve to talk? Go Rulong's face darkened upon hearing this. Boy, what did you say? Brother Long, Brother Long. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Go Rulong, Xu Qinghu had no choice but to forcibly drag him to the next lounge. Then he repeatedly apologized to Luo Yun. Master Luo, I'm so sorry, my brother has always been like this since he was a child. If you were angry just now, I apologize to you on his behalf. Luo Yun waved his hand and said, no, he's a dying man, don't need to bother with him. A dying man? Xu Qinghu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Luo Yun really saw something? Before he could think further, Luo Yun got down to business. Alright, I won't keep you from catching up with your brother any longer. I am here to. Before Luo Yun could finish speaking, Xu Qinghu quickly produced a contract. Master Luo, there's no need to say anything. I know you're from the Song family. I've already prepared this, a 2 billion order, please accept it. Oh? Luo Yun narrowed his eyes. Sure. That old bastard Xu Qinghu was even more shrewd than I imagined. 2 billion yuan in orders, delivered just like that, without any hesitation. Xu Qinghu, observing Luo's expression, smiled and said, Master Luo, don't overthink it. Many people have approached me to do this 2 billion yuan order. The reason I haven't finalized it yet is just to show off and create some buzz. Anyway, the Song group is powerful enough, so I won't lose out by cooperating with them. Don't feel guilty, this was just something I did on a whim. Not only did I not lose anything, I actually made a profit. After saying this, Luo Yun was greatly impressed. Xu Qinghu was scrutinized from head to toe with his eyes. Before me was a kind and endearing smiling face. But from the other person's eyes, he saw Xu Qinghu's ambition, and he also saw his sincerity. This person. It's definitely worth paying for. With just a few words, he downplayed the enormous favor worth 2 billion as something he could easily do. But Luo Yun knew very well. This is entirely about saving face for myself. Well. Luo Yun smiled. He no longer felt any aversion to the rumors circulating outside that Xu Qinghu was his younger brother. He immediately stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Xu Qinghu, you are older than me, so I won't take advantage of you from now on. I will call you Brother Hu. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Xu Qinghu was overjoyed and immediately laughed heartily. Brother Luo, from now on, I'm both your younger brother and your older brother. Will treat each other as brothers. If anything happens in the future, just let me know as soon as possible, and I, as your younger brother, will make sure to take care of it for you right away. Luo Yun. Goodness. One sentence can imply 3 generations. Okay, I'll remember this favor. Luo Yun picked up the contract, got up, and left. Xu Qinghu, accompanied by a dozen or so tall and burly men, personally escorted Luo Yun downstairs in a flurry of activity. Now. Downstairs lobby. Huangjie was watching his watch, puzzled. What's going on? It's been so long and there's still no news. Did Xu Qinghu knock Luo Yun's head off? Just then. Bite. The elevator doors opened. A large group of people suddenly appeared. Xu Qinghu personally led a group of people to escort Luo Yun to the door. Mr. Luo, please drive carefully. I will release an announcement about the 2 billion yuan order to everyone shortly, so you can rest assured. Huangjie was taken aback when he saw this. Holy crap? What's going on? Without thinking too much, Xu Qinghu gave the order, everyone, stand at attention and respectfully see Mr. Luo off. Swish swish swish. All the front desk staff also stood up and, together with Xu Qinghu and others, bowed to Luo Yun. Respectfully seeing off Mr. Luo. Huangjie couldn't sit still any longer and immediately stood up. The plate of mince in front of them instantly spilled all over the floor. Everyone looked over. Luo Yun also spotted him. He narrowed his eyes, his expression a half-smile. Fearing that Luo Yun might misunderstand, Xu Qinghu quickly stepped forward and said, Mr. Luo, please don't misunderstand, this person who came to demand unpaid wages has actually come to the wrong person. Qinghu International treats its workers very well. Luo Yun smiled, knowing that Huangjie dared not reveal his identity. So he stepped forward, straightened his work clothes collar, and said with a smile, look at him, all dressed in rags, sitting here waiting for so long, isn't it all for that little bit of hard-earned money? Regardless of whether it's Qinghu International's responsibility or not, we can't just stand by and do nothing, can we? Yes, Mr. Luo is right. Xu Qinghu waved his hand and wrote a check, which he then had handed to Huangjie. There's 100,000 yuan here, more than 10 times the amount you're demanding in back pay. Now you can rest easy, right? Huangjie was rebuffed and accepted the challenge. Fearing his identity would be exposed, he kept his head down the whole time. Luo Yun stuffed the check into Huangjie's pocket. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "Young man, take the money and don't look at me with such adoration. I only did this because I feel sorry for you. You son of a bitch." Huangjie's incredibly proud self-esteem seemed to have been dealt a severe blow. He cursed inwardly. "Mr. Luo, let me see you out." As Xu Qinghu spoke, he respectfully accompanied Luo Yun out of the company. Huangjie was left standing there, completely bewildered. What's going on with this? That's not how the script was written. We arrived at the door quickly. Xu Qinghu dismissed his men and whispered to Luo Yun, "Mr. Luo, earlier in my office, you said my brother Go Rulong." Luo Yun knew that Xu Qinghu was going to bring this up. So we were prepared. He handed a newly written talisman to Xu Qinghu, saying, "Your brother is having a run of bad luck if nothing unexpected happens. It's a love triangle disaster, the kind that'll get you killed. Tell your brother to take this and keep it close to his body." "Keep it close to your body?" Xu Qinghu took the talisman, his face full of doubt. "Where should I put it? Hang it around my neck, or string it into a bracelet?" Luo Yun smiled and said, "What do you mean by peach blossom calamity? Woolen cloth?" Xu Qinghu glanced at his waistband subconsciously, then nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." After parting ways with Luo Yun, Xu Qinghu rushed back to the lounge immediately. He was restless the whole way. He had witnessed Luo Yun's strength and medical skills, and they were terrifying. But talismans are such mysterious things, aren't they? But considering that Luo Yun doesn't seem to be joking. So he gritted his teeth and said, "What if it's true? This is a matter of life and death." He quickly sent his men to buy a pair of red underwear. Then he quickly sewed the talisman inside his red underwear. After returning to the lounge, Go Rulong sneered, "Tiger, you sent that little con man away? Come on, brother, I'm going to teach you a lesson today." Xu Qinghu knew what he wanted to say, so he quickly changed the subject. "Brother Long, it's your birth year, what should I give you?" Go Rulong was taken aback. "If I remember correctly, you gave us a beachfront vacation home, right? What's wrong?" "No, that's not sincere enough." Xu Qinghu waved his hand and handed the red underwear with talisman sewn into it to Go Rulong. "Consider these red underwear my belated birthday gift to you." Go Rulong glared at him. "Are you alright? Why did you suddenly send me this thing?" Ring ring. Just then, Go Rulong suddenly received a phone call, and his expression and tone instantly softened. "Hey, baby, you've already arrived in Jiangzhou. I always say you're the best and most obedient. Okay, go to the hotel and get all cleaned up, then I'll come find you." Smack. As soon as he hung up the phone, Go Rulong stood up and said, "Tiger, I'll talk to you in detail over dinner tonight. My little vixen is here, waiting for me at the hotel." Upon hearing this, Xu Qinghu's heart skipped a beat. Just now, Master Luo mentioned a love triangle. Then a woman came looking for Go Rulong? Etc. What are you doing? You can leave, but first change into those red underwear. Ah. Go Rulong looked puzzled. "Are you guys alright? Hurry up and change. If you don't wear red underwear, you're disrespecting me, Xu Qinghu." Xu Qinghu emphasized his words and his face darkened. Go Rulong was utterly baffled. But seeing that he couldn't refuse, he immediately put on the red underwear. "Alright." Xu Qinghu reluctantly nodded. "Okay, go ahead. If anything happens, be sure to call me immediately. This is Jiangzhou, not the provincial capital. Calling me if anything happens is more effective than contacting anyone else." Go Rulong was both amused and exasperated. "You're acting crazy. I think you've really been fooled by that guy surnamed Luo. Once I've settled things off with that little vixen, I'll come back and teach you a lesson." Smack. Close the door and leave. A full hour later, suddenly a phone call came in. Xu Qinghu quickly answered the call. From across the room came Go Rulong's still shaken roar. "What the hell, Tiger, send someone to the hotel to rescue me right now." Xu Qinghu's heart pounded. "Brother Long, what happened?" "Someone's stealing my basket, that bitch, she's trying to steal my basket." "Holy crap." Xu Qinghu immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Master Luo was right. Is this really that weird? Master Luo is not only incredibly skilled in medicine. He even understands these mysterious and esoteric things? Okay, I'll send someone to pick you up right away. Are you alright now? I'm alright for now. I kicked that bitch unconscious. Damn it, this bitch wanted to play some kind of kidnapping game with me right away. I thought it sounded exciting, so I agreed. Now my hands and feet are all tied up. Thank goodness you gave me these red underwear. The quality is fucking good. This bitch tried to pull them open for over 10 minutes, but couldn't. I managed to escape by freeing one leg. On the other side. The Song family mansion. Song Qiaoyuan slowly woke up. But they found their family sitting around the dining table, entertaining a guest. Upon closer inspection, the person invited to the banquet was none other than Lu Minghuan, the eldest son of the Lu family. Song Qiaoyuan quickly stood up. Where is Luo Yun? The faces of the Song family members darkened. Lu Minghuan frowned, dressed in a sharp suit, and walked forward looking very respectable. Xiaoyuan, you're finally awake. Perfect timing. I need to ask you, where did you find that guy named Luo Yun? Fearing that Luo Yun was in danger, Song Qiaoyuan got up and ran towards the door, saying, "It has nothing to do with you. Stop her." Splash. Several bodyguards blocked the way at the entrance. The Song family members, their faces grim, rebuked her. Song Qiaoyuan, do you have no manners at all? Young Master Lu came to visit you as soon as he heard you had fainted, but you didn't even offer a word of concern? Song Qiaoyuan turned pale with anxiety. She knew that Luo Yun must have already gone to Qinghu International. His life was in imminent danger. Grandma, Mom and Dad, even if you look down on Luo Yun, you can't just stand by and watch him die. Sending them to their deaths? The parents' faces darkened. That was his own doing, wanting to act important and voluntarily going to Qinghu International to seek his own death. How did it become our fault? Lu Minghuan walked up with a sullen face. Song Qiaoyuan, you know how I feel about you, so why did you find such a useless person to disgust me? Song Qiaoyuan gritted her teeth. Alright, that's enough. Lu Minghuan took a deep breath and waved his hand. I'm not such a petty person. Since Luo Yun is destined to be dead, I don't need to bother with him, but there's something I need to tell you. Because of what you did, your song group will absolutely not be able to secure Qinghu International's 2 billion order. Upon hearing this, the Song family members were shocked. Young Master Lu, why is this? Lu Minghuan said earnestly, everyone, you should be aware of the deep cooperative relationship between our Lu Group and Qinghu International, right? The reason the only reason we started considering giving your song group a chance was because of me, Lu Minghuan, and because we know I have feelings for Qiaoyuan. Now that this matter has caused such a stir, given Chairman Zhu's temper, he will definitely put the song group on the blacklist. This won't do. Song Qiaoyuan, look what you've done. If we can't secure this order, the Song family won't be able to cover the financial deficit from the first half of the year, and then we'll be in big trouble. Old Madam Song slammed her cane down hard. Song Qiaoyuan, since this matter was caused by you, then when the truth comes out, your parents will go to jail. Upon hearing this, Song Qiaoyuan's face turned pale. Grandmathis, this is unacceptable. Useless? Old Madam Song said fiercely, someone has to take the blame for the financial loopholes. If all else fails, you can go in with your parents. Maybe you can share some of the sentence. Madam, please reconsider. Mran and Mrs. Song were immediately terrified and hurriedly begged for mercy. At the same time, his eyes reddened as he berated Song Qiaoyuan, you brat, serves you right for being so willful, serves you right for being so willful. Now you've got your own parents in jail, are you happy now? Thump. Song Qiaoyuan slumped down, her face deathly pale, muttering to herself, how could this happen? She was somewhat desperate. The matter has escalated to this point. Not only is Luo Yun's fate uncertain, but his parents are also going to be implicated and imprisoned. She became dazed, her eyes glazed over. She began to have doubts. I promised Han Xuanxue I'd help Luo Yun. Was it a mistake or not? The emotional buildup seems to be almost complete. Lu Mingyuan's expression changed, and he adopted a gentler demeanor as he helped Song Qiaoyuan up. Alright, elders, please stop blaming Qiaoyuan. She was naive and got scammed. As he spoke, he patted his chest and said, okay, let me reassure you all. My uncle and aunt don't need to go to jail at all. Although that $2 billion order is no longer possible. But I believe that with my relationship with Chenghu International, securing a 500 million yuan order shouldn't be a problem. Upon hearing this, hope was rekindled in the Song family. Although this 500 million order was far less than expected. But at least it can barely fill some of the financial gaps. In this way, Song Qiaoyuan's parents can avoid imprisonment. Song Qiaoyuan, aren't you going to thank young Master Lu right away? Under the reprimands of the crowd, Song Qiaoyuan also stood up in a daze. Young Master Lu, you can really help us? Lu Minghuan smiled slightly, of course, but... Then the conversation shifted. I need you to give me an answer and acknowledge that you are my girlfriend. That way, I can discuss this matter with Chenghu International. Otherwise, if I were to discuss this matter without proper justification, not only would Zhu Chenghu look down on me, but I would look down on myself. Okay. Before Song Qiaoyuan could speak, Ran Mrs. Song quickly grasped Lu Mingyuan's hands. Young Master Lu, from today onwards, you are our Song family's son-in-law. You absolutely must help us secure that 500 million order. Lu Mingyuan's scheme succeeded, and he smiled smugly. Good, don't worry, I've got that 500 million covered. However, the words had barely left his mouth. A voice came from outside the door. Is it still your problem? Even if I put explosives on you, it wouldn't have helped. 2 billion turned into 5 billion in the blink of an eye, and you still have the nerve to talk? 45, Chapter 45. Go quickly, while it's hot. Everyone's expression froze. Outside the door. To everyone's surprise, Luo Yun returned completely unharmed. Luo Yun? Song Qiaoyuan was startled, then breathed a sigh of relief with great joy. You're alright? That's wonderful. Who said I'm fine? Luo Yun curled her lip. I'm already dead. What you see now is my ghost. I died a terrible death. Zhu Chenghu ripped my intestines out and spilled cold noodles all over the place. I am going to take revenge on your Song family. Upon hearing this, the Song family members were shocked and their expressions changed. My feet instinctively stumbled backward. But just half a second later, they suddenly realized that they had been tricked by Luo Yun, and their faces immediately turned red with embarrassment. You? What do you mean, me? Luo Yun smiled jokingly and walked straight to the dining table. He crossed his legs, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a sip. You've secured a $2 billion order for us. Aren't you going to hurry up and serve me food and tea to properly welcome me and wash away the dust of my journey? Look how arrogant Luo Yun is. Everyone's faces darkened. Who let you sit down, huh? He hadn't finished speaking. Luo Yun pulled out a file folder and waved it in front of everyone. There is a high-end custom wax seal on it, with the words Chenghu clearly visible. This is the special wax seal for Chenghu International's important contract documents? The Song family members hurriedly tried to snatch it. Luo Yun withdrew his hand. What? I worked so hard to secure a $2 billion order for you, and you want to steal the fruits of my labor without even a hot meal? That's just not fair. This left the Song family completely bewildered and astonished. They couldn't understand. How did Luo Yun manage to leave Chenghu International unscathed? What's even more incomprehensible is, why does he possess important contract documents from Chenghu International? This kind of customized sealing wax must be a major contract personally signed by Zhu Chenghu to qualify for its use. And there is absolutely no possibility of it being faked. Luo Yun, you really secured the order? Song Qiaoyuan looked incredulous. Luo Yun smiled and said, of course I will definitely keep my promise to you. One sentence struck a chord with Song Qiaoyuan. Although she still couldn't believe it, those words did make her smile happily. Lu Minghuan objected when she saw this. Nonsense. He pointed at Luo Yun with a look of disgust. Look at his clothes and his vulgar mannerisms. How could he possibly have secured an order from Chenghu International? This contract must be a forgery. But young Master Lu, these contracts are usually sealed with Zhu Qinghu's personal seal. How could they be fake? What's so hard to understand? Lu Minghuan already had a guess in his mind. The fact that Luo Yun walked out of Chenghu International unharmed means that he didn't even meet Zhu Qinghu. Therefore, there is only one possibility for this contract. He stole it. These words were spoken. Everyone suddenly realized. That makes sense. Although only Zhu Qinghu had the contract sealed with wax. But if... Did Luo Yun sneak into Zhu Qinghu's office and steal other ready-made documents? You, Luo Yun, how dare you? You actually dare to steal from Chenghu International. Do you know that if Zhu Qinghu investigates, this will be a capital offense? Luo Yun. Mentally disabled. What a family of idiots. The Song family is supposed to be a multi-millionaire family, so how come each of them has the IQ of a villain in an online novel? Alright, you don't want this 2 billion, right? Luo Yun was too lazy to say anything more. He stood up and said to Song Qiaoyuan, "You're wrong, you should start your own business later when you open a new company. I'll give you this contract with Chenghu International's 2 billion yuan order. You'll be more comfortable without the Song family dragging you down." After saying that, he turned and left. Etc. Just then. Suddenly, the usually silent old Madame Song called out, "Luo Yun, wait." Everyone was startled. "Grandma, why is this happening?" Lu Minghuan's expression also darkened. "Grandma, he's clearly lying, why?" Old Madame Song waved her hand. Although she was old, she could still recognize Zhu Qinghu's signature wax seal at a glance. Although deep down, she didn't believe Luo Yun at all. But what if? Regardless of the contents of the contract, the document was sealed with wax, which was indeed Zhu Qinghu's doing. To show our respect for Chenghu International and Mr. Zhu Qinghu, we should at least open the documents first. Someone, serve Luo Yun dishes and tea. Only then did everyone reluctantly invite Luo Yun back. Good wine and good food were honestly presented to me. Luo Yun smiled faintly, tossed the contract documents to the Luo family members, and crossed his legs to eat his meal. Lu Minghuan couldn't stand Luo Yun no matter what. His eyelids twitched violently. "Kid, eat up, eat a lot, otherwise you'll starve to death. The moment this contract is opened will be the moment you die." Before he could finish speaking, the Song family members all burst into astonished shouts. This real? Zhu Qinghu's autograph. A 2 billion yuan project order, my god. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Minghuan was completely stunned. He hurriedly leaned over to look at the contract. Contract details. It is indeed Zhu Qinghu's 2 billion yuan order. The final signature was Zhu Qinghu's. While eating a chicken leg, Luo Yun casually remarked, "Just a reminder, the signature of Party B must be that of Song Qiaoyu, and Zhu Qinghu made it clear beforehand that any signature from anyone else is invalid." Okay. This moment. Everyone was stunned. But Grand Mrs. Song suddenly realized what was happening. They didn't care how Luo Yun had handled it. As long as the contract is genuine, that's fine. Qiaoyuan, still stunned? What are you doing? Come over here and sign this. Song Qiaoyuan stood frozen beside Luo Yun, her pretty face flushing and paling in an unpredictable manner, staring at Luo Yun as if she were looking at a ghost. Luo Yun was both amused and exasperated. "Song Yuan, why are you staring at me like that? Hurry up and sign the papers." Song Qiaoyuan still couldn't believe it. "Luo Yun, what exactly happened to you?" Luo Yun reluctantly got up and was about to push Song Qiaoyuan to sign the document. Lu Minghuan suddenly shouted, "No, Qiaoyuan, you absolutely cannot sign this. No one in the Song family can sign it. Once it's signed, the Song family will be completely finished." These words were spoken. The Song family members all paused. Young Master Lu, what makes you say that? Lu Minghuan pulled up the contract and pointed to the contents, saying, you guys keep a close eye on the contract and look at it carefully, don't you see anything wrong with it? Something's not right, young Master Lu? Lu Minghuan looked at him with a disappointed expression. Look here, a 2 billion yuan order, all prepaid up front. Has Zhu Qinghu gone mad? He gives you such a huge order and then personally prepays for it, letting you make the money while he bears all the risks? And here's the deal, all the profits from each project in the contract are split 20/80ths, and your Song family will take the lion's share of 80%, while Chenghu International will only get 20%. Do you know what 20% means? It's only enough to cover all his related expenses. Is he running a business or doing charity? This is the most outrageous one. All the risks associated with this series of projects will be borne by Chenghu International. Is this some kind of international joke? You haven't dealt with Chenghu International, but the Lu family has, and we're deep partners. Do you know what our score is? It's 30-70. The Song family members were shocked. How come it's only 70%? 70% of it belongs to others, even getting 3% depends on Zhu Qinghu's attitude. Upon hearing this, the Song family members all felt as if they had been enlightened. Yes. The Lu family is a deep partner of Chenghu Group. They could only barely get 30%. Why did the Song Group take 80% of the shares right from the start? Xu Chenghu isn't stupid. The Song family members suddenly realized what was happening. So this contract is fake? It's 100% fake. Lu Minghuan said with certainty, although I don't know how Luo Yan forged this contract, once you sign it, you will be doomed. Once Xu Qinghu comes knocking on our door, a single lawsuit will be enough to announce it to the world, and the Song family's reputation will plummet, never to recover. These words terrified the Song family members, turning them deathly pale. They knew very well what ruthless methods Zhu Qinghu used. Luo Yun, how cruel you are! You can't become our Song family's son-in-law, so you want to destroy our Song family? Thank goodness for young Master Lu's reminder, otherwise our Song family would have really fallen into your trap. Old Madame Song's face turned completely cold as she slammed her cane down. Guards, seize this scoundrel. Upon seeing this situation, Song Xiaoyuan turned pale and hurriedly said, No way, Luo Yun definitely didn't mean that. Luo Yun, explain yourself. Luo Yun smiled faintly. He wiped his mouth and stood up. What am I supposed to explain? They wouldn't even take 2 billion if it were offered to them. How can I possibly explain myself to a bunch of idiots like this? You. The crowd still wanted to curse. Luo Yun waved her hand and looked at Lu Minghuan. Young Master Lu, right? Well, I can see you care a lot about Yurong. You must love her very much, right? Lu Minghuan ignored Luo Yun's way of addressing Song Xiaoyuan and proudly raised his head. Of course, I, Lu Minghuan, am the best son-in-law who can bring happiness to Xiaoyuan and a better future to the Song family. Not bad. How about this? Let's make a bet. Luo Yun pointed to the door. When I came in just now, I found that the Song family's guard dog had taken a dump. If this 2 billion contract is real, you can go out and eat that pile of shit. How about that? Upon hearing this, Lu Minghuan looked as if he had suffered a great humiliation, and his face instantly turned extremely cold. The Song family members cursed loudly. You can't expect anything good to come out of a dog's mouth. Who does young Master Lu think he is? Why would he make such a disgusting and despicable bet with you? Luo Yun scoffed and said to Lu Minghuan, Young Master Lu, you keep saying you love her, but you wouldn't even eat shit. Is that what you call love? You. It's alright. The Song family members were about to start cursing again. Lu Minghuan coldly raised his hand, staring at Luo Yun with a sinister gaze. Fine, I'll bet with you, but what if you lose the bet? How much shit are you planning to eat? Luo Yun looked shocked. Young Master Lu, are you out of your mind? Why are you dragging me along when you're eating shit? You. Lu Minghuan's lips twitched. What's scared, or do you not love Xiaoyuan at all? Upon hearing this, for some reason, Song Xiaoyuan subconsciously looked up at Luo Yun, as if she was really waiting for his answer. Luo Yun glanced at Song Xiaoyuan, pondered for a moment, and said, "Well, how should I put it? I wouldn't say I love her, but after spending time with her, I do have a good impression of her." Song Xiaoyuan. Lu Minghuan, however, seemed to have caught Luo Yun red-handed, and glared at him, saying, "Everyone in the Song family, did you hear that? This bastard ruined Xiaoyuan's reputation, yet he says he doesn't love her." Luo Yun said calmly, "I'm not like you, easily saying I love you. Let me ask you, you've known Song Xiaoyuan for so long, have you ever touched her hand?" Lu Minghuan, however, maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, waving his hand dismissively and declaring with high moral integrity, "I respect Xiaoyuan very much. Before we've established a relationship, I won't touch her." Luo Yun, "I've touched it." Lu Minghuan's chest tightened, "You?" Luo Yun then asked, "Have you ever held her?" Lu Minghuan, "I." Luo Yun, "I've hugged him." Lu Minghuan, "So what if you hugged her? I know about that, but Xiaoyuan was drunk, you." Luo Yun, "I even spent a night with her in a room, a man and a woman all alone." Puff. Lu Minghuan was internally vomiting blood. "Also, do you know which cartoon characters she likes?" Upon hearing this, Lu Minghuan was taken aback by the question. Song Xiaoyuan felt a sudden tremor in her heart for no apparent reason. "From what I can see." Luo Yun smiled and said, "Her favorite cartoon character is Peppa Pig." Boom. These words were spoken. Song Xiaoyuan looked as if she had been struck by lightning. Her delicate body trembled, and her pretty face instantly turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Lu Minghuan vaguely sensed something when he saw Song Xiaoyuan's reaction. He was instantly consumed by jealousy and charged forward with a roar. He grabbed a pair of chopsticks, pointed at Luo Yun, and shouted angrily, You shut up, you want to bet, don't you? Well, fine, I'll bet with you. If I lose, I'll eat all the dog poop in the doorway. But if you lose... Lu Minghuan's eyes revealed boundless ruthlessness. I'll break your arms and legs and I'll cut off your tongue. Okay, it's a deal. Luo Yun smiled slightly. The Song family members all tried to dissuade him. Young Master Luo Yun is clearly trying to provoke you. Why bother arguing with him? Lu Minghuan was certain that someone like Luo Yun had absolutely no chance of securing the 2 billion yuan order from the Chini group. So, with a wave of his hand, he slammed his chopsticks on the table. I'm going to bet with him today, not even Jesus can stop me, I swear. Not bad, that's backbone. Luo Yun stopped wasting words. He took out his phone and called Zhu Qinghu directly. Hey, has the contract information been released yet? Zhu Qinghu's voice came through the phone. It's out. I just informed all the media outlets. It's almost midnight. The whole of Jiangzhou will receive the pop-up news. Good. Luo Yun hung up the phone. With a slight smile, everyone, please pay attention to the pop-up messages on your phones. The words had barely left his mouth. Ding and ding and ding. Everyone's phone simultaneously received a pop-up message with a business news notification. Even Lu Minghuan received it. Everyone quickly opened it to take a look. News headline, shocking, breaking news, Jiangzhou Chenghu International and Song's group reach a huge contract worth 2 billion yuan. Holy crap. Moment. Everyone was stunned, as if struck by lightning. Lu Minghuan stared at the news on his phone, then suddenly shuddered, his face turning deathly pale, his pupils trembling uncontrollably. Luo Yun smiled mockingly. He stepped forward and snatched the chopsticks from Lu Minghuan's hand. Then they put a spoon in his hand. I just checked, it's runny. Go quickly, while it's hot. 46, Chapter 46. Why are your son's pectoral muscles so exaggerated? Boom boom boom. Thunder rumbled in the sky. The Song family mansion was instantly plunged into unprecedented shock. Countless eyes turned to look at Luo Yun. It was like seeing a ghost. The way Song Xiaoyuan looked at Luo Yun. That's even more complicated. The show, is this possible? The Song family members trembled, unable to believe what they were seeing. Old Madame Song's hand, gripping her cane, was trembling violently. Young Master Lu, hurry up, or it'll get cold, that stuff will get stuck in your teeth if it's not hot. Luo Yun added fuel to the fire. Lu Minghuan's extremely frustrated expression finally erupted. I'll kill you. What a disgrace. Lu Minghuan immediately tried to tear Luo Yun to pieces. Seeing this, Song Qiaoyuan quickly stepped in front of Luo Yun. Young Master Lu, don't be impulsive. Me. When Lu Minghuan saw Song Qiaoyuan protecting Luo Yun, he was so angry that he almost had a stroke. Okay. Lu Minghuan reneged on her promise, pointing angrily at Song Qiaoyuan and the Song family, saying, I know you all agreed to this contract a long time ago, and then you deliberately had this Luo guy put on this show today, intentionally trying to embarrass me, didn't you? Upon hearing this, the Song family members were so frightened that they hurriedly said, It's a misunderstanding, young Master Lu, There's no need to say anything more. Lu Minghuan slammed the spoon on the ground and glared at Luo Yun, uttering a vicious threat. Luo Yun, is that right? Fine, very well, I'll remember you. Clang. He slammed the door shut. Lu Minghuan left in shame and anger. The matter has been temporarily resolved. Ignoring the Song family members who were experiencing a mix of excitement and frustration, Song Qiaoyuan pulled Luo Yun along and they went out to get the car. On the highway, the car was moving at a constant speed. Song Qiaoyuan gripped the steering wheel tightly with her delicate hands, her face flushed and pale, her thoughts racing. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Luo Yun sighed helplessly. TSK, what a pity. What's a pity? It's a pity that Lu Minghuan ran away too fast. I've seen dogs eat human excrement many times, but I've never seen a human eat dog excrement. Such a wonderful show was missed just like that. You really don't realize how serious the problem is. Song Qiaoyuan asked anxiously, do you know who Lu Minghuan is? The Lu family is one of the most prominent families in Jiangzhou. Our Song family must be very polite to the Lu family. Yet you ridiculed Lu Minghuan like that today. Luo Yun said nonchalantly, I've already been very merciful by not forcing him to fulfill his bet. Song Qiaoyuan wanted to say something more, but in the end, she sighed and said, forget it, it's not your fault. You clearly handled the order, but no one believed you and joined Lu Minghuan in framing you. If I were in your shoes, I would be very angry too. Upon hearing this, Luo Yun couldn't help but smile, his eyes fixed on Song Qiaoyuan with amusement. Song Qiaoyuan blushed under his gaze. Why are you staring at me like that? I think it's very interesting. Luo Yun laughed and said, according to the tropes of many TV dramas and online novels, shouldn't a useless son-in-law like me be looked down upon and distrusted by an arrogant little wife like you? How come you're so understanding? Because I'm not mentally ill. Song Qiaoyuan said irritably, don't give me that nonsense. Tell me first, how did you know that 3 like Peppa Pig? She found it very strange. To maintain her image as a cool and aloof female CEO, she never reveals this little quirk of hers. Luo Yun was taken aback by the question, and then realized that she had made a mistake earlier. Well, I guessed. Nobody would believe you. Song Qiaoyuan's pretty face flushed red, and she feigned an angry expression. Did you sneak into my bathroom and see my underwear? Luo Yun chuckled and said, maybe, I can't remember. Snort. Song Qiaoyuan gave a coquettish snort. From now on, you're not allowed to enter my room without my permission. Luo Yun waved his hand. Definitely Noti won't even step into the main gate of the Song family, let alone your room. I am exhausted from all this commotion. No. Song Qiaoyuan was resolute. There might have been room for discussion before, but now you absolutely cannot leave the Song family even for a moment. At the very least you must come back every night and cannot spend the night outside. Luo Yun asked in surprise, why? I'm afraid Lu Minghuan will retaliate against you, especially at night. With his status and wealth, he could easily hire an assassin to carry out a clandestine operation, and you? Then let him take revenge. You. Remembering Luo Yun's temper, Song Qiaoyuan had no choice but to take Luo Yun's arm with one hand and then pretend to lean her chest forward. Hey, not this trick again, is it? Luo Yun quickly stopped her. Alright, I have nowhere to live anyway. I was planning to rent a place, but since you're willing to take me in, I'll reluctantly agree, but there's one condition. I absolutely will not live in your Song family mansion. I can't handle so many people living in your parents' little villa. Is fine, though. Okay, it's a deal. Song Xiaoyuan was finally relieved. Oh, right. Luo Yun suddenly remembered Su Sifang's snow lotus and ginseng fruit, and quickly took out an address he had saved on his phone, saying, I almost forgot about my important business, take me to this address. This time, Song Xiaoyuan didn't ask any more questions and sent Luo Yun over. 20 minutes later. Luo Yun arrived at the gate of the residential compound where Su Sifang lived. I just got off the bus. He suddenly stopped and turned to ask, by the way, Song Yurong, why don't you ask me how I secured that $2 billion order? Song Xiaoyuan pouted, I already guessed it, you must have asked Han Shuangxue for help, right? You're quite clever, Zhu Qinghu, although she enjoys a powerful reputation in Jiangzhou. If you let Han Shuangxue speak on behalf of the Han family, that would be a complete disaster. Getting Zhu Qinghu to obediently offer such a lucrative cooperation contract would be a piece of cake. Luo Yun blinked twice. I never expected this girl to have such a vivid imagination. Great job, Song Yorong, I knew I hadn't misjudged you, you really are a smart girl. Then look. Song Xiaoyuan smiled smugly, don't you know how smart I am? I'm a talented and beautiful modern businesswoman. Luo Yun suppressed a laugh, clasped his hands in a fist and bowed, saying, I admire you. Song Xiaoyuan waved her hand modestly, not at all, not at all. Great shrewdness, shall I take my leave now? Alright, you can leave now, and remember to come back to my place tonight, otherwise, I'll drive all over town just to drag you back. Okay. Luo Yun turned and entered the residential area, waving goodbye with her back turned. Half an hour later. Song Xiaoyuan returned to the Song family mansion. When the Song family saw Song Xiaoyuan return to the house alone, they quickly instructed a few people to go to Song Xiaoyuan's car and retrieve the in-car surveillance video. Just 10 minutes later. I took a look at the latest in-vehicle monitoring data. After overhearing the conversation between Song Xiaoyuan and Luo Yun, everyone in the Song family immediately realized what was going on. Everyone clapped their hands. No wonder, no wonder. So it turns out Luo Yun asked Han Shuangxue for help. That Luo Yun, and that Song Xiaoyuan, they're really siding with outsiders. Han Shuangxue is Song Xiaoyuan's best friend. If Luo Yun asks for help under the guise of being Song Xiaoyuan's boyfriend, of course she will help. After figuring everything out, everyone was so angry that they beat their chests and stamped their feet. Old Madame Song gritted her teeth and gripped her cane tightly. Originally, the friendship between Song Xiaoyuan and Han Shuangxue was a trump card that our Song family would only use in the future when all else fails. As a result, that bastard Luo Yun used it first. Not only that, but he also got a real show of himself. Most importantly, IVE offended young Master Lu because of this. What a disaster, what a disaster. Everyone was so angry they grimaced. Grandma, what should we do? Without Han Shuangxue as our trump card, our Song family needs to take even better care of our relationship with young Master Lu. Old Madame Song pondered for a moment, her expression darkening. One last drastic decision. He immediately took off his ancestral jade bracelet, take this, along with a generous gift, and go to the Lu family to apologize to young Master Lu. Once this family heirloom is handed to him, he will immediately understand that he is the only son-in-law recognized by our Song family. Also, tell him about Luo Yun's affair of using someone else's power to bully others. When he finds out that Luo Yun is nothing but a pretentious good-for-nothing, his anger will subside by half. The Song family members quickly accepted the order, yes. On the other side, Luo Yun arrived at Su Sifang's villa mansion. A butler led Luo Yun into the main hall of the house. Mr. Luo, this old servant has informed Mr. Su, and he is rushing back. Luo Yun nodded. Old servant, please step back. Feeling bored, Luo Yun and the others began to wander around. That's when I realized. The Song family mansion, which I had previously considered quite luxurious. Compared to this enormous villa in the Four Directions, it's quite different now. It immediately paled in comparison. A villa estate the size of a football field. It's less of a residence. It's more like an estate. The house is surrounded by a variety of flowers, trees and shrubs in front, and behind it are a swimming pool, a peacock garden, and a small golf course. The most outrageous thing is, next to the swimming pool, there was even a small pond where a crocodile was kept. Wow, Su Sifang is really rich. Luo Yun walked around the swimming pool, squatted down next to the crocodile pool, and, feeling childlike, started throwing stones into it. And just then, suddenly, a faint aura emanated from behind. Instinct told Luo Yun. This aura carried a hint of hostility. Luo Yun narrowed his eyes. Could it be Lu Mingwan's revenge? It's come so quickly, they actually sent people to attack Su Sifang's house? Without thinking too much, the owner of that aura had suddenly appeared behind him. Luo Yun didn't even turn her head. He swung his palm backward and struck directly at the opponent's heart. Looking for death, huh? However, the palm had just touched the opponent, before it could strike with force. He suddenly stopped using his energy. Because, at the very moment of striking the other person's chest, he felt a soft, subtle undulation in his palm. It's a woman? No, it was a rather fat man? He quickly turned around. He glanced at the person behind him. He was stunned. This person. It turned out to be Su Sifang's daughter. Su Qingning. The other person was wearing a pink swimsuit and was soaking wet, clearly having just come out of the swimming pool. Su Qingning was also stunned. Her face flushed red as she felt the warmth of Luo Yun's hand on her chest, and she froze on the spot. Luo Yun was stunned for a long time. Finally, to ease the awkwardness, he casually remarked, "Your son's pectoral muscles, why are they so exaggerated?" 1 second, 2 seconds. Ah! Su Qingning let out a shy scream that instantly echoed throughout the luxurious manor. 47, Chapter 47 Lingyun Gong, Half-Step Vajra. On the other side. The Hua family mansion. After learning that Huang Jie had suffered a setback at Qinghu International, the Hua family's descendants were taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Jie, I never expected you to be fooled by that kid. One of them took out a 100,000 yuan check from Huang Jie's pocket. But don't be too discouraged, at least you didn't go home empty-handed. Huang Jie was so embarrassed he wanted to disappear. Guys, can you stop making fun of me? If it weren't for Fifth Sister speaking up, I wouldn't have suffered this in silence. Finally, he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. That damned Luo Yun, don't let me catch him, or I'll teach him a lesson. Jie, if you want to teach Luo Yun a lesson, you'll need to train for at least 3 more years. Just then, Hua Qiyuan walked out of the study with a smile, his complexion rosy, clearly having recovered very well. Old man. The Hua family's sons hurriedly rose to greet them. Hua Qiyuan sat down in the armchair and waved his hand. Sit down, everyone. Everyone sat down. Huang Jie realized what he meant. Grandpa, you just said if I want to teach Luo Yun a lesson, I need to train for 3 years. What does that mean? During these 3 years, will someone be protecting Luo Yun? Hua Qiyuan smiled faintly and played a video. This video shows Luo Yun taking on 7 opponents at a barbecue stand and eliminating Zhang Feng. The children were all terrified. This. Well, can you tell what kind of strength Luo Yun possesses? Huatinghao, the 7th young master of the Hua family, said solemnly, I'd like to make a bold guess. Judging from Luo Yun's effortless movements and methods, probably already at the 8th or 9th level of external strength, right? More than. Huatingxiong, the 6th young master of the Hua family, shook his head. Look at him, so composed and steady, I am afraid has already developed internal strength. What? Internal energy? That can't be, right? The 9th level of external strength was already the limit of everyone's guess about Luo Yun's strength. Although it is only a wall away from the realm of internal strength. But everyone knows that. This wall separates us, yet it is extremely difficult to cross, like a chasm. Countless heroes and great men have toiled their entire lives to cultivate, only to die at the peak of external strength, unable to develop internal strength no matter what. Huo Qiyuan smiled faintly. The hero is right, this Luoyun does indeed possess internal strength. Ah! This time, everyone was completely dumbfounded. How could someone with no background and no expert guidance develop internal strength? Huo Qiyuan frowned. How have I taught you all in the past? Never judge a book by its cover. Luoyun has superb medical skills, so he naturally has a unique understanding of kits. Not impossible for him to have grasped internal energy early on. Upon seeing the old man frown, Huo Jie and the others quickly cupped their hands in greeting, saying, the old man is right. At the same time, everyone suddenly understood. Why did fifth sister Huo Ying suddenly order that Luoyun must be protected? Indeed. If Luoyun not only possesses medical skills, but is also so young to have already reached the inner strength level. Those are indeed rare talents. But Huo Qiyuan then changed the subject. Although this boy is exceptionally talented, his behavior suggests that he is somewhat immature and unruly. What a pity. If he had the right character, I would have really considered bringing him under my command. Huo Dingxiong hurriedly asked, Grandpa, what about the elite members of the Eagle team who also practiced the 100 steps fist technique? Should we still let Luoyun treat them? No need. Kenneth Fok is as shrewd as an old fox. Seeing that Luoyun was not someone who could be easily tamed, they naturally did not intend to use him. Even the most brilliant talents are difficult to manage if they are disobedient. Everyone grew worried, but the hidden illness of our Eagle team's elite. No need to worry. Huo Qiyuan smiled slightly. I just received a message. Guess who came to Jiangzhou? Who? Xiao Lingyun. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Xiao Lingyun? One of the 5 eccentrics of Jiangnan? That guy who once smashed the skulls of everyone in the Connecticut Martial Arts Association with a brick. One of the 5 eccentrics of Jiangnan, Master Lingyun? Exactly. Huo Qiyuan smiled slightly. Besides, do you know his relationship with your father? Everyone shook their heads. A rare look of pride and smugness appeared on Huo Qiyuan's face. He is my martial uncle. Ah. Upon hearing this, Huo Jie and his descendants were all taken aback. A legendary ruthless man who dared to go against the entire martial arts association system on his own. Old sir, why didn't we know about this? Huo Qiyuan smiled faintly. My uncle master has an eccentric temper. Although he is about the same age as me, he has the personality of a mischievous child. He told me back then that unless he came to Jiangzhou in person, I would never tell anyone about my relationship with him. Everyone was astonished. Why, although he is famous, our Huo family shouldn't disgrace him, should we? No, that's not it. Huo Qiyuan chuckled and said, he's just used to being carefree and doesn't like getting too involved in worldly affairs. Huo Jie felt a surge of admiration. Grandmaster is so free and easy. He is renowned for his strength and reputation, yet he doesn't seek fame or fortune. This kind of character is something that some small fry surnamed Luo, who has a little skill but acts arrogantly everywhere, could learn in several lifetimes. The brothers all cast sympathetic glances at him. Jie, you harbor deep resentment towards Luoyun. Huo Jie blushed and said, Tu is just telling the truth. Alright, let's not get off topic. Huo Qiyuan raised his hand. I'm telling you this so you can prepare in advance to welcome your grand uncle. He said he's coming to Jiangzhou to visit his beloved grandniece and will stop by our Huo family on the way. Although he can't stay long, we still need to. We were prepared beforehand. After all, he has a close relationship with Feng Dushou, another of the 5 eccentrics of Jiangnan. As long as we can get Feng Dushou to take action through him, the hidden ailment of our Eagle team's elite will naturally be cured. Feng Dushou. Such a great name is well known to everyone. Bailey Qing, who was once known as the #1 doctor in Jiangnan, fought Feng Dushou for 3 days and 2 nights, but in the end he was defeated by him. Enraged, Bailey Qing vomited blood and died on the spot. With such a powerful poison master at the helm, the Hawks elite player's hidden ailment will definitely be dealt with. Ah, good, I knew it. It's not like Luoyun is the only one in the world who knows medicine. Huo Jie felt a sudden sense of relief and volunteered, Grandpa, I'll spend a fortune to decorate the mansion and book the most luxurious restaurant in all of Jiangzhou. Absolutely not. Huo waved his hand. I told you, my uncle has an eccentric personality and doesn't like extravagance. The reason I asked you to prepare in advance is to tell you to quickly and secretly hide all those valuable flowers, plants, antiques, and paintings in the house. Don't get in my uncle's way. Yes, yes, yes. The group accepted the order. Huo suddenly remembered something and quickly reminded everyone, alright, remind the entire Hua family that if you encounter any beggars on the street these days, don't look down on them. If you have spare change, give them some. Everyone was taken aback. Why is that? Huo said with a wry smile, my martial uncle once said that he loved two things most in his life. Second on the list was, naturally, martial arts, and first on the list was. Everyone perked up their ears. I'd rather be a beggar. Ha! So this renowned Lord Lingyun came to Jianzhou by begging all the way? Everyone chuckled and immediately said, don't worry, grandfather, our martial uncle is exceptionally strong and his aura is extraordinary. We, the Hua family, will definitely be able to recognize him at a glance. There won't be any misunderstandings. You recognize the aura? Huo shook his head and smiled. You guys are really too confident. The premise of recognizing an aura is that the other party's strength is comparable to yours. I can't even recognize my martial uncle's aura. How can you? Everyone was shocked. No way, old man, you have the strength of the third or fourth level of internal energy. You can't even recognize him. Just what level is our grandmaster uncle? Huo took a deep breath and declared firmly, peak of inner strength, half-step Vajra. On the other side. Su Sifan's luxurious mansion. Luoyun stood at the door of Su Qingning's room, awkwardly trying to persuade her for more than 10 minutes, but to no avail. Miss Su, I really didn't mean it. You suddenly appeared behind me. If I didn't touch you, wouldn't I be treating you like you're not there? From inside came Su Qingning's angry and embarrassed shouts, her face buried under the pillow. Get out, get out. I don't want to see you, you damn scoundrel, you shameless scoundrel. If you don't leave my house, I'll call the police to arrest you. Luoyun was both amused and exasperated. How many times do I have to tell you before you believe me? I'm waiting for your father. You Yuri just relying on my dad's trust, aren't you? You believe I'll get my mom here, I'll have her sentence you to death. Luoyun was even more dumbfounded. No, your mother is incredibly magnanimous, I've seen it, she wouldn't order my death. Three'll get my grandpa Yun, I'll have him smash you to death with a brick. Grandpa Yun? Luoyun was taken aback. We were having a nice chat, why did you suddenly call me grandpa? Ah, just die already. As Su Qingning cursed, she muttered in shame and indignation under her breath, that damn bastard, he could touch me, but why did he have to pinch me like that? That felt so weird. Luoyun has exceptional hearing. He heard this clearly and cleared his throat. Ahem, you can't blame me for this. It's really hard to tell what's going on with you. You have to feel it a few more times to tell if it's a man or a woman. Su Qingning broke down and screamed, then let out a pitiful sob. Upon seeing this, Luoyun gave up completely. Alright Miss Su, you don't need to feel too inferior, maybe you're just a late bloomer. Bang! A pillow hit the door. Luoyun then left with no other choice. Never mind, I'll just wander around for a bit and explain to Su Sifan when he gets back. With his hands behind his back, he strolled around the mansion until he reached the back door. Suddenly I realized. 2 security guards and several servants were yelling at an old beggar at the entrance. Old man, how did you get into the residential area? This is not a place for begging, get out of here. As they talked, the group prepared to take action. Luoyun's expression darkened upon seeing this. Anger arose in his heart. It seems that wherever you go, there are people who look down on you. These security guards and servants, working for rich people, do they really think they're all upper class? Stop! Luoyun hurriedly stepped forward and scolded him. Upon seeing Luo Yun, everyone bowed and greeted him, saying, "Mr. Luo, you don't know this, but this old beggar had to come to the Su family mansion of all places. He's clearly here to disgust people." Roll. Luo Yun saw that the old beggar was tattered and emaciated, yet he was being treated like a dog by several people wielding brooms, and they were showing him no mercy. Everyone quickly shrank back, knowing that Luo Yun was Su Sifang's honored guest, and bowed as they left. Luo Yun then stepped forward and helped the old beggar up. As soon as I touched it, a pungent stench hit me. Luo Yun wasn't exactly disgusted. However, his breathing is now far beyond that of ordinary people, making him overly sensitive to smells. "Sir, I smell terrible, please let go of me so you don't get your clothes dirty." Luo Yun shook his head firmly. "You're exaggerating, look at your empty stomach, you must be starving, I'll take you inside and find you something to eat." The old beggar was moved to tears. "Thank you, sir, good deeds are rewarded." Luo Yun waved his hand and led the old beggar into the house for a stroll. I looked around but couldn't find anything to eat. However, worried that the old beggar might be reserved, he took the initiative to start a conversation. "Sir, you're quite old, why are you begging here, where are your family members?" "My wife and son are long dead." "Feel sorry." It's alright, it happened so many years ago, fortunately, I still have family." "Family?" Luo Yun wanted to help. "Do you remember where you live?" The old beggar pointed to the ground. "I live right here." "Here?" Luo Yun was taken aback, then suddenly realized, "Sir, you mean before, this place has been developed and buildings have been constructed long ago, you may have made a wasted trip." "A wasted trip?" The old beggar trembled. What should I do? I heard that my niece is seriously ill and on the verge of death. I came all the way from Nanzhou, and I haven't slept for more than 10 days just to see her." "Ah." Upon hearing this, Luo Yun was taken aback. "Old sir, where did you say you came from?" "Nanzhou, that's hundreds of kilometers away from here. How did you get here?" "They came from here." "Walk?" Luo Yun looked down at the old beggar's feet. All sorts of scars and grime, not even a pair of shoes. In other words, he traveled all the way from Nanzhou, begging, and walked to Zhengzhou? Unbelievable. This old man must have suffered so much on his journey. Luo Yun felt a lump in her throat. It's not that he has an excessive amount of saintly compassion. When he was kicked out of the Luo family, he also spent some time wandering the streets. He was treated like a beggar by so many people, who beat and cursed him, and even spat on him. He had just gotten caught in the rain. Therefore, he knows how to hold an umbrella for others. Gurgle. Just then, the old beggar's stomach started growling. Luo Yun quickly said, "Sir, I couldn't find anything to eat, but it's alright, I'll take you out to a restaurant." Yes, sir, you are such a kind person, good deeds will be rewarded." Luo Yun shook her head with heartache and helped the old man to go out. But as he passed the swimming pool and the crocodile pond, the old beggar suddenly stopped. Luo Yun tugged at it, but couldn't budge it. Luo Yun was startled. This old man, how come he seems to be rooted to the ground? He felt a sense of unease. With my current strength, I shouldn't be unable to lift a frail old man, right? Why is he as still as a rock? Sir, why are you standing still? Glug glug. The old beggar's stomach rumbled again, then he greedily licked his lips and pointed at the crocodile in the pool, saying, "Do want to eat this?" Luo Yun was stunned. Holy crap? You want to eat crocodile? The old beggar nodded vigorously. It looks delicious. Luo Yun was both amused and exasperated. Old sir. Before he could finish speaking, the old beggar suddenly wiped away tears and cried, "My wife and son are dead, and I can't find any of my relatives. I've walked hundreds of kilometers with my old bones, and haven't slept for more than 10 days, but in the end, I can't even see my grandniece." Wait, sir, don't cry. Luo Yun was speechless. I don't know why, but I really wanted to comfort the elderly person's trauma. So, gritting his teeth, he pulled out his phone and called Su Sifang. "Hey, you're crocodile." Su Sifang laughed heartily. "How about it, Mr. Luo, isn't it impressive?" I just wanted to ask you, is it okay to eat it? Oh, edible, of course edible. This is a domesticated crocodile, originally intended for consumption when it's fully grown, but since Mr. Luo, you wish to eat it, I'll have someone cook it for you when I get back? Luo Yun nodded, okay. Hang up the phone. He looked at the old beggar and said, Sir, don't worry, once the person arrives, we'll kill the crocodile for you to eat, okay? The old beggar's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, and he bowed repeatedly to Luo Yun, saying, Good people are rewarded, good people are rewarded. As he spoke, he suddenly let go of Luo Yun and walked towards the crocodile pool. Luo Yun was shocked, Old sir, what are you doing, holy crap? However, before the words could even finish, the old beggar suddenly seemed like a completely different person. He picked up a brick from the ground. With a leap, like a thunderous tiger, it plunged into the pool. Bang! Smash it down with a brick. The crocodile died instantly. Splash! Without thinking too much, the old beggar hoisted the crocodile onto his shoulder, jumped out of the pool, grinned, and bowed repeatedly to Luo Yun, Good people are rewarded, good people are rewarded. 48, Chapter 48, Enough with the chit-chat, let's become sworn brothers on the spot. 20 minutes later. Under Luo Yun's shocked gaze, the old beggar, full of energy, skinned, disassembled, and skewered the crocodile, then roasted it on the spot. The sizzling aroma of oil filled the entire mansion. Good man, please have a taste. A roasted crocodile leg was handed over. Luo Yun shook his head with a wry smile, no. Good deeds will be rewarded, good deeds will be rewarded. The old beggar smiled happily, as if he could eat more to his heart's content since there were fewer people to share the food with. They wolfed down their food. This seemingly skin and bones old beggar actually ate an entire crocodile clean right in front of Luo Yun. Just who is this old man? Luo Yun was stunned. But soon, he narrowed his eyes and carefully examined the old beggar. Just now, when I jumped into the crocodile pool and hit the brick, I seemed to see an extraordinary aura, but it disappeared very quickly. Such explosive power, and such a high degree of control over that power. I'm afraid's about the same as me, or even slightly stronger. After reaching this conclusion, Luo Yun was startled. What's going on? Is it really that fantastical? With his internal strength, he was already considered a hot commodity in Zhengzhou. How did a beggar suddenly appear? Could someone possibly be stronger than me? Could it be? Is this guy cheating too? Puzzled, Luo Yun instinctively activated his yin-yang eyes. We wanted to check the condition of the old man's dantian. At this moment, the old man seemed to have discovered something. Suddenly, he turned his head. His eyes flashed with the fierce look of a hawk. When he realized that it was Luo Yun observing him, the old beggar was taken aback at first, then grinned and said, Good man, you're amazing, truly amazing. Luo Yun. Shouldn't I be the one saying this to you? Old sir, you've been keeping your abilities hidden for a long time. Luo Yun narrowed his eyes and smiled meaningfully. The old beggar wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth. Nothing special, I am only strong now that I'm full. When I wasn't full, I probably wouldn't have even noticed the way you were peering into my dantian. Luo Yun's eyes sharpened. This old man's perception is quite something. That's all. The two of them stopped wasting words. They simply opened up to each other and began to scrutinize one another face to face. While concealing his aura, Luo Yun tried his best to see through the old man's true strength. The same applies to the elderly. The stalemate lasted for more than a minute. The old man suddenly pleaded, Good sir, stop, my eyesight isn't good enough, I can't see through it, don't look anymore, otherwise I'll be so embarrassed if you see through me at my age. Upon hearing this, Luo Yun smiled as well. Only then did he turn his gaze away. At the last minute, he finally saw through the old man's strength. The limit of the early stage of chi cultivation. In terms of martial arts prowess in the secular world, it should be the peak of internal energy, at the level of half-step Vajra. Good boy. I never expected this. He casually helped an old beggar to his feet. Such a master. Such strength. Not only in Jiangzhou, but probably throughout the entire Jiangnan province, it would be an absolute hot commodity. Old sir, you're not being honest. Luo Yan suddenly laughed. With such strength, you would be considered a big shot anywhere, yet you say you came all the way by begging. Uve hurt my sympathy for you. The old beggar quickly waved his hand. Good sir, I didn't lie to you, I really am a beggar. Hey, all this talk of status and importance is just empty fame, I don't like it. Luo Yan smiled knowingly. Being a big shot means having endless good wine and meat. Isn't that more comfortable than begging? What's the point of being a big shot? I'm scared. I've been scared for a long time. What good is good wine and good food? If the stomach is satisfied, the person is not in good spirits. The old beggar, having eaten and drunk his fill, patted his belly and sat down on the ground. The martial world is a bloody and treacherous place, teeming with treacherous villains. I am not afraid of heroes and valiant men, but I fear those hypocrites. If I hadn't been so hot-blooded and ambitious back then, I would have. Speaking of which, the old beggar actually started wiping away tears. Luo Yan understood immediately and quickly patted him on the shoulder. Sir, please accept my condolences. It's alright, it's all in the past. In this life, no matter how you live, it's all about struggle, whether you're a big shot or a small shot. It's all just a journey of self-cultivation. Luo Yan observed his carefree demeanor. I couldn't help but sincerely admire. To see the sorrow of parting is easy, and to see the difficulty from the easy. Old sir, what a profound understanding. As he spoke, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Although he may not have the same heroic and lofty story as the old beggar. But in just over 20 years, he experienced the death of his dearest loved ones, the betrayal of his family and friends, the destitution of the streets, and even a brush with death. Although he survived, his character is now far beyond that of his peers. Yes, life is short. No matter how glorious one's life may be, it will eventually come to an end. I do not seek great wealth or high status in this life, but only to have a clear conscience and to have lived a worthwhile life. Even if I turn into a handful of yellow earth one day, I can still let my wandering soul scatter among the dust and sand and laugh at the wind and sand. Upon hearing this, the old beggar pondered for a moment, then a look of admiration appeared on his face. Good sir, you look quite young, but I didn't expect that. Not only is your martial arts skill amazing, but your character is also unmatched by your peers. Luo Yan shook his head with a wry smile. Old sir, you are joking. These reflections and complaints are just the small insights of a miserable person about his pathetic past. Ha, be modest, be modest. The old beggar found Luo Yan more and more pleasing to the eye. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly blurted out, Good man, I seem to see an old friend in you. Old friend? The old beggar nodded. What was that kid's name again? Wendian. I can't quite remember. He was just a kid like you back then, but his words and mindset were far beyond what most people his age could match. Very similar to how you feel now, but... As he spoke, he still pouted with some resentment. Back then, he didn't have your terrifying martial arts talent. I saw through that kid at a glance, but with you, I haven't even figured you out yet, and you've already seen through me. Cough cough. Luo Yan waved his hand. We've been chatting for so long, but I haven't yet asked for your honorable name, sir. The old beggar said nonchalantly, Just call me Old Man Ling Yun. And you, sir? My name is Luo Yan. Oh. Upon hearing this, the old beggar was immediately overjoyed. Your name also has the character Yun in it, what a coincidence. As he spoke, he suddenly had a sudden inspiration and grabbed Luo Yan's arm, saying, Since we are so destined to be together, how about we become sworn brothers today? Ah? Luo Yan was taken aback. Is this old man's mind so unpredictable? I'll take your silence as a yes. The old beggar didn't waste any words. He immediately picked up the crocodile bones and arranged them in a strange formation. Then, with a thud, he knelt before the crocodile bone. Heaven above, crocodile brother below, please bear witness, today, I, Xiao Lingyun, and Luo Yan become sworn brothers. Though we cannot be classmates or born on the same day, we hope to be born in the same month, year, and year. Speaking of which. The old beggar quickly slapped his mouth hard, with surprising force. Look at how senile I am, I misspoke. It's not about dying on the same day, month, and year at my age. I'll definitely go first, so I'll die first, and my sworn brother Luo Yun will die later. After saying that, he hurriedly urged Luo Yun to hurry up. Come, brother Luo Yun, come quickly. Luo Yun was both amused and exasperated. But this old man is indeed very interesting. Since it suits my taste. Luo Yun decided to play along, just to make the old man happy. He stepped forward with a smile. He had just knelt down, before he could even speak. The old beggar grabbed Luo Yun's hand and raised it high. The ceremony is complete. Come on, brother, give me a hug. Thump. He grabbed Luo Yun and gave her a bear hug. And just then. Suddenly, an incredibly shocked voice rang out. Fourth uncle, you Yuri here, Mr. Luhat, are you all doing? I turned my head and looked. It was Su Sifong, who had just rushed back, who spoke up. Luo Yun was taken aback upon hearing this. Fourth uncle? This old beggar. It's actually Su Sifong's fourth uncle? Holy crap, are you kidding me? Without thinking too much. Su Qingning also heard Su Sifong's shouts from inside the house. With a bang, he pushed the door open and went out. Then he ran up and jumped into the old beggar's arms. With a pitiful, tearful voice, she began to whine, Grandpa Yun, you Yuri here, Ningning has missed you so much. 49, Chapter 49 Are the poor only fit to be dogs? Ah, my dear grandniece. The old beggar patted Su Qingning's head and laughed heartily. Grandniece? Luo Yun was even more shocked. Good heavens! After all that fuss. Is this the old beggar that Su Qingning mentioned earlier, Grandpa Yun? 10 minutes later. The old beggar took a bath, changed into a fine tang suit, and styled his hair in a gambling god hairstyle. He was radiant and full of energy. The homeless beggar transformed into Xiaoling Yun, a powerful elder of the Su family. Luo Yun remained silent. He just stood there with his arms crossed, quietly watching his newly minted sworn brother show off. Su Qingning immediately complained to Xiaoling Yun. Grandpa Yun, you're back just in time, someone was bullying me. Who dares to bully my precious grandniece? Xiaoling Yun, his beard bristling and eyes wide, exclaimed, Grandpa will smash him to death with a brick. With someone backing her up, Su Qingning instantly gained confidence. She stood up, pointing arrogantly at Luo Yun, it was him, he bullied me. Xiaoling Yun was taken aback. He then glanced at Luo Yun, blinked, and said, how could your Grandpa Yun possibly bully you? Su Qingning thought she hadn't expressed herself clearly. Oh dear, I didn't mean Grandpa Yun bullied me, I meant this Luo Yun bullied me. Tisk. Xiaoling Yun patted Su Qingning's head, little girl, how can you talk like that, Luo Yun is also your Grandpa Yun. Su Qingning was stunned, her mind went blank. Before she could think further. Xiaoling Yun put his arm around Luo Yun's shoulder and said, Ningning, let me introduce you, this is my sworn brother in terms of seniority, you should call him Grandpa. But he's also named Yun from now on, you can still call me Grandpa Yun, and he can just call me Little Grandpa Yun. Ha! Su Qingning was stunned. A pair of eyes stared at Luo Yun as if he had seen a ghost. How possible Grandpa Yun, you? Before she could think further. Su Sifong rushed over from the kitchen upon hearing the commotion. Fourth uncle, what did you say, you and Mr. Lu just became sworn brothers? Xiaoling Yun then briefly explained the matter of becoming sworn brothers. Su Sifong and Su Qingning were so shocked by what they heard that they questioned the meaning of life. Grandpa Yun, you Yuri being too ridiculous. Su Qingning was so shocked that her face turned red. How could someone of your high and mighty status become sworn brothers with Luo Yun, that shameless scoundrel, you must take it back. Xiaoling Yun, with a very principled air, said, hey, that won't do, I'm a man of my word, how can I go back on my word? Grandpa Yun, you. Okay, Ningning, don't be angry, tell me first, how did your Grandpa Xiaoyun bully you? Hearing the title Grandpa Xiaoyun, Su Qingning gritted her teeth in anger, but still stomped her foot and said, he touched me. Touch you, isn't that normal? Xiao Lingyun chuckled and patted Su Qingning's head. Isn't Grandpa patting your head too? It's because the elders think you're cute. Oh no, he wasn't touching my head. Where did he touch you? He. Su Qingning's pretty face quickly turned red, and she stammered, unable to speak. Seeing this, Luoyun smiled helplessly and readily admitted, I touched her chest, but there's a misunderstanding. Before Luoyun could finish speaking, Xiao Lingyun's expression suddenly changed. What, brother Luo, you really touched my grandniece's breasts? Seeing that Xiao Lingyun looked like she was about to turn hostile, she realized that Xiao Lingyun was about to lose her temper. Su Qingning felt a little better and quickly grabbed Xiao Lingyun's arm. Grandpa, you must do justice for me. Fine, I'll make the decision. I must make the decision. Are you kidding me? You think you can just touch my precious grandniece's breasts like that? These words were spoken. Xiao Lingyun instinctively released his powerful aura. The imposing aura of a half-step Vajra instantly shocked Su Sifang and Su Qingning, causing them to tremble all over. But the more domineering Xiao Lingyun's aura became, the happier Su Qingning felt. He immediately looked at Luo Yun with an arrogant air, stuck out his tongue, made a face, and put on a smug expression. It was as if it were saying, Humph, Luo Yun, although I don't know how you managed to trick my Grandpa Yun into becoming sworn brothers with you just now, but my Grandpa Yun isn't senile, you're finished this time, my Grandpa Yun will wipe you out in a heartbeat, you shameless scoundrel. Brother Luo, you must give an explanation for this. Xiao Lingyun exuded an imposing aura. Every step he took closer felt like a mountain pressing down on him. Luo Yun narrowed his eyes, but remained calm and composed. Su Sifang, seeing this, was startled and quickly stepped forward, forcing himself to speak. Fourth uncle, please calm down, Mr. Luo just said there might be a misunderstanding. Who gives you the right to speak here? Xiao Lingyun's face darkened, and he coldly said to Su Sifang, go stand aside. Thump. A terrifying pressure descended. Su Sifang stumbled and almost knelt down on the spot. Su Qingning excitedly raised her arms from behind. Yay, Grandpa Yun is so handsome, don't give my stinky old man any face, he's a big jerk. The words had barely left his mouth. Xiao Lingyun stopped in front of Luo Yun. Luo Yun, on the other hand, adopted a bring it on, I'll deal with it attitude, looking at the unpredictable and eccentric old man in front of him with a half-smile. Xiao Lingyun said in a deep voice, Brother Luo, although we are sworn brothers, one thing is one thing, this debt with my grandniece must be settled properly. Oh, how do you calculate it? It's very simple. Xiao Lingyun said seriously, a woman's chastity is very important, so since you touched her breasts, you must take responsibility. Today, as Ningning's grandfather and also as your older brother, I will make this decision. As he spoke, with a wave of his hand, he summoned Su Sifang, draft a marriage certificate, let my brother Luo and Ningning be engaged, we'll choose an auspicious day, and my Xiao family will mobilize the entire clan to make it happen. The National People's Congress is hosting a wedding of the century. The entire room fell silent instantly. 1 second, 2 seconds. What? Fourth uncle, what did you say? Grandpa Yun, what are you saying? Su Sifang and Su Qingning were so shocked that they jumped up on the spot. Luo Yun was so shocked that his eyes widened. Holy crap, old man Lingyun, are you kidding me? Xiao Lingyun quickly stepped forward and whispered in Luo Yun's ear, brother, you have to play along, my grandniece is very stubborn, just act out this charade with me, otherwise, if she really throws a tantrum, things will get really messy at home. Luo Yun looked resistant, not peaceful, you're worried about your family not being peaceful, but I think it's too peaceful. No way, I can play along with your sworn brotherhood act, but not this one, goodbye. Luo Yun couldn't handle Xiao Lingyun's strange temper, so she decided to leave. Hey, brother Luo, don't go, let's forget about this later. Xiao Lingyun quickly waved his hand. Su Sifang, what's going on? The kitchen hasn't finished cooking yet. My brother Luo just gave me the whole crocodile, but I haven't eaten yet. Come on, I'll go to the kitchen with you and urge them. Su Sifang seemed to be used to Xiao Lingyun's unconventional thinking, and immediately agreed, following Xiao Lingyun to the kitchen. Luo Yun and Su Qingning were left staring at each other in bewilderment. Both looked embarrassed. You don't need to act so high and mighty. Su Qingning was so embarrassed by what had just happened that she gritted her teeth and stomped her foot angrily. My mom isn't here, my dad believes you, and my grandpa Yun is getting senile, but didn't think I can't handle you. I'm the fourth in command of the Flying Dragon Society. I have my eldest and second eldest brothers protecting me. You wait, I'll send your picture to my eldest and second eldest brothers later, and see how they deal with you. Gritting her teeth, Su Qingning uttered a harsh remark and went to the yard with her laptop. Luo Yun ignored him. From the first moment I saw this girl, I knew she wasn't a scoundrel. And what's with this big sister of the Flying Dragon Society? It's obvious he was using his family's money to get by in the underworld, and got taken advantage of. I just thought of this. Su Qingning, who was in the courtyard, suddenly received a phone call. It's unclear whether she was showing off her status in the martial arts world to Luo Yun or something else. Simply put your phone on speakerphone. A lapdog-like henchman's voice came from inside. Sister Ningning, do you remember Liang Koan, the young master of the Never Drunk Bar? Su Qingning adopted a bossy tone. I vaguely remember him. Isn't he that guy who's always shamelessly trying to join our Flying Dragon Society? Yes, that's him. This kid did something outrageous to gain Brother Feilong's favor. After seeing it, Brother Feilong said the kid was interesting and is already planning to recruit him into the Feilong gang. Su Qingning frowned slightly. What outrageous thing? There's a video online. The title seems to be something like the rich do whatever they want, the poor are only fit to be dogs. You should check it out. It's super exciting. Su Qingning hung up the phone and quickly found the video on her computer. As soon as I opened it, my brows furrowed. In the video, a man kneeling on the ground, his mind filled with the shards of broken bottles, pleaded desperately with a man and a woman. 2ve knelt down, and you've smashed my things, can you lend me some money? Liang Koan, with his arm around the woman, said arrogantly, you borrowed 100,000 yuan, and you've only been hit by 3 bottles of liquor. You think you can just take the money back? You didn't say that just now. Kid, I set the rules. If you want to borrow money from me, you'd better behave. Then he called over 7 people. You 7, each of you urinate on Gao Peng after you're done, I'll lend him the money. Splash. Although the video was blurred out, Su Qingning couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He slammed the laptop shut. And at this moment, inside the room, Luo Yun, with his exceptional hearing, accurately heard a name. Gao Peng. Luo Yun's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly remembering Gao Peng's family situation, a sense of foreboding arose within him. He hurriedly ran to the yard and said to Su Qingning, turn on the computer. Su Qingning was startled. Why are you yelling so loudly? I said, turn on the computer. Hey, what are you doing, you filthy pervert? Ignoring Su Qingning's screams, Luo Yun opened the video. Upon seeing this, his face turned ashen. The person in the video who was smashed with a wine bottle and forced to kneel on the ground to suffer humiliation was none other than his good brother, Gao Peng. Looking at Gao Peng, whose head was covered in urine from 7 people, Luo Yun's anger was instantly ignited. Where is this bar? Su Qingning was terrified by the sudden aura emanating from Luo Yun. Although she was very unwilling, her fear made her say weakly, no drunkenness. Bang! The words had barely left his mouth. Luo Yun, like a tiger descending a mountain, rushed forward and kicked open the large iron gate with a powerful kick, disappearing without a trace. On the road, Luo Yun quickly dialed Gao Peng's number, his voice somber. Where are you? Gao Peng replied, 2M at work. Go to work, you got hit on the head and you're going to go to work like nothing happened? Hearing this, Gao Peng understood, and said in a distressed voice, brother, did you see that video? Didn't take it too hard after all. I was the one who needed to borrow money. Although I suffered a bit of grievance, I did manage to borrow the money, which at least solved my family's immediate crisis. Don't call me brother. Luo Yun was furious. You get to the entrance of the Never Drunk Bar right now. If you don't go, then you can disown me as a brother. Smack. Electricity. The call ended. Luo Yun was furious. Today, if he doesn't turn that never get drunk bar upside down, he's not a Luo. 50, Chapter 50 Trials and Tribulations, the true dragon appears at each turn. Now. The Su family mansion. Xiao Yun and Su Sifan rushed out upon hearing the loud noise of the door being kicked open. Ningning, what happened? Su Qingning was still in a daze and said blankly, don't know either. That scoundrel Luo Yun watched a video and then rushed out like a madman. The two were taken aback. What video? This. Su Qingning pointed to the computer. Xiao Yun and Su Sifan frowned deeply after reading it. Young people these days have absolutely no bottom line. What kind of video platform is this? How did such a disgusting video pass the review? The words had barely left his mouth. The network refreshed. The video page returned a 404 error. Su Sifang suddenly realized, damn, I know this Gao Pengi's Luo Yun's good brother. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingyun and Su Qingning also suddenly realized. No wonder. Xiao Lingyun narrowed his eyes. A man's anger is bound to be for the sake of his brother. Luo's trip is likely to cause quite a stir. Su Qingning scoffed. Although she despised Liang Kuan's behavior, she didn't think Luo Yun had any real ability. What big commotion could he possibly cause? Liang Kuan is just a rich second generation who does all sorts of evil. If Luo Yun dares to go after him, his fate won't be much better than his brother's. Speaking of which. Su Qingning frowned, and a hint of unease unconsciously appeared deep in her eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Lingyun smiled and said, Ningning, are you worried about Luo Yun? Su Qingning seemed deeply insulted upon hearing this. Grandpa Yun, this joke is not funny at all. What kind of person is he? Why should I worry about him? Wish he would be beaten to death. I'm ignoring you all. With that, she angrily grabbed her laptop and went back to her room. Su Sifang didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly pulled out his phone. Hey, gather everyone right now, let's go to the Never Drunk bar. Xiao Lingyun quickly covered the phone. Sifang, what are you doing? Su Sifang looked completely at ease. Mr. Luo's trip will definitely cause a big commotion. Of course I'll go and help. You're going to provide support? Xiao Lingyun laughed. With you and your bunch of scoundrels, what kind of support do you offer? Are you going to go and cheer for Luo Yun? Su Sifan gritted his teeth and said, I know Mr. Luo's capabilities, but that drunken bar is located on a street full of bars. That little Liang Kuan and his son are certainly not a threat, but if Mr. Luo makes a big scene on the bar street, it might bring that woman out. You mean, you're worried about attracting that girl named Gardenia? Su Sifang was taken aback. Fourth uncle, do you know that famous sister Gardenia from the bar street? Xiao Lingyun smiled faintly. Although I have traveled far and wide and do not like to get involved in the affairs of the martial world, it does not mean that I have not heard of the storms of the martial world. Of course I know that little girl named Ji, and her background is more impressive than anyone in Jiangzhou can imagine. Upon hearing this, Su Sifang panicked even more. The background is even more terrifying than we imagined. Then I definitely have to go. He knew Luo Yun's temperament well. It's good that nothing happened. But if you touch his sore spot, he will definitely make a huge scene. If it gets to the point where that Gardenia sister has to step in, things will definitely not end well. No. Xiao Lingyun, however, changed his previous playful demeanor and said seriously, that's precisely why you absolutely cannot go. Why? Su Sifang was stunned. Fourth uncle, didn't you just become sworn brothers with Luo Yun? Aren't you worried about him? Yes, since he is a sworn brother I value, he should pass this final test. Alpha-Thuffa's final test came earlier than I expected. Su Sifang blinked. A test? That's right. Xiao Lingyun flicked his sleeve and smiled mysteriously. I came back this time specifically to appear when you weren't home, so that I could give him 3 tests without anyone knowing. He is very kind. Even though he knew I was a beggar and made the unreasonable request to eat crocodile, he still genuinely helped me. This shows that his extraordinary skills have not extinguished his conscience and original intentions. Only a dragon that can calm its mind has the possibility of soaring out to sea. He passed this first test. And the second test? Knowing that I am a member of the Xiao family and that I possess half-step Vajra abilities, they did not show any intention to deliberately curry favor with me. I was testing him when I suggested that he and Ningning draft a marriage certificate who in the entire Jiangnan province wouldn't want to be the son-in-law of the Xiao family, but there wasn't a trace of hesitation or covetousness in his eyes. He refused, and even looked disgusted. This shows that he is not a person who abandons principles for personal gain, and he has his own principles in everything he does. Only by getting close to such a person can one be unafraid of being betrayed by him when faced with greater interests in the future. So, he passed the second test as well. Then what is the third test? This is it. As he spoke, Xiao Lingyun walked towards the iron gate. With a loud bang, he held a deformed and twisted piece of iron in his hand and presented it to Su Sifang. Did you figure it out? I can see it, it's twisted and deformed. This is just the surface. As he spoke, Xiao Lingyun flipped the iron block over. Su Sifang was shocked when he saw it. The front of the iron block was merely twisted and deformed. But on the other hand, like blooming iron flowers, it was utterly decayed and rotten. This kind of internal energy is fierce as a tiger, extremely strong and rigid, yet it can strike with precision without any leakage of extraneous energy. Even with my current strength, I am not sure I can control it at will. But Luo Yunwan, for a young man in his early 20s to possess such abilities, speaks volumes about his terrifying strength and potential. Su Sifang looked puzzled upon hearing this. Fourth uncle, is this considered a test? Is it just to see his strength? Of course not. Xiao Lingyun smiled slightly. I want to see if Hetsan control his own strength and know how to deal with his sharp edge. Su Sifang suddenly realized, I understand. The ultimate test for a knife wielder is not whether his knife is sharp enough or ruthless enough. It depends on whether Heck knows when to sheath his sword and when to keep a low profile. If Luo Yun knew how to conceal his brilliance when facing Sister Jizi today, then it would truly prove that he is a dragon lurking in the sea? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingyun scoffed, hide your edge, why hide it? Ah. Su Sifang was confused again. Fourth uncle, is that not what you meant? Of course not. Xiao Lingyun said with his hands behind his back, so, kid, you're destined for a life of hardship. You don't even understand what this final test is all about. Su Sifang was no longer in a hurry. He cupped his hands and said, Fourth uncle, please enlighten me. Xiao Lingyun narrowed his eyes and said, I want to see Luo Yun draw his sword. The faster and more ruthless he draws his sword, the better. If you can't avenge the humiliation of your own brothers, what good is learning a skill? Don't talk about realms or perspectives, those are just big shots, using them to confine the thinking of small people. Look around the world and see those who truly achieve great things. Aren't they all fiercely protective of their enemies and their benefactors? So, this final test is not a test of whether Luo Yun knows how to sheath his sword. It depends on whether he dares to draw his sword when facing a formidable enemy like GZ. After drawing the sword, do you have the ability to gracefully sheath the blood-stained blade? Speaking of which, Xiao Lingyun looked at Su Sifang. His eyes were filled with an unfathomable worldly vicissitudes and the turbulent sea of humanity. Once a true dragon emerges from the sea, the whole world will witness its power. From the moment he reveals his claws in phosphorescence, whether he likes it or not, countless heroes and valiant men will surely appear in this world, sharpening their swords, just so that one day they can don armor, slay dragons, and prove their path to enlightenment. Have you ever seen a true dragon that would condescend to hide its claws for fear of being slaughtered by thousands? You need to understand. The phrase crouching tiger, hidden dragon is used to describe people. A real tiger will never lie down when facing a human. And those who are willing to stay coiled up. And it can never be a dragon. Speaking of which, Xiao Lingyun hid the broken piece of iron that Luo Yun had kicked in his sleeve and turned to leave. Remember, only Luo Yun passed this final test. Only then can one truly see. He is, after all, a human being. It's a dragon. Su Sifang stood frozen in place, his soul deeply shaken. Right now, he finally understood. Why is it that this fourth uncle in front of him, who is clearly made of flesh and blood just like him, is like this. Yet he was able to become the renowned Lord Lingyun throughout the entire Jiangnan province. Turn out to be people's realm and breadth of mind. It really can be this far apart, this huge. Fourth uncle. Suddenly, Su Sifang shouted. Xiao Lingyun paused. What is it? Since you haven't finished testing Luo Yun, why are you willing to become sworn brothers with him? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingyun smiled slightly. He lowered his head, squinted, and examined the broken piece of iron. I'm not quite sure either. Perhaps it's because I'm getting old. Are you worried you don't have long to live, so you want to take a gamble in advance? Losing the bet means I'm really getting old, and it's time for me to retire completely. But if I win the bet... At this point, Xiao Lingyun suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, this proves that I can fight for another 10 years. On the other side. The Hua family mansion. Hua Yingjie set off in his car with a check for 100 million yuan and a rare elixir. The goal is simple. Now that the old man has spoken personally, there's absolutely no need for Luo Yun anymore. Then naturally we must get rid of this kid completely. Although the Hua family disliked him, he did save Shuizhen and the old man's lives after all. One thing at a time. The debt of gratitude must be repaid. Otherwise, once the news gets out, people will inevitably gossip about it. Buzz. The car started. Hua Yingjie dialed Luo Yun's number. Hey, Luo Yun, where are you? You have 5 seconds to say what it is. That same tone again. Hua Yingjie was very displeased. I asked where you were to thank you for treating the old man and Ajin. I brought you some gifts. Unnecessary. Smack. The call ended. Hua Yingjie became an instant sensation. You bastard, Luo Yun. What's the meaning? Deliberately refusing the gift? Are you trying to keep the Hua family in a limbo, making us always owe you a favor? His eyes narrowed sharply. Heh, I didn't expect Cherie really smart. It seems you understand very well that the Hua family will always owe you a favor, which is more valuable than any amount of money or lavish gifts you could receive. But unfortunately I've already seen through your scheme. I won't let you succeed. They quickly used their connections to locate Luo Yun's phone. Is this kid heading to the bar district? Are they planning to cause trouble there? He frowned. Trouble on the bar street? Don't let things escalate suddenly. If Sister Gardenia gets involved, things could get messy. With this thought in mind, Hua Yingjie slammed on the gas pedal. Damn it, he never stops causing trouble. We need to appease this troublemaker quickly and cut ties with him as soon as possible. Boom boom boom. The car was going at its maximum speed. Consider Luo Yun's internal strength and his arrogant personality. Hua Yingjie's palms were sweating with nervousness. You dog. Please don't make a scene. If you really offend Sister Jizi before my Hua family severs ties with you. This is a very serious matter. 51, Chapter 51. Luo Yun unleashes his power, the demon whispers. At the entrance of the Never Get Drunk bar. Luo Yun waited for about 10 minutes with a sullen face. Gao Peng arrived late. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that his head and body were covered in bandages. Luo Yun's anger intensified. He grabbed Gao Peng and said, "Come on, let's go inside." Gao Peng quickly backed away. "Wait, Luo Yun, wait." Luo Yun's murderous aura frightened him. You should at least let me tell you what happened, right? Luo Yun took a deep breath before suppressing his anger and said, "Fine, go ahead." Gao Peng quickly said, "Tuno, you watched that video?" "Yes, that's right. I was indeed greatly humiliated. I'm furious. I wish I could smash Liang Kuan and my ex-girlfriend Hu Qin's faces to pieces. But in the end, I brought this on myself. Brother, you should know that after my father passed away, he left us a small clinic, which we absolutely cannot lose. I used to pay the rent every month, which was barely enough to make ends meet, but recently, the rent suddenly started being paid annually. That's a whopping 80,000 yuan. And then there's my sister, Gao, shouting she's always wasting her time, so I'm thinking of enrolling her in a good night school that would cost about 100,000 yuan in total. This amount of money is a huge sum for me. My old classmates look down on me, and my old friends have stopped contacting me for a long time. The only person I can contact is my ex-girlfriend, Hu Qian. Her current boyfriend is Liang Kuan, the young master of the Never Drunk bar, who has a lot of spare cash. So, upon hearing this, Luo Yun said, "So, you came to Hu Qian to ask her to borrow money from Liang Kuan, right?" "Right." Gao Ping nodded. "I actually expected to be humiliated, but I still came, so this was all my own choice, and I can't blame anyone else. Besides, Liang Kuan really did lend me 100,000, so he didn't break his promise." A load of bullshit. Upon hearing this, Luo Yun finally snapped. "You say your old classmates ignore you, your old friends ignore you, and nobody lends you money. What about me? Why don't you come to me? Am I not human?" "Huh, you." Hearing this, Gao Ping slowly lowered his head. "Brother, I know you'll lend me the money if you have it, but I also know you're having a tough time right now. Although you know some influential people, I know the more influential the person, the harder it is to repay. How could I bear to put you in such a difficult position?" "You won't make things difficult for me?" Luo Yun was both touched and angry. "So you're going to make things difficult for yourself, kneeling on the ground and having a bottle smashed over your head, having someone urinate on your head. You can bear it, can you?" Yes, I understand, brother. How about this? Next time I really need money, I'll ask you for it." Cao Ping was afraid that Luo Yun would act impulsively, so he quickly tried to calm her down. Luo Yun said, "Okay, if you have any problems in the future, come to me immediately and I'll solve them for you, understand?" Okay. You're done talking, right? Now come inside with me." Luo Yun grabbed Gao Ping again. Cao Ping was taken aback. "Huh, why do we have to go in again? Didn't we already make it clear that we'd come to you first if we had any problems in the future?" "Explain your bullshit." Luo Yun said, "The future is the future, but today I will make Liang Kuan and Hu Qian pay 100-fold for the humiliation of my brother." Ah, Luo Yun. No more chances for Gao Ping to struggle. Luo Yun slammed the bar door open. Clang. The loud noise instantly drew everyone's attention. The bar staff, security guards, bouncers, and customers. Everyone turned to look. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Gao Ping was among the visitors. Several of the bouncers who were there at the time walked over with mocking expressions. "Oh, isn't that dog that pees on its head and washes its hair?" 7 or 8 men, covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, walked up looking fierce and menacing. Gao Ping immediately chickened out and grabbed Luo Yun, saying, "Brother, let's go quickly. If Liang Kuan comes, we won't be able to leave. I'm going to send him." Luo Yun pulled Gao Ping to sit at a table. "Oh, why are you sitting down? What, you didn't get enough of the dragon's urine yesterday, and you want more today?" Smack! The leader hadn't finished speaking. Luo Yun raised his hand and slapped her. Several of the man's teeth broke off and flew out, causing his face to rot and him to collapse to the ground. Holy crap! Everyone was instantly shocked when they saw this. Who is this guy? They attacked right away, and with such brutality? Are you here to cause trouble? Seeing that Luo Yun seemed to have some skill, the crowd instinctively kept their distance. Luo Yun squinted and said, "Can't you see we're sitting at the table? Where's the menu?" The group exchanged glances. He quietly called out to someone over the walkie-talkie. He handed over the wine list, trying to stall for time. "What kind of drink would you like to order? What's the strongest liquor you have here? What kind of liquor is the strongest?" The man responsible for holding them back frowned and said, "You mean they get drunk easily?" Smack! He raised his hand and slapped her hard. The man was slapped so hard he tumbled 1.5 times on the spot, his teeth broke, and a bloody gash appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Can't you fucking understand human language?" Luo Yun grabbed the man by the hair and lifted him up. "I asked which wine bottle is the hardest." "Ah, this. The man was stunned by the beating. He covered his bleeding mouth and hurriedly confessed. These kinds of people are used to swaggering around in groups of 3 or 5. In reality, they're all just for show. When faced with a truly ruthless person like Luo Yun, how could he dare to pretend to be fierce? Yes, this strongest kind of liquor, I want as much as you have someone go and get it. Ah. Smack. Another slap. This man's eardrums ruptured from the slap, and blood gushed out. He immediately waved his hands frantically at the people around him, yelling, "Can't you hear me? Hurry up and bring the drinks." Less than 1 minute. More than 20 bottles of premium imported liquor were laid out. Luo Yun didn't stand on ceremony and poured a glass for Gao Ping, then poured a full glass for himself as well. Bite. A toast. "Brother, sorry for standing me up halfway through our last drink. Cheers." With a gulp, Luo Yun drank it all in one go. Gao Ping, however, was holding a wineglass, completely dumbfounded. Every single moment, from what just happened until now, has been reshaping his understanding of Luo Yun. He just couldn't understand it. Why was Luo Yun, who had a similarly gentle and honest temperament to me back then? It's gotten so domineering now. This was countless times more domineering than when he unleashed his power at the karaoke bar last time. But, as domineering as it may be, this is someone else's territory. After such a huge outburst, once a large crowd gathers around, there's no way to escape. Brother, Gao Ping held the wineglass, his hand trembling uncontrollably. Luo Yun narrowed his eyes. "What, this wine doesn't suit your taste?" Gao Ping's heart pounded wildly, his mouth agape, unsure how to answer. Before he could think further, Luo Yun beckoned to the person who had just served the wine. The person who was called on shuddered. Luo Yun frowned. "Do you want me to take the bottle over there, or do you want to come over on your own?" Faced with a crowd of onlookers and Luo Yun's extremely arrogant demeanor, suddenly, this person's fierce energy also came over him. Damn it. I've been running this place for so long, when have I ever been intimidated like this? I've already informed young Master Liang that he'll be bringing a whole bunch of people over soon, so what do I have to be afraid of? Then, he braced himself and stepped forward. "That's right, I'm the one who served this wine." Luo Yun turned to Gao Ping. "Was he among those who humiliated you back then?" Gao Ping was taken aback by the question. Luo Yun narrowed his eyes. "If you consider me a brother, then tell me the truth." Gao Ping gritted his teeth and then nodded with difficulty. Boom! Luo Yun suddenly raised the bottle and dropped it. A bottle was smashed hard onto the man's head. Aha! The man was stunned for a moment, then a tremendous pain shot through his head. He reached out and touched it. Fresh blood was gushing out. He immediately began to wail and scream like a banshee. Luo Yun, however, pulled him over. Shut up. This person wouldn't listen to anything, and continued to wail while clutching his head. Bang! Another bottle was smashed down hard. The other half of this person's head also exploded. Ah! The man wailed again. The pain intensified, and I started to sway unsteadily. Luo Yun narrowed his eyes and picked up another bottle of wine. "I'll say it one last time, shut up." Wah! The person cried out in pain, but was still conscious and knew that if he didn't shut up, he would be hit again. He immediately covered his mouth in fear, forcing himself not to make a sound. Luo Yun nodded in satisfaction. "See, if you had kept quiet earlier, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Come on, recommend another kind of wine to me. Me brother didn't like that one." These words he spoke with remarkable calmness. But at this moment, this sentence came in the quiet and eerie atmosphere. It was like the whisper of a demon. Everyone. Yes. Everyone present, including the customers who came to make a purchase. They were all terrified by Luo Yun's ruthless behavior, and broke out in a cold sweat. "Ha, I thought it was someone causing trouble, turns out it's you, Gao Ping." Just then, a loud laugh rang out. Of course, that smile was full of ruthless grit. Everyone looked over. The visitor was none other than Liang Kuan, the young master of the Never Drunk bar. At that moment, he was still embracing a woman who was dressed in a flamboyant manner. Luo Yun had met this woman a few times before. It was Gao Peng's ex-girlfriend Hu Qian. It sits all over. The moment Liang Kuan appeared, Gao Peng, who had been looking for an opportunity to drag Luo Yun away, finally gave up the struggle. He slumped in the chair, his face deathly pale, his eyes filled with despair. Good, very good. That's ruthless, Gao Peng. I never thought that trash like you would know such a ruthless person. I underestimated you before. Liang Kuan, with Hu Qian in his arms, observed his subordinates who had been beaten and were in a terrible state. He was also secretly alarmed. But he was not afraid at all. This only fueled his anger. This bastard dares to bring people to wreck my place. This dog, Gao Peng, is really asking for trouble. Luo Yun noticed the fear on Gao Peng's face and asked, "Is he Liang Kuan?" Gao Peng did not answer. But his trembling pupils had already given the answer. "Gao Peng, isn't this your good-for-nothing brother? I thought you'd found some kind of genius, but it turns out it's just another piece of trash?" Hu Qian quickly recognized Luo Yun and immediately burst into laughter, mocking him. Liang Kuan pinched Hu Qian's waist. "Baby, do you recognize this ruthless guy who did this? What a tough guy, he's just a piece of trash." Hu Qian's eyes were full of sarcasm. "Gao Peng, this brother of mine, always liked to pretend to be a rich second generation, but after graduation, it turned out he was a penniless bastard who was kicked out of his home. I recently heard that his wife cheated on him and dumped him. He was kicked out of his home penniless." Ha! Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. The subordinates who had just been brutally beaten by Luo Yun were also filled with humiliation and rage. How could I have been beaten by such a piece of trash? Liang Kuan's expression turned completely somber. I thought he was some kind of big shot. Turns out, a dog's brother is still a dog. As he spoke, he squinted at Luo Yun. "Beauty, you're quite ruthless, kid, not bad. You're pretty smart. The weak need to use mindless ruthlessness to disguise themselves, so they won't be bullied all the time, but unfortunately you've come to the wrong place, yes. With a raised hand, you're causing trouble at the I Don't Get Drunk bar. I think you don't want to leave here alive. Men, get them, beat them to death." At a command, a dozen or so men behind him were about to rush up with rubber batons. Luo Yun, however, did not take the others seriously at all. Under pressure, he calmly tossed a question to Gao Peng. "Brother, are you planning to make this Liang Kuan kowtow to you a few times?" Gao Peng's heart skipped a beat. "I haven't quite come to my senses yet." Luo Yun suddenly flashed away and headed straight for Liang Kuan. Before his men rushed up. Thud, thud. 2 kicks. 2 crisp cracking sounds were heard. Liang Kuan's legs were completely shattered and broken. Ah! With a scream of excruciating pain, Liang Kuan's entire body fell straight forward uncontrollably. Before he even collapsed, Luo Yun was quick-witted and nimble-fingered. He grabbed his hair, dragged him in front of Gao Peng, and pressed his head down with one hand. "Liang Kuan, you kowtow to my brother here first, I'll go and deal with your men. Remember, it's a loud crack. If you don't hear it, I'll break your fingers one by one, understand?" 52, Chapter 52. Dare to slap Sister Gardenia's face? Kill her with one strike. "Ah, what are you all standing there for? Let's get him!" Liang Kuan screamed in pain. His subordinates then came to their senses and rushed towards Luo Yun. Luo Yun didn't waste any words. He picked up the wine bottle. Thump, thump, thump. 1 bottle each. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so men who had seemed so aggressive suddenly collapsed to the ground, howling in pain and rolling around on the floor, clutching their foreheads. I was dumbfounded. Everyone in the room was stunned. The way they looked at Luo Yun was filled with utter terror. This guy. Not human. He's a madman, a demon. You're insane. At this moment, Gao Peng's ex-girlfriend, Hu Qian, cried out in a frenzy, trembling voice, "Do you know where you are? Do you know who you just hit?" Luo Yun said coldly, "I don't know, and I don't need to know all I know. It's been a minute now, and I still haven't heard a sound." As he spoke, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he walked up to Liang Koan and stepped directly on one of his hands. Crack, crack, crack. Ah! Liang Koan screamed in agony. All 5 fingers were severed. Stop! Just then, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit rushed in from outside the door. Upon seeing Liang Koan's miserable state, her heart ached as if it were being torn apart, filled with grief and indignation. "You bastard, how dare you beat a Koan like this?" Luo Yun frowned, "And who are you?" These words were spoken. The entire audience was stunned for a moment, then turned pale and began to mock them. He really is just a lowly loser pretending to be tough. They don't even recognize young Master Liang's father, Liang Hongquan. Liang Hongquan? Upon hearing this, the apprehensive onlookers all changed their expressions. This? The one who had the honor of working for Sister Gardenia, Liang Hongquan? Who is Sister Gardenia? Since she took control of the bar street, many bigwigs in Jiangzhou suffered a setback here, and in the end, they didn't dare to utter a single word. Although no one had ever seen Sister Gardenia's true face. But everyone knows it. This woman's background. Unfathomable. It is a great honor to serve such a woman. At the same time, it is also a symbol of status and position. Don't be fooled by the fact that Liang Hongquan is just a bar owner on the surface. But when he's out and about, once he mentions that he works for Sister Gardenia, he becomes a nuisance. Even those big shots in Jiangzhou with assets worth billions have to give him some face. Oh. Luo Yun coldly glanced at Liang Hongquan. "You're his father, right? Perfect timing, kneel down with him." Ah. These words were spoken. Everyone was stunned. Cao Peng, who was already terrified, now had every hair on his body standing on end. "Luo Yun, let's go quickly. You have no idea just how powerful Liang Koan's father is." Trying to leave? Enraged, Liang Hongquan roared, "Slam the door, if you don't leave here straddling a rope today, I'm not a Liang." Clang, clang. Both the front and back doors were blocked off. At the same time, another 20-odd people rushed out. Liang Hongquan pointed fiercely at Luo Yun and Gao Peng and said, "If you don't want to die too painfully, kneel down and kowtow now until your forehead bleeds and my son is appeased." Noisy. Luo Yun, impatient, picked up the wine bottle and walked towards Liang Hongquan. Seeing this scene, everyone was taken aback. Holy crap! Is this guy trying to take down Liang Hongquan too? Are you crazy? Hitting Liang Koan only offended Liang Hongquan. If he behaved well, he might be able to save his life. But if they actually hit Liang Hongquan, that would be like slapping Sister Gardenia in the face. Ever since Sister Gardenia took control of the bar street these past few years, anyone who dares to mess with Sister Gardenia, no matter what their status is or how much money they have, will be punished. None of them had a good ending. You want to attack me? As Liang Hongquan saw Luo Yun approaching, he raised his hand to stop the men protecting him. "Okay, I'll give you that chance, come on, smash it here." As he spoke, he pointed to his forehead. Seeing this scene, Cao Peng suddenly remembered something, and was immediately startled, rushing forward to hug Luo Yun tightly. "Brother, we can't fight, we absolutely can't fight. Liang Hongquan is a big shot we can never touch in our lives. If you hit him, even if your influential friend Intervenus won't leave here alive." Cao Peng lived at the bottom of society. But the fear of the infamous Sister Gardenia runs deep in his bones. Back when he was working in the bar district. But I've seen it with my own eyes. A tycoon who drives a Rolls-Royce and whose net worth is clearly over $1 billion, got into a drunken rampage in a bar district. The scene was one where a pack of Tibetan mastiffs tore him to pieces on the spot. Afterwards, He thought this matter would cause a huge uproar in Jiangzhou. Result? It was as if this had never happened. There was no news, no one was discussing it, and even the wealthy man seemed to have never been here at all. They just vanished into thin air. He is not a member of high society. But he knew very well. Such methods must possess unimaginable terrifying power. Ha ha ha. At this point, everyone was no longer afraid and burst into laughter. Gao Peng, isn't your brother pretty awesome? Let him hit me, if he really does, you'll be buried with him, you two can both be reincarnated as dogs. Reincarnation? Liang Cohen also came to his senses at this moment. Struggling to stay upright, he climbed onto a chair and sat down, gritting his teeth as he said fiercely, once they're dead I am going to dig up their graves and scatter their ashes, they won't even have a chance to be reincarnated, never to be reborn. Luo Yun narrowed her eyes and glanced at Liang Cohen. Why are you standing up, isn't it better to keep kneeling? So that when you're mourning your father later, you won't have to kneel again and hurt your knees. The words had barely left his mouth. Luo Yun suddenly raised the wine bottle. Boom! A sharp, cracking sound. Luo Yun smashed a wine bottle hard on Liang Hongquan's head. Aha! Liang Hongquan was stunned for a moment, then clutched his forehead as blood gushed out, and screamed in agony. You actually dared to hit me, you really don't want to live anymore? Bang! Another powerful shot from a bottle. Liang Hongquan's brain has exploded again. Luo Yun squinted and said, I went through all that trouble to order so many bottles of wine if I don't smash them all over your heads today, wouldn't that be a waste? Ah! A madman, a complete and utter madman. Quick, call Brother Crow, tell him someone is causing trouble in the bar street, they're openly challenging Sister Gardenia's authority. Everyone went completely mad and became utterly enraged. A phone call was made. Less than 3 minutes. Bang! The bar door was kicked open. A young man in a sharp suit with a slicked-back hairstyle rushed in with several of his men. Who dares to cause trouble on the bar street? Tell me, how do you plan to die? Luo Yun narrowed his eyes. Oh ho! This man with the raven-like hair looked like a gang leader. But the aura emanating from him. Yet it is quite extraordinary. A single glance from the celestial eye revealed the truth instantly. 6th level of external strength? Luo Yun's lips curled into a smile. Sure. This bar street is truly full of hidden talents. That Sister Gardenia is something else. Do all her underlings have such abilities? Brother Crow, it's him, he's going to challenge Sister Gardenia's authority and cause trouble in the bar street. People rushed forward to complain. This crow-headed fellow clearly possesses an extraordinary aura and is also quite intelligent. A quick glance at Luo Yun revealed that he was no ordinary young man. His expression immediately darkened. He raised his hand. Close the door everyone else, get ready come and wash the floor in 10 seconds. These words were spoken. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Holy crap! Brother Crow is Brother Crow. As expected of one of Sister Gardenia's elite lieutenants. They didn't waste any words and came straight for my life. Clang! A cold glint flashed. Brother Crow drew out an engraved dagger and walked straight toward Luo Yun. Kid, remember to be careful in your next life. Laugh. The blade flashes. This strike. Just as it was about to slash down on Luo Yun's neck. Suddenly. Bang! Bang! A figure burst through the door. He kicked the dagger out of his hand. Speed and power, like thunder. Crow was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to make a move. His expression immediately froze. Huahuaing Jie? 53, Chapter 53. No matter whose face it is, I won't give it to anyone. Who? Huaiying Jie? Everyone was shocked. The 8th young master of the Hua family? How did he suddenly appear here? Before anyone could think further, Huaiying Jie released a slight aura. With the strength of a 7th-level external force cultivator, his aura was quite terrifying. "Brother Crow, please give me some face and put away your knife." These words were spoken. Crowhead's face darkened. "8th Master Hua, what do you mean by this?" At the same time, they showed no weakness, exuding an aura of power. Its external strength is at the 6th level, not to be outdone. Hua Yingjie smiled slightly. He knew that this crow-headed man was a ruthless and taciturn fellow. So he didn't keep them in suspense and went straight to the point. "Since you're here, I won't waste any more words. I hope you'll give me face this time." "Oh, it's rare to hear young Master Ba say such a thing, but I wonder what kind of face does young Master Ba want me to give you?" Hua Yingjie pointed to Luo Yun and Gao Peng. "Let them both leave, and let's call it a day." Upon hearing this, the entire audience was taken aback. "What? Hua Yingjie? Are they here to protect that madman Luo Yun?" Liang Hongquan and his son were dumbfounded, clutching their blood-soaked foreheads. Gao Peng's ex-girlfriend, Hu Qian, stood there dumbfounded, unable to believe her ears. "Are you kidding me? Isn't Luo Yun just like Gao Peng, a loser from the bottom of society? How could such a powerful figure as the 8th young master of the Hua family have come forward to vouch for him? Young Master Ba, are you joking with me?" Crowhead chuckled. "Although you, young Master Hua, are very famous, you haven't forgotten whose territory this is, have you?" "Of course I know." Hua Yingjie said solemnly, "In Sister Ji's territory, anyone who causes trouble must pay the price." These are Sister Ji's exact words. "Since you know that, then step aside and don't make things difficult for me." Crowhead gripped the dagger tightly again and walked towards Luo Yun once more. Hua Yingjie stepped between the two men, releasing a wisp of his aura once more. "Dude, if you harm either of them today, you'll put me in a difficult position." A clash of titans. The two masters of external strength clashed once again. "Young Master Ba, is it really that serious?" Crowhead slowly gathered his aura, looking ready to fight at any moment. "So you're openly going against our sister Gardenia? What, to protect a reckless madman, you're willing to let the Hua family and sister Gardenia go to war?" Boom! These words were spoken. Everyone was shocked and their hearts pounded. Goodness! The Hua family and sister Jizi are at war. That would be absolutely epic news in Zhengzhou. 1 second, 2 seconds. They stared at each other for a full 5 seconds. Finally, Hua Yingjie laughed heartily. "Ha, Brother Crow, you flatter me. Sister Ji is one of the women I admire most. How could I, Hua Yingjie, possibly offend her? But rules are rules. People are flexible. Since things haven't escalated to Sister Jizi's level yet, why not let it go?" As he spoke, he placed a hand on Crow's shoulder. "Since it is I, Hua Yingjie, who personally vouched for you, I naturally cannot put you in a difficult position. Brother Crow, I will definitely visit Sister Gardenia with generous gifts to resolve this matter. You and I have known each other for many years, so you naturally know the weight of our Hua family. Please trust me this time. How about it?" Upon hearing this, Crowhead's expression turned strange. He really didn't understand. Why would the dignified 8th young master of the Hua family risk the entire Hua family's reputation to protect a madman? What he couldn't understand even more was, now. He turned his head and glanced at Luo Yun. This kid. Who exactly is this deity? That's why the Hua family owes him such a huge favor. Would she risk making enemies with Sister Gardenia just to save his life? Young Master Ba, are you really going to protect him? After much deliberation, Crowhead suddenly spoke. Hua Yingjie nodded seriously. Really? Good. Crowhead was also a decisive person. Seeing Hua Yingjie's attitude, he instantly understood that if the stalemate continued, it would inevitably cause conflict between the Hua family and Sister Jizi. It wasn't that they were afraid of the Hua family. However, things haven't escalated yet, and there's still a sliver of room for maneuver. We might as well take this opportunity. By giving the Hua family face, we can gain their favor. This move is more beneficial than harmful. Since young Master Ba has said so, then I will suppress this matter. After saying that, Crowhead turned around and stopped looking at Luo Yun and Gao Ping. Eighth Master, for the next minute, I may be a little unsteady on my feet. Even if someone suddenly runs away, I won't be able to catch up. This isn't an implication, it's an explicit statement. These words were spoken. Liang Hongquan and his son were immediately filled with inward despair. What? Are you really going to release Luo Yun and Gao Ping? Damn it! We got smashed on the head. But this frustration and outburst could only be expressed internally. After all, the negotiations between Huang Jie and Crowhead were far beyond the scope of what lowly people like them had the right to interfere in. Huang Jie said no more and silently bowed to the crow's head. Then he turned and glared fiercely at Luo Yun and Gao Ping, still standing there. Gao Ping was startled by the glare and suddenly came to his senses. He immediately grabbed Luo Yun and said, "Brother, run." However, Gao Ping used all his strength, but he couldn't budge it an inch. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Was Luo Yun completely terrified by the scene? Can't you see this is the only chance to escape after a fierce negotiation? Seeing this, Huang Jie cursed inwardly. Luo Yun, do you really not understand the situation? I understand. I understood it the moment you walked in. At this moment. After a long silence, Luo Yun finally spoke slowly. He wanted to kill me, and you wanted to protect me. After your exchange of glances, he decided not to kill me for at least a minute. You want me to disappear within a minute, right? The group exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions complex. I'm not sure what Luo Yun really means. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Luo Yun smiled faintly and pulled Gao Ping back to the table. He poured 2 glasses of liquor, clinked them together, tilted his head back, and drank them down in one gulp. Then he glanced at the time, pointed at the crow-headed guy with his back to him, and said, "You, the guy with your hands behind your back, yes, you, your name is Crow, right? You're not feeling well in a minute? Fine, I'll wait a minute. I'm telling you this now. The debt for the bottle that was smashed on my brother has just been settled. Next, there's still the matter of him being doused with dog urine that hasn't been resolved. Today, it doesn't matter if it's a member of the Hua family or someone like Sister Jizi. No matter who comes forward. Until this score with my brother is settled." Smack! The empty wineglass was slammed onto the table. With a crackling sound, it shattered into dust. Luo Yun unleashed his full aura. Whose face do I care about? It's all bullshit. 54, Chapter 54 Fairness? I am fairness. Boom! The moment those words were spoken, the entire audience seemed to be struck by lightning. They all froze on the spot. It's not just Liang Hongquan and his son, and no small fry. Even Huang Jie and Crowhead trembled and turned to look at Luo Yun. Their eyes simultaneously flashed with a chilling killing intent. Madman! This guy is a complete madman. You bastard, since you're so determined to die, I'll grant your wish. Crowhead gritted his teeth and endured for 3 seconds before finally breaking down completely. He immediately cursed and picked up the dagger again. However, Huang Jie acted even faster. He rushed to Luo Yun in 2 strides. Bang! A tremendous sound. Huang Jie slammed his fist on the table and smashed it to pieces. Luo Yun! A low shout. Huang Jie's expression had completely changed. Do you think the face the Hua family gives out is a joke? Luo Yun knew that Huang Jie had come with good intentions. Therefore, he did not get angry. Parrot, I will remember your kindness today, but what happens next may involve your Hua family, so you should go home and wash up and go to bed. Ha 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 ha. These words were spoken. The crow suddenly burst into laughter, clapping its hands repeatedly. Good, good, 8th Master, I never expected that the face the Hua family has given out would be so easily forgotten. Since that's the case. The raven, its dagger gleaming coldly, slowly approached. You'd better get out of here quickly, it wouldn't be good if you got hurt. Laugh. The words had barely left his mouth. The crow charged towards Luo Yun like a ghost. Seeing this, Huang Jie shouted that something was wrong and stepped forward to stop Crow. Crow, stop it. The crow, however, nimbly dodged away. He easily evaded Hua Yingjie's obstruction. Young Master Ba, I'm sorry, although your cultivation level is slightly higher than mine, my movement technique is not something you can stop just because you want to. The crow grinned smugly. Give up, you can't protect this kid today. In the midst of laughter and conversation, the blade had already sliced into Luo Yun's neck. Die. Just when everyone thought Luo Yun was doomed. Suddenly, a loud bang. Luo Yun threw a punch. The crow's smug expression froze on the spot. Suddenly, he froze half a step away from Luo Yun, completely still. Crackling sounds. A terrifying cracking sound came from inside the crow's body. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief, frozen in shock for a full 3 seconds. Puff. A mouthful of thick, fresh blood spurted out. Thump. A dull thud. The crow fell to the ground with a thud. Everyone looked over at once. His entire chest cavity. They've all dented. The ribs were visibly twisted and shattered beyond recognition. Aha! After an eerie silence of 3 seconds. Moment. A series of terrified screams instantly echoed throughout the bar. Oh my God! Crow. The crow was killed? Legend has it that he possesses the 6th level of external strength and is unstoppable in the entire bar street, known as Brother Crow. Is this how it's going to end? Now. The crow still had a breath left. He lay on the ground, trembling and in excruciating pain. Until this moment. He still couldn't figure it out. How was I defeated? His eyes trembled and quivered, as if he were looking at a ghost, struggling with fear and horror as he stared at Luo Yun. You. Then, weakly, she turned her head to look at Hua Yingjie. Hee. Hua Yingjie's face turned pale and then flushed. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the insane curses raging within him, and looked at the crow with an expression of profound solemnity and pity. Crow, I stopped you just now not because I was afraid you would kill him, I was afraid you would be killed by him. Ah. The crow trembled violently. An unprecedented sense of humiliation and regret welled up inside me. Puff. Puff. Another mouthful of blood. I completely fainted. With a thud. The sound of a crow's head hitting the ground followed. The entire bar erupted in chaos. Ah, quick, notify Sister Gardenia. Just say someone's causing trouble in the bar street. No, that's not right. Tell Sister Gardenia, it's not that someone is causing trouble, it's that someone is trying to turn the bar street upside down. Thud, smack. These words were spoken. Everyone rushed out as if their lives depended on it, kicking down the door. Then he started yelling and shouting everywhere. Before long, everyone along the entire bar street, in all of the hundreds of bars and clubs, was alarmed. It's over, things are completely out of control. Now. Despite his inner rage and resentment, Hua Yingjie was filled with anger and resentment. There's nothing more we can do. Looking at the bar street, which was in complete chaos. He turned his head to look at Luo Yun, his eyes filled with an extremely complex expression. Luo Yun, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. UUVE really messed things up. Did it pierce the sky? Luo Yun casually lit a cigarette, squinted at Hua Yingjie, and asked, What, is Sister Jizi the queen of Jiangzhou? Jiangzhou? Hua Yingjie trembled with anger at Luo Yun. You really think that Sister Jizi is just a nobody entrenched in Jiangzhou? Do you know that even though our Hua family is well known throughout the entire Jiangnan province? But facing this Sister Gardenia have no choice but to treat her with courtesy? Oh. Luo Yun laughed. Is it that impressive? Interesting. Interesting? Hua Yingjie gritted his teeth. Honestly, if I hadn't already known, I couldn't beat Luo Yun. Now he really wanted to slap this arrogant madman hard to wake him up. Do you know you're already a dead man? You not only killed yourself, but you also killed your brother. As he spoke, Hua Yingjie pointed to the side, where someone was trembling all over Gao Pang, his face ashen and trembling like a leaf. Look at your brother, he's almost had a seizure. Do you really think you're so cool? You're out of your mind, and seriously so. Luo Yun said calmly, alright, stop arguing young Master Hua, I might as well tell you the truth. I know that in your eyes, I am just a petty person who has a little bit of ability but chases after fame and fortune everywhere. But I'm sorry, I may be a petty person, but I will never pursue fame or fortune. After my brush with death, I finally understood. There is no true fairness in this world. Even if it exists, fairness never favors the weak. In that case, then I will protect the weak around me. Do you know that if I hadn't shown up today, my brother would have been ridden and pissed on for the rest of his life? He was kind to everyone and never did anything wrong, but just because he was too kind and too poor, he had to die with humiliation and the infamy of being a coward for life? At this point, he exhaled a deep puff of smoke and glanced at Gao Pang. He's my only brother's been bullied. If I don't stand up for him and stand up for him, he'll be bullied. I ask you, who will stand up for him? You? Hua Yingjie was stunned. You won't. Luo Yun's eyes gradually changed, transforming into an expression that Hua Yingjie had never seen before. No matter how much you claim to be a virtuous person, or how great, kind, and compassionate you feel in your heart, but you would never care about the life or death of a nobody who has nothing to do with you. As he spoke, Luo Yun pointed to the sky above. Even the heavens wouldn't allow it. So, I'm asking you. Is it that I'm mentally ill? Or is this world just sick? Thump. Thump. After saying all that, Hua Yingjie stood there dumbfounded. His head was buzzing. I couldn't help but start pondering Luo Yun's words. Alright, young Master Hua, let's go now, or we'll really drag your Hua family down with us. Walk? Upon hearing this, Hua Yingjie felt a sharp pang of unease, as if a nerve had been violently stimulated. Yes. It's time to leave. If we leave now, we might be able to explain things clearly to Sister Jizi later. But he didn't know why. After hearing Luo Yun's words, a surge of nameless passion suddenly rushed to my head. As if possessed, he grabbed Luo Yun and said, if I'm going to leave, I'll take you and my brothers with me. This time, Luo Yun was stunned. Are you crazy? Yes, I'm going crazy. Hua Yingjie gritted his teeth. If I still stand by and watch you two die after you said those words, I would despise myself. Seeing this situation, Luo Yun was suddenly moved. The way he looked at Hua Yingjie changed. Born into a wealthy family, although pampered and privileged, deep down, yet, he harbors a pure and innocent heart? The Hua family, oh the Hua family. No wonder they are the legendary Hua family, a family full of loyal and heroic figures. Are you sure you're not going to stand idly by? Hua Yingjie was so anxious he was jumping up and down. Yes, that's right, I won't stand idly by, do you understand? Let's go. Luo Yun narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. I wonder what he was thinking about. Suddenly he laughed. Fine, since you're sure you want to go crazy with me. Okay, do you have Sister Ji's private number saved in your phone? Hua Yingjie trembled upon hearing this. What do you want to do? Stop talking nonsense, do you have one or not? Hua Yingjie's eyelids twitched violently. After his mind raced for 3 seconds, he blurted out, yes. At the same time, at the end of the bar street, a magnificent private mansion, decorated in a lavish style, like a fairy tale estate. Study. A woman with a graceful figure and noble demeanor, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a purple cheongsam. She reclined on her knees, her cheeks flushed, her eyes narrowed into alluring crescent shapes. One hand gracefully held a slender, antique-style white pipe, while the other quietly and slowly turned the pages of a book. Her cherry lips would occasionally slightly, releasing a faint, fragrant breath. Sister Gardenia, what should we do? His subordinate nodded and asked respectfully and cautiously. Sister Gardenia said in a languid voice, just kill him. Yes. The words had barely left his mouth. Ring ring. Suddenly, my phone rang. It was my own private phone number. Sister Gardenia raised her eyebrows, pondered for a moment, and then answered the phone. Before he could speak, Luo Yun's voice came from the other end, Sister Jizi, right? Oh. Sister Gardenia narrowed her beautiful eyes, you're not Huangjie, you wreath troublemaker? Luo Yun laughed and said, if nothing unexpected happens, I'll be considered a dead man by your standards, right? Sister Gardenia casually and gently flipped through the book, smiling faintly, yes. Luo Yun smiled and said, alright, would you mind talking to a dead man about something? What's up? A matter of life and death. 55, Chapter 55 Luo Yun, you can die in peace. Oh? Gardenia narrowed her beautiful eyes and smiled knowingly, are you threatening me? Of course not. Luo Yun said calmly, I'm just informing you. Smack. The call ended. The luxurious yet understated study suddenly fell silent. A wisp of fragrant smoke drifted in the air. Sister Gardenia hesitated for a full 3 seconds with her crescent-shaped eyes. Finally, her red lips slowly curled into a smile as she addressed her subordinate, how long will it take to investigate him thoroughly? The subordinate quickly replied, with the efficiency of our intelligence network, it won't take more than 5 minutes. Okay, go ahead. Yes, Sister Gardenia, shall we deliver it directly to you after we've investigated? It depends. Sister Gardenia slowly turned the pages of a book, if, after the investigation, this person is not dead, then show it to me. And if he dies? As he spoke, she lightly flicked the long, antique white jade pipe, I'm not interested in the information of a dead man. Clear. On the other side, Luo Yun hung up the phone. Before he could even speak, Huangjie stared wide-eyed at Luo Yun, his face filled with shock, you actually spoke to Sister Jizi like that? Luo Yun smiled slightly, is there a problem? Did you know? The way you spoke to her was like playing with fire. Playing with fire? Luo Yun stood up, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and pointed to the scene outside the bar, which had become a complete mess. Young Master Hua, open your eyes and look, the entire bar street is engulfed in flames. And this fire will inevitably burn brighter and brighter, eventually engulfing me. Since that's the case. Luo Yun suddenly looked at Huangjie. Am I supposed to play with fire and wait for it to play with me? Thump! My heart skipped a beat again. Huangjie was stunned by Luo Yun's words. All right. Luo Yun patted Huangjie on the shoulder, since you don't intend to stand idly by, then I'll shamelessly ask you for a favor. What kind of help? Bang. The words had barely left his mouth. Luo Yun suddenly struck Gao Pang on the back of the head with a palm strike. The latter immediately fainted. Luo Yun helped him into Huangjie's arms, take my brother away. As he spoke, march forward with great strides. He walked out of the bar with a confident and composed air. No! Huangjie was stunned for a moment, then quickly picked up Gao Pang and chased after them. If you don't leave now, it will really be too late. I know you are a master of internal energy, but even the strongest fists can't fight against 4 hands. And Luo Yun, I must warn you, a mere internal strength martial artist is simply not worthy of Sister Ji's attention. Oh, is that so? Luo Yun was not surprised but laughed. In that case, then I'll set a precedent and properly get to know this Sister Gardenia. Huangjie's face turned red and then pale with anxiety. Are you fucking addicted to showing off, your life or your principles? I'm asking you, which is more important, huh? Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly froze. Because on the other side of the bar street, it's already clearly visible. A large, dark crowd. They were walking in groups towards Luo Yun and the others. Holy crap! After seeing the faces of the leaders in the first row of this group, Huangjie's teeth chattered. Rat's teeth, external strength 5-fold. Black back, 4-fold external strength. Fat cat, external strength level 6. And that dinosaur, it's at the 7th level of external strength. She's getting serious this time, Sister Ji is really serious. 4 elite officers were deployed directly. Luo Yun heard this. My eyes lit up. 4 masters of external force? Huang Jie had already made eye contact with this group of people. He knew that under the watchful eyes of these people, if he made any further moves to continue protecting Luo Yun, it would be disastrous. So, what about Huang Jie, and even the Hua family? All of this will absolutely be recorded in Sister Ji's account. But, after a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and grabbed Luo Yun's arm. Luo Yun, I'm asking you one last time. Are you coming or not? He hadn't finished speaking. Luo Yun gently pushed back with his hand. Huang Jie was actually pushed backward more than 10 meters. Huh, you. Luo Yun, with his back to Huang Jie, glanced at him sideways and said, protect my brother and get him out of here as long as he's safe and sound. I'll remember this favor for the rest of my life. Huang Jie saw Luo Yun's resolute expression. He fell completely silent. 2 seconds later, he suddenly realized something. Smack! A rather uniquely shaped, exquisite medicine bottle was tossed to Luo Yun. Luo Yun, this is the 100 spirit pill. Eat it, you will greatly increase your aura and strength in a short period of time. Oh? Luo Yun narrowed his eyes. What a nice thing, a parrot. Why are you being so generous to me? This was originally a gift I prepared to sever ties with you, so don't be shy about it. Since you're determined to die, then eat it. At least, you can die a more glorious death. Ha ha ha. Luo Yun smiled and said, okay, then I'll accept it. Huang Jie gritted his teeth and carried Gao Peng a few steps. But she couldn't help turning back. Luo Yun. Walk. Luo Yun stopped looking at him and gave a low shout. Oh shit. Huang Jie stomped his foot hard. Fine, I couldn't save you today, so I owe you. You fucking die without worry. I'll protect your brother for life, damn it. Finally, enough with the nonsense. She turned and ran to the car. Buzz. He slammed the gas pedal down. Huang Jie carried the unconscious Gao Peng and sped out of the bar street. At the same time, a chorus of roars, like horns, and the thunderous sound of footsteps, like an earthquake, echoed throughout the entire bar street. Huang Jie gripped the steering wheel tightly. My whole body is trembling. He reluctantly glanced at it. In the rearview mirror, Luo the Cloud's silhouette was resolute. He casually picked up a baton from the ground, which no one knew who had dropped it. Then he swung it hard. Clang! The baton is drawn like a sword. Awah! Under the guidance of 4 masters of external strength, more than 100 people quickened their pace and roared fiercely towards Luo Yun. Like a dark cloud looming overhead, Luo Yun's solitary, brute figure appeared so small at this moment. But even when facing a massive army, he did not retreat in the slightest. As if rooted to the ground, resolute and determined, forging ahead without hesitation. This moment. A sentence suddenly popped into Huang Jie's mind. Would you rather be a coward for the rest of your life, or a hero? Even if it's just for 1 minute. Boom, boom. The engine accelerates. Huang Jie took a deep look at Gao Peng, Luo Yun's good brother, who was fast asleep and completely unaware of everything. Only then did he fully understand. He really misjudged Luo Yun before. That's ridiculously wrong. This man. He is by no means a villain. He's a real man. A true man whom even Huang Jie genuinely admires. Huang Jie slammed on the gas pedal in a fit of rage. Luo Yun, you bastard. What are you hiding? What are you pretending for? If you're a damn hero, why are you acting like a coward? I was just thinking of having a good drink with you. He felt as if he had missed something. Missed one. A story that he would regret for the rest of his life. One hasn't even started yet. the story is already over. Rumble. Hundreds of people. Their steps were disordered and fierce, their imposing aura overwhelming. The ground beneath my feet was trembling. Finally. When they were only about 5 meters away from Luo Yun, it suddenly stopped. Splash, splash, splash. Everyone pulled out rubber sticks at the same time. The 4 external force experts at the head of the group had grim faces and different expressions, staring at Luo Yun with predatory eyes. You killed the crow? What level of strength, 8th level, 9th level? Or just beginning to cultivate internal energy? Luo Yun squinted. Holding a baton, he remained silent. Not going to say anything? The godman nicknamed Rat Tooth smacked his buck-toothed lips. So you're not planning on leaving any last words? In that case, let's do it. Etc. Fat Cat suddenly patted his huge beer belly. I just saw Huang Jie throw him a bottle of medicine before he left, saying it was something like by Lingdan? Oh. Blackback slicked back his slicked back hair, that legendary thing that can temporarily boost a person's strength? Ah, interesting. The man, nicknamed Dinosaur for his extremely ugly appearance, was now in high spirits and waved his hand, saying, Kid, since that's the case, hurry up and eat that 100 spirit pill, so that we brothers can have a good fight. Good. Luo Yun smiled slightly, showing no fear in front of the crowd. He slowly took out the bottle containing the 100 spirit pills, opened the bottle, and a rich fragrance wafted out. Lift it up and tilt your head back. Everyone eagerly awaited Luo Yun's swallowing of the medicine. But just as the pills in the bottle were about to roll out, Sieve. Luo Yun suddenly darted out in a flash. Put. A terrifying screech of flesh. The dinosaur's smile froze instantly. A baton is sharp as a sword blade. It pierced him right through the heart. Abdominal dantian. It was pierced through. Fresh blood dripped down in torrents. Now. Luo Yun's slightly sinister smile appeared from behind the dinosaur. A single sentence, like a ghost, reached everyone's ears. Haven't you heard of those 4 words? All warfare is based on deception.